In a realm beyond, one may wander and return, yet remain eternally youthful. With unrivaled prowess and standing as the pinnacle of the cultivation world, Yichu sacrifices herself to the heavens, her soul returning home and inhabiting the body of a pitiable young girl pursuing dreams in the entertainment industry 40 years hence. Thus, the entertainment world acquires a new luminary, a paragon of both beauty and talent. Chapter 1. This vase beauty. Why Yichu? Get out of the entertainment circle. Yichu shameless. Yichu, a mere ornament, and rumored to be involved in shady dealings. Yichu, a product of plastic surgery. One must admit, even if she did undergo surgery, the transformation is remarkably successful. Haha. I suggest the previous commenter cleanse their eyes and reconsider her character. A thunderbolt from the blue. Such news inundated Yichu. In that moment, she was rendered speechless. She understood that public opinion was often a cacophony of voices and had fortified her resolve. Yet when that day arrived, she found herself devoid of courage to confront it. Those accusations surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating everything she had. Why Yichu? Look at what you have done. The dinner 2 nights ago has stirred up such a commotion. Her agent, Sister Faye, stormed into Yichu's room, kicking the door open, and hurled a file at her face. Instantly, Yichu's cheeks bore the marks of impact, yet she felt no pain. You were merely a transparent, obscure figure, and now you've entangled yourself with a rising star, Su Ye's new boyfriend, even attempting to drug him. It's a miracle you weren't arrested with this alone. You've been blacklisted. It was evident that she had been crying. Her fair complexion was marred by 2 swollen, walnut-like eyes. I did not. It was that man. He was the one who attempted such things with me. Do not utter another word. What purpose does it serve now? The company has resolved to sideline you, so take care of yourself. Faye spoke, turning away without a hint of compassion. Yichu nestled in her bed, her phone incessantly buzzing with a myriad of notifications. What should she do? Who could possibly come to her aid now? She had never. The vast heavens are desolate, while the human world engages in sorrowful discourse, revisiting your past. A familiar melody enveloped her, and with trembling hands, Yichu grasped her phone, pressing the answer button. How can that be? You're no daughter of mine. Fend for yourself out there. Get lost. Yi Lianghua slammed the phone down. Shortly thereafter, the phone group, under the Yi Corporation, announced on its official website that the principal shareholder, Yi Lianghua, had severed ties with his daughter, Yi Sage. Yet, not everyone frequents corporate websites, so this announcement barely caused a ripple, merely stabilizing the shareholders' confidence in Yi Corporation stock value. Another call chimed. It was Li Mian. Choo-choo. Li Mian's melodious voice resonated through the line, and Yichu clung to it as though it were a lifeline. Li Mian, you must believe in my innocence. I truly did not. Tears brimmed in Yichu's eyes as she lay on her bed. However, the long-awaited voice on the other end abruptly interrupted. Yichu, let us part ways. I never anticipated you would be this kind of person. I misjudged you. Our relationship ends here. Mian's heartless words struck Yichu like bullets, exploding within her, each one piercing her soul. With that, Li Mian hung up the phone. Banishment, exile, abandonment by her boyfriend. Amidst the scorn and rejection of society, what remains for her? Yichu clutched her phone, feeling utterly lost. Tears resolve nothing. Yet why does her heart ache so profoundly? It truly hurts. Why Yichu turned over, her entire being tumbling from the bed to the floor, the icy ground offering a fleeting moment of clarity. Struggling to rise, she made her way to the bathroom, where the mirror reflected a visage of extraordinary beauty, a face that seemed otherworldly. Yet apart from this visage, she felt utterly devoid of worth. In this world, no one could accept her. All were quick to malign her. Strangers, friends, family. Throughout her life, who has ever truly loved her? She felt akin to a speck of dust, pitiably stripped of dignity. This world had no refuge for her, and in that fleeting moment, Yichu's crimson eyes turned vacant, despair spilling forth. Her dim gaze flickered to the fruit knife resting on the sink. The warm water in the bathtub had been tainted crimson, her countenance growing increasingly pallid, the ebbing of life inciting a primal struggle within her. Just 2 more minutes. If she could endure for 2 more minutes, it would all come to an end. At last, consciousness began to fade. Why die? To succumb to despair. Go on. I shall avenge your hatred. Thank you. The woman emerged from the bathtub, a metallic scent of iron invading her nostrils. It felt like a dream, her mind barren, unable to conjure any thoughts. Her wrist throbbed with agony, breath coming in labored gasps. Her entire being felt sticky, as if entangled in a thick, suffocating fog. The 20-year life of the young girl has been unveiled, shattered, and reassembled, ultimately merging in to another soul. The duration of her torment remains unknown. Favorable divine breath, a lifetime of tranquility. The woman uttered these 8 words with difficulty through her parched lips, and suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flung open, radiating a piercing gaze. The scars on her wrist healed instantly, a faint halo spreading outwards, and the blood she had lost was restored. Veins throbbed visibly across her body as she clenched her teeth, and a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of her mouth. Moments later, she regained her composure. Her entire being was drenched in diluted red blood, rendering the bathtub exceedingly macabre. After cleansing herself, the woman stepped lightly out of the bathroom. The streets, aglow with neon lights, exuded a modern ambience, and the bustling crowd continued its din, will. The world around her persisted in motion. Yet for her, it was as if she had entered an entirely different realm. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she expanded her consciousness, sweeping over the entirety of S-City. Information continuously converged in her mind, consciously filtered and restructured, ultimately leaving only what was of significance to her. Upon opening her eyes, a glimmer of brightness surfaced in her calm gaze. It seemed that Yi Chu had truly returned to her roots. She had longed to return to her homeland, and now her wish had been fulfilled. The tumult of life is merely that after enduring the vicissitudes and witnessing the world's indifference, she had finally secured the outcome she desired after navigating through house. From this moment forth, Yi Chu would simply be Yi Chu, just as she once was. Why Yi Chu picked up her phone, which had frozen to a black screen due to an overwhelming influx of messages. After forcefully restarting it, she swiftly cleared the notifications, then accessed Weibo according to the girl's recollections. Her Weibo account had completely descended into chaos, with only a pitiful few tens of thousands of followers remaining. Most of them were mere inactive accounts, while the majority of genuine followers had fled. Among the dozens of trending topics, 3 or 4 were related to her, prompting Yi Chu to close Weibo. Chapter 2. Inventory of the inheritance. Whispers of the world can be daunting. She truly is a pitiable young lady. Yet, misdeeds inevitably invite retribution, chuckled Yi Chu, who swiftly immersed herself in her role, beginning to dissect her current predicament. The young girl's abode was leased to her by the company. Now that she had been sidelined, it seemed unlikely that she would continue to reside there. That wretched, voracious company would undoubtedly terminate the lease. The penalty for breach of contract was rather steep for her. In the past, such a trifling sum would have held no significance, but now, burdened by her identity, she found herself bereft of both wealth and reputation. In her search through the refrigerator, she stumbled upon a container of instant noodles, and with some clumsiness, she tore open the packaging. It had been years since she had savored genuine cuisine from the mortal realm, and she yearned for it dearly. The instant noodles were insufficient to satiate her hunger. Having lost so much, she needed to replenish her strength. Outside the community lay a street filled with convenient eateries, and following the enticing aroma, Yi Chu settled down in a small restaurant. This man looked strikingly familiar. Surrounding patrons began to point and murmur. Isn't that Yi Chu, the one trending on social media? How dare she show her face to eat noodles? One man exclaimed in astonishment as he pulled out his phone. Before he could finish his words, a nearby woman slapped his arm, admonishing, regardless of her situation, she is still a person. Let us just leave her be. After all, one cannot simply go and overturn someone's table. It must be said, she was undeniably beautiful throughout the entire ordeal. Yi Chu paid no heed to the discussions transpiring around her. She calmly finished her meal, nearly savoring every drop of soup. She then ordered a portion of barbecue to go and strolled leisurely down the street. It had been decades since she had tasted the barbecue from her hometown, and now, its familiar presence stirred a profound nostalgia within her. However, the pace of this world had advanced so swiftly. What once seemed antiquated had transformed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chu felt an insatiable allure emanating from the bustling modern city. However, this down-to-earth individual had not anticipated how others perceived her, a figure seemingly detached from the mundane world, resembling an ethereal being. Her expression bore a hint of aloofness. Her skin luminous and fair, almost radiating a phosphorescent glow under the sunlight, bestowing upon her an air of mystique. Adorned in a flowing dress complemented by a short top, she moved with a vibrant grace, transforming an ordinary garment into a symbol of sophisticated nonchalance. If one were to overlook the barbecue in her hand, it would appear as though the world around her held no sway over her existence, yet it was this very earthly possession that anchored her to reality. Aesthetic appreciation is a universal trait, but it can lead to folly, leaving one with nothing in the end. Some onlookers could not resist capturing her image and sharing it online. It is worth noting that she had not yet trended, but now, thanks to the candid photographs taken by passers-by, she found herself once again in the limelight. Goodness, not this woman again. Can't these marketing accounts take a break? Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that she was not clutching a handbag, but rather a takeout box. How peculiar. When did celebrities become so relatable? I thought celestial beings abstained from food. Her aura was undeniably striking. Remarkably, this was not a promotional post but an unfiltered candid shot, captured from an unflattering angle. Deeply unsettling upon further reflection. Returning home, Yichu began to assess the legacy left by the original owner. As the daughter of a prominent board member of the Yi Group in S-City, the original owner's bank account balance was dismally low. A mere 100,000 is insufficient for the termination of the contract. The original owner, an individual of little renown, gained a modicum of fame solely due to a singular incident, and aside from posting selfies on Weibo which garnered a few thousand followers. The remainder of her fan base consisted of purchased fake accounts. Consequently, the contract signed was one of a lower tier with the entertainment company, and it was fortunate that it did not contain any predatory clauses. Otherwise, she would have needed to set aside additional funds for potential litigation. The penalty for breach of contract is 2,200,000. Yu Chufang set aside the contract and surveyed the apartment before unlocking her phone to browse the internet. Currently, she was under a media blackout, and unless she awaited the termination of her contract, she could not openly utilize Yichu's identity to engage in activities related to the entertainment industry for income. Instead, she could only operate covertly. The original owner's phone was laden with numerous applications that had not existed decades prior. Back in the day, she had been using a desktop computer and a basic mobile phone with a physical keypad. Modern smartphones, however, were so, well, a term abruptly surfaced in Yichu's mind. Extraordinary. The pleasure of using a smartphone was simply delightful and addictive. Yi Chufang opened an app called Douyin, where she encountered a strikingly enchanting figure with a heart-shaped face and large eyes singing, leaving her momentarily stunned, gripping her phone in disbelief for several seconds. Had women truly transformed so drastically in just 40 years? Yi Chufang found this quite absurd. She continued to scroll through her phone, navigating through a variety of applications until she eventually settled on a popular game. According to the young girl's memories, this was an immensely popular game. She had created an account but never played it, and now it was Yichu's turn. After a series of vigorous attempts, Yi Chufang found herself defeated. She tossed aside her phone and shifted her position to the tatami mat on the balcony, seeking a comfortable posture to lie down. The young girl, prior to her demise, harbored an unwavering aspiration to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, with the ambition of becoming a superstar and trampling upon those who had once bullied her. This seemingly lofty dream, however, had become her singular focus. Now entwined with the threads of fate, she felt compelled to fulfill it. Yet, Yichu found herself at a loss regarding the next steps to take. Thus, she once again picked up her phone, accessed a search engine, and entered the term how to increase exposure. As night deepened, sleep eluded Yichu. Weibo's trending topics were undergoing yet another round of updates, among which one headline stood out: "I hope she can apologize." Instinctively, Yichu sensed a connection to the original owner of this identity and clicked on it. The author of this post was none other than the acclaimed actress Suyu, whose boyfriend, Wei Ning, was the very man who had acted inappropriately. The tweet had scarcely been posted when it amassed a staggering 100,000 comments, the majority of which were fervent calls for an apology and demands for her to exit the entertainment realm. The cacophony of condemnation echoed the threat of banishment, concealing the harsh reality of life beneath it. The girl had no connections. And yet this debacle was instigated by Suyu's boyfriend. Why should she be made to bear the burden? Suyu's Weibo was met with resounding approval, a testament to society's tendency to cast judgment without discernment. Yichu smirked softly, placing her phone aside, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. The following day dawned bright and clear, a perfect occasion for moving. Just as Yichu was about to change her shoes and head out to view potential residences, a woman named Sister Fei opened the door, adopting an air of superiority as she informed her of a scheduled press conference for an apology at the company's external venue in 3 days. The other party's background is formidable. In order to protect the company, it became necessary to sacrifice Yichu. After all, she was merely a defective pawn of no use. It was better to harness her final strength. Chapter 3. Moving. I shall arrive punctually for our appointment, and I kindly request Sister Fei to personally make the trip. If there are no other matters, Sister Fei may take her leave. I must head out now. Yichu issued her dismissal, and Sister Fei, already irate, found Yichu's demeanor particularly infuriating. The house you occupy is rented by the company. Although your contract has not yet expired, you are no longer of value. The company does not support idle personnel. You must vacate by tomorrow. Understood. Yichu closed the door and descended in the elevator, not even casting a glance at Sister Fei, who was nearly beside herself with rage. Wearing a mask, her hair cascading down, and sunglasses obscuring her eyes. Yi Chu concealed her aura, transforming her entire demeanor. In the southeast direction, there was a presence of auspicious energy, abundant in vitality, with flourishing trees and thriving life, making it the most suitable place for habitation. Yi Chu stood on the street, gazing at the sky's energies. After a moment, her pale lips whispered 4 words, Huayong International. Having determined the location, Yi Chu hailed a taxi. Approximately an hour later, she arrived at a real estate agency, where she swiftly employed her skills of deduction to select a 3-bedroom apartment. Just right. One for a study, one for a bedroom, and the last as a storage room. The monthly rent was $14,000, with a deposit of 1 and 3 months' rent paid up front. This left her with dwindling savings. Yi Chu hired a moving company to assist her in relocating, which took merely half a day. There remained 2.5 days until the so-called apology ceremony for the sacrifice. Yi Chu purchased a collection of furniture, kitchenware, and decorations online, and conveniently ordered a batch of ingredients as well. The rented house is well furnished, albeit at a high rental price, with relatively exquisite items within. The local logistics are remarkably efficient. By that afternoon, all the new acquisitions were in place. Yi Chu began to envision the layout of the entire house. As each piece of furniture found its rightful place, the chairs and bedding gradually came together in a neat and clean manner. If the house had previously been unremarkable, it now exuded an understated luxury and depth. The study displayed ancient paintings of noble women on its walls, with the desk and bookshelf adorned with the 4 treasures of the study and ancient texts. These items were already hers, within the depths of her soul. She had carved out a space, gathering her essence to form a seed that embodied the world tree, thereby establishing this sacred space. For countless lifetimes to come, this sanctuary would accompany her. The study was carpeted with an intricate yet unobtrusive design, adding to its charm. The living room, while minimally decorated, emanated a refreshing ambience. As she envisioned future gatherings, extravagance seemed unnecessary. The most valuable item in the living room was a half-human-height potted plant in the corner, currently adorned with delicate blue blossoms, exuding a subtle fragrance that invigorated the senses. The room originally intended as a storage space had been transformed into a music room, with both it and the bedroom carpeted in harmonizing colors with the study. Yi Chu relished walking barefoot, yet now, as a mortal, she needed to exercise caution. The bed and wardrobe in the bedroom were replaced with items from her otherworldly space, treasures deemed priceless in this realm. Having accomplished all this, Yi Chu stretched her waist. Such an environment is indeed suitable for retirement. One wonders if, in this altered reality, any descendants still remember her. Let the past dissipate like the wind. The video captures the events experienced by the original young girl that day, the man drugging her drink, the harassment she endured, and his subsequent attempt to frame her once discovered. With reporters already on the scene, the ensuing chaos overwhelmed the security's ability to manage the crowd, thus twisting the narrative. Of course, the perspective captured by the surveillance cameras remains a separate matter. As night fell, moonlight graced the balcony, bestowing upon Yi Chu a veil of mysterious radiance. She sat in the hanging basket on the balcony, absorbing the essence of the moon. The tranquility of the night always restores serene thoughts. Her gaze drifted northward, where stars twinkled in the sky, forming their own constellations, designations granted by humankind. Each star possesses a unique significance. Tonight, as she meticulously observed the shifting arrangement of the stars, she discerned an inexplicable aura ascending into the heavens. Such phenomena are typically imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Only those attuned to destiny can catch a glimpse. Her intuition suggested that this sudden emergence might be intricately linked to her. It was imperative to communicate with the celestial forces at play. Later that evening, Sister Fei called again, reiterating the same matters. Yi Chu promptly ended the call. Moments later, an unfamiliar short number rang through. The speaker employed a voice changer, piquing Yi Chu's curiosity. Are you, in your desperation, seeking a glimmer of hope? The esteemed Mr. Wang from Chaoran Entertainment holds a fondness for you. Reaching out to him may indeed ensure your survival. The voice on the other end, altered by a voice changer, belonged to a middle-aged man, reminiscent of the nefarious antagonists often depicted in television dramas. Remarkably, despite the passage of 40 years, this trope remains timeless. How delightful. I readily acquiesced. Clearly taken aback by Yi Chu's unexpected composure, the caller could only utter a fleeting remark of good child before hastily disconnecting. Yi Chu smirked in irony. It was laughable how one could inflate their own image only to falter in their own game. As she perused the original owner's contacts, she stumbled upon a certain Li Mian. According to the memories of the young woman, Li Mian served as Yi Chu's guide into the entertainment industry and simultaneously her clandestine lover. However, from Yi Chu's vantage point, it appeared that Li Mian harbored motives far more calculating than the naive affection one might expect. What intentions lay beneath his approach to the young girl? In the final moments, he dealt her a devastating blow. A cunning stratagem indeed, one that aims to destroy both body and spirit. Opening Weibo, she noted that after a day of silence, the fervor of comments had noticeably waned. Often, the memories of netizens are as fleeting as those of fish. Yi Chu booted up her computer, and with a flurry of activity, the details of the Chow Ran Entertainment Company, where the original owner was affiliated, unfolded before her. Since the domestic entertainment industry first tasted success 3 decades ago, the subsequent decade saw an explosion of various entertainment financial chains sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Today, amidst fierce competition, only the most seasoned players remain, while emerging entertainment companies struggle to find their footing. Chapter 4. The meeting threat. Chow Ran Entertainment is a burgeoning entertainment company, yet this is hardly the primary venture of its enigmatic founder. Unchanged, the head of Chow Ran Entertainment, hails from the esteemed Han family of the capital, primarily managing a chain of dining establishments. The notion of a restaurateur venturing into the entertainment industry certainly raises eyebrows. One might wonder if this endeavor serves merely to cultivate a spokesperson for his own culinary empire, an idea too far-fetched to entertain. Yi Chu smirked. Unless she resolved the troubles the young girl faced, her serene life would undoubtedly be disrupted. After weighing her options, it became evident that a personal visit was in order. The Han family, once one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, had seemingly fallen to such depths. Truly, each generation appears to be less formidable than the last. Typically, Han Shishua is seldom found at Chow Ran Entertainment. He rarely even casts a glance in its direction, delegating the responsibilities to a professional manager named Wang Zheng. This individual, driven solely by profit, is also known for his avarice and lechery, albeit his remarkable capabilities mask these flaws. He has made numerous attempts to take advantage of the young girl, all of which he has deftly evaded, a quintessential scoundrel. The Mr. Wang referenced by the voice changer is indeed Wang Zheng. Yi Chu tapped on Wang Zheng's contact number on her phone, and after a brief moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated. Mr. Wang, this is Yi Chu. Upon hearing the soft, delicate voice of the woman he yearned for, Wang Zheng's tone immediately softened. Ah, it's Xiao Chu. What can I do for you? Wang Zheng was all too aware of the troubles Yi Chu had encountered. If the company were publicly traded or engaged in private transactions, the stock would surely plummet. Nonetheless, none of this could overshadow the fact that Yi Chu was a radiant beauty. Seizing this opportunity to win her over would be quite the triumph. Eventually, when the time comes for her to be silenced, she will have no means of resistance, merely a discarded pawn of the Yi family. Indeed, Mr. Wang, Yi Chu's tone was somewhat urgent, akin to a little white rabbit stripped of its protection, desperately seeking shelter. Oh dear, do not rush. Take your time to speak. Wang Zheng felt a jolt in his heart. I wish to meet you. How about tonight? Yi Chu's soft voice was as soothing as a gentle caress. Wang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. The joy arrived too unexpectedly, and he broke into a grin. Shall we rendezvous at the Jingxing Grand Hotel? Let's start at the Blue Jazz CAF. Yi Chu frowned slightly. At this moment, if she could not discern the other party's thoughts, then she had indeed wasted her years. It was utterly repulsive. Very well, I shall come right away. Yi Chu hung up the phone and began to gather the documents on her computer. Adorned in a flowing long-sleeved dress, it was her customary attire for home, yet stepping outside, she transformed into a striking figure. The revival of Hanfu in the flowering land has persisted for 2 to 3 decades, and now, one can witness numerous young gentlemen and ladies clad in exquisite Hanfu on the streets. Thus, Yi Chu confidently stepped out with her bag in hand. During her time as a national advisor in the Lanwei Kingdom, the prince would send her gifts almost daily, commissioning fine fabrics to be tailored into garments for her residence. Within her space, she possessed hundreds of outfits of various styles. Venturing out at night, she donned a mask, concealing her identity. Upon her arrival at the Blue Jazz CAF, Wang Zheng was already waiting there. When he beheld Yi Chu in such attire, he felt that she radiated an ethereal grace that surpassed her former self. Indeed, a beauty is always captivating. Suppressing the excitement within, Wang Zheng smiled and said, Xiao Chu, feel free to order whatever you like. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Yi Chu calmly took a seat and replied, Mr. Wang, you are well aware that my current situation is quite dire. I have indeed heard about this matter. The decision made in the company meeting is one that I, as the captain, cannot contest, Wang Zheng remarked, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. A restless agitation stirred within him, akin to a cat scratching at his heart, and he reluctantly conceded, there is, however, a way forward. Please, enlighten me. The company can assist in resolving this issue, but you must agree to one condition. Wang Zheng withdrew a card from his jacket pocket and slid it across the table towards Yi Chu, the card displaying 3 digits. Yi Chu cast a sidelong glance at the room key and smiled slightly. Mr. Wang, is this truly how you wish to proceed? Yi Chu possessed an enchanting visage and a figure that captivated all who beheld her. It was inevitable that someone of her allure would find herself entangled in the machinations of powerful individuals. Prior to this, if he could claim her for himself, it would surely become a tale worth telling. Mr. Wang, do you think you could protect yourself if this information were to be leaked? Yi Chu mirrored Wang Zheng's tone, returning his words to him with a pointed subtlety. Wang Zheng's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, while Yi Chu summoned a waiter to order a dessert. How could she possibly know these things? A tempest of thoughts surged within Wang Zheng. The restaurant chain had suddenly set its sights on the entertainment industry and established its own entertainment company. The underlying motives were undoubtedly linked to money laundering. Over the years, Han Shishua had engaged in numerous unscrupulous deeds. In the past, she seemed to have encountered the infantile Han Shua. Wang Zheng was merely a pawn in Han Shua's game. However, this ostensibly loyal hound harbored ulterior motives, seeking personal gain while foolishly attempting to involve others in his schemes. The dessert was soon served, and Yi Chu savored it with a small spoon. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng exhibited signs of agitation. What do you truly desire? At this moment, the sordid thoughts within Wang Zheng's mind had vanished completely. Panic took hold of him as he focused solely on how to resolve this matter and ensure his survival. You despicable creature. Wang Zheng gritted his teeth. Do you not fear the dawn of tomorrow will not greet you? Yi Chu raised an eyebrow and laughed softly. Oh, feel free to come at me. I eagerly await it. What do you truly desire? Wang Zheng nearly ground his teeth to dust. Yi Chu fixed her gaze. I want the company to stand by my side. What was once an apology will transform into a clarification. Whatever I choose to do. Should the company dare to betray me, you may await your own disappearance. Yi Chu's tone turned frigid, the previous warmth in her smile utterly extinguished. Wang Zheng shivered, and after a moment of silence, he said, the external world has already solidified its stance. How can you hope to turn the tide? That shall not trouble you, Mr. Wang. I have my own clever plans. Yi Chu withdrew the USB drive, waving it slightly, automatically backed up. Be cautious, for on a day I find myself displeased, I shall announce it to the world. Yi Chu smiled as she tossed the USB drive into Wang Zheng's embrace. Chapter 5. Clarifying the Truth. Damn Yi Chu. Wang Zheng clenched the USB drive, nearly crushing it, his resentment threatening to overflow. Just days prior, a woman had called him, claiming to be an enemy of Yi Chu. The woman audaciously recognized her illicit thoughts regarding Yi Chu, confidently asserting that Yi Chu would inevitably reach out to her for assistance. At that juncture, she merely needed to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. Yi Chu is far from being a pushover. Should he uncover the identity of the woman scheming behind his back, he would undoubtedly annihilate her. In recent days, Yi Chu has remained uncommunicative, leaving the public in a state of curiosity, eagerly anticipating his downfall, relishing in the spectacle. In truth, Yi Chu paid no heed to the incessant messages flooding his phone. There was nothing in this world that could stir his emotions anymore. Wang Zheng indeed honored his promise, transforming the apology meeting into a clarification session, albeit only after the reporters had entered. Yi Chu observed the staff's actions with an unperturbed heart. Has Yi Chu arrived? The host inquired backstage, concerned that the female protagonist of the press conference might not show up. How would they conclude otherwise? Sister Fei incessantly called Yi Chu, wishing she had gone to personally fetch him. However, Yi Chu had moved, even sending the key to the company's rented apartment to her. Where could she possibly find him? Are you looking for me? Yi Chu sauntered in with an air of nonchalance, her face largely obscured by a mask and sunglasses. It was evident that she had entered through the back door, having taken some time to circumvent the front. You're here, then be courageous, approach and apologize. Acknowledge your actions. Although the company has sidelined you, it has yet to cast you aside completely. Should you fail to comply, do not blame the company for its ruthlessness. The illustrious actress Su Yu is the leading lady of Leaden Media, situated next to the Fervent Entertainment Company. Recently, An agreement of mutual stakes has been established between the two firms, a pact that must not be compromised. Of course, Yichu readily assented. It seems that Wang Zheng is playing tricks, but that is of little concern. With Yichu's consent secured, Sister Fei promptly handed her a draft from the Public Relations Department, urging her to memorize it. Yichu glanced at the script, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she scoffed. Truly, they are sacrificing a young girl for their ambitions. As the host concluded, Yichu made her entrance, still clad in her mask and sunglasses, while a throng of reporters surged forward, eager to obtain exclusive information. Miss Yi, is it true that you have undergone cosmetic surgery? Miss Yi, why do you still wear a mask and sunglasses? Is there an issue with your appearance? Actress Su only demands an apology from you. What is your stance on this matter? The incessant flash of cameras illuminated the space, prompting Yichu to take a couple of steps back. The reporters were puzzled by her actions until she reached up to remove her mask and sunglasses, unveiling a stunning visage. The clicking of cameras intensified immediately. As Yichu began to speak, the entertainment reporters quieted considerably. Firstly, to your disappointment, I am not a product of surgical alteration. You could consult as many esteemed plastic surgeons as you wish, and their verdict would remain unchanged. Her gaze swept across the audience, her demeanor suddenly imbued with greater intensity. Before she continued, secondly, I have only been in this industry for half a year, still an anonymous figure. I am grateful to society for its attention, which has catapulted me into the limelight and liberated me from obscurity. With that, Yichu flashed a hint of a smile, as if genuinely pleased by the turn of events. How can you prove that you have not undergone surgery? Who knows if the doctor could be bribed? Someone suddenly questioned. Yichu chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, I've looked this way since childhood. She waved her phone, inviting everyone to glance at her Weibo. At the moment she entered the venue, she had posted a grid of 9 images showcasing her growth from a young girl to the present. Whether or not she had undergone cosmetic surgery was now evident for all to see. Upon her posting, the internet erupted once more. The host, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hurriedly took to the stage to mediate, while Sister Fei backstage furrowed her brow. Her intuition suggested that Yichu's demeanor was strikingly different from her usual self. Her calmness, devoid of tears or tantrums, radiated an air of determination. Moreover, her subtle mockery effortlessly addressed the issue of plastic surgery. It seemed she had a hidden strategy. This could not continue. They had to thwart her, pin this matter on her, or everything would be lost. Yichu, you have committed such disgraceful acts. And with evidence in hand, do you believe the public is blind? Among the audience were fans of Su Yu's boyfriend, Wei Ning, who also navigated the entertainment industry, albeit with less fame. Nevertheless, he had a loyal following. Indeed, you vile person. You intend to ruin the relationship between my brother and sister Su. Finally, it was time for the main event. The dinner was held at the Shaoguang Hotel, where there were surveillance cameras in the corridors. The incidents transpired right at the doorway, adjacent to the hallway. The footage captured by the cameras was entirely detrimental to the young girl, leaving her without a shred of evidence to prove her innocence. Yet, they overlooked the fact that while the hotel's surveillance might be unfavorable, it did not discount the possibility that the external cameras had witnessed the truth. Yichu seized the opportunity to discreetly install a high-definition camera in a certain location outside the hotel yesterday, employing a clever ruse and compiling prior footage from the device. In the absence of evidence, she could fabricate it. In this realm, reputation holds paramount importance. A direct exposure would be a self-destructive strategy, and Yichu was far too astute to resort to such folly. Apologies, but the adage a picture speaks 1,000 words does not hold true for Yichu. Rather, let us await developments that may present more compelling evidence of my innocence and integrity. In the face of the aggressive fanbase of Wei Ning, Yichu only smiled more brightly. Observing her demeanor, the fans felt an ominous premonition, yet they could not pinpoint the source of their discomfort. The host, sensing that the so-called apology session was nearing its conclusion, promptly intervened to mediate the situation. With graceful strides, Yichu descended the stage under the watchful gaze of numerous reporters and fans, her confident smile unwavering. The photographs acquired by the journalist were nearly flawless, capturing her from every conceivable angle. Attempting to tarnish her image would only result in a clumsy portrayal of her enhanced appearance. Chapter 6, A True Turn of Events. The hashtag Yichu refuses to acknowledge quickly ascended the trending charts, accompanied by a chorus of vitriol. Wei Ning's camp employed hired hands to malign her, while casual observers began to voice their disdain, denouncing Yichu as shameless. It seemed that Wang Zheng was willing to risk everything. As Yichu walked away, her smile faded, replaced by a glint of cold brilliance in her eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng sat in his office, contemplating ways to ensure that Yichu would never again have the opportunity to speak. The sound of Yichu's voice reached Wang Zheng's ears, startling him significantly. If it were before, Yichu would have been able to listen to the celestial music, but now it feels like a death warrant. Are you contemplating how to bring about my demise? Yichu slightly ajar the office door, dragged a chair for herself, and placed her handbag gently aside, revealing a faint smile. You. Wang Zheng clutched his chest, utterly taken aback by the audacity. How about we engage in a game? Yichu retrieved her tablet, opened a document, and then accessed her emails. To her surprise, one email was from a certain department. Wang Zheng felt a pang in his heart. The company's network is quite efficient. It takes mere seconds for such information to reach the recipient, doesn't it? Yichu's crimson lips parted slightly, her smile devoid of warmth. No. Wang Zheng hastily extended his hands to intervene. But what if you've broken your promise? Yichu pointed out. Wang Zheng, flustered, replied, Don't act impulsively. Whatever you want, I can arrange it immediately. That's more like it. Yichu leisurely closed the email, casting a glance at Wang Zheng's arm, which was hidden beneath the table, and continued, Mr. Wang, what are you recording on your phone? Wang Zheng's heart trembled violently. Surely, Yichu must be a devil. Reluctantly, he turned off the recording he had just opened, forcing a strained and awkward smile. What exactly do you want? Oh, I see, Mr. Wang is quite considerate of the artist below him. As a legally contracted artist of super entertainment, how could you possibly bear to watch me suffer without extending a helping hand? Moreover, it's for the reputation of the other artists in the company. Wouldn't you agree? Therefore, I hope the company can step in to clarify the situation. I've even drafted the statement for you. The public relations team would surely be eager to cooperate, for they, like Mr. Wang, are kind-hearted individuals. Yichu Xian promptly sent the document to Wang Zheng, who instinctively accepted it. Upon opening it, he was drenched in cold sweat. Have you not preserved the company's reputation while also saving Yichu? Wang Zheng is truly a benevolent person. Good deeds will surely be rewarded. What about the information? If Wang Zheng continues to be a good Samaritan, the details shall remain undisclosed, and Han Shixuo will remain oblivious to your actions. Yichu turned off her tablet, stowed it in her bag, and casually donned her mask. The implication in Yichu's words was unmistakable. Should Wang Zheng go back on his word, she would not be held accountable. The reason for approaching Wang Zheng was twofold. First, he is the visible head of Charon Entertainment, while Han Shixuo is only concerned with the financial aspects. Secondly, Wang Zheng's character is exceedingly repugnant. He has become collateral damage. Once an obscure individual, Yichu suddenly found herself in the limelight. The scandal involved the boyfriend of the renowned actress Suyu, Wei Ning. Yichu, who lacks even a Baidu encyclopedia entry and has merely a few thousand dormant followers on Weibo, is hardly considered a social media influencer. In the wake of such an incident, the company surprisingly chose to support her. The previously planned apology meeting was abruptly transformed into a clarification session at the last moment. Onlookers were captivated, pondering the explosive nature of this revelation. What background does Yichu possess? Could it be that a powerful benefactor has intervened? Meanwhile, actress Suyu received an anonymous letter. Upon opening it, she was confronted with a video from a different perspective of the drugging incident. In the footage, Yichu is seen in a state of coercion, entirely passive. This video is remarkably comprehensive, capturing every detail from arrival to conclusion. The email startlingly proclaimed, "The scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel. Should you continue to entangle yourself, the ultimate victor can only be Wei Ning." Suyu was taken aback, pondering the identity of the sender of the video. She recalled Yichu's final words, "We shall await the outcome." Could this be what was meant? Yichu possessed undeniable evidence that could overturn the facts, yet why did she not reveal it herself? Instead, she chose to send it to Suyu? Suddenly, another message appeared, unfiltered, complete with timestamps and locations, causing Suyu to feel an overwhelming wave of nausea. Su, what is wrong? Her manager inquired. Noticing Suyu's distress, "Sister, please summon Wei Ning for me." Suyu restrained her fury, barely managing to utter those words through gritted teeth. "Xiaoyu, you called for me?" Wei Ning feigned an innocent demeanor. With exasperation, Suyu pointed an accusing finger at Wei Ning's, unleashing a torrent of invectives. "Did you not claim that Yichu seduced you? All these petty actions were orchestrated by you. You are truly repugnant, feasting at the table while coveting what lies in the pot. How can a man as despicable as you even exist?" In a fit of rage, Suyu hurled her phone into Wei Ning's arms. Confused, Wei Ning picked it up, only to be engulfed by fear and panic. "No, Su, listen to me. The video is fabricated. The photos are false. The hotel surveillance was completely disabled that day. There's no way any other footage could have surfaced. Wei Ning vehemently denied the accusations. And what of the other photographs? Wei Ning, your previous words only affirm your involvement in these deeds, do they not? This is a clear case of no silver here. You are utterly inept at deceit. Su Yu seethed with fury, the nauseating feeling within her refusing to subside, nearly causing her to retch. Wei Ning, deep in thought, calculated his next move. No one anticipated such a predicament. Xiaoyu, get lost. Su Yu was overwhelmed with anger, unable to refrain from massaging her temples. Her manager, Jiang Yuan, hastily stepped in to mediate. We need to focus on resolving this matter, not squabbling. Your issues can be addressed later. Indeed, let us resolve this situation. So you turned to Wei Ning, instructing him, leave my house immediately, right now. Chapter 7. Changing managers. Su, that Wei Ning is clearly up to no good. Even you were deceived. Yes, it's utterly revolting. From now on, I shall be more discerning when choosing a boyfriend. Su Yu remarked indignantly. He isn't even a third-rate actor. The responsibility does not lie with you or Yi Chu. You understand what must be done, correct? Su Yu signaled an affirmation with an okay gesture. Look, Su Yu has updated her Weibo. A surge of people flocked to Su Yu's Weibo, and soon her post ascended to trending status, creating a topic titled Su Yu apologizes to Yi Chu. I wish to apologize to Yi Chu. Due to my inadequate investigation, I have caused Yi Chu undue distress. My ex-boyfriend Wei Ning's misconduct is also a burden I cannot evade. Attached were screenshots from the videos Su Yu received, juxtaposed with images extracted from the previous drug scandal video. A clear comparison revealed who was in the right and who was in the wrong. At this moment, Chao Ran Entertainment also issued a statement, accompanied by a lawyer's letter, defending Yi Chu's reputation. In a matter of mere days, the saga has transitioned from the drug scandal to the apology scandal, leaving the public thoroughly entertained. Wei Ning has transformed from Su Ying's boyfriend to her ex, and he too shall soon face the repercussions of the law. Upon exiting the gates of Su Yu community, Wei Ning promptly boarded a complimentary ride that whisked him away to the police station. At this juncture, Yi Chu updated her Weibo, accompanied by a self-portrait. I, Yi Chu, am beautiful and can dine while standing. There is no need for me to recline. Yi Chu has indeed staged a remarkable comeback. In this moment, her quotes from the Yi family were liked by the official Weibo account, propelling them into trending topics. The official account quickly clarified that it was merely a slip of the finger, drawing scornful laughter from the masses. The name Yi Chu has become widely recognized, garnering affection from numerous actors. Suddenly, she was halted by someone. Yi Chu, stop right there. Fei Jia caught up to her, exclaiming, well done, Yi Chu, with gritted teeth. Fei Jia continued, from the moment you made your choice, you forfeited all right to question. As Yi Chu's manager, you failed to protect her when trouble struck. Your company, in that very instant, sought only to fulfill its own interests, presenting her with a script of sacrifice, treating her as a mere commodity. Yi Chu has long since been disillusioned. Yi Chu's expression remained composed, devoid of the previous timidity, and Fei Jia could sense an air of intimidation. With a swift slap, Yi Chu struck Fei Jia across the face. If you wish to keep that mouth, think wisely before you speak. Remember, the former Yi Chu is no more. The current Yi Chu shall adhere to a steadfast principle. Should one offend me, they shall face retribution. After Yi Chu finished speaking, she turned and strode towards a nearby taxi. Sister Fei, covering her face, cast a venomous glare at the fading silhouette of the taxi. Upon returning home, Yi Chu ordered takeout and began to relish her leisure time. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with resolving the issues left by her predecessor, and now she could finally take a moment to rest. Although, in truth, she had not expended much energy. Following this incident, Chao Ran Entertainment might not necessarily regard her with the seriousness she deserved. Her contract with them spanned 3 years, and only half of that time had elapsed, leaving another 2.5 years remaining. Sister Fei had been reprimanded by the company and stripped of her role as Yi Chu's manager. As for a new manager, none had been arranged as of yet, which suited Yi Chu just fine. With the documentation in her possession, Wang Zheng's desire to eliminate her would remain unfulfilled. Su Yu's proactive apology, however, had earned him a reputation for being passionate and genuine. Wei Ning had been apprehended and now bore a record that would forever bar him from the industry. Wei Ning and Su Yu were not from the same company. Yi Chu, a mere B-list actress, had managed to bring down a male star who was leagues ahead of her, leading to significant losses for Wei Ning's company, Jingqing Entertainment. and thus inciting their ire. Although companies within the industry appeared to be in fierce competition, they were intricately connected behind the scenes. The heavens were vast, and the fires of humanity spoke of sorrow as they traversed the paths of their past. Yichu glanced at her phone, which displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello. Is this Yichu? I am your new manager, Sulo. Where are you right now? We need to meet. At home. Let's choose a place, Yichu replied. All right. Sulu remained silent for a few moments, seemingly searching for something. Blue Melody CAF, the one in the city center. Shall we meet at 3 in the afternoon? All right. Once again, it was the Blue Melody CAF, indeed a premier venue for business discussions. After ending the call, Yichu began to gather her belongings. Noting that she had 3 hours until their meeting, she decided to first visit a place to procure some items. On Incense and Paper Money Street, Yichu donned a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap to maintain a low profile. She casually entered a shop and successfully acquired the yellow paper and cinnabar she desired. As a national master, she possessed extraordinary skills, and crafting a few small talismans was well within her capabilities. The vendors selling incense and paper money found it peculiar. Judging by her voice, she was a young girl, yet her demeanor appeared remarkably mature. Regardless, it was of little concern to him. Profit was the priority. According to their arrangement, Yichu arrived at the Blue Melody CAF. The establishment's decor perfectly matched its name, dominated by a soothing blue hue that was quite pleasing to the eye. Yichu provided her reservation number to the server, who escorted her to a small private room. Sulu, a man in his 30s, managed 2 artists, one a third-tier talent named Humurong and another, like Yichu, an artist of the 18th tier. You've arrived, precisely on time, Sulu remarked, glancing at his watch, the hands forming a perfect right angle. In the world of such minor figures, it was always the likes of her who awaited their agents, never the other way around. Sula perceived Yichu as excessively unruly, to put it mildly. She operated within her own bounds, but to speak candidly, such individuals were utterly oblivious to the concept of inferiority. Yichu took a seat directly, ordering a glass of juice. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Lo. Only then did she turn her gaze towards Su Lo. He responded, his expression finally softening upon hearing her address him as Brother Lo. The company has put you in my hands, and you must be aware of the numerous troubles you've stirred up recently, without any work to substantiate your worth. Do you have any idea how much risk the company has shouldered for you? Were it not for Su Yu's influence, you would have long been blacklisted. Yichu nodded in agreement, acknowledging whatever you say is true. Su Lu retrieved a folder from his briefcase and handed it to Yichu. Inside was a script featuring a female character with limited scenes. This is the best I could secure for you at the moment. A swift comeback is utterly unattainable. Yichu opened the script. The character's role was immediately clear. The male lead's courtesan appears only in a few scenes. Yet the script is shockingly explicit. This courtesan engages in multiple intimate encounters with the male supporting character and not merely consensually. When will the broadcasting authority ever approve such content? Chapter 8. Refusing Su Lu, I never anticipated I would have a script to consider. Yichu's tone was laced with irony. Filming begins in 3 days and will conclude in less than a week. Su Lu presumed Yichu had acquiesced and presented the contract. With a swift motion, the script fell from Yichu's grasp onto the table. Su Gu is indeed very kind to me. Why not offer such a splendid role to Humurong instead? Su Li's throat tightened. She is not as beautiful as you, and accepting this role would be inappropriate. Given your current standing, your beauty is sufficient, and pursuing a path akin to an adult film star seems most fitting. Generally, television stars seeking longevity in their careers avoid such thankless roles. Even when dealing with risky material, they typically refrain from performing the scenes themselves, opting instead for a stand-in. Jingxing Entertainment has explicitly communicated to Chaoran Entertainment that should they continue to utilize Yichu, the two companies will cease any business collaboration in the near future. Chaoran Entertainment must certainly weigh its options. The question of whether Yichu can sufficiently offset the losses incurred by the company at Jingxing Entertainment is evidently a resounding no. Within a mere 6 months since her debut, Yichu's abilities are apparent to many. She possesses a delicate beauty, yet her character is frail, lacking in charisma and talent, and she remains excessively submissive. It would be quite challenging to reap millions from her. Consequently, Chaoran Entertainment has resolved to place Yichu in a semi-retired state. She may receive some modest praise, but her opportunities for significant roles will be entirely non-existent. Feigning delight, Yichu remarked, really? The company has finally decided to craft a persona for me? Before Su Lu could revel in this apparent good fortune, Yichu continued with a sardonic tone. What a pity that I'm not interested. If Brother Lu fancies this role, he should pursue it himself. What do you mean? Su Lu was taken aback. He had never encountered an artist who dared to speak to their manager in such a manner, and his temper flared. The literal implication was clear. Did Brother Lu have other matters to attend to? Yichu's tone abruptly turned frosty. Su Lu, his expression darkening, retorted. You will take this role, whether you like it or not. The contract is with the company. If you breach it, you will bear the consequences. It seems I have truly walked into a banquet of treachery. I assumed that Chao Ran's tolerance would not extend to harming me, yet here we are. Yichu sipped her juice, the sweetness bursting in her mouth, and narrowed her eyes. However, to Su Lu, this expression did not convey enjoyment. Should you wish to sign? Then by all means do so. It bears no relevance to me. I can very well adopt a stubborn stance, refusing to acknowledge or partake in this endeavor. What legal consequences? She is indifferent and unafraid of dragging Superburn into disrepute, jeopardizing its reputation, which would render it incapable of surviving in the entertainment industry. Yichu resolutely refuses to comply, leaving Su Lu at a loss. This script was presented by Wei Ning's company, evidently intending to teach Yichu a lesson by orchestrating an incident through the play, aiming to tarnish her reputation. The higher-ups at Superburn have colluded, harboring disdain for Yichu. However, they cannot harm their own artist directly. In light of this, she can expect to remain in obscurity for an indefinite period. After Su Lu concluded her statement, she stormed off with her bag in a fit of rage. Was she not already in a state of being sidelined? Yichu glanced at the discarded papers on the table, tossed them into the trash, and ordered 2 servings of dessert. After all, it was a rare outing, and she intended to indulge herself. She recalled that within her treasure chest lay a pearl from the east, named Eastern Dawn, a tribute from the kingdom of Nanwei, which she now considered selling. Yichu wiped her mouth and contemplated as she extracted a pearl the size of a pigeon egg from her bag. This luminous gem should hold considerable value. Yichu grasped the pearl and closed her eyes. Master, this is the East Pearl conferred by the kingdom of Nanwei. I have bestowed upon it a new name, Eastern Dawn, meant as a gift for you, to illuminate your path. The tribute had yet to be deposited into the emperor's private treasury when it was claimed by him. That child must be living quite well now. He is still the crown prince, while she, his mentor, has returned to her roots. But it matters not. The person is no longer present, and the long road ahead renders such concerns superfluous. Choo-choo. A man's voice pulled Yichu from the depths of her ancient memories, prompting her to raise her gaze. It is truly a relief that you are well. Li Mian approached with a smile. Yichu furrowed her brow slightly. This was the inconsequential boyfriend of the young lady, and throughout their relationship, they had only held hands and engaged in no further intimacy. I have been quite worried about you these past few days, Li Mian said as he took a seat in the very spot previously occupied by Su Lu. Yichu's lips curled into a subtle smirk as she retorted, You are genuinely concerned for me. If that is the case, why have I not seen any action on your part? Li Mian was taken aback by Yichu's response. Historically, she would have rushed to him, weeping uncontrollably. Moreover, this time, it appeared that Yichu had turned the tables, suggesting she had engaged in some clandestine dealings. I have been tirelessly rushing through my schedule day and night. After your incident, my manager prohibited me from seeing you, so. As he spoke, he put forth his half-hearted acting skills, attempting to elicit sympathy. Yichu scoffed, Mr. Li. You made your feelings abundantly clear that night over the phone. It was you who stated it so plainly. Why are you now indulging in this melodrama? Is it not rather nauseating? No. That was merely a moment of impulse, Li Mian explained. That is quite unnecessary, Mr. Li. We have long since become strangers. I ask that you maintain some self-respect. Encountering Li Mian extinguished Yichu's desire for dessert entirely. Li Mian found himself in disarray, pondering why Yichu had changed so drastically. Yichu had researched an auction house online, and after careful consideration, she entrusted the Eastern Pearl to them. As the rightful owner of the pearl, she opted to remain anonymous. Indeed, the world had an insatiable admiration for the night-bright pearl, the Eastern Pearl. The size of a pigeon's egg was auctioned off for an astonishing sum of 150 million. This is indeed fortunate. Not only can she terminate her contract, but she can also purchase a house. The following day, a media outlet discreetly published a report. A night pearl the size of a pigeon egg has been astonishingly acquired by a mysterious tycoon for an exorbitant sum of 150 million. Unbelievably extravagant. Such news rarely trends, as there are unseen forces at play. After deducting fees, Yichu is left with over 140 million. Her first course of action is to buy the rented apartment, which is listed through a legitimate real estate agency. This property had previously been ownerless, with high rent and situated on the top floor in a somewhat secluded area, rendering it difficult to sell. Yichu spent just over 14 million to acquire it, finally securing a home of her own. The neighborhood is predominantly inhabited by affluent individuals, and from her balcony, she can gaze upon numerous charming villas. Tomorrow, she plans to terminate her contract with the company. She intends to venture independently, perhaps enlisting a manager or assistant. The young woman aspires to carve out a significant presence in the entertainment industry. Despite her striking beauty, she has faced persistent exclusion, suggesting there are influential forces at work behind the scenes. Who could it be? Chapter 9. Direct Termination of Contract. Yichu is curious, though it is of little consequence. Spreading out vermilion paper, she transforms the purchased yellow paper into small talismans. She prefers to complete tasks in their entirety rather than tackle them piecemeal. Akin to fulfilling a mission, these talismans carry a trace of benevolent energy. Having been revered by the masses, she possesses an abundance of merit, making the creation of talismans a simple endeavor. The yellow talismans are designed to ensure safety and enhance fortune. Each individual is imbued with a unique aura, predominantly derived from their innate qualities, with an additional portion shaped by their experiences. This aura is closely tied to one's behavior and character, profoundly influencing their destiny. Yichu possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive the essence of the world, coupled with a remarkable power to alter destiny. Endowed with the prowess of a demigod, she had received the entirety of her master Gigu's teachings, which she subsequently harnessed to avert calamity. By offering herself as a sacrifice, she saved the entire Duanyun continent, earning her immeasurable merit. As the sun rose in the east, Yichu sat cross-legged on her yoga mat on the balcony, absorbing the ethereal purple energy, a manifestation of vast cosmic power. Her entire being seemed to be enveloped in a radiant aura, shimmering with brilliance. Meanwhile, the man next door, just awakened and stretching lazily, was taken aback. When had such a beautiful woman moved in next door? It appeared she was meditating. Could she be a cultivator? In this day and age, was there still belief in such superstitions? Yet, her beauty was unparalleled, eclipsing even that of his own mother. Lost in thought, the man fetched a mirror to admire himself, occasionally touching his own face. Indeed, he was not lacking in attractiveness. At least, he believed. He was not inferior to the enchanting woman across the way. When Yichu emerged from her meditation, the intensity of his gaze was undeniable. Situated not far to her right, she did not turn to look at him. Instead, she gracefully rose and retreated inside, leaving the man with no further sight of her. Feeling somewhat vexed, the man pondered why she showed no curiosity about the outside world. A mere tilt of her head would have allowed her to see him. He had even prepared an approach to engage her in conversation. How awkward, indeed. He set down the mirror and attempted to mimic Yichu, sitting cross-legged and forming hand seals. However, he had only cultivated solitude, and despite his handsome features, misfortune clung to him like a shadow, leaving him with a tragic fate ahead. Yichu murmured to herself, acknowledging that even without the use of her eyes, her spiritual awareness was far from negligible. The situation is far from straightforward. The other party's destiny chart reveals fractures, indicating evident issues within the soul. It is the first time Yichu has encountered a case such as this, which stirs a modicum of curiosity within her, yet that sentiment remains fleeting. After a modest morning routine, Yichu makes her way to the super entertainment company. Clearly, a company with such a myopic vision is doomed to a short existence, and she has no desire to accompany it to its grave. She is willing to allocate financial resources to resolve matters that can be settled with money. Thus, the termination of the contract is imperative. At that moment, Sulu is engaged in a discussion with his lucrative asset regarding upcoming plans when he notices Yichu's call on his phone. With a hint of impatience, he answers, "I am at the office. I wish to terminate the contract." The 8 words are delivered in a frigid tone, nearly causing Sulu to drop his phone in shock. "What did you say? Terminate the contract?" After a moment of astonishment, Sulu regains his composure and inquires, "Why do you wish to terminate the contract?" Humorong, slightly displeased at being interrupted, becomes intrigued upon hearing about the contract termination. Her knowledge of Yichu is limited. She is undeniably beautiful, yet has not garnered much positive press since her debut. Recently, she found herself embroiled in controversy, but astonishingly, the situation took a turn for the better. This has led Humorong to regard her with newfound respect. Now, The prospect of a contract termination seems rather intriguing. Once Su Lu has pacified Humoro, he seeks out Yi Chu, and the two ultimately meet in the lounge. Are you aware of the penalty for breach of contract? Su Lu inquires, presenting the contract and pointing to the 2,200,000 figure. I can certainly afford this amount. Yi Chu replies after a brief glance, continuing, as long as I pay the stipulated penalty for breach of contract, nothing can legally impede me. The underlying implication is clear. I intend to breach the contract. What can you possibly do about it? Su Lu found himself at a loss for words. Having signed a contract with you, he had not received a single role in 6 months, lacking even a long-term plan or a crafted persona. The last gathering was merely a result of my appearance. You have accomplished nothing. Is it that Chaoran is constrained by others, or has he accepted favors from them, intending to drag me along and squander my time? Yi Chu's remarks instilled a sense of oppression within Su Lu. As Yi Chu's manager, he surely understood the underlying issues. The individual before him, bearing the surname Yi, hailed from a wealthy family, yet her familial ties were intricate. Having offended someone, others were determined to ensure her downfall. However, they had clearly underestimated Yi Chu. Although she had been inactive for 6 months, her silence concealed a remarkable potential. They presumed she lacked funds and would not breach the contract. Mr. Wang, the Yi Chu you assigned to me has arrived at the company. Su Lu promptly seized an opportunity to call Wang Zheng, who immediately burst into laughter upon hearing the news. Want to terminate the contract? Not a chance. If you do, and she starts speaking recklessly outside, it will spiral out of control. That cannot happen. What? Mr. Wang refuses to release her? Yi Chu suddenly appeared behind Su Lu. Mr. Wang, are you contemplating legal action? She inquired softly. Wang Jing nearly dropped his phone, his fist clenched tightly as he retorted, Yi Chu, you have some nerve. If you can, continue being so arrogant. Su Lu was left speechless. What secrets did Yi Chu hold over Mr. Wang that could incite such ire? Terminate the contract. Let her go. If she can afford it, then let it be. Wang Zheng concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone and tossing it onto the sofa. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Yi Chu, what manner of person are you? How is it that you can so effortlessly utter the name Han Shua? The Yi family of S-City is merely a pack of lost dogs expelled from the illustrious Yi family of Kyoto. What prowess could they possibly possess to confront the esteemed Han family of Kyoto, particularly the direct lineage? Having exited the company, Yi Chu felt a significant ease in her breathing. At merely 20 years of age, the young woman had been misled into taking a leave of absence from her studies to join this dismal company. Her education remains incomplete, leaving her vulnerable to scorn upon her return to the world. Consequently, Yi Chu resolved to resume her studies. After all, there is little that cannot be rectified with sufficient funds. She had originally enrolled in the prestigious literature program at Tsinghua University, a field renowned for its excellence. Her performance had been neither exceptional nor poor. However, after a half-year hiatus, with the curriculum having undergone a complete rotation, her academic advisor suggested she repeat the year. Yi Chu found no issue with the prospect of relearning and thus declined this recommendation. At present, it was the beginning of the 2nd semester of her junior year. Yi Chu signed an off-campus agreement with her advisor, as she would need to retake the courses she had missed in the previous semester, which would not be available until the next term. In Chapter 10, A Chance Encounter in the Park, Yi Chu ordered a substantial quantity of books online. When the delivery person arrived, burdened with a hefty pile of volumes, he truly questioned the meaning of life. The weight was indeterminate, but it was evident that it was a collection of books. Yi Chu effortlessly accepted the package, thanked him, and closed the door, leaving the delivery man in a state of astonishment. With her remarkable mental acuity, akin to a computer's capacity for data retention, she could easily assimilate information. Given 3 days, she could fill her mind with the entirety of the municipal library's collection. Yi Chu began to peruse historical texts, and indeed, her reading was swift, as if the knowledge, once laid before her eyes, transformed into her own possession instantly. Indeed, as a national advisor and part-time oracle, her comprehension and understanding far surpassed the complexities of these matters. Having once mastered the intricate art of celestial divination, capable of recalling the vast expanse of the starry firmament, she found these trivialities to be mere child's play. Yi Chu set aside her literary studies and began to scour the internet for academic resources. The convenience of modernity was striking. The computer she now used was remarkably sleek and lightweight, a far cry from the cumbersome desktop she had relied upon in her previous life. For a full 10 days, aside from her regular classes and extensive library visits, Yi Chu ventured nowhere else. Her social media presence was a cacophony of praise and critique, with both fans and detractors weighing in. Following the termination of her contract, her association with the company was severed. She personally issued a statement regarding the contract dissolution, prompting her fans to swiftly connect the dots and vocally condemn the company's unseemly conduct. Rumors surrounding her ambiguous relationship with the company's executives swiftly dissipated. Naturally, the critics seized upon this incident to launch their vitriol. Yet, for Yi Chu, such matters held little significance. This world was undeniably different from the one she had previously known, and she found herself enamored with it. The myriad facets of human existence unfolded before her, allowing her to exist as an ethereal being while still engaging with the world. With a simple illusion, she obscured her identity, rendering herself unrecognizable to others. She truly wished to avoid the necessity of wrapping herself in layers as though she were a fugitive. While not many might recognize her, the potential for trouble remained. The greenery of her neighborhood was splendidly maintained, complemented by a sizable park nearby, where Yi Chu intended to stroll and explore. She had grown accustomed to wandering amidst the picturesque landscapes of the lake. Yet alas, the modern world is dominated by towering edifices, and to realize this desire, one must purchase a ticket. It is quite disheartening. Though she is merely in her 20s, in the bloom of youth, her inner grace exudes a profound, time-worn essence, rendering it difficult for others to perceive her as young. Most assume she is at least in her mid-20s. Indeed, Yi Chu's every gesture and movement conveys an ethereal elegance, prompting onlookers to sense that she harbors a wealth of stories within. Thus, the entire internet selectively overlooks her age. The park is vast, and the mountains are not insignificant. There exists a secluded crevice in the hills behind, which Yi Chu discovered through her keen perception. It is truly a natural gem, and she finds herself reflecting on this. Observing the ground teeming with organized ants, she crouches down, fascinated by their migration. Such childlike wonder is a sensation she has not felt in years. "What are you doing crouched there?" a man inquired as he approached, recognizing her familiar silhouette. It turns out she was watching the ants move. Seeing Yi Chu's earnest demeanor, the man joined her on the ground to observe as well. "The ants are moving upward. It must be about to rain," he remarked excitedly. "You're quite loud," Yi Chu replied, casting a cool glance upward. The man recoiled slightly, hastily pouting in response. He had only ever seen her on the balcony, either sitting on her yoga mat or in a hanging chair, always punctual and precise. What a disciplined person she must be. "Excuse my boldness," the gentleman continued, locking eyes with her. "I reside next door. My name is Su Xuani. May I ask for yours?" Su Xuani cautiously inquired. "Yi Chu?" "It was merely a name. What harm could there be in revealing it?" "You are mistaken," Yi Chu replied, brushing aside a leaf. "It moves downward. There shall be clear skies ahead." After speaking, Yi Chu rose to glance at the tree. "Wow, cool." Su Xuani's eyes sparkled with wonder. As Yi Chu began to walk away, he hurried to catch up. "The lady is truly beautiful, possessing an exquisite demeanor. How adorable she is. Just moments ago, she cast me a cold glance." Su Xuani suggested eagerly, "Miss, as neighbors, since this is our first official meeting, how about we share a meal? It would foster our relationship, and we could look out for each other in the future." Yi Chu turned her head to meet Su Xuani's bright, shimmering gaze, and replied coolly, "Not at all." Oh, Su Xuani's expression fell, filled with disappointment. Had the lovely lady rejected him due to his lack of handsomeness or stature? Yi Chu paid him no further mind, exiting the park and hailing a ride to the city center. She had made a reservation for lunch, despite having cast a veil of concealment around herself. How could Su Xuani know she was the very person residing next door? Yi Chu, realizing the oddity of the situation, felt a sense of unease. However, it was evident that Su Xuani had no inkling that she was the sensational Yi Chu making waves online, and thus, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it further. After relishing a delightful meal at a private dining establishment, Yi Chu entered shopping mode. Having spent quite some time in this world, she had yet to acquire any garments from it, aside from the attire left behind by the little girl for outings. She predominantly wore what her previous era would classify as traditional garb, and at home, she donned only simple loungewear. "Welcome to Emoko Fashion. May I assist you, miss?" The sales associate offered her enthusiastic service as Yi Chu began to meander through the racks of clothing. Emoko is a brand store where a single purchase could easily amount to over 100,000. However, she possessed ample wealth. "That outfit on the model is quite appealing. I would like to try it on," Yi Chu stated with a cool tone. The sales associate was uncertain whether she truly had the means. Yet her entire demeanor suggested that she undoubtedly belonged to the affluent class. At that moment, another bold voice interjected. I have taken a liking to that garment on the model. Remove it and package it for me. The sales associate glanced awkwardly at Yichu, recognizing that her competitor was clearly formidable. Yichu smiled gently, saying, no worries, choose something else. From then on, whenever Yichu admired an item, that arrogant young lady would snatch it away with impunity. Yichu laughed heartily and remarked to the sales associate, it seems your store is enjoying an exceptional day of sales. With that, she strode out of Amoko, leaving the sales associate stifling a laugh. Stop. Yichu paused on the sidewalk. Why are you not angry, nor do you argue with me, allowing me to be the fool? The young lady, clutching her handbag, rushed out and pointed at Yichu, indignantly declaring. Chapter 11. A young lady. Her makeup was immaculate, her attire and accessories chic. With her hair dyed a striking blue-green and large hoops adorning her ears, she embodied the quintessential urban fashionista. She radiated an air of affluence and defiance. As she boldly sought to provoke Yichu, what concern is it of yours what I do? Yichu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Her gaze playfully fixed on the young lady before her. You. The young girl hastened to catch up with Yichu, attempting to grasp her hand. However, to her surprise, Yichu seemed to possess an uncanny awareness and effortlessly evaded her grasp. The girl stumbled in her pursuit, feeling quite vexed. Stop right there. What is your relationship with Brother Sunny? Yichu turned around, stating, I initially believed you to be a lunatic, but it seems you have your reasons. If the Sunny you mention refers to Su Sun-yi, then I assure you, I have no connection with him. Is that answer satisfactory to you? The girl appeared skeptical, her conviction unwavering as she declared, impossible. How could you possibly have no relationship? This morning, Brother Sunny posted a profile picture, and the woman in that photo is none other than you. Moreover, he captioned it, this lady is truly adorable. If there were no connection, that would be preposterous. So, may I inquire what your intentions are in seeking me out? Are you claiming to be Brother Sunyi's girlfriend? Yichu inquired with a bemused smile. Absolutely not. You vile woman. Regardless of your intentions, you will not succeed. The girl retorted defiantly. Yichu found the situation utterly baffling and turned away, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of the girl. In truth, she was not much of a woman, merely a girl sheltered from the harsh realities of life. Having never encountered the malevolence of the world, should she be exposed to such cruelty? Halt. The girl pouted, as a service attendant hurried after her, reminding her that payment was still due. Reluctantly, she allowed Yichu to depart. This girl, being related to Su Sun-yi by blood, was likely misled, fearing that someone might harbor malicious intent and seek to elevate themselves through their connection. Such occurrences were not uncommon in ancient times. They were hardly a novelty. Yichu paid little heed to such trivial matters. Throughout the ages, national masters have remained unattached, and in her generation, this tradition persists. A national master does not enter the royal family, and none from the outside world could be deemed worthy. When it comes to marriage, she possesses no emotional ties, let alone the capacity to love another. As the evening lights flicker to life, Yichu stands atop the clouds, gazing down upon the city's nocturnal splendor, the illumination creating an enchanting scene. Viewed from above, it evokes a unique sentiment. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound. Yichu, with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, rises. Who could be at her door at this late hour? Upon opening it, she discovers a beautifully wrapped small box resting at her doorstep, with no one in sight. Puzzled, she picks up the box. The surveillance footage reveals that it was placed there by the man next door, Su Shiuni. How utterly perplexing. Curious, Yichu opens the box to find a stunning leaf-shaped brooch inside, its color exquisite and its material indiscernible. Yet, upon weighing it in her hand, it feels rather precious. She recalls glimpsing similar items in a luxury goods store. Meanwhile, Su Shiuni lies in bed, restless with excitement, eagerly anticipating Yichu's reaction upon discovering the brooch. He is certain she will refuse it, but at least they have some connection now, does it not? Just then, a raven flies across the sky. Yichu beckons the bird, entrusting it with the gift box. Please return this to the neighboring household. In her palm, she conjures a cherry, the fruit from the cherry tree she cultivated in her spiritual realm. The raven, nodding with a semblance of understanding, seizes the cherry and, after consuming it, grasps the string of the box and soars into Su Shiuni's bedroom from the adjacent balcony, dropping the box before swiftly departing. Su Shiuni is taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth? Has it come to life?" He clutches the box, his face a mask of incredulity, and rushes to the balcony. only to find the raven already vanished into the distance. He fixed his gaze, confirming that this was indeed the box he had placed at Yichu's doorstep. However, Yichu had not made an appearance. What extraordinary talent could orchestrate such an event? And what of that blackbird? Could it be that a celestial being truly resided next door? Goodness, I have encountered a fairy. Su Xiuani, clutching the box, stepped into the inner chamber, his mind tumultuous. In the darkness, it seemed as though something had shifted. Su Xiuani opened his cool, clear eyes and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Letting out a barely audible cold snort, he quickly glanced at the glimmering brooch in his hand, casually setting it on the table before changing into another outfit and stepping outside. The following morning, having absorbed the purple aura, Yichu prepared to set up a stall to earn a little extra income. Life had grown too monotonous, and one must seek some amusement. Yichu gathered a canvas bag containing a folding stool and a piece of fabric. If she was not mistaken, it resembled the advertising banner once used for fortune-telling and divination during her travels. She hailed a taxi and randomly selected a bustling overpass, a place teeming with small stalls, including several fortune-tellers. Today, she did not employ any illusions. Instead, she donned a mask and a baseball cap, accentuating her eyes with bold makeup, rendering her unrecognizable from her true self. As she unfolded the stool and set the small banner on the ground, it proclaimed the art of Botzi fortune-telling. To keep up with the trends, a WeChat QR code was also displayed nearby, clearly stating a fee of 66 yuan per session. The entire setup exuded the appearance of a street con artist. Throughout the morning, Yichu sat with her eyes closed, meditating, remaining utterly still. While no one approached for a reading, the surrounding street vendors were filled with curiosity, and some even took her photograph, obscuring her face before uploading it to a popular video platform, accompanied by the caption, "A young recluse beneath the overpass, sitting on a folding stool without moving all morning." How amusing it is that today's charlatans, unable to find sustenance in the modern world, resort to sitting in silence to conserve energy. Though her face was hidden, her youthful attire was evident. It is disheartening to witness the young relying not on honest labor, but engaging in deceit. Such individuals deserve to be apprehended. Regardless of what is said online, Yichu ultimately welcomed her first customer, a middle-aged woman carrying an expensive handbag, unadorned and weary in appearance. Upon approaching, she immediately opened her phone, ready to scan for payment. "Dear girl, do you face difficulties at home? Do not fret. I can lend you a small amount. Just enough for emergencies." Shortly thereafter, Yichu received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, the woman turned to leave. Yichu quickly urged her to stay, saying, "Please do not go. I am not jesting. I am not in need and lack for nothing. Since we are engaging in fortune-telling, it is only right to fulfill the task after receiving payment. Please, have a seat." Yichu then retrieved a folding stool from behind her, inviting the middle-aged woman to sit. "You are a kind-hearted person, yet have not received the kindness you deserve. There have been troubles at home recently." "Yes, indeed, there have been troubles at home," the middle-aged woman replied, lowering her gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow. "My husband has faced numerous setbacks in his business, and it seems their company is on the brink of bankruptcy. This is the culmination of their lifelong efforts, now in jeopardy." Chapter 12. Returning to the Yi family. The middle-aged woman harbored a flicker of disbelief as her heart wavered. Such notions, contrary to atheism, were difficult to accept. Watching the woman's receding figure, Yichu gathered her small stall and stowed it into a canvas bag. Each day, a good deed. Each day, a life spared. Time to return. In her youth, while traversing the world, brimming with vigor, she had disrupted many fates, leaving those who should have known joy in dire straits. Thus, Yichu sought to atone through daily acts of kindness and vowed to bestow blessings upon the masses for the remainder of her life. Consequently, the people repaid her with gratitude. The folk revered her, and the merit surrounding her thrived endlessly, amplifying her blessings, granting her the opportunity for rebirth and the chance to walk among the living once more. Despite her seemingly unreliable demeanor, in terms of both cultivation and knowledge, she had already reached the pinnacle of excellence in the Indian continent. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the contact labeled as sister-in-law, referring to the influential Yi Fanqing, who stirred the waters between generations. "Sister, how have you been lately?" Yi Fanqing's voice was laden with genuine concern. Yi Chu, originally named Yi Luing, had later adopted the name Yi Chu to avoid being associated with the phrase Fanqing Luing, the fleeting firefly. The stars shone above, while the fireflies flickered below, one eternal, the other ephemeral, a meaning that resonated profoundly. "Quite well. Is there something you need?" Yichu replied with a neutral tone, leaving Yi Fanqing unable to discern her emotions or situation. Ever since Yichu severed ties with Zhao Ran, she had become an enigma, eluding Yi Fanqing's attempts to ascertain her whereabouts. The latter remained oblivious to Yichu's recent life, her residence, or her well-being, and was taken aback by Yichu's newfound capabilities, suspecting she may have entangled herself with some industry magnate, though the specifics remained elusive. That's great, Yichu readily agreed. Upon hearing her sister's response, Yi Fanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Throughout their lives, she had always regarded her younger sister with disdain, seeing her merely as a superfluous presence in the family, a byproduct of their father's infidelity. Yet, for the sake of familial harmony, she had endured it all. Fortunately, Yichu was inherently dim-witted, incapable of matching her in any contest. The thought nearly made Yi Fanqing chuckle aloud. Nevertheless, she had to restrain herself. As long as Yichu remained unremarkable, her own peace of mind would be elusive. After ending the call, Yichu chose a CAF where she ordered a cup of tea. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her delicate hands as she cradled the milk tea, creating a picturesque scene of serene beauty. A camera captured this moment. The diligent little bee was dedicated to street photography, often sharing his finest shots on Weibo. As a blogger with 3 million followers, this particular photo instantly ignited a flurry of comments. Unedited and unfiltered, it relied solely on angle and lighting. Oh my. The milk tea girl is captivating. The milk tea girl belongs to me. Doesn't she look familiar? It's Yichu. Wow, she is stunning. I must follow her Weibo. The diligent little bee remarked, is it really okay for you all to switch allegiances like this? Wait for me. Yichu was engrossed in her phone, having just opened Weibo when she noticed a surge of new followers. Her image had already made its way into the trending searches. What had transpired? The trending topic read Yichu is unbelievably beautiful, an audacious headline indeed, and, unsurprisingly, there were plenty of detractors, but also a fair share of admirers. Soon, this entry ascended the trending search list, landing somewhere in the 40s. She currently boasts 1 million followers on Weibo, most of whom are active. Following the incident involving the drug scandal, her follower count had plummeted to a mere few thousand, but after the situation took a turn, she re-entered the public eye and gracefully accumulated 1 million followers. All of them are genuine, and there exists a group that incessantly messages her, requesting a 9-grid photo. Although today may not be an ideal day for posting pictures, it does not deter her from capturing a few photos of her hands, saving them for when she fills the 9-grid to share later. The Yi family villa is situated across half the city from Huang International, and Yichu conscientiously opted for the economical subway as her mode of transportation. You cannot enter. If you are here to visit someone, you must call them to notify the security office. Before Yichu could step into the villa area, she was halted by a security guard. The premises are governed by a stringent security system. Those who are not on the inside are prohibited from entering. Noticing that she was an attractive young woman, the guard softened his tone somewhat. My home is inside, Yichu stated. But the system indicates you are not on the list, the guard countered. Is that so? Yichu replied, presenting her ID. Please check if there has been any recent deactivation of the system information for this individual. At this moment, as the flow of people was minimal, the guard reluctantly agreed to check for Yichu. Indeed, he found her information within the records. After a moment of deliberation, and with Yichu assuring him that there would be no trouble on his part, the guard allowed her entry. The grand entrance of the Yi family villa stood firmly closed. Yichu opened her phone and dialed a number. Aunt Fong, I'm outside. Could you kindly open the door? On the other end of the line, there was a momentary pause, followed by a response. Ah, it is the second young lady. Very well. I shall open the door for you immediately. Aunt Fong found it somewhat peculiar. Could the second young lady not utilize the fingerprint password? Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding the second young lady at home, she sighed and quickened her pace. Are they all at home? Indeed, second young lady. The madam and the eldest young lady are upstairs, while the master is in the back garden. As Aunt Fong walked, she inquired if Yichu would like anything to drink. Yichu declined Aunt Fong's kind offer, having brought her thermos filled with health tea. Noticing Yichu's lack of enthusiasm, Aunt Fong offered a few quiet words of comfort before heading to the kitchen. Yichu's room was on the ground floor, conveniently close to the garden. She unlocked the door with a key and noticed a cluster of yellow flowers visible through the floor-to-ceiling window. She casually rummaged through her belongings. Having lived here for so many years, the girl possessed a remarkably sparse collection of items. Chapter 13, A Windfall of Shares. The wardrobe was filled with antiquated garments. The desk bore high school textbooks, and a drawer contained a password-protected journal, which Yi Chu placed into her bag. After a brief search, she concluded that there was nothing else of value. The Yi family's modest estate hardly caught her interest. The animosity from Yi Fanqing had always lingered. The puppet master behind this affair, how intriguing. When Yi Chu emerged from her room, the three members of the Yi family were already seated in the living room, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a courtroom interrogation. The underlying currents were evident to any discerning observer. Moreover, Yi Fanqing was 2 years older than Yi Chu, and Zhang Yu was also waiting. No, according to the laws of Huagua, these two were openly defying the law, deceiving Li Anning into marriage, seeking wealth, and engaging in infidelity both within and outside the union. Yet, Yi Fanqing had been misguided by Zhang Yu to perceive herself as the champion of justice, believing that the young girl's mother, Li Anning, was the interloper who disrupted the relationship and marriage between Zhang Yu and Yi Lianghua. How absurdly self-indulgent. Thus, the young girl's entry into the entertainment industry, her subsequent defamation, and her being sidelined, along with the identity of the puppet master behind it all, are all too evident. A lavish expenditure, wielding the power of public opinion, led to the young girl's own demise, leaving Zhang Yu unscathed and ensuring Yi Fanqing's innocence remained intact. If she were to care, it would indeed be bizarre. Yi Lianghua found himself speechless. This matter had been previously disclosed to him by Yi Fanqing. In just a few short months apart, how had this defiant daughter transformed into someone so different? It wasn't just Yi Lianghua who noticed this change. Others also found it rather peculiar, though they couldn't quite articulate why. Zhang Yu quickly signaled to Aunt Fong to bring the dishes to the table. Today, there could be no discord. Yi Chu still held 10% of the Yi family's shares, and although the dividends had yet to reach her hands, the ownership of those shares was a source of discomfort. The fact that Yi Chu had survived previous schemes suggested her mental fortitude had grown considerably. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yet, her father's demeanor was entirely unlike what Aunt Zhang had portrayed. Dinner was served. Aunt Fong arranged the tableware and brought out dish after dish from the kitchen, which helped quell the tension in the living room. As they sat down, Yi Chu surveyed the spread, noting it consisted of the favorites of those present. She unhurriedly picked up her chopsticks. The Yi family had no custom of silence during meals, but Yi Chu now adhered to her own. Thus, she remained silent, regardless of what others might say. Yi Lianghua had been persistently dragged along by Zhang Yu, who, otherwise, would have upended the table in frustration. Now that the meal was finished, it was time to discuss serious matters. Zhang Yu gently nudged Yi Lianghua's arm and whispered, "The shares are still in that girl's hands. You must exercise some restraint, dear husband." Yi Fanqing, true to her name, possessed eyes that sparkled like stars, appearing innocent and charming. Yet, beneath her exterior lay a mind preoccupied with profit. If Yi Chu relinquished her shares, their mother would undoubtedly persuade their father to transfer the shares to her name, thereby granting her 10% of the Yi group. With her own income, she would be free to act without constraint, pursuing whatever endeavor she desired. "Oh, finally, something of substance has been uttered," Yi Chu remarked, holding the steaming coconut juice that Fong Sa had prepared, her gaze devoid of emotion. "After your mother's passing, her shares were assigned to you. However, the company is currently facing some difficulties that necessitate the use of your shares for liquidity." As he spoke, Yi Lianghua retrieved the share transfer contract from a small drawer beneath the coffee table. With a half-smile, Yi Chu raised her eyes in feigned surprise. "I had no idea I held any shares. Why have I never received any dividends?" "You only gained the right to inherit at the age of 20. As stipulated in your mother's will, I will compensate you for the dividends from the past few months, approximately 500,000. If you sign this contract, you will be assisting your father and the company. After all, we are family and should not speak as though we are strangers." "Indeed, sister. The company has encountered some challenges lately, and your shares are essential for stabilizing our father's position. If the company fails, it would surely not bode well for you." Yi Fanqing echoed in agreement. "The downfall of the company has indeed affected me." "Yes, sister, our family's livelihood depends entirely on the company," Yi Fanqing added. "But what does this have to do with me? I have severed ties with you all, and your family's fate is of no concern to me." Yi Chu retrieved an A4 sheet from her bag, which was a color-printed version of the statement released by the Yi Group's official website regarding the severance of ties. This was truly the last straw for the young girl. Yi Fanqing set down the blank paper. It was a strategic move to safeguard the company's interests. One must understand that the situation at that time was precarious. Had our father not acted in this manner, the shareholders would have caused quite a stir. I have not seen much of the world, so do not deceive me. Yi Chu glanced at Yi Lianghua, her gaze briefly passing over Zhang Eyu's anxious face, who was incessantly trying to calm Yi Lianghua, fearful that he might erupt in anger at any moment. Of course, it is possible. The shareholders' meeting is currently quite tumultuous because father's shareholding does not exceed 50%. With the 10% held by my sister, father could fully control the company, rendering the shareholders powerless against him, and then he would be able to unleash his potential. Yi Fanqing monopolized much of the conversation, explaining patiently as if she were afraid Yi Chu would not understand, detailing every trivial matter. How about this? Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Why don't you buy the shares I hold at market price? Yi Chu was truly weary of listening to Yi Fanqing's incessant chatter. What? Upon hearing that Yi Chu was unwilling to simply hand over her shares and desired compensation, Yi Lianghua's expression shifted. Do you expect to receive something for nothing? The shares belong to me. I shall not transfer them, though I may sell. If you wish to purchase, do so at market price. If not, I shall sell to others. How simple is that? Yi Chu cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lianghua. Chapter 14. Abducted into the vehicle in an instant. Yi Lianghua was taken aback. By the time he comprehended the situation, he was nearly seized by the urge to throttle Yi Chu. Zhang Eyu desperately intervened, earnestly playing the role of a concerned aunt. Yi Fanqing clenched her fists in silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. Recently, Yi Chu had become increasingly formidable, seemingly more astute. No longer easily manipulated. Rebellious daughter, what is wrong with contributing your shares for the company's advancement? And yet you dare to negotiate with your father. We are all astute individuals, well acquainted with the pursuit of self-interest. I seek my own advantage, as I possess the means. Yet you wish to benefit yourself while refusing to invest a single penny. Do you intend to rob under the guise of familial affection? Do you believe you are worthy? Yi Chu rose, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon the three performers before her. Ah, Xiao Chu. Zhang Eyu was about to speak. Silence. Yi Chu admonished. The deeds you have committed have yet to be addressed. Do not mistake my restraint for forgetfulness. Her attention returned to Yi Lianghua. Rebellious daughter. Do you truly wish to oppose your father? You are his daughter, bearing his blood. Yi Lianghua exclaimed, exasperated. Where would the company find the funds to purchase shares now? He had anticipated that Yi Chu would readily relinquish them, never expecting her to be impervious to manipulation. After speaking, Yi Chu gathered her bag and turned to leave. Yi Lianghua continued to shout after her, yet she had already stepped beyond the threshold. Over the years, the young woman has never received a single penny from dividends. To think that one could deceive and abscond with shares for a mere 500,000 is sheer folly. Zhang Eyu shivered slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill envelop her, uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the realization that the person involved might discover her secret ignited a flicker of ruthlessness within her. As long as Yi Chu remained unscathed, her peace would be forever elusive. For the sake of her own flesh and blood, she must expend further effort. Yi Fanqing offered solace to Yi Lianghua, asserting that the little sweetheart's reasoning was sound. With just a few words, Yi Fanqing quieted Yi Lianghua, prompting him to contemplate their next course of action. Upon exiting the villa, Yi Chu glanced back for a moment. She had witnessed her fair share of peculiarities in this world. Families like these were ubiquitous, whether among the prominent clans of Lanyue Nation or in the capital of 40 years past. With a stepmother, there inevitably comes a stepfather. Furthermore, the original couple had always been of differing dreams, and the most tragic were those deceived. Though the person was gone, the enmity lingered on, if unresolved. It would profoundly affect their future lives. They were but mere jesters, unworthy of constant dwelling. Yi Chu strolled leisurely along the roadside, as if everything were carefree and the passage of time tranquil. A black Bentley whizzed past her, stirring a gentle breeze, which, upon closer inspection, bore no effect on her whatsoever. Su Shiweni caught a glimpse of a graceful silhouette through the glass window, just a side profile. Yet it felt as though his heart had been jolted. Her skin was as white as snow, adorned with gem-like eyes, and her eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, utterly enchanting. A barely perceptible smile graced Su Shiweni's lips. Stop the car. Boss, what's wrong? The driver halted the vehicle, and the assistant in the passenger seat turned with concern. Su Shiweni remained silent, opening the door and stepping forward to block Yi Chu's path. Who are you? Yi Chu frowned slightly. I should be asking that question. Who are you to obstruct my way? Her tone was sharp, reflecting her annoyance at the rudeness of the stranger. Although they bore identical features, their personalities and memories were entirely distinct, leaving Yi Chu hesitant to recognize her at all. How presumptuous, Su Xiuani retorted, seizing Yichu and dragging her into the car before swiftly shutting the door. Drive. The driver and assistant were momentarily taken aback. But their years of professionalism quickly kicked in, and the driver soon started the engine. You were rather audacious, Yichu remarked coolly, settling into her seat without even casting a glance at Su Xiuani. Take me to my house, Su Xiuani instructed the driver without offering Yichu any explanation. The assistant was puzzled, but given that the young woman had said nothing, it seemed they must be acquainted. Boss, this shouldn't be considered a public abduction, right? Surely not, he thought, anxious about the prospect of visiting the police station the next day. To my house, Su Xiuani repeated softly. Yichu, taken aback, reached for her phone to call for help, but Su Xiuani snatched it away, tucking it into his own pocket. It was then that Yichu noticed the man beside her trembling with anxiety. After taking her phone, he clasped his hands together, almost fidgeting. His gaze was unfocused, as if he had been profoundly shaken. Yichu closed her eyes, striving to suppress her anger, for she was eager to discern the intentions of the other soul inhabiting Su Xiuani's body. After approximately an hour's drive, the vehicle finally halted before an opulent villa. This residence appeared significantly grander than the Yi family estate, yet that was not the focal point of Yichu's attention. Su Xiuani alighted first, hastening to her side, personally opening the car door and extending a hand toward her. Yichu narrowed her eyes, refraining from taking his hand, and exited the vehicle. What is your true purpose? She inquired, standing beside the car, as Su Xiuani sensed the palpable shift in her aura, a dangerous presence. I invited you here to appreciate a treasure, Su Xiuani asserted confidently, leading Yichu into the villa, leaving his assistant and driver bewildered in the wind. Is this not akin to abducting a maiden? Boss, please refrain from any unlawful conduct. Upon entering, Yichu swiftly shook off Su Xiuani's grasp. He settled her on the living room sofa, fetched her a drink, and requested that she wait for 2 minutes. Truth be told, had this sequence of events been falling upon another, they would have been utterly astounded. The duality of their souls exhibited a stark disparity in temperament. Yichu opened the drink yet chose not to partake. The sound of Su Xiuani's footsteps approached as he hurried down the staircase with a box in hand. I have a premonition that the contents of this box pertain to you, he stated, positioning himself before her and casually unveiling the box. Yichu's gaze sharpened as she beheld the very gemstone, Dongfang Weiming, which she had previously sold. What twist of fate could have brought this about? From the moment it was exchanged for currency, it ceased to belong to me. Should you have acquired it, then it is rightfully yours. Yichu closed the box and pushed it towards Su Xiuani, fixing her gaze upon him. Before Su Xiuani could utter a word, a sudden headache caused him to collapse onto the sofa. He cradled his head in agony. Regarding today's events, I shall consider it a whimsical impulse on your part and choose to take my leave. Yichu paid no heed to Su Xiuani's torment and turned to depart. Su Xiuani felt as though he had fallen under a strange enchantment. Merely catching a glimpse of a profile had rendered him powerless, leading to a grievous error. Chapter 15. A dog in the way. As Yichu reached the door, she turned to find Su Xiuani writhing in pain on the sofa. It appears to be the after effects of a soul being torn asunder. Quite unfortunate indeed. Though the intentions of this individual remain unclear, alas. Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Let this be considered a good deed for the day. While Su Xiuani continued to struggle, Yichu deftly rendered him unconscious. Then with a flick of her wrist, she inserted 6 golden needles into his acupoints. Half an hour later, Yichu emerged through the door. The eastern dawn remained on the table, while Su Xiuani lay sprawled awkwardly upon the sofa. Upon exiting, Yichu discovered that the previous Bentley had vanished. The sky was free and untrammeled, and she soared through the clouds with abandon. Upon returning home, Yichu rummaged through the ancient texts stored within her space. The scientific community often speaks of multiple personalities, yet this is merely established upon the foundation of a single soul. In contrast, Su Xiuani's condition was distinctly different. It was evidently a genuine dual soul. Yet this duality was wrought from the tearing apart and reformation of one soul into 2. Thus, although they resided within a single body, they must endure the consequences of this rift. How utterly fascinating. The other party had not divulged his name, so for convenience, she chose to refer to him as Su Xiuani. In the duality of existence, there must inevitably be one strong and one weak entity. If this is indeed the case, they will eventually confront one another, vying for supremacy, with one surviving at the expense of the other. Given the current circumstances, it is challenging to ascertain who will ultimately prevail. Yi Chu set aside the ancient tome that yielded no insights. The moonlight, free and unfettered, streamed through the drapes and caressed Yi Chu's face, cool and serene as it savored the passage of time. Lying on her bed, she surrendered to the gentle embrace of the moonlight, her closed eyelids casting shadows that danced like ink against her skin. In her dreams, she glimpsed her first life, filled with innocence and joy, carefree and unrestrained. Then, in a swift transition, she perceived her second life, rife with power struggles and mutual betrayals, ultimately sacrificing herself to safeguard the dawn and its inhabitants. Grateful for their bond, she bestowed her merits upon them. Now, she had attained a semi-divine cultivation. Yet her physical form was inadequate, stifling much of her power. Thus, she was able to live among mortals. In this seemingly mundane world, she could indulge her whims. Alas, with the passage of time, both the world and its people had changed, and the events and individuals of yesteryears had long since dissipated into the ether, becoming mere illusions. Returning to her origins, she found herself a solitary figure, uncertain if any old acquaintances would remember the whimsical little girl she once was. Su Xuanyi awoke to the sound of rain, as if emerging from a pleasant dream. In this reverie, a fairy had administered a few needles, alleviating his persistent headache. Yet, why did his neck ache so? His gaze fell upon a zeton wood box on the low table, within which lay the luminous pearl known as Eastern unclarity. Memories surged forth, vivid and disconcerting, forcefully abducting a girl, dragging her into a villa, and then presenting her with Eastern unclarity. What foolishness had he engaged in the day prior? Su Xuanyi struck his head in frustration. The critical question was, where was the girl? He hurried to the monitoring room to check the surveillance footage, only to find that last night's video was nothing but a blank screen. He proceeded to inspect various locations within the villa, including the safe where various items were stored. Aside from the slight disarray on the living room sofa, presumably due to his own actions, everything else remained exactly as it had been. No one had disturbed anything. Indeed, if she deemed a rare treasure like Dongfang Weiming unworthy, it was unlikely she would covet anything else. Yet, why had he suddenly been compelled to coax her into his vehicle? And could it truly be that she was the one to alleviate his long-standing affliction of unbearable headaches? After years of consulting numerous esteemed physicians, none had been able to resolve the torment, which had inexplicably ceased last night. He vowed to find her. Yi Chu slept for several days and awoke just in time for school. Eager to avoid lingering on campus, she decided to apply for a green channel at the university. Much like a level in a video game, Tsinghua University had established 3 rigorous challenges. The first tier required passing the final examinations for all courses over several semesters in one go, with the school crafting the questions, which were, of course, significantly more challenging than standard finals. The second tier necessitated the publication of at least 3 original papers in renowned academic journals, with no collaborations allowed. The third tier involved an interview assessment by a distinguished mentor from the college, with questions that were notoriously intricate and at the forefront of academia. Should any of these levels remain unpassed, the green channel would be closed, and students would have no choice but to diligently complete their 4 years of scholarly pursuits. Fortunately, the courses in the second semester of her junior year were not abundant. In her pursuit of an expedited graduation through the green channel, Yi Chu devoted all her remaining time to the library, immersing herself in a plethora of relevant literature in just a few weeks. Decades have passed since the era has progressed, rendering many things quite different, leaving a 40-year gap in knowledge. Look, there she is again, the remarkable individual whose rapid page-turning rivals her ability to change her expressions. A male student pointed at Yi Chu with evident astonishment, exclaiming to his companion. In truth, he was not alone in his reaction. Anyone who had witnessed Yi Chu's reading prowess would share an unspoken admiration in their hearts. The prodigy possesses an extraordinary memory that is nothing short of impressive. Some skeptics, curious enough to engage her in conversation, found themselves utterly captivated by her eloquence. Such articulate words can only emanate from a cultured individual. The students of Tsinghua University are far from foolish. They are well aware of Yi Chu and the circumstances surrounding her leave of absence, which had been thoroughly scrutinized. Some even sought her autograph, to which Yi Chu graciously obliged. After all, it was merely a brief stint in the limelight, nothing substantial, and who could say whether she had succumbed to any unsavory practices? Yet, let us not be too harsh. I've heard she hails from a wealthy family, and what potential underhanded dealings could a rich heir possibly engage in? Yi Chu paid no heed to such chatter, clutching a copy of an ancient text as she exited the library. Her striking beauty was undeniable. making it impossible not to notice her. Suddenly, a bouquet of flowers appeared before her, presented by an unremarkable-looking young man, dressed in a somewhat ordinary manner. "Yi Chu," he declared, "I have been observing you for quite some time. Will you be my girlfriend? I have feelings for you." The young man raised his eyebrows, his tone commanding, standing before Yi Chu, who was not noticeably shorter than he. As soon as he finished speaking, a cluster of onlookers began to gather around. Out of the corner of her eye, Yi Chu caught a glimpse of the small grove nearby, where a flash of purple fabric peeked out, easily mistaken for flowers by the unobservant. Chapter 16. A script classmate. The preservative on those flowers is nearly expired. I presume you acquired them from a wholesale market. Yi Chu remarked, deliberately emphasizing the word acquired. Instantly, whispers like buzzing mosquitoes circulated among the crowd. The young man's ears flushed with embarrassment, taken aback by her astute deduction that these were indeed subpar flowers from a wholesale market, doused in preservative. Yet, the performance must continue. Thus, he feigned arrogance, asserting, "I present you with flowers, and you should graciously accept them. You are now my girlfriend. When I instruct you to go east, you must not venture west. Do you understand?" Yi Chu had never encountered such brazen shamelessness before. His clumsy antics left her in a quandary of whether to laugh or scold. "I have heard that there exists a timeless masterpiece within the Book of Songs. Might you be familiar with it?" "What?" the young man reflexively inquired. "The rat has skin, yet a person lacks decorum. Without decorum, how can one justify existence? The rat has teeth, yet a person lacks restraint. Without restraint, what purpose does life serve? The rat is form, yet a person lacks propriety. Without propriety, why not hasten to death? Might you possess even a modicum of understanding regarding this?" The audience's interest was piqued, while the young man felt as though his ears might ignite from embarrassment. To openly insult someone for their lack of decorum, shamelessness, and rudeness. "I would call this a matter of propriety and integrity," Yi Chu continued. The young man's expression abruptly changed. He turned his head towards the grove, where the fleeting shade of purple had vanished, leaving him to indignantly clutch the flower and flee. The principles of propriety and integrity were cast aside. How shameless! This incident swiftly became the subject of jest. Surely, there must have been someone inciting the young man, or perhaps he was merely acting out of self-interest. Yi Chu paid little heed to the matter. "Are you Yi Chu?" "I am." "And you are?" "I am Lu Huai, the screenwriter of Qing Xianjing. I believe there is a character in my script that would suit you perfectly. Both the director and I wish to invite you to audition." "A character? What character?" Yi Chu lowered her gaze, unsure of her acting abilities. "A mermaid. The role does not require extensive lines, but it demands extraordinary beauty." Lu Huai replied. "May I see the script?" She had encountered the merfolk before. In truth, most male merfolk were not particularly handsome, while the females often resembled enchantresses. "Certainly. I will send you the script for the mermaid role. The email is the same as this phone number, correct?" The prospect of reviewing the script brought hope. He genuinely wished for Yi Chu to partake. In the vast entertainment industry, who could rival her beauty? He held a deep admiration for her allure. And even if she were merely a decorative figure, he longed for her beauty to be showcased through his work. How delightful that would be. Yes. Regarding Yi Chu's reluctance to answer calls, Lu Huai chose not to pry. If unasked, she would not divulge. Soon, a notification pinged in his email. Yi Chu opened her laptop and quickly scanned the script. Indeed, her role was limited, estimated to span only 4 or 5 episodes. Yu Jiao rescued the male protagonist who had fallen into the Wuyo Sea, subsequently providing him with meticulous care. However, the antagonistic female character, unwilling to see the protagonist succeed, ensnared her in captivity. Unbeknownst to them, this act ultimately brought catastrophe upon the merfolk. The male protagonist obtained a single drop of mermaid tears, sealing the gates of the merfolk's Wuyo Sea for eternity, while the darkened female antagonist found her eternal slumber at the entrance of those very gates. This narrative is merely a fragment of a 68-episode fantasy drama, wherein Yu Jiao's principal interactions revolve around the male lead and the corrupted female character, with the female lead absent from the story. As per the agreement, Yi Chu arrived at a coffee shop at the appointed time, where the contract for Qing Xianjing was to be signed. Upon entering the private room, she immediately spotted 2 individuals seated on the sofa. "Hello, Yi Chu. I am Lu Huai, and this is Lawyer Wang. Originally, others were supposed to come today to sign the contract, but I thought it best to come personally. I was eager to see if the person in the photograph was indeed real." To Yi Chu's surprise, Lu Huai appeared to be a young man in his 20s, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Once seated, Lu Huai retrieved the contract. This is the actor's signing agreement in duplicate. Please review it and let me know if there are any concerns. Yi Chu accepted the contract and set it aside, casually removing her mask and hat to reveal her unadorned visage. Lu Huai glanced at Lawyer Wang behind him, raising an eyebrow with a look of self-satisfaction. As if to say, see, I did not mistake the person. How can you be so certain that I will excel in this role? Yi Chu inquired. Having perused the script, which required a powerful performance in its latter stages, asserting that mere beauty would not suffice. She placed her mask and hat into her bag and met Lu Huai's gaze with earnest resolve. Lu Huai had evidently not anticipated that Yi Chu would utter such words. However, the demands for performance in fantasy dramas are generally not rigorous. As long as Yi Chu's visage is present, who would dare to refute it? Furthermore, who on earth claimed that Yi Chu was a timid woman? The aura she exudes, complemented by her beauty, unequivocally establishes her as a formidable leading lady. Miss Yi, on one hand, we place our trust in you. On the other, might you offer guidance on site, learning and applying as you go? The implication was clear. The initial attraction was solely based on her looks. Could performance truly sustain one? If that is the case, then let us proceed with the signing. But do not harbor regrets thereafter. Yi Chu took the contract and swiftly perused its contents before signing her name at the designated spot. As per protocol, Lawyer Wang examined Yi Chu's identification. Good heavens, was this girl truly 20 years old? Surely, this must be a jest or perhaps an error in issuing the identification. Lawyer Wang remained momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure and returning the ID to Yi Chu. Upon closer inspection, while Yi Chu's face indeed appeared quite youthful, her demeanor exuded a maturity that subtly belied her age. Chapter 17. Objects thrown from heights. Merfolk are inherently youthful. Should Yi Chu manage to temper her imposing presence during performances, a lively and graceful mermaid maiden would undoubtedly emerge before us. Having foregone coffee, Yi Chu brought her own health tea, leaving Lu Huai momentarily astonished. No wonder her aura differed from that of an ordinary young girl. She had evidently embraced a lifestyle of health and wellness ahead of time. Once arrangements were settled, Lu Huai suggested that Yi Chu follow the official Weibo account of Qing Xianjing and the director. Once the promotional photos are taken, the official announcement can directly follow. The photo shoot is scheduled to occur in half a month, while the filming will commence a month later. After exchanging pleasantries about their collaboration, Yi Chu took her leave. Did the screenwriter Lu just perceive that? Yi Chu is merely 20 years old. One should not judge by appearances. Lawyer Wang, abandoning his previous seriousness, grasped Lu Huai with a look of astonishment. This was my first realization that a star like her, devoid of any notable works and perpetually shrouded in obscurity, would not even be found on Baidu Encyclopedia. Who would have guessed she was only 20, displaying such maturity in her dealings? Not to mention being a top student from Tsinghua University, a true academic prodigy? Lu Huai clutched the contract, unable to suppress his disbelief. It was simply astonishing. He retrieved his phone to scrutinize the widely circulated photos online once more, and it was at this moment that her youthful innocence truly became apparent. It must be acknowledged that Yi Chu's poise is exceptionally well calibrated. This subtly suggests that she possesses a rich and intriguing backstory, as well as a profound depth of character. Lu Huai is not just a screenwriter, but also the assistant director. This 68-episode fantasy drama has been his labor of love for the past 2 years, and it must be presented with utmost perfection. Initially, Yi Chu was chosen for her striking beauty. Regrettably, such allure had not garnered much popularity or audience engagement until the subsequent scandal turned the tide, bringing sufficient discussion around her. It was then that the decision was finalized. Upon meeting her in person, Lu Huai realized the folly of judging by mere appearances. Yi Chu's air of noble elegance was truly captivating, even mesmerizing. Despite signing on to the production, Yi Chu had no intentions of altering her lifestyle. Today is Friday, and in 2 days, the weekend will arrive, followed by the scheduled photo shoot for the character's stills. Yi Chu first approached her counselor to sign the leave request. Although she applied for the school's green channel, no results have materialized thus far, compelling her to attend classes diligently. In 2 weeks, she must participate in a comprehensive examination individually to pass the first hurdle. Yi Chu sent leave requests to each of her instructors, feeling quite humble. After discussions, the character stills can only be photographed on Monday, and not even a day earlier is permissible, as she plays a minor role with limited significance. It is only natural that others cannot accommodate her. Lu Huai, portraying the merman, advocated on her behalf, securing her additional scenes, expanding her role to 6 episodes. Each episode is worth 50,000 totaling 300,000. It must be said that this is indeed a lucrative industry. The counselor did not express much, but kindly advised Yichu to temper her expectations, as there is always the possibility of not obtaining her diploma. Yichu reassured that there was no need for concern regarding this matter. Upon returning home, she placed the newly borrowed books from the library into her study, her gaze sweeping across the entire room. Yichu arranged snacks on the table and reclined in the hanging basket, indulging in her treats. Across the balcony, another hanging basket was suspended, where Su Xuanyi was peacefully asleep. Next to it stood a small tea table laden with an array of snacks. A pot of small yellow flowers stretched gracefully under the sunlight as Yichu savored her snacks. She had a habit of generously sharing with others, and a memory surfaced of someone who mirrored this trait. Her devoted disciple, Prince Ji Xuanyi, would always bring any treasures he acquired to the National Master's residence. Unfortunately, throughout the ages, there has been a prohibition against any relationship beyond political ties between the national masters and the royal family, rendering Ji Xuanyi's efforts futile. Yichu had become somewhat accustomed to such behavior, thus she did not intend to pursue the other's disrespectful actions, especially since she held a genuine curiosity towards the dual soul entity. Judging by the demeanor of the two Su Xuanyi, it was evident that the one in the room was the original encounter, while the one outside had transformed into another. The one who had persisted for so long was likely the primary soul, while this one was the secondary soul. Yichu moved her fingers, and the kitchen in the room began to prepare a meal on its own, soon filling the air with delectable aromas. Su Xuanyi cautiously opened his eyes a fraction, inexplicably. Upon seeing Yichu, he experienced an overwhelming sense of tranquility, even alleviating the heart palpitations that had troubled him for years. He had even pondered whether merely gazing at her serene visage would render medication unnecessary. The young lady was indeed beautiful, and she was undoubtedly a life-saving elixir. With such thoughts, Su Xuanyi fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yichu was in a meditative state, her spirit elevated to the clouds, standing before the sun. The abundant yang energy was conducive to her cultivation. By the time Su Xuanyi awoke, night had already descended, and Yichu had long vanished from the balcony. The once menacing black bird perched on the ornament, observing him with piercing eyes, had startled him considerably. Caw! After a few raucous calls, the black bird knocked over a flower pot, sending the delicate yellow blossoms tumbling into the night, landing squarely in the surrounding greenery. The sound of the falling flowers was somewhat muffled by the flower bed below, yet it still drew the attention of many who came to investigate. Su Xuanyi stared wide-eyed at the crane, and after a few moments, he grasped the situation. You are in trouble. Do you realize you have caused your master some trouble? Su Xuanyi wore a face full of schadenfreude, anticipating that the property management would soon come to investigate the identity of the person responsible for the high-altitude littering, with her master bearing the brunt of the blame. Caw! The blackbird let out another caw, casting a disdainful glance at Su Xuanyi before twisting its body and proudly soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Alone outside, Su Xuanyi couldn't believe he had just been scorned by that foolish bird. Damn it, you foolish bird, just wait. Within 20 minutes, the property management received a report and arrived to investigate the high-altitude littering. They first knocked on Yichu's door, where she was diligently writing in her study. Hearing the knock, Yichu set down her pen and wiped her hands with a nearby towel. Hello, we are from the property management. Half an hour ago, someone reported high-altitude littering from above. We have strict regulations against such actions, which can incur fines. If any economic or life-threatening damage occurs, legal responsibility will be incurred. We ask for your full cooperation in our investigation. The property management wasted no time in getting to the point, and Yichu nodded in understanding. How could she not be aware of what was happening outside? That blackbird, possessing a hint of intelligence and having feasted on Yichu's cherries, had clearly become quite astute. It often perched atop Yichu's house, occasionally stealing nuts that she left on the balcony, though she had never fed the creature directly. Chapter 18. The photo shoot for the makeup look. Hearing the commotion, Su Xuanyi immediately rushed out of the room. As Yichu was about to admit her inadvertence, Su Xuanyi promptly interjected, stating, "It was my mistake. I accidentally knocked the flower pot off the balcony. Fortunately, it fell onto the greenery below, and no one was harmed. I am willing to compensate for the damages, and will draft an apology message for you to send to the group." Su Xuanyi's words undoubtedly diverted all the attention of the property management. He flashed a smile at Yichu and added, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused." Yichu could only respond with a polite "it's all right." There was no way she could claim responsibility. She would have to assess the extent of the damages and settle the matter privately. Caw, caw. The blackbird scratched the tiles with its claws, displaying a look of grievance. While it uttered apologies, it was secretly contemplating the next time it would be careful. Yi Chu observed the blackbird before her emotions remaining unfazed. The blackbird, feeling somewhat pleased, hopped about on the railing. Yi Chu smiled slightly and remarked, "Since you believe that is the case, let us present this legal code." The blackbird immediately seized the legal code from Yi Chu's hand. Despite its weight, it managed to handle it with ease, a testament to its newfound intelligence. After a lengthy discussion with the property management, Su Shiweni finally resolved the matter satisfactorily. It was akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. He finally comprehended the disdain and contempt the foolish bird had previously exhibited. It was said that after the founding of the nation, no beings were allowed to gain sentience. What a deception! Su Shiweni felt that the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of the young lady was indeed this foolish bird. No, this foolish bird that had achieved sentience. Once the door was closed, Su Shiweni found himself inexplicably drawn to the balcony. Amidst a plethora of snacks, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a book, resplendent in crimson, inscribed with the bold title, Criminal Law of the Flower Planting Nation. Su Shiweni exclaimed in disbelief, realizing without a doubt that it was that foolish bird that had delivered it. Yet, he subconsciously felt this act bore the mark of human intention, presumably orchestrated by the young lady who had instructed the bird to bring it. However, this left him pondering whether he now resembled a criminal, questioning the dismal impression he must have made in her eyes. As he sat in the swing, he could not help but reflect upon himself. Yi Chu had spent the entire night in the study, her works adorning every wall, until there remained no space left. And she resorted to hanging them on the balcony. They would need to dry before she could roll them up. Upon awakening, Su Shiweni stretched languidly, cradling a cup of coffee as he instinctively glanced toward the balcony. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the elegance of the characters displayed. With a delighted chuckle, he retreated indoors with his coffee. Meanwhile, Yi Chu had foregone sleep, employing her magical abilities to conjure a revitalizing herbal tea in the kitchen. After sipping the invigorating brew and taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she began to pen her poetry. The academic landscape had remained largely unchanged over the years, with ancient studies becoming increasingly profound. The underlying implication was clear. There was little to unearth from the underground, thus leading to a mere rehash of old ideas. Such scholarship seemed hardly worth pursuing. Having resided in a foreign realm for many years, Yi Chu had accumulated a wealth of knowledge, and her poetry was no exception, forming a cohesive collection. During her time in the moon-embracing nation, she had been lauded by the public, and now, in this era of advanced networking, she was eager to share her work, contributing her modest efforts to the academic sphere. Yi Chu crafted her poetry in the plum blossom seal script, finding it far more gratifying than the sterile originality often found in academic journals. In her earlier years, she was a student of the sciences, specializing in physics, and later pursued a secondary degree in economics. However, fate took a turn, and she found herself traversing time, relinquishing most of her knowledge to her mentors. Now, she has transformed into a literary figure, embodying the essence of creation. As 2 days swiftly passed, Yi Chu did not step outside her abode even once. Yet she miraculously completed an entire collection of poems, elegantly inscribed in plum blossom seal script. She placed the anthology upon her bookshelf, lost in contemplation, her gaze lingering on a distant corner for an extended period. The previous day, she received a phone call informing her of the location for her costume-fitting photo shoot scheduled for today. At dawn, Yi Chu merely attended to her basic skincare routine before hailing a taxi to the shooting venue. Her mask and hat concealed her beauty, emanating an aura that discouraged intrusion. The taxi driver, sensing her demeanor, refrained from engaging her in conversation throughout the journey. Upon arrival, it dawned on the driver that he might have transported a celebrity, contemplating the refined air of stardom that Yi Chu possessed. As she entered the film studio, the taxi driver drove away, content with the encounter. The mermaid character required intricate special effects makeup, a process that could take at least 3 hours to complete. Initially, the director had intended to conduct the photo shoot within a scene, but the overwhelming demand from the audience for the mermaid's portrayal necessitated an earlier preparation for the actress. Speculation regarding the identity of the actress playing the mermaid ran rampant online, with no official announcement made. The most prominent guess was the popular rising star, Su Lingli, known for her role as a mermaid, who had publicly denied the rumors. Even Su Lingli, with her enviable physique, issued a statement, leaving everyone to wonder who would ultimately embody the mermaid. Unbeknownst to Yi Chu, a fervor had erupted online surrounding this character. As she focused on familiarizing herself with her surroundings, soon to engage in a battle with the special effects makeup, as Yi Chui made her entrance. She was promptly escorted to the makeup room. The staff member handed her a work badge, which would serve as her pass throughout the filming process. Seated before the makeup mirror, Yi Chui beheld the reflection of a woman. "Hello, I am Susan, the makeup artist responsible for the mermaid character. You may call me Shan Shan." With her vividly painted crimson lips, Susan scrutinized Yi Chui and remarked with a smile, "You are truly stunning. Your bone structure and skin are exemplary. A veritable pinnacle in the entertainment industry. It is my honor to apply your makeup." "Thank you," Yi Chui replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It is likewise a privilege to collaborate with you. The mermaid role is imbued with profound essence, transitioning from an initially innocent and kind-hearted persona to one of resolve and sacrifice, a remarkable evolution. Moreover, to encapsulate this character within a mere 6 episodes presents quite a challenge. The entire fantasy drama employs a plethora of cinematic techniques, and the eventual outcome is bound to be exquisite." As Susan meticulously selected suitable cosmetics for Yi Chui, she noted that the materials required for special effects makeup are exceedingly costly and necessitate specific preservation methods. A solid foundation must first be established before applying the mermaid's special effects materials. For convenience, the costume had been donned in advance. Chapter 19. The Beautiful Mermaid. Regarding the special effects makeup design for the mermaid, Susan had already conceptualized the look upon receiving Yi Chui's photographs, though it remained uncertain if it could be executed flawlessly in one attempt. However, upon meeting her in person today, Susan felt a surge of confidence. "Yi Chui, how do you feel?" Lu Huai dragged a chair to sit beside Yi Chui's makeup table. At that moment, Yi Chui's face was devoid of any makeup, and Lu Huai couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy upon noticing her flawless complexion. He quickly reminded himself that this was merely a privilege of youth. "Well, Director Lu, my scene should be scheduled quite late, right?" Yi Chu inquired. "After some adjustments, you will likely join the cast in about 2 months, Lu Huai replied. Calculating the timeline, she realized her scenes would be concentrated within a week at most, which wouldn't interfere with her upcoming exams. However, with her frequent absences, her usual performance grades were likely to be affected. I hope Director Lu can take into consideration my status as a student and help me arrange my schedule accordingly, to consolidate my scenes as much as possible." At that moment, Susan began applying the base makeup on Yi Chu. Sitting in the chair, Yi Chu observed as her reflection transformed in the mirror. Her naturally fair skin was complemented by a new foundation shade chosen by Susan to better align with the mermaid character she was set to portray. "No problem at all," Lu Huai assured her. "Your makeup may take quite some time, so be prepared to endure it." Yi Chu nodded in agreement. As the assistant director, Lu Huai recognized that the ultimate decision rested with the director. Yi Chu held no grand expectations. The 2 eccentric women from the Yi family could concoct any number of schemes. Nevertheless, she was ready to face whatever came her way. Susan exhibited extraordinary skill, completing the special effects makeup in just 2 hours. At that moment, Yi Chu still bore her own face, yet her aura had undeniably shifted. The chilling essence surrounding her resonated perfectly with the mermaid character she was to embody. Susan marveled at her own creation as a special effects makeup artist. Her designs had often been overlooked within the realm of special effects artistry. Today, witnessing the mermaid makeup I designed graced the figure of Yi Chu fills me with an ethereal joy, akin to that of ascending to celestial realms. We are currently engaged in capturing the principal character's stills, and once completed, we shall proceed to photograph the supporting roles. However, the female supporting character has yet to arrive. When she is summoned, you shall simply take your place. Susan stands vigilantly beside her creation, fearful that a careless hand might disturb a delicate scale. Yi Chu's head, neck, collarbone, and arms are adorned with intricate blue patterns, while her head boasts scales crafted from special effects materials. Her attire flows gracefully, predominantly in shades of blue, interwoven with white elements and classical motifs from the land of flowers, rendering her an enchanting fairy who has descended from the heavens. "Wow, you are radiant." A girl clad in traditional garb leaps forth, her face alight with astonishment. "So beautiful." With a smile, Susan introduces Yi Chu. This is Chun Yuyan, who portrays the 3rd female lead, Shi Yu, in Qing Xianjing. "Hello," Yi Chu greets warmly. Upon hearing the name, she recalls the identity of this individual. Qin Yuyan is the director's daughter and a graduating senior from the Drama Academy, participating in Qing Xianjing as part of her thesis project. The third female lead is rather charming, possessing a pleasant disposition. Although she harbored affections for the male lead in the early stages, she ultimately awakens to a romance with the third male lead. Her overall personality is whimsical, devoid of any dramatic upheavals. Who could possibly discern that she is merely 20 years of age? To the unknowing observer, she might easily be mistaken for a sprightly 17 or 18-year-old, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance. Such flattery. I am Yi Chu. Is it really you? Qin Yuyan covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Yi Chu raised her eyes. Miss Qin, have you heard of me? In this circle, there are hardly a few who are unaware of your reputation, she replied. You certainly differ from the legends. Qin Yuyan then took a seat beside Yi Chu. It's amusing that tales of my exploits still circulate in the world, Yi Chu remarked with a barely audible chuckle. I saw your clarification on Weibo. You truly presented yourself with remarkable poise. Susan, standing nearby, interjected, Yi Chu, it's almost your turn. Many matters are quite private and should not be carelessly divulged. This Qin Yuyan is indeed a novice, lacking the understanding of such basic decorum, and yet she insists on pricking at the wounds of others' pasts. Yi Chu glanced around and noticed that the male and female leads had finished their scenes, while the second female lead had not yet arrived. Her special effects makeup had a time limit, compelling her to take the stage before the third female lead. I apologize, Yi Chu said to Qin Yuyan. In truth, if it were up to her, she would prefer to remain silent and simply embody the presence of a serene beauty. In the studio, Yi Chu sat on a prop stone, following the photographer's directions to strike poses and convey expressions. Goodness, I have never captured such photogenic, stunning women in my life. The photographer exclaimed, feeling every cell in his body exult. Undeterred by the limitations of memory space, he urged, keep shooting from every conceivable angle. Yi Chu nearly furrowed her brow. Was this photographer a madman? Yet, observing his demeanor, he appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any semblance of insanity. Ah, indeed. Splendid. Let us adopt a blissfully innocent expression and perhaps alter our poses as well. The photographer commands a shot with a request, and fortunately, Yi Chu has mastered her control over this body to an extraordinary degree. Otherwise, such rapid changes in demeanor could lead to unforeseen complications. What? Why should she stand before me? She is merely a fleeting supporting character, a newcomer in the industry. Just as Yi Chu concluded her shoot, a cacophony erupted outside. She lifted the curtain to gaze beyond, where a woman adorned with exquisite makeup was tugging at the staff's attire. The moment she drew back the curtain, the clamor outside suddenly ceased. Goodness, it seems that when Enwa fashioned humanity, she must have held her in utmost favor. Susan hurried to Yi Chu's side, for among the entire crew, only Yi Chu and her kin from the merfolk required special effects makeup. Hence, Susan's services were exclusively dedicated to Yi Chu's portrayal of the mermaid and her tribe. Today, Yi Chu was the sole mermaid present, and as the makeup artist, her allegiance naturally lay with her. What has caused such an uproar? Yi Chu inquired softly. Susan exhaled, saying, the second female lead has arrived. It is rumored that her financial backer is the investor behind this production, which allows her to act with impunity. You have usurped her position in the shooting sequence for the character's stills. Be cautious, lest you provoke her wrath. Some individuals, buoyed by connections, become rather arrogant, disregarding others entirely. Thank you for the warning, but was this not arranged by the director? Yi Chu maintained a demeanor of indifference, which only heightened Susan's anxiety. After all, who is the director? The second female lead is not to be trifled with. Feeling slighted, she would undoubtedly direct her ire towards you, the one directly involved. Chapter 20. Stuck in short, be cautious. Susan, believing that Yi Chu was still a novice unfamiliar with certain rules, kindly offered her advice. The role of the second female lead was played by Zhang Jingyuan, who had recently garnered attention due to a popular adapted historical drama. Upon seeing Yi Chu emerge from the studio, Zhang Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, only to storm into the makeup room in a huff moments later. The situation had already solidified. Any further entanglement over who was ahead or behind would be futile, for once the news leaked, even a benefactor could not save her. She possessed enough self-awareness to comprehend this reality. Ah, a mermaid, is it? So strikingly beautiful, yet ultimately ensnared in the entertainment industry's vast quagmire. Once you step in, harboring hopes of exiting unscathed is nothing but a fantasy. As she was being made up, Zhang Jingyuan suddenly recalled that she had yet to discern who was portraying this mermaid. Upon inquiring, she discovered it was none other than Yi Chu, the individual who had recently created quite a stir online. Yi Chu, was she not the stepsister of her dear friend, Little Star? Her friend had confided in her over WeChat, and she had felt quite indignant for a considerable time. Now, encountering the real person in the same production, how ironic. So, Yi Chu was it. Anyone who had interacted with Zhang Jingyuan in this industry knew just how brazen she could be. While removing her makeup, Yi Chu encountered the male and female leads of the drama, who seemed to be romantically involved in real life. Although they concealed it adeptly, Yi Chu was able to discern their connection. You are Yi Chu, aren't you? The female lead was none other than the popular actress Lu Yuyu, who hailed from a prominent family and was not to be trifled with. Yi Chu nodded and replied, "Yes, Senior Lu. Don't call me Senior. I've only been in the industry a few years longer than you. Just call me Sister Lu." Lu Yuyu hails from the JFJ Art Academy, where she inevitably embodies a certain refreshing aura characteristic of her distinguished institution. "Sister Lu," Yi Chu called out with a smile. The male protagonist, Zheng Tsangming, chimed in with playful discontent, teasingly asserting, "If you call her Sister Lu, you must address me as Brother Zheng." "Very well, Brother Zheng," Yi Chu replied, turning her head towards him. Zheng Tsangming and Lu Yuyu share the same alma mater, albeit in the relationship of senior and junior. 2 years prior, Zheng Tsangming garnered the Best Actor award for a historical drama, subsequently amassing a plethora of accolades, securing a respectable position within the industry. Yi Chu and the others had watched the clarifying video regarding the matter at hand, particularly since it involved the renowned actress Su Yu, with whom they shared a modicum of acquaintance. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter for a considerable time, after which Yi Chu, burdened by the difficulty of removing her special effects makeup, bid farewell to Susan and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Huai before hastily departing. The atmosphere remained warm and welcoming. One could assert that Yi Chu spoke more today than she had in the entirety of the previous month. Over the course of 2 months, Su Xiweni, residing next door, had taken to quietly occupying himself on the balcony whenever at home, refraining from any peculiar antics. During this period, Su Xiweni had been absent 6 times, suggesting that another spirit had commandeered his body for an extended duration, prompting Yi Chu to remain unperturbed and disengaged from his affairs. Classes at school proceeded as usual, with teachers increasingly fond of Yi Chu, who had taken a hiatus to pursue her aspirations in the performing arts. The primary reason lies in her penchant for occupying the front row during classes, coupled with her ability to articulate insightful thoughts that captivate esteemed professors from various disciplines, evoking a sense of admiration and a desire to mentor her. Professor Li Changnua, a distinguished scholar in textual studies, has repeatedly suggested that Yi Chu pursue graduate studies under his guidance, only to be met with her composed refusals. This has left Li Changnua feeling quite regretful, as he remains oblivious to the fact that his student harbors aspirations that transcend academia, with dreams of entering the performing arts. Over the course of the past 2 months, aside from successfully passing the initial round of examinations, Yi Chu has achieved a significant milestone. She disclosed her collection of poetry, inscribed in the Meihua seal script, to a contemporary luminary at Tsinghua University's Institute of Ancient Literature, a figure renowned for his profound expertise in both textual and poetic studies. Affectionately referred to as Old Qin within academic circles, Qin Shoujo. The circumstances of their meeting were rather serendipitous. Yi Chu, adhering to her principle of daily acts of kindness, happened upon this elderly gentleman while out and about, and instinctively came to his aid. Their connection was immediate and profound, and upon glimpsing Yi Chu's manuscript adorned with her original poetry, Qin Shouzhong was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming in admiration at the youthful talent before him. Subsequently, he became quite attached to her, making it difficult for her to extricate herself from his enthusiasm. He has taken her poetry collection for further study, expressing intentions to publish a facsimile edition for academic scrutiny. Dear Xiao Chu, I find myself wishing to visit your home. Might you have some time available in the near future? Qin Shouzhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while his assistant, witnessing this display of uncharacteristic eagerness from the venerable scholar, could only regard it as a rather flattering overture. Yuchumo paused for a moment, raising her gaze to the calendar on the wall. I apologize, Qin Lao, but tomorrow I shall join the film crew and will be away from home for the next half-month. A voice on the other end echoed with disappointment. Qin Shouzhong scrutinized the book of Plum Blossom seal script, feeling that this young lady named Yi Chumo possessed even more worthy material for study. Yet, despite several encounters, he could not discern the air of aloofness that enveloped her. Everything was for the sake of academia. If the mountain would not come to him, he would go to the mountain. What was pride worth? But wait, what did Chumo just say? Joining the film crew? Was she jesting? Such a promising talent. Why would she venture into that realm? Her visage naturally conjured the term actress in Qin Shouzhong's mind. But no, it was actor that was the current nomenclature. Bah, what actor? Little Yu was clearly an artist. Undoubtedly, an artist. When shall you be free? Qin Shouzhong pressed on, unwilling to relent. Yu Chumo glanced out at the clouds and replied, perhaps the weekend after next, June 8th. If you are available, I can send you the address. Excellent. I will be quite free. I shall come to see you that day. Upon hearing the specific date, Qin Shouzhong felt as joyous as a child. Yi Chumo had merely calculated her availability, for she had no company or assistant. Everything was to be managed by herself. The exact duration of her filming remained uncertain. Thus she could only estimate. Typically, she would not engage in such calculations for herself. After ending the call, Yi Chumo packed her luggage, though in truth, her necessities resided within her spatial realm. The suitcase merely served as a guise. In the realm of Qing Xianjing, the scenes featuring the Merman tribe are intended to be shot on location, supplemented with appropriate special effects. Consequently, let's forego the expense of plane tickets. Yichu stood upon the clouds, savoring the essence carried by the wind. Above the city often lingers a thick haze, a byproduct of modern industry, while the atmosphere above the forests and fields is imbued with the pure essence of nature. After flying for half an hour, Yichu settled at the outskirts of the city and hailed a taxi to the scenic area where filming was to take place. Entering directly with her work ID, she found the location to be a picturesque paradise, surrounded by mountains and rivers, ideal for shooting. Upon reporting to the crew, the male lead had not yet arrived. Yet the second female lead, Zhang Jingyuan, had remarkably come early. Her eagerness for amusement had prompted her early arrival, and she had spent the day exploring the area, reveling in the enthusiastic exclamations of those who recognized her, even recording a vlog as a modest promotion for Qing Xinjing. Chapter 21. A reluctant room. Change. Why are there so many mosquitoes? I specifically requested no mosquito coils. I want something colorless and odorless. What if the smoke from the coils damages my skin? Just as Yi Chu set down her luggage, she was greeted by the raucous voice of Zhang Jingyuan. To minimize external disturbances, the crew had booked a relatively secluded hotel, adorned with distinct ethnic minority decor, thus offering limited amenities. Coincidentally, the electric mosquito repellent had run out, and the hotel could only temporarily resort to using coils, with staff dispatched to procure replacements. Sister Jing, please bear with it for just half an hour. They are already on their way to get more supplies, the assistant coaxed gently. What? Even you have come to annoy me. Zhang Jingyuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, startling the assistant considerably. I have already told you that I do not want the mosquito repellent. Please take it away. Zhang Jingyuan exclaimed, her expression filled with impatience. The assistant had no choice but to extinguish the repellent and dispose of it in a garbage bag. Yi Chu's room was adjacent to Zhang Jingyuan's, and she was currently causing a scene. Yi Chu had no desire to get involved, yet some matters, even if one wishes to avoid them, may still come knocking at one's door. Yi Chu swiftly opened her door, and once it was closed, the world became significantly quieter. The voices from the wall still drifted over, prompting Yi Chu to helplessly wave her hand and cast a soundproofing spell. What kind of hotel is this? There isn't even a bathtub, Zhang Jingyuan remarked disdainfully. The assistant cautiously replied, Sister Jing, it's not that there are no bathtubs at all. I've seen that the room next door is equipped with one. Why don't I have one? Zhang Jingyuan retorted. The room was chosen by Sister Jing herself. The assistant's voice dwindled to a whisper. I don't care. Tonight I want to take a rose petal bath. Whoever is next door, let her switch with me. Zhang Jingyuan insisted stubbornly. It's Yi Chu, the assistant informed her. She's the one playing the mermaid, and she has many scenes with Sister Jing this time. She's merely an insignificant actress. Go ask her to switch rooms with me, and the condition is that I will offer her 2 additional close-up shots. Zhang Jingyuan said dismissively. Suddenly, she recalled the mermaid's special effects makeup from 2 months prior during the promotional shoot. To this day, the official website of Qing Xianjing had yet to release the mermaid's promotional photos, presumably to build anticipation for this moment. It truly is a case of fate's irony. No wonder she instinctively loathed her. Thinking of her friend's words made Zhang Jingyuan feel nauseated. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Yi Chufang sat in her room, unaware that calamity was about to descend upon her. The sound of a knock jolted her from her brief slumber, revealing Zhang Jingyuan's assistant, who stood at the door, visibly anxious. Though Yi Chu had little personal acquaintance with them, she had previously encountered the assistant's stern demeanor, which exuded an air of authority that rendered approach difficult. Being thrust into a discussion about changing rooms left her feeling uncertain. "Hello, is there something you need?" Yi Chu inquired, observing the assistant's slightly wrinkled attire and the pleading glimmer in her eyes. "Well, it is like this. Our Miss Jingyuan desires a room with a bathtub." The assistant hastily explained, casting a furtive glance towards the bathroom, her intentions glaringly evident. "No change," Yi Chu declared, decisively shutting the door, denying the assistant any opportunity for further elaboration. The assistant was taken aback by the abrupt dismissal, her mind racing at the thought of Zhang Jingyuan's wrath. Reluctantly, she knocked once more. "Miss Yi, please help me. Sister Jing has promised you 2 close-up shots. Surely, this is something you currently require," the assistant implored, her voice rising enough to be heard by neighboring rooms. Sister Jing means well. She merely seeks a room with a bathtub. Typically, celebrity assistants are not known for their beauty, often appearing as mere shadows compared to their glamorous counterparts. Zhang Jingyuan's assistant was no exception, plump, and even with makeup, she possessed only a modicum of attractiveness. If she were to weep outside, passers-by might assume a grave incident had occurred, ultimately tarnishing Yi Chu's reputation. Currently, the hotel had no available rooms with bathtubs, and no matter how skilled she might be, Yi Chu could conjure no such room for Zhang Jingyuan. Yet, Zhang Jingyuan was determined to exchange places with Yi Chu. All the ensuing events stemmed from Zhang Jingyuan's obsession. Astonishingly, she refused to switch and instead sought the front desk for a room key, transferring her belongings into my room. After her moment of surprise, Zhang Jingyuan remarked to her assistant, "What a mere nobody from the 18th tier. Does she truly believe she can make waves? Whoever enters this circle first is the senior. And as a newcomer, she must swallow her grievances," Zhang Jingyuan proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Yi Chu was strolling through the scenic area. Located in a remote geographical spot with relatively few young people around, thus allowing her to wander about freely without being recognized. To her surprise, she sensed a pure aura in the air. For the past few days, she had felt the presence of cultivators nearby, though she had not investigated further. Naturally, she had concealed her cultivation level, so even if a practitioner were to probe her, they would perceive her as an ordinary person. The source of the aura seemed to be the distant mountain, likely a dragon vein location. Although it was said to be that mountain peak, in reality, it was probably several hundred miles away, with crossing over that peak leading to an entirely different province. Yi Chu sought a more secluded spot to stand in quiet contemplation. This was why she engaged in deep reflection at dawn and dusk, a practice that was, in truth, a form of celestial communion, aimed at swiftly connecting with the local heavenly principles to avoid being expelled by them. Over the past 3 months, there have been no signs of rejection from the heavenly principles, perhaps due to her soul's inherent belonging to this realm, thus eliciting no sense of alienation. Upon exploring the aura, she began to realize that this world was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps there were others like her. In the afternoon, the director gathered everyone together, and they shared a meal. Following this, a grand meeting commenced to discuss the plot. The entire cast underwent several months of training prior to the commencement of filming. Qing Xianjing is a grand ancient costume fantasy drama, featuring numerous combat scenes along with accompanying world etiquette. Thus, all participating actors were required to engage in comprehensive training beforehand. However, Yi Chu did not partake in this endeavor. Although her character also involved fighting, it was choreographed to align with the ethereal nature of the merfolk, emphasizing gracefulness in combat. Yi Chu merely showcased a couple of moves in front of Lu Huai, thereby exempting herself from the training. "Xiao Chu, your character has a significant range. Will you be able to manage it?" Zhang Songming, holding the script, prepared to rehearse lines with Yi Chu. Having learned previously that this was her first acting experience and that she was not a trained student in the field, he felt a twinge of concern. "Let us give it a try," Yi Chu replied with a smile. Chapter 22. Acting Test. You cultured students speak so eloquently, huh? Zhang Songming laughed heartily. The character portrayed by Zhang Songming, the male lead, did not share any romantic entanglement with the merfolk. The merfolk's initial encounter with the outside world was marked by curiosity and innocence, until later, one-sided affection developed towards the male lead, only to be abruptly severed by the interference of a female supporting character. It can be said that this drama does not revolve solely around romance. Rather, it weaves in elements of classical martial arts, thus garnering widespread anticipation across the internet. As the two prepared to begin their dialogue, a sudden shadow loomed over them. Yichu offered an awkward smile to Zhang Songming and shifted her position slightly. Zhang Songming twitched his lips. It was a well-known secret how much he despised the situation. Yet he maintained an air of elegance, as years of cultivation could not be wasted. Furthermore, this Zhang Jingyuan was not someone to be trifled with for the time being. Yichu nodded slightly, casting a look of self-preservation at Zhang Songming before quietly stepping aside. Zhang Jingyuan smirked, reveling in the thought of putting her in a tight spot. Just then, Director Chun Ying approached, alleviating the tension. "Yichu, come with me," he said, promptly leading her into a makeshift office. Without preamble, Chun Ying addressed her directly. "We are preparing to release your stills and announce to the public that you are a mermaid. Lu Huai intends to increase your scenes. But bear in mind that this role is merely a supporting one. You understand that, right? Remember, when the time comes, you will be tagged. Do share it." "Understood, Director." Yichu nodded. The additional scenes will include interactions with the female lead, but mostly with the second female lead. Chun Ying continued, pausing momentarily. "You were signed directly by Lu Huai, and I am not familiar with your acting skills. Therefore, you must demonstrate your abilities. Otherwise, even Lu Huai won't be able to protect you." "All right," Yichu replied softly. "From now on, you will instruct me, and I will improvise accordingly." Chun Ying rearranged the office chairs, creating a small space for her. "You are a naive and delightful young girl," he stated, adopting a serious demeanor while crossing his legs at the desk, fixing his gaze upon her. A serene smile blossomed on Yichu's tranquil face, gradually widening. She playfully plucked a flower from the air, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. Her teeth gleamed white as she let out a couple of playful hums. Chun Ying, momentarily pleased, quickly masked his expression, returning to his serious facade. Yet, for Yichu, such a performance was effortlessly within her grasp. Innocent and charming. She had experienced this in her first life, and it was during that time that she swiftly matured. The true trials and tribulations of life, along with its profound depth, were all encountered in a different world. A person who has endured the pains of existence and witnessed the myriad facets of life, even when portraying innocence and charm, inevitably carries a trace of sorrow beneath the surface. Chun Ying could not have overlooked this. Yichu's expression suddenly shifted, and her entire demeanor transformed. Empowered by curiosity, she resembled a playful kitten. Yet, in an instant, it seemed as though a significant event had transpired. The kitten became sharp and alert, having been wounded, feeling the pain of its injury but compelled to heal itself. In that moment, it became clear that everything had been a misstep. Within that fleeting instant, the kitten attained growth. Chun Ying's eyes glistened with tears. Having directed countless performances and observed innumerable actors, his discerning gaze could effortlessly identify flaws. In a mere 10 minutes, through expressions and gestures, Yichu appeared to have encapsulated an entire lifetime. By the conclusion, there was an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, akin to a soul who has traversed earthly tribulations and ascended thereafter. "You have passed my test. Now, give your all to acting," Chun Ying remarked, as if recalling something. "The additional scenes will be provided to you tomorrow. Familiarize yourself with them quickly. You possess remarkable potential. Indeed, I would assert that you are destined to become an exceptional actor. No, you deserve even greater," Chun Ying stated with conviction. "Thank you," Yichu replied, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, which cast a veil of enchantment over Chun Ying. Her purity and uniqueness were truly unparalleled. When Yichu emerged, Zhang Songming was already sitting alone, engrossed in his script. Upon seeing Yichu, he promptly inquired, "Has the director asked you to promote?" "Yes, my role has yet to be revealed, and the director wants me to cooperate," Yichu replied softly. "You must prepare yourself mentally. This character is portrayed beautifully in the original work. I have faith that you can meet that standard. However, regarding your acting skills, you currently lack a representative piece," Zhang Songming stated with utmost sincerity. If Yichu were indeed a novice in the industry, his guidance would undoubtedly prove invaluable, helping her avoid numerous pitfalls. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. Growth could happen gradually. Zhang Songming continued to offer words of consolation. "Thank you," Yichu replied with a heartfelt smile, which deeply moved Zhang Songming. "Indeed, beauty is justice. My apologies, Miss Yi, your room has been changed to this one." The hotel staff bowed her head, looking as if she had committed the gravest of errors. "It's Zhang Jingyuan, I assent it?" "Yes. Miss Zhang is rather overbearing," the staff member meekly responded, struggling to find the right words to describe her. Yichu turned to the staff member. Are there any other rooms available? The staff member shook her head. Chapter 23. Paying the price, changing my room without permission comes at a cost. Meddling with my belongings warrants the same consequence. This Miss Zhang, in her audacity, will receive the punishment she deserves, and as her accomplice. Yichu's gaze sharpened, piercing through the hotel staff with the intensity of a keen blade. Yichu's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment that infiltrated the ears of the server, ensnaring her in a chilling dread that deepened with each word. The local atmosphere was already steeped in a profound religious sentiment, and Yichu's utterances only exacerbated the sense of moral trepidation. Miss Yi, I implore you to show mercy and not to take offense, the server implored, her hands clasped before her, fingers entwined in a gesture of supplication. I shall ask you once more, is there an available room? Yichu's tone was frigid, as if she could freeze the very air for 30 miles around. There is a suite on the top floor, but it is reserved for a guest who rarely visits us. Generally, that room is not to be traded unless absolutely necessary. The server replied in a timid whisper. Then that shall suffice. I can afford it, and I no longer wish for my belongings to be touched by others. The server felt an overwhelming sense of relief. This formidable presence seemed as if she might freeze her solid if silence persisted. Though Yichu appeared harmless at a glance, an inexplicable fear enveloped the server. In her mind, the server likened her own predicament to that of a clay bodhisattva, struggling for self-preservation amidst the daunting circumstances. Both parties were challenging to appease, but this unknown actress with the surname Yu was far more fearsome than the individual named Zhang. The server couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Zhang Jingyuan. Yet, she resolved to focus on her duties, fervently hoping that the suite's esteemed guest would not arrive. Otherwise, even the mightiest of beings would be unable to save her. Arranging a top-floor suite without authorization could cost her job, and the remoteness of the hotel booked by the production team spoke volumes about their financial constraints. The so-called suite is indeed exquisitely decorated, embodying the local aesthetic, subtle, minimalist, and natural, creating a sense of being immersed in nature. Yichu casually selected a bedroom with a balcony and then began her online shopping. She has always harbored a certain fastidiousness towards items touched by those with ulterior motives. Zhang Jingyuan, fulfilling her wishes, indulged in a rose-petal bath, while her assistant personally prepared a nourishing soup from the kitchen, a mandatory ritual for Zhang Jingyuan. If she could not partake, her temper would flare, though it might not be torturous to the point of inflicting deep wounds. Her malicious intent was to render others utterly helpless. In response, her assistant could only endure in silence, gritting her teeth and persisting little by little. Verbal abuse is far more brutal than physical violence. Meanwhile, the official announcement revealed the actress portraying the mermaid and released a still photo, tagging Yichu. For a moment, netizens following Qin Xianjing fell into silence. Who is Yichu? Why have I never heard of this name before? The drug scandal, upstairs. Best actress in a reversal drama. Sending the male lead into a thrilling frenzy. She is our unparalleled beauty. Oh my. Huh? I have never heard of her before. Wow, what a beauty. The girl is stunning. Obviously photoshopped. Check out her Weibo for the grid layout. Once the stills were released, the comments beneath them erupted like a tidal wave. Yichu, being a newcomer, had gained notoriety from the previous drug scandal, a rather unsavory affair. Henceforth, whenever her name is mentioned, it will inevitably be accompanied by the words drug scandal. This is precisely why individuals in the entertainment industry are so protective of their reputations. Unless one is intent on self-destruction, few would willingly jeopardize their future. For Yichu, shedding the burden of those 3 words proved to be an arduous task. After exhausting her millions of devoted fans with her 9-square grid, Yichu refrained from posting on Weibo for over a month. Now, with the release of the promotional stills for Qin Xianjing, her admirers were treated to a visual feast. My dear Chu has single-handedly ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Indeed, how proud she must be. Humph, that wretched cosmetic surgery monster, clearly altered. Yet one cannot help but wonder which hospital possesses such remarkable skills. Recommendations, anyone? Go away, you above. Is she not pure and unblemished? Yichu's million-strong fanbase has formed a fan group, yet none of them are official. Without an assistant or a management company and lacking guidance, her followers are but a scattered assembly. Moreover, Yichu has no dedicated fan representatives, nor is there anyone to document her activities. The fans share a tacit understanding. They can only glimpse Yichu's fleeting traces on Weibo, while in reality, no one knows where she resides. Occasionally, Alumni from Tsinghua University might mention her experiences during her academic journey, yet only a select few are aware of her prestigious background. Tsinghua University maintains strict control over external access, ensuring that no fan, apart from those affiliated with the institution, has ever laid eyes on Yichu. Thus, she remains an enigma to her admirers, merely the subject of folklore. The following day, after a meal, Yichu set out early. She did not board the director's charter bus. Instead, with permission granted, she chose to make her own way to the filming location. Her decision to forego the bus stemmed from a desire to avoid certain unsightly faces. One must pay a price for forcibly seizing what belongs to others. Last night, Zhang Jingyuan was plagued by a series of nightmares, and this morning, she awoke with 2 pronounced dark circles under her eyes. After applying nearly half a bottle of concealer, she managed to cover them, albeit barely. This infuriated Zhang Jingyuan, who harbored deep resentment towards Yichu. This was merely the beginning. Zhang Jingyuan's actions were an affront to the divine, rendering Yichu's intervention unnecessary. The divine possesses the power of spoken magic. The words exchanged with the attendant yesterday were gradually coming to fruition. As Yichu wandered along the mountain path, she was devoid of surveillance in this area, allowing her to move freely as she wished. An ethereal aura of purple energy descended from the east as the sun gradually rose, and Yichu basked in the first rays of sunlight. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped her dantians, harmonizing her body's meridians, causing her to emit a subtle glow. It was summer, and the sunlight was intense, with an abundance of mosquitoes in the woods. Many actors had brought sunscreen and insect repellent, yet Yichu carried only a thermos. "Little Yi, are you not afraid of the heat, bringing a thermos on such a hot day?" Chen wiped his forehead with a towel, having just set up the filming equipment and already feeling overheated. Yichu raised her thermos and replied with a smile. "Cool water can prevent illness. You're not still soaking goji berries in there, are you?" Susan approached, her curiosity piqued. Yichu chuckled and shook her head. "Haha, it's just plain water." "Oh, some people can be so pretentious." Zhang Jingyuan, seated under the sunshade with ice water in hand, rolled her eyes. On such a hot day, bringing a thermos is just a bid for attention. Yichu is so theatrical. While out and about, simplicity should reign supreme. However, within Yichu's thermos was tea brewed from high mountain snow water, a remedy for her diminished vitality. She had been nourishing herself through dietary therapy, managing to recover to a considerable extent. Chapter 24. Exceptionally gifted. The space was filled with an abundance of snowmelt collected from the snowy mountains, which, when combined with spiritual herbs, produced a tea that appeared as if it had been imbued with magical effects. To maintain discretion, she opted for a sealed thermos to contain it. After a night plagued by nightmares, she awoke in a foul mood, only to be informed that Yichujia had been given additional scenes. The existing awkwardness of competing for roles was palpable. It seemed the other party dared not provoke her. Yet she wished to avoid confrontation. The notion of adding scenes was plainly an attempt to elevate this woman. On what grounds? Zhang Jingyuan was decidedly dissatisfied and promptly sought an explanation from the director. However, the director revealed that the producers and screenwriters had conferred and agreed upon granting Yichujia more scenes. Even if Zhang Jingyuan mobilized her connections, the outcome remained unalterable. Although Yichujia had received additional scenes, time constraints prevented any significant extension of the production schedule. Soon, peculiar murmurs began circulating within the crew. The staff faced an increased workload, and word spread that Yichujia was a complete novice, having never acted before, which significantly heightened the likelihood of failure. Before long, the internet was rife with such sentiments. What had once been a flourishing atmosphere was abruptly overshadowed by the implications of added scenes, causing Yichujia's previously improving reputation to plummet. The financial backers supporting Yichujia were formidable. Upon the release of promotional photos, the cries for additional scenes erupted, prompting viewers to declare, "I will no longer watch Jing Xianjing. It is utterly repugnant." Fans of the original work lamented that the character of the mermaid was richly portrayed in the text, leaving them uncertain how many episodes the adaptation would encompass. Given the source material spanned millions of words, "Leave Yichujia a lifetime of disgrace," the comments quickly devolved into a chorus of vitriol. The official blog of the production team is nearly overwhelmed by a sudden influx of negativity, and everyone is eagerly awaiting a definitive statement from the authorities. In truth, even if additional scenes are added, Yichu will only have at most 7 episodes of content. However, these 7 episodes are sufficient for her to qualify as the 4th female lead. The original work is fundamentally a male-centric narrative, with female roles being somewhat developed and receiving considerable screen time, yet none possess the profound background of the mermaid character. Following the commencement ceremony, props and various preparations are in place, and the actors have completed their makeup. Yichu will only require special effects makeup when maintaining her mermaid persona. At this moment, she is adorned in a delicate, light blue, gauzy fairy costume, her hair styled into playful dual buns, with 2 strands framing her face, curled and adding to her charming and youthful appearance. This reflects the early state of the mermaid, embodying a naive and lively spirit. Susan is utterly enamored with this version of Yichu. Initially, she assumed Yichu was in her mid-20s, only to discover that she is merely 20. Such youthful exuberance reminds her of the youth she has long left behind. It is not that Yichu appears mature, but rather that her aura conveys an air of sophistication. It is surprising how a mere change in makeup transforms her. The vibrancy and vitality of her 20s are suddenly revealed. Naturally beautiful to begin with, she now captivates with an irresistible charm. "Yichu, over here," Chening called out. Standing beneath a sunshade, clad in a black punk-style outfit, holding a script in his hands, Yichu nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze shifting to the transformed Zheng Sangming, who at this moment appeared disheveled, smeared with red and black stains resembling blood. The production primarily utilizes real locations to enhance the visual experience, providing an exquisite feast for the eyes. As the scene unfolds, Yichu plays amidst a verdant meadow by the water, where summer blooms with exquisite little flowers. She gathers these blossoms and weaves a delicate floral crown for her wrist. Meanwhile, the male lead, portrayed by Zheng Sangming, lies ensconced in the grass, clad in tattered garments, with blood seeping from a wound on his shoulder. What could it be? The curious little mermaid rushes over, discovering an injured human. "Cut. One take is enough," Chen Ying exclaims joyfully. The surrounding crew members are taken aback, questioning the presence of such a fragile figure in this earthly realm. Surprising everyone, he requests Yichu's assistance to walk, but she effortlessly lifts him instead. While a sense of embarrassment lingers within, he remains acutely aware of his role, diligently portraying a lifeless body. Their eyes meet, and they share a smile, approaching the camera to review their performance. Chen remarks, "Xiaoyu possesses remarkable acting talent." Zheng Sangming concurs, "The director has struck gold this time." Laughter ensues as they exchange glances. Lu Huai, initially worried that Yichu might encounter difficulties, is pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the first scene. He promptly instructs his assistant to procure a box of ice pops to alleviate the summer heat. The performance must continue. Yichu sips some water, and the duo refreshes their makeup and attire before embarking on the next scene. Zheng Sangming finds acting alongside Yichu to be a delightful experience, akin to living a different life. The wound on his shoulder is treated with an unknown green herb, which, to an observer versed in traditional Chinese medicine, would recognize as a hemostatic plant. Yichu had plucked it outside the cave, crushed it, and, adhering to the filming requirements, removed the iron arrow lodged in the male lead's shoulder before applying the herbal remedy. Acting is not as simple as it appears. It requires a nuanced approach, even in the most seemingly trivial actions, such as drawing an arrow, especially when that arrow is not genuinely embedded in someone's flesh. After filming 2 scenes, Chen Ying beckoned Yichu closer. "My dear Xiaoye, you must learn to view some matters with equanimity. The crew has failed you this time, but we shall find a way to rectify this on your behalf." During the filming, Yichu had not touched her phone, and thus remained oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding online. Netizens had spun elaborate tales, alleging that Yichu had leveraged underhanded methods to ascend the ranks, claiming she had a wealthy benefactor, or more than one, who was exceedingly influential, a force even Suyu dared not confront. "Director, is there an issue?" Yichu inquired, reaching for her phone, but Chun Ying interjected, "It's nothing. The set is ready," the stage manager announced. Chun Ying nodded in acknowledgement and continued speaking to Yichu. "You are a student, and time is of the essence. We must proceed swiftly with the shoot. The next scene is your first confrontation with the second female lead." Chapter 25, The Little Mermaid. Understood. Chen Ying was reluctant to elaborate, and Yichu chose not to press further. In truth, it was easy to surmise. They were merely adding scenes, nothing of great consequence. Yichu's portrayal of the mermaid had only appeared in the 43rd episode, while the second female lead, previously a mere pawn, had fully embraced her darker persona. This character was richly developed. Initially innocent and carefree, she fell victim to injustice and misunderstanding, which led her astray. By the 35th or 36th episode, she had succumbed to her darker nature, committing nefarious deeds for the shadowy mastermind. Ultimately, she met her demise with the grace befitting a true antagonist. This complexity is precisely why Zhang Jingyuan chose such an ungrateful role, if executed well. It could overturn her previously innocent image. After all, it is the antagonist who truly tests one's acting skills, and even a villain can achieve fame. From the very beginning, Yichu had not engaged in any collaboration with Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan, hailing from a professional background, naturally possessed a certain academic prowess and looked down upon Yichu, who barely qualified as an internet celebrity, considering her to be an insignificantly low-tier actress. "Senior Zhang, hope you are well," Yichu said, holding the script in a gesture that seemed to indicate a desire to discuss it with Zhang Jingyuan. Anticipating Yichu's initiative, Zhang Jingyuan feigned ignorance, disdainfully asking, "You are Yichu?" With her arms crossed, Yichu inadvertently revealed a hint of mockery, realizing that Senior Zhang was unaware of who she was. It appeared that Zhang's lack of sleep had affected her memory. "Yichu," Zhang Jingyuan exclaimed, striking the small table with her fist. The mention of Yichu's name incited her anger. After moving into Yichu's room, she had suffered a night filled with nightmares, resulting in 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Jingyuan, who was particularly concerned about her appearance, found her looks marred by these shadows. Despite the makeup artist's considerable efforts to conceal them, dressed in a form-fitting black fairy dress, her hairstyle immaculate and adorned with 2 plum blossom hairpins, she possessed a beauty that could be rated at 8 out of 10. This ensemble projected an air of confidence, though it was difficult to overlook the weariness that her heavy makeup only barely masked. At that moment, her expression mirrored that of the second female lead. "Indeed, Jingyuan, your acting has improved significantly. You portrayed the second female lead's emotions quite effectively just now. However, a touch more restraint and a slight softening of the intensity would render it perfect," Chenning interjected at the opportune moment, having overheard their conversation. Zhang Jingyuan smiled briefly, only to swiftly adopt a serious demeanor as she addressed Yichu, saying, "Yichu, let's wait and see." Yichu, rather than reacting with anger, responded with a smile. Perceiving the logic of a rogue, the financial backer supporting Zhang Jingyuan was one of the investors in this production, even if 10 Yichus were replaced. One Zhang Jingyuan would remain irreplaceable. Furthermore, their fates were intertwined. Should an actor encounter difficulties, the immense efforts expended throughout the production would be rendered futile. In deference to Chen Ying and Lu Huai, Yichu would not dare to lay a finger on Zhang Jingyuan before the show aired. However, should Zhang Jingyuan continue her oppressive behavior, Yichu would not hesitate to retaliate. The scene commenced with the mermaid being captured by the second female lead, who relentlessly tormented and threatened the male protagonist. Their interactions, mirroring the male lead's earlier scenes, were swiftly completed in a mere 2 days, a feat achievable only due to their shared prowess as performers. Zheng Tsangming, having conducted extensive research prior to his performance, still felt as though he were being led by Yichu, compelling him to exert himself intensely, sacrificing sleep to scrutinize the script. In contrast, Yichu was a natural talent. Having read the script only once, she spent her downtime indulging in sleep and snacks, devoid of any assistants or agents to oversee her. While she approached her acting with utmost seriousness, she swiftly reverted to her unguarded self once off stage, with only Susan and the director daring to engage her in conversation. The male lead was lured away by the second female lead's scheming, allowing her to seize the opportunity to capture the isolated mermaid. Yet, for merely a mermaid, it was intriguing that he held her in such high regard. At this moment, Zhang Jingyuan, portraying the second female lead, appeared to have fully immersed herself in her role. However, to Yichu, it seemed she was simply playing herself. "Who are you?" Yichu's mermaid, upon her first encounter with the second female lead, instinctively sensed impending danger. Zhang Jingyuan, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed her skills towards Yichu. Yichu, attuned to the situation, remembered her inferior strength compared to the second female lead. Although she was evading, the camera captured her in a position of vulnerability. Chen observed their movements with keen interest, and as they reached a critical juncture, he promptly called for a pause. The crew swiftly approached to secure harnesses for both participants, as the forthcoming fight scene promised significant action, necessitating skillful execution. The martial arts director had already choreographed their movements in advance. "Excellent performance. Well done. Let us keep going," Chen Ying remarked with a cheerful demeanor. It had been ages since he had been so satisfied with a shoot. Could it truly be that Yi Chushu possessed some mystical charm that ensured a high standard in every collaboration? Zhang Jingyuan, however, had no time to indulge in such thoughts. The main event was yet to come, and she intended to make Yi Chushu pay for her insolence. The fight scenes in Qing Xianjing were particularly abundant. The confrontation between the mermaid and the second female lead, while not a classic, featured considerable movement. Zhang Jingyuan exuded a fierce aura, while Yi Chushu, embodying her character's disadvantage, was acutely aware of Zhang Jingyuan's malice. With a calm demeanor, she subtly adjusted her stance, still portraying the struggling mermaid. "You wicked woman, I will not let you prevail." Yi Chushu clenched her teeth and declared to Zhang Jingyuan. In response, Zhang Jingyuan fixed her with a menacing glare. Undaunted, both women exerted their strength simultaneously. Zhang Jingyuan had meticulously planned her next move. She delivered a kick, executed a backflip with the aid of the harness, and landed gracefully. In contrast, Yi Chushu was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by a forceful kick, yet the impact was calculated to inflict only superficial harm, sparing her internal organs. How much strength could one woman truly possess? Moreover, there were individuals holding safety wires for protection. Just as Zhang Jingyuan's foot was about to strike Yi Chu's chest, Yi Chu deftly sidestepped, causing Zhang Jingyuan to miss her target entirely. Seizing the moment, Yi Chu glided behind Zhang Jingyuan and delivered a light palm strike to her back. This action was executed with minimal force, and all those present understood that it was merely a part of the performance. After all, it would be unthinkable to truly engage in a fight. However, Zhang Jingyuan exhibited no reaction. Qining furrowed his brow and called for a halt. Having just regained her balance, Zhang Jingyuan, upon hearing Chun Ying's directive, could only reply, "Understood, Director. I will be more careful next time. All right, let us try again." The atmosphere on set promptly returned to normal. Chapter 26. A crisis emerges. How could she possibly evade it? Zhang Jingyuan pondered in bewilderment. The scene had to continue. The previous action would remain, but it would commence with Yi Chu evading the strike. Zhang Jingyuan's sole objective was to deliver a solid blow to Yi Chu during this fight sequence. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Yi Chu always managed to navigate through the encounters effortlessly, and even when she caught Zhang Jingyuan's strikes, she remained unscathed. Thus, the fight sequence concluded in a rather muddled fashion, ending with Yi Chu fainting from a distant palm strike. Throughout the process, there were numerous interruptions as Zhang Jingyuan struggled with the choreography, resulting in several takes being labeled as no good. With no other choice, she pressed on with the performance. She could not simply rush in and choke Yi Chu, for if Yi Chu were to scream, the blame would fall upon her. What would the onlookers think of her? In truth, it was evident to discerning eyes that Zhang Jingyuan was deeply immersed in her role, and the crew held a sense of admiration for her earnest dedication. Such intense action scenes were performed without a stunt double. They plunged right into it. After several takes, night had descended. Following the meal provided by the crew, Chuning began organizing the evening shoots. There were two night scenes, one where Yi Chu was captured by Zhang Jingyuan, and another involving a tense standoff among three characters, including the male lead. Zhang Jingyuan's meal was prepared by his assistant in a mobile home, but the taste was rather mediocre. It was still far superior to the crew's box lunches. Yi Chu set up a small table beneath a tree to enjoy her meal. Given the conditions of the set and her significant role in this scene, Qin Ying was considerate enough to arrange for her an extra portion. She made do with what she had. "Xiaoyi, how do you feel today?" Zhang Saming inquired as he spotted Yi Chu, who was in the midst of her meal. It was hardly surprising. Her striking beauty and poise made her a captivating sight, even while dining. Yi Chu despised being interrupted during meals. Zhang Saming, oblivious to her discomfort, pressed on with his questions. Fortunately, Yi Chu retrieved a napkin to dab at her mouth and slowly covered her meal, ensuring her chicken leg and a few shrimp balls were also tucked away. "Seeing the director so pleased indicates you performed exceptionally well," Zhang Saming remarked, giving Yi Chu a thumbs up. He had spoken with Lu Yuyu the previous night about this, and she had found it hard to believe. Chun Ying was renowned in the industry. Just look at how cheerful he had been these past few days. If it were anyone else, they would have faced numerous NGs. Your skull would be cracked. Zheng Ji certainly knew how to flatter. Yi Chu forced a professional smile, her thoughts lingering on the chicken leg that would have to be discarded. What a pity. After their lengthy chatter, her boxed meal had completely cooled. Zhang Jingyuan summoned her assistant into the trailer, and the two engaged in a hushed discussion, after which the assistant stealthily made his way to the gathering of extras. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the entire crew relied on a generator for power. The night shoot was about to commence. At this moment, Yi Chu, disheveled and dirty. Found herself bound to a prop stone pillar, her face marked by glaring fingerprints applied by the makeup artist. It was evident that Yi Chu had endured mistreatment, and Zhang Jingyuan wore an expression of malicious glee. Once the director concluded the briefing, various departments prepared to commence filming. Zhang Jingyuan seamlessly slipped into character, her arrogant demeanor perfectly embodying a deep-seated malice. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbored an intense dislike for Yi Chu, even wishing her harm. Just then, the male lead, Zheng Songming, made his entrance, casting a spell that thwarted Zhang Jingyuan's advances. Yi Chu's expression was one of defiance in the face of death, tinged with fear and confusion. In truth, these individuals had abruptly intruded upon her world, capturing her before she could grasp the situation, with the second female lead threatening to feast upon her flesh. Did she not fear? Did she not loathe? Li Xia, if there is something to be done, let it be directed at me. Zhang Songming's voice boomed, his gaze piercing Zhang Jingyuan with an intensity that made her instinctively retreat a couple of steps. While Chuning furrowed her brow, calling out, "Cut!" The intensity Zhang Songming had exuded felt as though he truly intended to devour her, hence her instinctive reaction. "All right, director." Zhang Jingyuan suppressed her inner resentment. With the camera now focused on the male lead and the second female lead, Yi Chu found herself with little to occupy her. The pivotal moment arrived as Zhang Songming swung his sword, severing the prop ropes in an instant. Zhang Jingyuan soared gracefully through the air, her movements aimed at seizing the untethered Yi Chu. Simultaneously, Yi Chu was lifted aloft by her own rigging, the steel wire behind her being pulled back by unseen hands. Zhang Jingyuan brandished a prop sword, lunging toward Yi Chu, while Zhang Songming positioned himself to intervene. At that moment, a sharp crack resonated from the steel cable supporting Yi Chu, which snapped abruptly. Suspended precariously by a single wire, Yi Chu was propelled toward a rocky wall, the rugged surface threatening a brutal impact that could inflict serious harm. Gasps of horror escaped the staff, and Chuning sprang to his feet, chaos erupting around them. Zhang Jingyuan and Zhang Songming found themselves suspended mid-air, bracing for what seemed an imminent disaster. Yet, in a remarkable display of agility, Yi Chu swiftly grasped the steel wire behind her, executing a graceful side kick against the cavern wall, her motion akin to that of a dancer. The rigging crew promptly adjusted to her lead, gently lowering her descent. Clad in a delicate blue ancient costume, her makeup striking yet her demeanor poised, she radiated an ethereal beauty that echoed the elegance of classical art. This breathtaking moment was captured unreservedly by the cameras. As Yi Chu landed gracefully, Chuning rushed forward, inquiring about her well-being. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm perfectly fine," she replied with a serene shake of her head. Chapter 27. This matter is not over. Director. The rigging was inspected prior to the performance. There were no issues. "I have video evidence," the prop manager stated, showcasing footage of the inspection on his phone. Fortunately, Yi Chu is unharmed. If anything had happened, how could Qing Xianjing continue filming? Susan attempted to assist Yi Chu to a nearby resting area, only to be gently rebuffed. Yi Chu asserted her ability to walk unaided. Chen Ying, managing the scene with a megaphone, commanded that the incident remain confidential. He then instructed the assistant director to resume filming, while he approached Yi Chu. "Little Yi, are you truly all right?" Chen Ying inquired with concern. He had observed Yi Chu's earlier demeanor and was certain she had not sustained any physical injuries. Yet he could not guarantee her emotional well-being. "I am fine, but this matter is far from over," Yi Chu replied, her gaze directed at Chen Ying, an icy resolve evident in her eyes, which startled him. Though Yi Chu typically appeared harmless, her capacity for intimidation was remarkable. However, seasoned by numerous challenges, Chen Ying sensed an indescribable, commanding aura emanating from Yi Chu, akin to that of a figure in authority. The steel wire could bear weight, yet it could also inflict harm. With such a treacherous traitor within the crew, if word got out, the entire production would suffer irreparable damage to its reputation, a circumstance the director surely wished to avoid. Chen Ying instinctively nodded. "I shall ensure justice is served." "Thank you, Director," Yi Chu responded, rising to her feet. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Yet Yi Chu appeared as if she were bathed in light, radiating an ethereal glow. Even Chen Ying, accustomed to the beauty of many, found himself silently marveling at her allure. Such a woman was a rare gem, deserving of the silver screen, both for her physique and her visage. "No need for that. Let us conclude the filming promptly," Yi Chu stated, before striding towards the set. Chen Ying sensed the palpable impatience radiating from Yi Chu and, with a resigned sigh, followed suit. After many years of directing, this was his first encounter with an actor of such temperament. The assistant director had just completed a few scenes when Chen took over the filming. Following the earlier incident, everyone in the crew, including the extras, was still shaken. Upon seeing Yi Chu unscathed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Many had witnessed Yi Chu's earlier performance, which led them to reevaluate their preconceived notions about her. Most of those present had heard of Yi Chu. The scandal that tarnished her reputation was still fresh in their minds. Although Wei Ning had faced consequences for his actions, who could truly believe the authenticity of events in the entertainment industry? All positions ready, Chen Ying commanded, and the crew braced themselves for action. Yi Chu touched up her makeup and donned a new harness. The scene must go on, yet the momentum of Zhang Jingyuan had notably waned, even teetering on the verge of collapse. Chen Ying furrowed his brow, admonishing the second female lead, "Manage your expressions." The assistant director had repeatedly inquired whether Zhang Jingyuan and Zhang Congming were unsettled by the earlier scare. Zhang Jingyuan vehemently assured everyone he was fine. Yet his fervent declaration faltered in the practical setting. Suspended in midair, Yi Chu stood upon an invisible force, a power that supported her. The crew managing the harness found it peculiar. Was the pulley distributing weight too effectively? Yi Chu felt remarkably light. Zhang Jingyuan glanced at her, thinking it was ill fortune that she remained unscathed. Observing the shift in Zhang Jingyuan's expression, Chen Ying relaxed his tense muscles and declared, "Ready, action." Susan helped Yi Chu remove her makeup and offered her a few words of comfort. After changing into her own clothes, Yi Chu's face, radiant with youthful collagen, evoked a sense of envy in Susan. Today's events were certainly not mere coincidence. In a hushed tone, Susan leaned closer to Yi Chu and remarked that while she was preoccupied with touching up Yi Chu's makeup, she had fleetingly caught sight of a shadowy figure lurking about. "Susan, you possess keen perception," Yi Chu replied, brushing off her sleeves, asserting that those who dare to commit misdeeds must be prepared to face the consequences. Indeed, the director would certainly not let this individual escape unscathed. Susan shifted her gaze towards Chen Ying, who was outside the tent directing the cleanup efforts. Yi Chu smirked, wondering if one could truly rely on him. How troublesome it is to be merely mortal. Zhang Jingyuan did not linger in the crew to remove her makeup. Instead, she slipped away into her van. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Chu found herself alone on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with a few twinkling stars illuminating the night, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, light will eventually emerge. Zhang Jingyuan luxuriated in a warm bath, her assistant attending to her toenails, as she lay contentedly on the bed. The assistant remarked, "Little Pang, who manages the props, might be fearful of potential repercussions. Hence he only cut one string." "Where is Little Pang?" Zhang Jingyuan inquired further. "I instructed him to leave post-haste and provided him with a hush money of 50,000. Zhang Jingyuan picked up her phone and transferred 100,000 to her assistant, stating, "Tomorrow we have a water scene. And I recall a local custom involving the manipulation of items that ordinary folk might find daunting. Do you understand?" The assistant shuddered slightly and timidly replied, "Sister Jing, perhaps we should reconsider. She has not wronged you in any significant way. If we press too hard and something dire occurs, it would be detrimental to us." Zhang Jingyuan felt a lump in her throat upon hearing her assistant's words. "Get lost, you treacherous wretch. I toil day and night to provide for you. And yet you dare to voice your complaints? Think of your hometown, where that limping husband awaits your return." The assistant trembled, hastily leaning by Zhang Jingyuan's bedside. "Sister Jing, I will do it. Please don't dismiss me. I'll go right away, just don't send me away. Hurry up." Zhang Jingyuan turned over, engrossed in an animated conversation with someone unknown. The room fell silent, and fatigue overtook Zhang Jingyuan, causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Ensuring there were no hidden cameras, Yi Chu conjured an elderly chair, and with a gesture, a glass of freshly squeezed juice appeared in her hand. The juice, resplendent with vibrant hues reminiscent of cotton candy, was a product of another realm. Rich in various spiritual essences, it was an essential elixir for cultivation and advancement. As Yi Chu sipped the juice, she pointed at the stars above, her demeanor relaxed as though she were at home. "Director." It was that Little Pang from the props team. He fled after committing his misdeeds. The props team leader reported to Chen Ying after completing his investigation. Chapter 28. Intolerable reported to the police, but this matter must be suppressed, Chen Ying stated coldly. After many years as a director, he had witnessed numerous unsavory incidents. Yet this blatant affront was unprecedented. To his knowledge, Yi Chu was merely an obscure figure, and logically, She should not be at risk of death. However, today's events clearly indicated that someone intended to take her life. Such a malicious scheme. If anything were to happen to Yu Chu on set, the reputation of Qin Xianjing would be irrevocably tarnished. It was no wonder Yi Chu was so enraged. However, this young lady possesses an extraordinary endurance. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly terrified. Yet she remains calm and composed while performing, making no mistakes, truly a remarkable individual. I shall attend to this matter immediately. The assistant director remarked that the props manager does not wield such authority. The props team leader nodded in agreement and exited alongside the assistant director. Chening sighed, then struck the table in frustration. If he were to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes, he would not let the matter rest. This incident is a direct affront to him. How dare someone infiltrate his production team? It's simply outrageous. As the night deepened, Yi Chu remained leisurely rocking in a chair on the rooftop. In reality, visibility had diminished to nothing. Yet, to her, the world was devoid of the distinctions between day and night. With a heart as clear as a mirror, there exists no darkness. Zhang Jingyuan seemed to be ensnared in an abyss, calling out to the heavens in vain, and the earth offered no solace. No, help me. Someone save me. The spectral figures of the black and white impermanence, along with the ox head and horse face, appeared. Zhang Jingyuan found herself bound in chains, which cut into her flesh, leaving her in agony, unable to discern whether her pain stemmed from her flesh or her bones. What do you want from me? I'm not dead. I'm still alive. She cried out in terror, her entire being racked with pain, having never endured such inhumane torture and the shame of lost dignity. Everyone from the Flower Country knows the ominous significance of encountering the black and white impermanence and the ox head and horse face. Yet, Zhang Jingyuan was acutely aware that she was not truly dead. She could feel the pain, not a torment of the spirit, but a visceral suffering akin to the agony of being flayed alive. The very fact that she felt pain signified her survival. Having committed countless misdeeds, she was destined for the depths of hell, through mountains of blades and seas of fire, and into boiling cauldrons. The black and white impermanence handed Zhang Jingyuan over to the ox head and horse face. Acknowledging the unspoken directive, the bovine and equine custodians promptly initiated their task. Despite Zhang Jingyuan's vociferous protests of mistaken identity and claims of continued existence, her pleas went unheeded. Upon the chains falling into the hands of the infernal wardens, Zhang Jingyuan was assailed by a cacophony of desperate, fearful, agonizing, and struggling cries. The overlapping din threatened to overwhelm her senses. As the true visage of the netherworld was unveiled, Zhang Jingyuan's mouth fell agape, aghast at the sheer terror before her, desperately wishing to escape this realm, insisting on her living state. The scene was utterly dreadful, dominated by a pervasive crimson hue. Sanguine radiance pierced the heavens, as endless scarlet mists swirled about. In the fetid air induced nausea. Rivers of crimson blood flowed, and the ground was marred by dismemberment, viscera, limbs, and severed heads strewn about. Overwhelmed, Zhang Jingyuan vomited uncontrollably. The silk nightgown she had donned that evening serving as a stark reminder of the grim reality. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to terror, losing control of her bladder. With a thunderous bellow, the bovine warden proclaimed Zhang Jingyuan's transgressions as intolerable to the celestial order, declaring his intent to deliver divine retribution, subjecting her to trials of bladed mountains and fiery cauldrons, as a fitting consequence for a life steeped in wickedness. With that, the bovine warden cast Zhang Jingyuan into the mountain of blades. The instant the blades pierced her flesh, she felt as though her very essence would dissipate. After tumbling thrice across the bladed peaks, she was cast by the equine warden into a sea of fire, where her body was scorched until not a single hair remained, leaving her blackened like coal. Yet, her consciousness remained acutely aware, and she was cognizant of every agonizing sensation. I can no longer bear it. I can no longer endure. Zhang Jingyuan pleaded desperately. Yet the grim figures of the underworld continued to cast her into the blood pool. The liquid, akin to sulfuric acid, corroded her flesh, and she felt no respite from the agony. I was wrong. I acknowledge my transgressions. I was wrong. I recognize my faults. I shall never dare again. Zhang Jingyuan cried out in anguish. Suddenly, the blood pool vanished, leaving her in disarray. The mark upon her indicated her as a sinner. Should she persist in her misdeeds, she would await the torment of the 19th level of hell. Zhang Jingyuan screamed. The pitch-black canopy of night remained undisturbed, illuminated only by the dim glow of the wall sconces. Shaking her hair, Zhang Jingyuan opened her eyes, realizing the darkness still enveloped her, while her body was drenched as though she had been pulled from the depths of water. Was it merely a dream? Tentatively, she grasped the air around her, but found nothing to hold. The excruciating pain lingered in her memory, prompting her to huddle into a tight ball. Even drenched, she dared not venture into the bathroom. How peculiar. Could it be some local superstition? Ever since she took residence in this place, her nightmares had grown increasingly terrifying. After considerable mental preparation, Zhang Jingyuan switched on all the lights, filling the room with brightness, before she finally mustered the courage to wash up. In the dead of night, her assistant was compelled to contact the hotel staff to arrange a room change for Zhang Jingyuan. Faced with such a predicament, the assistant felt utterly helpless. Yet bound by the threads of fate woven by Zhang Jingyuan, she had no choice but to comply. "Sister Jing, there is something on the back of your arm." As the assistant helped Zhang Jingyuan organize her belongings, she suddenly noticed a birthmark-like mark on the back of her arm. "What?" Zhang Jingyuan approached the mirror, her heart racing, and exclaimed, "Get out." Whether it was fear or fury, her terrifying gaze fell upon her assistant. The assistant had never witnessed such a side of Zhang Jingyuan and, frightened, she fled the room, shutting the door behind her. A sinner? Could it be that all of this was indeed true? Had she truly traversed mountains of blades and seas of fire, and waded through pools of blood? Why was this happening? Zhang Jingyuan intently scrutinized the mark on her arm, its dark shape resembling the totem of an ancient tribe. In despair, she scrambled into her bedding, wrapping herself tightly in the comforter as if it might offer her some semblance of safety, yet it was futile. That mark served as a constant reminder that she had committed heinous acts and was now facing the consequences. Did ghosts truly exist in this world? No. Sobbing, Zhang Jingyuan buried her face in the covers. Her phone lay abandoned nearby. She dared not look at it nor wish to engage in conversation with anyone. Perhaps it was to prevent someone from taking a leap off the ledge. Chapter 29. It was her all along in this so-called hell. She was told that her misdeeds had led her to such a fate. Misdeeds, which merely consisted of tampering with Yi Chu's rigging. During these past few days, she had been residing in the very room chosen by Yi Chu, and nightmares had plagued her incessantly. Even tonight, the pain felt as though it were etched into her bones. Merely thinking of it would trigger an instinctive shiver. It must be Yi Chu. She was a monster. Indeed. Zhang Jingyuan was envious of Yi Chu's beauty and her lofty demeanor. The director and assistant director greeted her with smiles, while she, despite her tireless efforts, had been publicly humiliated time and again. Since the forcible seizure of Yi Chu's room, she has begun to exhibit erratic behavior, experiencing a series of misfortunes and dissatisfaction in all aspects. This room seems to be cursed. Each night brings forth nightmares, and this time it escalated to unimaginable horrors. Yet, Yi Chu, I cannot rest until I have exacted my revenge. Tomorrow shall reveal my resolve. Director, the police have apprehended Xiaopeng. The rascal took the money but failed to escape far, only to be caught gaming in an internet CF throughout the night. The voice of the deputy director resonated from Qin Ying's phone, detailing the unfolding events. Could it truly be her? The intricacies of female rivalries remain perplexing to him. Yet this personal vendetta has spiraled into matters of safety, which seems an overreaction. As a man, he finds it difficult to comment on the disputes between women. Very well. Director. Currently, the reasons behind their conflict remain unclear, and Qin Ying believes it prudent to observe quietly until the situation comes to light. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Jingyuan requested leave from the director, citing ill health and the need for rest. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a deep-seated aversion to Yi Chu surged within her. Qin Ying, with no option but to acquiesce to Zhang Jingyuan's plea, recognized her as one of the investors in this production. Coincidentally, the leading lady was present on set today, necessitating the filming of her scenes with the merman first. This marked the final scene, Tears of the Merman. Zhang Jingyuan was expected to participate, yet her absence forced the use of a stand-in. Last night, Zhang Jingyuan had roused her from her slumber in the dead of night, leaving her to endure the morning with dark circles under her eyes and yawning with every few steps. There is little to be done. Perhaps this is simply the fate of an assistant, Zhang Jingyuan said listlessly. Human beings are fickle. Thoughts that blossom in the night often wither by day. Succumbing to fear and inertia, the assistant performed a basic skincare routine for Zhang Jingyuan, ensuring she did not appear overly haggard. The chaos of the previous night remained vivid in the assistant's memory. The crew was poised to commence filming when Zhang Jingyuan informed Qin Ying of her arrival. Consequently, Qin Ying had to allow the stunt double to complete several scenes before Zhang Jingyuan could step in to reshoot her parts. According to the script, Yi Chu, portrayed by Zhang Jingyuan, undergoes a transformative underwater journey, demanding a portrayal that encapsulates despair, rebirth, and ultimately, emergence from a cocoon, an emotional spectrum of great intensity. Chen Ying was determined to perfect this shot, aiming for it to be a defining moment not only for Yi Chu, but for the entire Qingxian realm. Thus, he had arranged for preparations to commence early. To enhance the visual appeal, Chen Ying selected a pristine water pool. Initial efforts were made to clear debris, and the area was left undisturbed for several days. The water appeared to harbor certain microorganisms, giving it a delicate blue hue, which was utterly enchanting. Zhang Jingyuan steeled herself against the rising tide of fear, compelling herself to perform the most explosive scene. However, due to Chen Ying's myriad of discontent, numerous takes ended in failure. The second female lead met her tragic end in this very scene. Questioning the male lead about any flicker of compassion he may have felt for her, he cast a glance toward the female lead, uttering not a word, as the second female lead succumbed to her despair. Yet, Zhang Jingyuan's role was far from over. She still had a pivotal confrontation scene with the male lead. While Yi Chu prepared to plunge into the water, in order to enhance the aesthetic allure of the entire scene, the director insisted that Yi Chu perform without a stunt double. Truth be told, Yi Chu had no substitute available. This makeup is waterproof, ensuring that you'll look absolutely breathtaking even in the water, Susan remarked as she admired her masterpiece. Once the scenes depicting the transformation were filmed, it would be time for the special effects makeup, she added. She had Yi Chu's costume photos on her phone, each one a gem in itself. At that moment, Zhang Jingyuan had just finished her part, and it was Yi Chu's turn to take the stage. Zhang Jingyuan couldn't help but glance at Yi Chu, and their eyes met. Yi Chu's enigmatic smile lingered on Zhang Jingyuan for a fleeting moment, and she sensed a disturbance in Zhang Jingyuan's aura. Surely, last night had been difficult for her. Suddenly, Zhang Jingyuan felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, prompting her assistant to quickly discard the umbrella and support her. Sister Jing, are you all right? The assistant inquired with concern. After all, she was their breadwinner. They could not afford for her to falter. Zhang Jingyuan tightly gripped her assistant's hand, instructing, "Help me to the car." The assistant promptly nodded, explaining to those nearby, Sister Jing overexerted herself while acting and is feeling a bit drained. Though she spoke these words, she understood that the situation was far more complex. Reclining in the car's interior, Zhang Jingyuan feebly asked, "Is everything arranged?" The assistant nodded, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Sister Jing. Once bitten by that thing, she will never stand again. Yi Chu, do not hold this against me. I am merely a pawn in this game. After all, who could have imagined you would offend Sister Jing?" The assistant retrieved some ice cream from the small refrigerator in the RV for Zhang Jingyuan and was subsequently dispatched to the set to assess the situation. The water was 2 meters deep, and to prevent the murkiness from hindering the filming, the director decided against allowing anyone to descend. Yi Chu was secured with steel wires to avert any mishaps. This scene required her to personally operate the camera, which posed a considerable challenge. Additionally, another camera would be suspended by a rope to capture the action. Ideally, a swimming pool would have sufficed, but its effect could not rival the authenticity of natural waters. Yi Chu approached the pond, which was not stagnant but rather a lively body of water. However, it contained some intriguing elements. "Little Yi, you needn't be afraid. Just film as usual. We'll pull you up every 30 seconds, Chen Ying encouraged from the side. No stand-in was used, as it was a matter of commitment to the production. Chapter 30. Triangular long worm. The most challenging aspect was the inability to find a girl resembling Yi Chu. She was averse to being touched, yet the crew was understandably uneasy. In truth, they dared not approach her. Her gaze was as frigid as ice. Yi Chu stood atop a prop rock, preparing to embody a visage of sorrow and hatred as she fell backward into the water. The camera was positioned at the optimal angle, capturing her descent as if she were plummeting from a great height. Slowing down the footage would intensify the sense of desolation. "All right, let us begin," the director called, and the clapperboard snapped. Before Yi Chu lay the calamity of her clan's extinction, the merfolk were reduced to her alone. As the princess and the saint of her people, she could not bear witness to the complete obliteration of the merfolk from this world. Yi Chu cast a glance at Zhang Songming, her eyes reflecting both accusation and resolute determination. Tears streamed from Yi Chu's eyes, glistening like crystal under the sunlight, radiating a heart-wrenching luminosity. "The calamity that befell the mermen was entirely my fault, if it were not for that initial moment." Yi Chu pointed at Zhang Songming, her voice laden with regret. "If it were not for that initial moment," as if summoned by an unseen force, Zhang Songming soared to Yi Chu's side. I am sorry. The weight of guilt and self-loathing left him powerless to alter the current predicament. The sheer fabric of her gown danced in the breeze. While Zhang Songming's eyes widened in desperation, yearning to grasp Yi Chu, yet it was all too late. She plunged into the water, causing a cascade of exquisite splashes to erupt upon the pale blue surface, followed by ripples that spread like wisps of clouds. The little creatures beneath the surface had been waiting for this moment, had they not? A long, triangular, slender creature quivered at the bottom, while another, adorned in black and red patterns, trembled nearby. They had been cast into the water before dawn, their caretaker having trained them meticulously to navigate the depths with ease. Starved for quite some time, the pond offered nothing but snails, leaving them desperate for sustenance. Finally, a target appeared, yet it was a formidable predator. Ah, who could rescue them? They longed to flee, having sensed the predator's presence long ago, but no matter how hard they tried, escape eluded them. What were they to do? The mermen were to awaken in this watery spectacle, ultimately transforming into true mermen. To ensure the scene flowed seamlessly, Yi Chu executed several movements in succession. Chen Ying was thoroughly pleased. This little Yi was like a worm in his belly, delivering exactly what he desired. Two long worms dared not escape. When Yi Chu's had emerged from the water's surface, they believed they could move, only to discover they were ensnared, unable to swim away. Ah, dear heavens, a monster. Xiao Yi, let us capture a few more shots. After Yi Chu's head surfaced, Chen Ying spoke to her from the shore. Although the footage was already satisfactory, it was prudent to ensure all bases were covered. Some scenes indeed required multiple takes, even if they might not ultimately be utilized. Try opening your eyes underwater. The water quality had been tested in advance. It posed no harm to the eyes. All right. As Yi Chu opened her eyes before the camera, a resolute determination to rejuvenate all living things flickered within, shedding all notions of life and death. When Yi Chu once sacrificed herself, how did it differ from this merman's plight? After decades in a foreign realm, she encountered family and friends. Her master and fellow disciples had shown her profound devotion, with her master imparting his entire life as cultivation to her. The disciples, in their quest to maintain spatial equilibrium, placed life and death on the back burner. Their existence was for the sake of continuity, and her sacrifice was also for the same purpose. If two additional words were to be added to this continuity, it would likely be rebirth. At that moment, Yi Chu suddenly sensed a loosening of her cultivation. Above the demigod tier lies the true deity, and she had yet to reach the pinnacle of her powers. Instantly, Yi Chu retracted her aura, while those outside assisted her in emerging from the water. Swiftly, someone approached with a cloth to dry her hair, and then Susan pulled her into the tent to change clothes. It was time for special effects makeup. In just 2 hours, they had completed a scene. Zhang Jingyuan was utterly astonished and cast a venomous glance at his assistant. I know not why. Could it be that the two inside have perished? The assistant whispered, if you can't handle such trivial matters, what use are you? Zhang Jingyuan slapped the assistant across the face, her tone exceedingly harsh. At that moment, a background actor happened to pass by, witnessing Zhang Jingyuan's act of aggression. He was typically a content creator on a popular platform, where he enjoyed filming the daily lives of background actors, amassing a modest following of over 100,000 fans. This incident was captured in its entirety by him. The grueling labor of being a background actor often yielded less compensation than that received by the leads for a single shot. Zhang Jingyuan, already infamous within the industry, had now been recorded assaulting her assistant. A glimmer of mischief sparked within him. To witness it firsthand, Zhang Jingyuan decided to observe Yi Chu's filming. At that moment, Yi Chu was adorned with special effects makeup, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to a fairy, as if she were a sprite descended from the heavens. Even Chen Ying was momentarily captivated. He finally understood why Lu Huai had chosen this notorious newcomer. It could not be said she was infamous. For with such a beautiful figure and visage, she was destined not to languish in obscurity within the entertainment realm. Yi Chu was likely to achieve far greater heights than anyone else. The special effects makeup was coated with a waterproof material to ensure it would not dissolve in water. And she once again submerged herself. Chen Ying caught sight of Zhang Jingyuan approaching closer, and a sudden vision flashed through his mind. If Yi Chu were to engage in a confrontation with the second female led in the water, their characteristics would be accentuated even further. However, what? Impossible. I will never enter the water. Zhang Jingyuan instinctively rejected Chen Ying's suggestion. Regardless of what lurked beneath the surface, the mere sight of Yi Chu made her feel uneasy. Let the stand-in go first, and then you can supplement with a few shots. Just show your face above the water, Qining advised. Zhang Jingyuan gazed at the underwater expanse of blue, contemplating that if Yi Chu had been submerged for so long without incident, perhaps there was truly nothing to fear. If this opportunity could lead to Yi Chu experiencing a bit of hardship, then so be it. Why not escalate matters online and use public opinion to ruin Yi Chu? Only a fool would engage in such folly. Destroying Qingxian realm would spell disaster for everyone involved. Chapter 31. The underwater performance. Noticing Zhang Jingyuan's demeanor soften, Qining seized the moment, and Zhang Jingyuan finally acquiesced to dive into the water for a duel with Yi Chu. The pond was approximately the size of half a swimming pool, providing ample space for their staged confrontation. Qining briefed the two on their roles and was eager to commence filming. Yi Chu glanced at Zhang Jingyuan. "Senior Zhang, are you prepared?" A playful smile danced on Yi Chu's lips, droplets of water still glistening upon his skin, shimmering like jewels under the sun. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Jingyuan immediately became wary. "Nothing of consequence, merely acting." "Senior Zhang, your recent exploits have certainly been eventful. I wonder if your dreams have been equally fulfilling?" "Wait. How could Yi Chu possibly know about her nightmares?" This was unsettling. Yi Chu is indeed too uncanny. "You monster!" Zhang Jingyuan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. "Senior." Yi Chu sighed. "Words once spoken cannot be taken back. You should be cautious with your tongue, lest misfortune arise from it." A light laughter escaped Yi Chu, his fox-like eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. At that moment, Yi Chu appeared to Zhang Jingyuan like a nefarious villain shrouded in darkness. She resembled a frail, pitiable, and helpless protagonist, bullied without anyone to rescue her, even on the verge of tears. Indeed, as the little star had remarked, this Yi Chu was nothing but worthless. Having completed her makeup, Yi Chu descended into the water first, followed by Zhang Jingyuan. Initially, Zhang Jingyuan was reluctant to enter the water, but upon witnessing Yi Chu's tranquility, she too dismissed any fears of lurking dangers beneath the surface. With her eyes opened underwater, Yi Chu remained composed while Zhang Jingyuan struggled for a while before finally settling down. Qining allowed her a moment to acclimate before explaining the movements to Yi Chu. Qinying's words held little significance. Her primary intention was to compel Zhang Jingyuan to deliver an impressive performance. It was rather absurd for a demigod to resort to such means to exact vengeance upon wrongdoers. Yet, there was a certain thrill in tearing through the facade. In truth, a mere finger could obliterate Zhang Jingyuan. Why not simply allow her to live peacefully? Instead, she chose to engage in petty manipulations. Frankly, her temperament was quite volatile. Having perused the laws, she was aware that causing someone to vanish at whim was illegal. Otherwise, enduring such tedious endeavors would merely serve the purpose of ensuring that individual behaved appropriately. How bothersome. This time, to achieve a more striking effect, the photographer also entered the water. Following the director's instructions, Yi Chu sparred with Zhang Jingyuan in the water, surfacing every 20 seconds. "You despicable fiend!" Zhang Jingyuan exclaimed as she broke the surface, her face contorted with indignation. Yi Chu gritted her teeth, her voice laced with seething hatred. "You slaughtered my kin and murdered my brothers. You deserve to die." Upon concluding her line, the director called for a break, allowing them a minute of respite before diving back into the scene. The photographer found himself submerged in water, his vision muddled. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck him. What on earth was that? Two serpents, each as thick as an infant's arm, were dancing beneath the surface. How could there be snakes? Upon sighting the creatures, the photographer hastily ascended, prompting Qining to notice his sudden movement and assume something was amiss. Just then, a cry erupted from the shore. "Snakes!" The photographer surfaced, tearing off his oxygen mask, and urgently exclaimed, "Director, pull the others up. There are venomous snakes." Without delay, someone swiftly pulled the photographer to safety. Meanwhile, the two individuals still entangled in the water remained oblivious to the chaos above. Zhang Jingyuan struggled to keep her eyes open amidst the photographer's commotion. The serpents, sensing their newfound freedom, began to writhe with abandon. They simultaneously fixated on two targets, one a formidable figure, the other merely an ordinary person. It was clear which choice they would make. Zhang Jingyuan felt something slithering around her, slick and sinister, and an ominous dread washed over her as she began to thrash in panic. Yi Chu was being dragged away, while Zhang Jingyuan was also being pulled. Yet she fought against her captors with such fervor that those on shore struggled to keep hold. As she sensed the impending suffocation, the water surged into her nose and mouth, choking her breath away. Qining shouted urgently, "Quick, save her!" A bamboo pole was hastily fetched, But in fear of harming Zhang Jingyuan, they resorted to desperately pulling on a steel wire. The two serpents yawned to sink their fangs into their prey, yet, tragically, they found themselves unable to open their jaws. At last, Zhang Jingyuan was hauled to the shore, but by then, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Two elongated serpents fled swiftly before reaching the shore, but as they arrived, they were abruptly pierced through the skulls by two pins. Blood erupted from the snakes' heads, splattering into the water like a grotesque explosion. Yichu extracted the two delicate pins, crafted from stainless steel and copper wire, from her head and, before the astonished gaze of onlookers, pinned the serpents to the ground. This was a shocking spectacle. Everyone witnessed Yichu's cold demeanor as she executed such a brutal act in an instant. However, these were venomous creatures. Even Yichu's cruelty could not rival that of the snakes. What if they were indeed poisonous? Zhang Jingyuan would be doomed. A chorus of screams erupted among the extras, while Chen Ying hastily arranged for medical personnel to assist Zhang Jingyuan. Turning around, he found the two snakes pinned down, lifeless. Chen Ying rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Those snakes were undoubtedly a menace, yet they met their demise so easily. It seemed today was a significant loss. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Susan rushed over, her concern evident as she inquired about Yichu. I'm fine, Yichu replied, draped in a towel, while Susan took another cloth to wipe the water from her neck. The leading actors, resting in the tent, heard the commotion and hurried over. Zhang Songming's stomach churned at the sight of the decapitated snakes, and upon noticing Lu Yuyu approaching, he quickly stepped forward to redirect her. Some snakes have been killed. It's quite bloody. Best not to look, Zhang Songming advised Lu Yuyu. What happened? She asked. It seems the snakes caused a fright, but I must say, the method of killing was exceptionally ruthless. The pins were thrown like darts to pierce the snakes' heads, and they belonged to Yichu. Zhang Songming elucidated that he was merely speculating, and the specific circumstances would require further examination. Xiaoya, you were excessively impulsive just now, Chen Ying remarked, though his tone lacked reproach. Please, recount what transpired at that moment. Yichu glanced askance at Zhang Jingyuan, who was spitting out water, and replied. We were in the midst of filming when something unexpected occurred. Indeed, the pond had been cleared prior, ensuring that no such creatures could emerge. Moreover, it is highly unlikely for ordinary snakes to remain submerged for an extended period. This is not one snake, but two. Furthermore, the doctor has confirmed that these are two highly venomous snakes, and a single bite could prove fatal. How, then, did the snakes enter the pond? Chen Ying pondered, visibly perplexed. Now that Zhang Jingyuan lay incapacitated, her financial backers and the company would undoubtedly seek accountability, and he would have to navigate the ensuing complications. Director, the recent filming has encountered numerous misfortunes. Surely you realize this is not mere coincidence, but rather the result of human intervention, Yichu remarked slowly. How could a normal snake remain in the water for such an extended duration? Yichu continued. Susan nodded in agreement, adding, Director, I have heard of a local tradition. Without needing further explanation from Susan, Chen Ying comprehended that the situation was indeed far more intricate than it appeared. As for Zhang Jingyuan, she had already been transported to the hospital. After experiencing considerable distress, her assistant had informed her financial backer. Just as Chen Ying prepared to consult Yichu, his phone rang unexpectedly, and his heart sank. It was, indeed, an investor. The conversation began with a barrage of inquiries, to which Chen Ying could only respond with apologies. Considering the matter of interests, investors have temporarily refrained from withdrawing their capital. The desire to divest is not so easily fulfilled. Contracts hold little weight in the presence of such individuals, yet the maximization of profit remains the quintessential nature of a businessman. Zhang Jingyuan, despite her current favor among these people, is merely a plaything. In this merciless and frigid circle, emotions bear no significance. At this moment, Zhang Jingyuan lies on a hospital bed, the remnants of the snake's cold touch still lingering on her skin, provoking a wave of nausea within her. Recalling the words spoken by Yichu prior to the filming, she instinctively shrinks deeper into her covers. She feels so cold, and so much pain. The assistant, standing nearby, bows his head in remorse. Sister Jing, he dares not raise his voice, fearful that Zhang Jingyuan might unleash her wrath upon him. After a long while, she picks up her phone, only to find no messages of concern. She yearns to share her recent tribulations with Yi Fanqing, but after typing a few words, she hesitates and deletes them. Having spent considerable time with the Yi family, how could Yi Fanqing's understanding of Yichu be flawed, unless Yichu is merely playing a role in front of the family? Yet, no matter how well one acts, the truth will eventually surface. The only conclusion that remains is that Yi Fanqing is using her as a pawn. But what about those nightmares? And the snake? Both are elements beyond control. Those in the entertainment industry often harbor superstitions, and Zhang Jingyuan is increasingly resolute in her desire to seek guidance from a master. Her boyfriend shows her no concern at all, and upon reflection, she dismisses the notion. To expect anything beyond monetary gain from a cunning and ruthless businessman is nothing short of fanciful delusion. In this regard, Zhang Jingyuan lived with remarkable clarity, and only individuals of her caliber could openly exist beneath the watchful eyes of the legitimate wife. However, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. It was imperative to conceal the true origins of those two serpents. Yichu remained at the scene, having changed into her own attire. At a glance, Susan recognized that this outfit was of considerable value. Not to mention, her family owned a jewelry store, and upon seeing the pearls adorning Yichu's sleeves, she discerned that they were genuine. Each pearl was exquisite and full-bodied, with a uniform hue, easily worth several tens of thousands. Susan's curiosity regarding Yichu's identity deepened. Yichu exuded an enigmatic aura that was distinctly captivating. When performing, she embodied the essence of a mermaid. Yet, the moment the director called for a halt, Yichu would instantly revert to her aloof demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged approach. However, engaging with her revealed a warmth in her speech and demeanor, evoking an inherent sense of elegance. Such was the irresistible allure of Yichu, mysterious, aloof, and gentle, and her appearance was anything but ordinary. Ever since Yichu assumed control of this withered body, she had diligently nourished it daily with spiritual energy and medicinal herbs, coupled with her formidable soul. This physical form gradually transcended the limits of mortality, increasingly resembling the renowned Yichu from 4 decades prior. Little Yi Chin produced a red envelope from his bag and extended it to Yichu, leaving Susan wide-eyed in astonishment. She worked as a makeup artist in the film crew. And of course, her family's wealth afforded her a certain freedom uncommon to others, as well as a lack of financial concerns. However, the unexpected windfall was something she gazed upon with envious eyes. Politely, Yichu extended her hand to receive the red envelope, placing it on the table beside her. Then turned her head towards Susan and said, "Since we've made some money today, let me treat you to hot pot later." Susan understood and, knowing that Chen Ying had matters to discuss with Yichu, immediately exclaimed, "Oh dear, I just realized that I haven't packed my makeup tools yet. I must go tidy up my bag." Chen Ying waved his hand dismissively, and Susan exited the tent. Those 2 snakes were classified as national second-class protected animals, and the matter had already been reported. Given the urgency of the situation at the time, it was likely that a fine would not lead to any severe repercussions. "Did you not notice anything while you were underwater?" In response to Chen Ying's gaze, Yichu did not hesitate to offer a comment. "They were already there when I went into the water," she said lightly, as if discussing something inconsequential. "Then why did you not mention it?" Chen Ying pressed. "Is this not a significant issue? Shouldn't a girl scream upon seeing 2 snakes?" Chen Ying had forgotten that the young woman before him was capable of using a hairpin to skillfully dispatch them, distinguishing her from the average girl. "It didn't affect me. Why should I disturb their romantic interlude?" Observing Yichu's carefree demeanor, Chen Ying felt an urge to crush her. A romantic interlude? Are they discussing love in the heavens? Those knowledgeable about snakes would tell you, if bitten by either of those, one might never stand again. It would be a matter of life and death. Unexpectedly, upon entering the water, Senior Zhang immediately captured the affections of others, who swiftly abandoned their previous attachments. One might observe that the photographers seemed indifferent. Perhaps there exists an alluring quality within Senior Zhang that they admire. After all, they have not caused him any harm. Chen clenched his fists in frustration, unwilling to entertain such nonsense. The pond had been previously cleaned, and snakes, too, require air to breathe. It is indeed a puzzlement. Unable to extract any reasonable explanation from Yichu, Chen could only exchange a few polite words before allowing her to depart. "Chu-chu, I am all set. Where shall we dine?" As Yichu emerged from the tent, Susan sprang forth from another, clearly having waited eagerly. "I recall a place renowned for its local delicacies." Yichu retrieved her phone. Discussions online regarding her increased screen time had gradually waned, and she had not paid much attention, though her fans remained anxious on her behalf. "Aren't we having hot pot? When in Rome, one must indulge in local cuisine, right?" Yichu opened the map, glancing around. Chapter 33, The Revelation in Recent Days. She had compiled numerous guides, all centered around culinary delights. Who could have anticipated that in this otherworldly realm, She had gone over 2 decades without tasting food. Upon her return, her first order of business was to eat. With her filming schedule being overwhelmingly busy, she had not had the chance to indulge, and today, with a rare moment to spare, she certainly intended to feast. Excellent. Susan beamed, her smile radiant. Dining with a fairy made any meal delectable. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyuan lay alone in the hospital, her assistant by her side, not daring to leave her for a moment. Once separated for merely half a second, Zhang Jingyuan erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Her assistant, with reddened eyes, was clearly tormented beyond endurance. Even the matter involving the snake breeder was conducted via telephone. The breeder, initially aiming to extort a fortune, was taken aback upon learning that the snake had nearly harmed one of their own. Fearing repercussions for unlawfully keeping a protected species, the breeder hastily collected a meager sum and fled to another province. After the meal, Yichu bid farewell to Susan and proceeded directly to the hospital. At the entrance, she noticed someone selling white chrysanthemums. She purchased 9, casually holding them as she navigated through the curious gazes of onlookers, precisely locating Zhang Jingyuan's hospital room. Zhang Jingyuan's boyfriend had arranged a VIP suite for her, which was not only tranquil but also exceptionally soundproof. Upon seeing Yichu, Zhang Jingyuan appeared as if she had encountered a specter, clutching a pillow to her chest and demanding, "What are you doing here?" Yichu smirked slightly, placing the white chrysanthemums on the bedside table. "I merely came to check on your condition, senior. You knew there was a snake inside," Zhang Jingyuan accused, pointing a finger at Yichu in anger. The assistant observed Yichu with uncertainty, her calf muscles trembling involuntarily. "How could I possibly know what lies within?" Yichu replied, "I believe you, senior, are far more aware than I am. Yet you still plunged into danger without hesitation. I truly admire that." Yichu selected a chair and sat down, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jingyuan. "You know everything?" Zhang Jingyuan thought to herself, a sense of horror washing over her. "Indeed," Yichu affirmed. Yichu continued, stating that any scheme or trickery pales in comparison to absolute strength. The elder had failed numerous times, yet remained oblivious to their own errors. "Tut, tut, tut. Why do you persist in targeting me?" Yichu extended her hand, as if to divine her fate. With great seriousness, she began to make calculations. The assistant stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the abrupt shift in atmosphere. She had transformed into a fortune teller in an instant. "What merit do I possess that you, a mere waste, would exploit me, dear elder? I advise you to tread carefully." After her remarks, Yichu cast a glance at Zhang Jingyuan's assistant, leaving behind a mysterious smile before departing with grace. At that moment, Zhang Jingyuan was left in a state of shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to quell the astonishment within her. No, it had morphed into sheer terror. Everything from her dreams was indeed real, the incident with the harness, and today's underwater affair were all orchestrated by her. In that instant, Zhang Jingyuan felt like a mere jester. Fear gripped her so tightly that she yearned to flee this place, to escape this world altogether. Could it be that ghosts and deities truly exist? Yichu was that malevolent spirit. Little did she know, Yichu had shown considerable restraint. Individuals like her would have long been reborn as beasts in another realm. The assistant remained in a daze. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Jingyuan finally regained her senses and promptly instructed her assistant, immediately called Shining. "Tomorrow, I intend to conclude all my scenes and leave this place." "Understood." The assistant nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. The wind lifted the hem of Yichu's garment, and the setting sun elongated her shadow. An elderly couple strolled by, supporting each other, their warm smiles illuminating their faces. Yichu couldn't help but smile as well. How lovely. Yet, that happiness belonged to them alone. "I have nothing." Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Yichu. "Yichu." The man's voice resonated in her ears. Turning to the side, she found herself face to face with Su Xiuani. "What brings you here?" Yichu inquired politely. "I came out to seek inspiration and happened to spot you." Su Xiuani responded with a nonchalant air. "Sister, do you think this counts as fate between us?" The man, attempting to maintain an air of gentlemanly charm, quickly faltered. This version of Su Xiuani was far more intriguing than the other. Yichu smiled silently. Su Xiuani was a head taller than Yichu, yet he distinctly appeared to be at a disadvantage in terms of presence. "What brings you here so late, Miss Yi? I heard you joined the cast of Qing Xianjing. Did you not have any filming today?" Su Xiuani pondered for a moment, needing to find a topic to avoid an awkward silence. "Yes," Yichu replied. "Oh, I see. How about we share a meal together, Miss Yi?" "Not at all. I must decline," Yichu stated firmly. "I'm sorry, but I have to go." She waved her hand at Su Xiuani and turned to leave, feeling apprehensive. Sushioni reminded her of other matters. For some reason, a sense of unease lingered within her. In Sushioni's eyes, Yichu seemed to embody a spirit of hasty retreat. Sushioni flicked her hair, stubbornly believing that Yichu must be on the verge of being moved by her spirit, yet unable to overcome the inner barrier that led to her continuous rejection. Unbeknownst to her, in Yichu's eyes, Sushioni appeared almost foolish. Once they were out of each other's sight, Yichu was finally able to suppress her unease. She had distinctly seen the reflection of her naive disciple, Ji-sun, the prince of the Lanwei kingdom, in Sushioni. Ji-sun should be well settled in Lanwei by now, perhaps even ascended to the throne, making his presence here impossible. Upon returning to the hotel, Yichu opened the door, and an unfamiliar scent wafted towards her. Sushioni, holding a cup of soda, cheerfully remarked, "I heard the staff mention your name, and I knew it was you. You are the one they speak of so fondly. Hee, no worries, you can stay here freely, I'll be next door. And I won't disturb you." Sushioni's smile resembled that of a child who had just tasted honey, utterly sweet. Yichu responded with silence. Sushioni pressed a bottle of soda into Yichu's hand, exclaiming, "I'm so delighted to see you here." Chapter 34. The scene of social death. Yichu felt as if she could see the large tail behind Sushioni swaying back and forth. Back in her room, Yichu calculated her script and realized she had roughly 6 or 7 scenes left before she could conclude her role. Chening notified her via WeChat that she would have a day off tomorrow, allowing her to finish all of Zhang Jingyuan's scenes first. It seemed Zhang Jingyuan could no longer endure staying. The moment Yichu left the hospital, Zhang Jingyuan deleted the Weibo post about Yichu's additional scenes and liked her previous costume photos. Public opinion has begun to grow increasingly perplexing. Zhang Jingyuan boasts over 6 million followers on Weibo, and following her deletion of likes on a post, the audience has split into 2 factions. One faction believes that Yichu is backed by a formidable force, putting Zhang Jingyuan under duress, while the other faction suspects that Zhang Jingyuan may have misunderstood the situation. Consequently, the online spectators find themselves bewildered by the unfolding drama. So, did Yichu indeed embellish her role? Many flocked to the official Weibo account seeking clarification. Chening did not anticipate such a twist. After all, Yichu is merely a minor supporting character in Qing Xianjing. His attentiveness towards her stemmed from an appreciation of her talent and potential. With public sentiment shifting in a favorable direction, he certainly felt elated. Zhang Jingyuan completed her final scene and wrapped up the filming. Chening felt somewhat awkward due to Zhang Jingyuan's reaction, as he had intended to arrange a dinner. What a relief to save some money. Zhang Jingyuan could be rather overbearing, yet in this setting, she demonstrated commendable professionalism. Unlike the previous 2 months, when she frequently threatened to quit, all these troubles arose from financial matters. If Chun Ying had the means, he wouldn't need to allow investors to meddle in the production and casting. Yichu packed a few items into a small suitcase, designed to be inconspicuous. Each room in this hotel suite comes equipped with its own bathroom, rendering her need to visit the restroom unnecessary. Sushioni wandered restlessly outside the door, contemplating whether to knock but hesitating to do so. He couldn't quite pinpoint the reason, but the desire to see Yichu consumed him. Merely catching a glimpse of her felt essential to his sense of completeness. Yichu, Sushioni chuckled nervously. "Hello there. Is there something you need at this late hour?" Yichu lifted her gaze to gaze upon Sushioni. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to inquire if you were hungry." "Not hungry," Yichu replied. "Oh." Sushioni immediately fell into a state of despondency, his spirit visibly diminished. Yichu furrowed her brow and promptly said, "If you are hungry, you may have this." With a flourish, she produced a small watermelon from behind her. The black and green hues of the fruit appeared strikingly beautiful under the light. Sushioni's eyes lit up, as if he had stumbled upon something delightful. The young lady can perform magic. He accepted the watermelon, which was cool to the touch and only slightly larger than his hand. This made Sushioni wonder if the watermelon was perhaps unripe. After all, how could a watermelon be this small? Yichu noticed the confusion and concern in Sushioni's eyes and remarked, "If you don't wish to eat it, you can return it to me." She nodded slightly, uttering a gentle and closed the door. At that moment, a cup on the table in Yichu's room toppled over, spilling water everywhere. Had Sushioni witnessed this scene, he would surely exclaim, "You're cheating." Sushioni hurried to the kitchen, cradling the watermelon as he meticulously admired it for 10 minutes, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. After taking a dozen photographs, he reluctantly took a knife to slice it open. The sweet aroma of the watermelon filled the air, and he noted that its rind was only 3 millimeters thick. How fresh! It was as if it had just been plucked from the earth. Indeed, It had just been harvested from her space, where she nurtured earthly fruits. Although they were mundane, they inevitably bore a trace of ethereal essence. Compared to the watermelons currently available in the market, this one was undoubtedly superior. Su Xuanyi could hardly contain his excitement as he took a bite. Once he did, he found himself utterly captivated. It was simply exquisite, akin to savoring a divine elixir. Throughout his life, he had never tasted such delightful fruit. "Where did you purchase this?" he inquired, marveling at the extraordinary watermelon. Such a remarkable specimen deserved to be widely promoted. It was astonishing that it had not been seen in the market. Upon examining the photos he had taken, Su Xuanyi noted that the watermelon's hue was deeper and much more vibrant than those typically sold outside. Could it be a new variety developed by an agricultural research institute? In no time, only the rind remained, yet Su Xuanyi was still not satisfied. The spiritual essence within the fruit nourished his soul, otherwise, Yichu would not have brought it forth. Any item from her soul space could create quite a stir, particularly those imbued with spiritual energy. The last cherry had awakened the intelligence of that blackbird. He wondered what effect this watermelon might have. However, he acknowledged that the spiritual energy of the watermelon was not on par with that cherry, which was indeed true. Yichu, meanwhile, was attentive to Su Xuanyi's condition from her room. Noting that he was well, she then fell into a meditative state. After consuming the watermelon, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over Su Xuanyi. In the darkness, a subtle force began to mend the injuries and afflictions within his body. He slept for an entire day and night, awakening the following evening to discover he could barely rise. Yichu stood at his door, arms crossed, and remarked, "I just ordered you some food." Rubbing his head, Su Xuanyi, with his disheveled hair, glanced at the time and realized it was still night. Mistakenly believing he had not slept long, "You have been asleep for a day and a night," Yichu replied. Su Xuanyi gazed into the mirror repeatedly, realizing that his attire remained unchanged from the previous night, the only distinction being the disheveled state of his hair. Just moments ago, he had presented himself with a nest-like hairstyle before the young lady. Oh dear, what an embarrassing social blunder. Chapter 35, A Sojourn in Space. Su Xuanyi wished fervently for a crevice to hide within. How could he have slept so soundly, akin to a sloth? And now, he was a source of concern for the young lady. Alas, during the day, Yichu had no performances, but Susan was preoccupied with makeup duties for the actors, leaving Yichu to venture out alone, indulging in a feast along the street. As long as no one recognized her, she was the most dazzling presence in the bustling food street. Few locals could identify her, for she was a mere shadow amidst the countless popular influencers boasting millions of followers on Weibo. In comparison, she felt like a mere novice. Thus, Yichu began her culinary journey at one end of the food street and savored her way to the other. Her actions inevitably attracted some attention, yet those who observed noted her modest orders and thought little of it. She was likely a tourist. This food street was renowned, drawing countless visitors daily. While others ordered in full portions, Yichu adhered to her principle of minimizing waste, opting for quarter portions. After all, where could she possibly fit so much food? As Su Xuanyi relished the meal ordered by Yichu, though it was merely ordinary fare from the hotel, he found it extraordinarily delightful. After all, it was personally selected by the young lady herself. Perhaps due to his prolonged slumber and satiation, he felt an invigorating lightness, as though he had been reborn. Upon finishing his meal, Su Xuanyi stretched languidly, devoid of any drowsiness, brimming with vitality. He yearned to seek out Yichu for some amusement, yet he lacked the courage to do so. He has always felt that Yichu possesses a peculiar ability, one that could render anyone who provokes her incapacitated. Yichu sits cross-legged on her bed, her spirit hovering in the ethereal realm. Today, the spatial tree exhibits new changes, and she intends to observe it closely. The entire space is shrouded in mist, imbued with celestial energy and shimmering with golden light. This realm, forged through virtues and souls, is not only her origin but also a place of perpetual renewal. The spiritual energy thrives within, facilitating swift cultivation. Within this space, numerous exotic plants from other realms have been cultivated. In the past, she nearly emptied her master Giyu's warehouse and traversed various nations, acquiring an abundance of treasures. Gold, silver, and jewels lie in heaps within her possession, buried in a corner of the space, too lazy to unearth them. Several veins of spiritual stones intertwine with the world tree, supporting the entirety of this realm. Standing at the pinnacle, she gazes down upon the expanse. The world tree towers above all. Yichu refers to it as the end of heaven, its roots firmly gripping the origins of several spiritual veins, its branches flourishing and reaching for the sky. Upon closer inspection, she discovers that the world tree has sprouted new buds. It has remained stagnant for many years, and she never expected it to begin this new phase of growth. A smile graces her lips as she caresses the budding shoots, a warm current washing over her spirit. Everyone yearns for the ultimate heights, aspiring to reach the pinnacle. Yet, they remain oblivious to the chilling solitude that comes with such elevation. Since her arrival in this foreign realm, as an infant rescued by her master Gigu, she embarked on a path of cultivation and learning. The myriad techniques of Gigu emphasized comprehensiveness, defying destiny itself. With each step she took fraught with hardship. Ultimately, through self-sacrifice, she found her liberation. The small courtyard was scarcely imbued with spirit. Many of its elements bore the semblance of the mundane. After plucking 2 peaches, Yichu withdrew into her space. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed, and Yichu was left with only 3 scenes to shoot. At the break of dawn, she gathered her belongings and vacated the hotel. Once outside, she sought a secluded spot to stow her luggage away. With 3 scenes remaining, Yichu resolved to condense them into a single day's filming. With her presence, the progress of the crew would undoubtedly accelerate. After all, they were compensated per episode, and the completion within a few days was inconsequential. The pivotal scenes had already been filmed, and now only a few additional shots featuring the merfolk and some supporting characters, particularly the extras, remained, along with the poignant moments of the merfolk's tears. The day Zhang Jingyuan encountered misfortune, they had not finished filming. Merely hearing Zhang Songming's account, Lu Yuyu truly savored the thrill of acting. Initially, there were doubts about Yi Chu, a non-professional thought to be merely an internet sensation, and her acting skills were presumed to be subpar. Yet, after Zhang Songming had praised Yi Chu's innate talent multiple times, disbelief lingered. It was only through their collaborative performances that one came to realize the remarkable difference of someone naturally suited for this craft. Yi Chu, with her background in Chinese literature, possessed an extraordinary ability to comprehend the script. She adeptly handled the subtleties of emotional shifts and minute variations. In the absence of Zhang Jingyuan, Qining felt as if the crew had been graced by clear skies. Little Yi, congratulations on wrapping up. Zhang Songming personally presented a bouquet to Yi Chu, accompanied by a red envelope. Her final scene was poignantly that of the merfolk's tears, which signified death, a notion deemed inauspicious. Hence, the envelope was intended to suppress any ill fortune. Susan seized the opportunity to photograph Yi Chu. Many within the crew wished to capture moments with her, and she graciously obliged, including the extras. Thus, Yi Chu's image in the hearts of the crew was irrevocably transformed. Numerous background actors have taken to their social media accounts to advocate on her behalf. Due to Yi Chu's performance exceeding expectations, she managed to compress 2 weeks of filming into just one, alleviating the burden on everyone. After spending several days together, Yi Chu generously treated the entire crew to the local delicacies, complemented by popular brand milk tea, ensuring that everyone received their share. Yi Chu, however, did not partake in the wrap party, choosing instead to leave behind a reputation for generosity. Susan calculated that Yi Chu's hospitality had cost nearly 10,000. An extravagant gesture indeed. Regrettably, she could not depart with the affluent star. Oh, the woes of a working-class individual. Nonetheless, she had acquired the WeChat contact of the enchanting sister and even dined with her. What a fulfillment. They must engage in more conversations online. Perhaps there will be opportunities for future collaborations, and she might just secure a significant connection. The filming continues, with the subsequent plot still unfolding. The writings she had composed in her study have been neatly gathered and placed in a jar. The school mandates 2 journal articles, which Yi Chu has already begun to draft. The semester concludes around mid-July, with the school likely organizing a defense for her in early July. The topics she intends to discuss are meticulously selected, and they appear to be quite challenging. Decades ago, such provisions for early graduation did not exist. Back then, students could advance their studies in their majors and earn credits upon meeting performance standards. Now, the system is considerably more flexible, even introducing a green channel. How splendid. She can submit her 2 journal articles during the holiday, and with Qin Shouzhong's support, she need not worry about where to submit them. Chapter 36. Do not be sad. The hotel attendant, in a bid to retain their job, explained to Su Xuanyi the reason for Yi Chu's accommodation in the penthouse suite. In the future, should Miss Yi return to this hotel, please assign her to the penthouse suite without hesitation. She is my dear friend, and it has been ages since we last met, so encountering her here is truly serendipitous. Su Xuanyi was well aware of Yi Chu's esteemed identity and the significance of reputation. Thus, he maintained an impeccably respectful demeanor when mentioning her. "Certainly, sir." Initially, the attendant had been quite inquisitive, but upon observing Su Xuanyi's attitude, it became evident that there was no romantic potential between the two. Moreover, when they entered to tidy the room, they discovered that the two were not even in the same suite. Yi Chu's room was immaculate, devoid of even a speck of dust, yet it bore the subtle imprints of a lived life. In contrast, Mr. Su's room resembled that of most hotel guests, chaotic and disordered. Furthermore, Yi Chu had left quite early. In the minds of the attendants, the disparity between Su Xuanyi and Yi Chu was considerable. Miss Yi was far too formidable. A man as radiant as Su Xuanyi encountering such an ice queen was destined for an unfavorable outcome. During the weekend, just as Yi Chu's groceries from an online order were delivered, Qin Shouzhong arrived with his students. "My dear, your residence is rather secluded." "It took me quite a while to locate it," he remarked. Given his age, Qin Shouzhong found navigating the elevator somewhat disorienting. Yi Chu, who typically avoided the stairs, was oblivious to his plight. She usually ascended by soaring through the air. "I apologize, Elder Qin, for your troubles. Shall I visit you next time?" Yi Chu welcomed Qin Shouzhong and his student, Liao Lanhai, into her home. "That would be splendid. I shall have my beloved prepare something delicious for you. Her culinary skills are truly exceptional." A look of sweetness crossed Qin Shouzhong's face as he mentioned his partner. He had initially thought to refer to her as Shermu, but then realized that Yi Chu had not formally become his disciple. Indeed, Yi Chu readily agreed. "Well, Master rarely allows mistress to cook for us. Teacher Yi is truly fortunate." Liao Hailan beside them shed tears of envy. Yi Chu smiled and said, "Next time I visit, you can take the opportunity to." Hee. Liao Hailan revealed a mischievous grin, prompting Qin Shouzhong to scold him for his shamelessness. Yi Chu presented the tea set, his brewing technique flowing like water, leaving Liao Hailan awestruck. Having followed Qin Shouzhong for several years, he had witnessed many tea brewing skills. Yet this teacher Yi was the most delightful to behold. Even before reaching the final step, the fragrance of the tea had already permeated the entire living room. Qin Shouzhong inhaled deeply and sighed. "I never imagined I would taste such fragrant tea in my lifetime." "Little Yi, where did you procure this tea?" "The old man wishes to have some as well." Though he claimed to want merely a taste, Qin Shouzhong's eyes never strayed from the tea box. Holding such tea was of no use to her. She preferred spiritual tea over ordinary varieties. Nevertheless, this brew had its benefits for the body, being crafted by her own hands. "I shall graciously accept this offer then," Qin Shouzhong remarked, raising an eyebrow, his face creasing into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. He discreetly surveyed the room's layout. Aside from the closed doors of the bedroom and kitchen, all other doors stood ajar, particularly in the study. He immediately noticed a painting of a lady hanging on the wall. The lines and colors were wonderfully hazy, embodying exquisite artistic intent. He longed to don his reading glasses and magnifying glass to study it closely. This teacher Yi, who was usually so low-key at school, possessed treasures of immeasurable worth within his home. Qin Shouzhong's family is steeped in scholarly tradition, spending their time either delving into academic pursuits or collecting antiques for enjoyment. In contrast, Yi Chu's home appears to bear the marks of solitude, a stark remoteness hinting at a convoluted background that he does not wish to probe further. Typically, Yi Chu leads a solitary existence, devoid of friends. During her high school years, she was ensnared by Yi Fanqing's machinations, leading to her isolation. Fortunately, the integrity of the college entrance examination prevented any manipulation. Otherwise, her admission to Tsinghua University would have been in jeopardy. The young lady is indeed astute, keeping her distance from peers in university, fearful of further schemes from Yi Fanqing. Yet, despite her vigilance, she ultimately fell victim to an intricately woven trap, which tragically cost her life. "I have heard that Ms. Yi has applied for a green channel at the university, intending to graduate early this semester." Liao Hailan initiated a new topic of conversation. It is curious why Liao Hailan refers to Yi Chu as Ms. Yi, considering that, in terms of academic standing, Yi Chu is merely an undergraduate, while Liao Hailan is a doctoral student under Qin Shouzhong. Nevertheless, Yi Chu did not correct Liao Hailan's address, choosing instead to forego the effort of explanation. Yi Chu nodded and replied, "Yes, after 2 years of lethargy, I have come to realize that I can no longer continue in this manner. With the advent of this policy, I thought it prudent to graduate sooner and embrace a life of leisure." To Liao Hailan, this sentiment sounded rather pretentious, and despite his inner disdain, He found it exasperating that, as a doctoral candidate, he was compelled by his mentor to call an undergraduate teacher and to endure her lofty proclamations. What a conundrum. Yichu did not expect Qin Shouzhong to be more enthusiastic than anyone else. She then remarked, regarding my academic qualifications, I truly have no particular thoughts. As for my future career plans, I have already resolved to pursue my dreams in the entertainment industry. I sincerely apologize, Elder Qin, for disappointing your good intentions. Qin Shouzhong expressed his regret, saying, that is truly a pity. Yichu's perspective on many matters, as well as her level of knowledge, far surpassed that of the current doctoral students. It would be inaccurate to say otherwise. If she were to apply herself diligently, her achievements in 2 or 3 years could easily rival his own. Qin Shouzhong understood this very well. Yichu could effortlessly compose a collection of poetry in the plum blossom seal script. It was said that she was currently working on 2 papers simultaneously, preparing to submit them to journals. If it were not for the school's requirements, her temperament would likely lead her to keep her thoughts hidden rather than bring them to light. The academic world is in dire need of such talent. However, genius must tread an extraordinary path. Qin Shouzhong felt profound sorrow over this. Elder Qin, do not be disheartened. There is a saying that one can still gain a reputation without wandering through the world. Yichu can achieve both. Yichu then rose to invite Qin Shouzhong to see her study. Chapter 37. Embracing the Buddhist path. Upon hearing this, Qin Shouzhong's expression softened somewhat. Engaging in frivolous pursuits is not inherently negative, as long as one retains a genuine heart. After all, each person has their own aspirations, and he could not impose his will upon Yichu or exploit her talents. Once they reached the study, Qin Shouzhong's eyes lit up with interest at the sight of the ancient texts on the shelves. Little Yi, he remarked, I am quite curious about what your family does to possess such a wealth of ancient volumes. Qin Shouzhong cautiously retrieved a yellowed notebook from the bookshelf, wary of any abrupt movements that might cause damage. Yichu smiled and replied, as an orphan, these books are a cherished inheritance from my mother's family. The details of the young girl's maternal lineage had grown somewhat hazy in Yichu's memory. Her mother, Li Anning, hailed from the esteemed Li family of Y City, known for their scholarly heritage. In a bid to marry Yi Liangbo from the Yi family in S City, Li Anning had nearly severed ties with her own kin. Yet, among the tomes on the shelf, a few indeed belonged to Li Anning. The young girl had preserved her mother's belongings in the residence provided by the company, keeping this collection intact. As for the other ancient texts, some were artifacts from a different realm. Intriguingly, the cultural traditions of that realm bore a resemblance to those of the ancient times in Huagua, thus allowing Yichu to display them on the shelf without raising suspicion. Liao Hailon instinctively reached for her gloves, only to be halted by Yichu, who reassured her that such caution was unnecessary. She had already memorized these texts thoroughly, and losing them would not pose a problem. Reproducing them was a simple task. Qin Shouzhong became so engrossed in the ancient manuscripts that he lost track of time until he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. After spending some time teaching Liao Hailon the plum blossom seal script, Yichu headed to the kitchen to check on the meal preparations. Ever since purchasing this house, she rarely dined out. Instead, she would procure ingredients and place them in the kitchen, casting a spell at mealtime to have the kitchen conjure up dishes. The daily menu varied according to Yichu's mood. Ordinarily, as a junior, Yichu should have personally visited Qin Shouzhong to pay her respects. However, she had grown accustomed to her role as a national advisor, thus lacking the necessary awareness. Qin Shouzhong found Yichu quite appealing and felt an insatiable curiosity regarding the treasures in her family's collection, which led him to set aside his pride. Moreover, he sensed an intrinsic connection between himself and Yichu, despite her identity as a student. This was what one might call fate. Qin Shouzhong was entirely unbothered by the customary decorum that delineates the relationship between elders and juniors. Upon meeting Yichu, he engaged her in profound discussions with great delight. It could be said that he never regarded Yichu as a junior. Were it not for her tender age, he would have wished to address her as a sister. Yet, to do so would be quite embarrassing. Hence, Liao Hailon referred to Yichu as Little Teacher Yi. What is that delightful aroma? Qin Shouzhong inhaled deeply, his appetite awakening. Teacher, it is already noon. Little Teacher Yi is cooking personally, Liao Hailon reminded him. Qin Shouzhong shot Liao Hailon a disapproving glance and replied, Why didn't he lend a hand? Liao Hailon sighed. I wish to, but Little Teacher Yi wouldn't he allow it. Reluctantly, Qin Shouzhong set aside his book and surveyed the study. The room was adorned with exquisite decor, and every item within was an authentic treasure. Yichu was indeed extravagant. In his own home, Such items would only be worthy of display in a cabinet, not for everyday use. Old Qin, Hailon, dinner is served, Yichu announced as she brought the final dish to the table. The kitchen had been tidied impeccably, and the tableware was a beautiful set of blue and white porcelain purchased on moving day. Gazing at the spread of 5 dishes and a soup, Qin Shouzhong's appetite soared. It was one thing for a person to be kind-hearted and beautiful, but to cook like a 5-star hotel chef was truly remarkable. Liao Hailon pulled out a chair for Qin Shouzhong, who sat down while Liao Hailon stood beside, observing Yichu. Yichu waved his hand and said, "No need for formality. Xiaoye's culinary skills are truly remarkable," Qin Shouzhong praised. "You flatter me, Qin Lao. I am unworthy of such compliments." Yichu replied with a smile. The tomato beef brisket was tender and flavorful, the braised pork melted in the mouth, the steamed fish was fragrant. The poached chicken was aromatic, the stir-fried greens were vibrant, and finally, the pork and winter melon soup was a feast for the appetite. In truth, it was the result of magic. Yichu only needed to conjure the desired dish in his mind. These were merely home-cooked meals. Yet Qin Shouzhong savored them with great delight. Although he should have refrained from indulging in rich foods, Liao Hailon attempted to remind him several times. But the dishes were simply too delectable to resist. "Ah, master, I am sorry." The master and disciple feasted heartily, with Yichu playing the gracious host, occasionally exchanging a few words that infused warmth into the dining atmosphere. Once they had feasted sufficiently, Qin Shouzhong instructed Liao Hailon to clear the table. Yichu intended to intervene, but was instead led to the study by Qin Shouzhong. "Xiao Yi, the content of your books seems to diverge from the traditionally accepted narratives," Qin Shouzhong remarked, producing 2 or 3 volumes and pointing out several discrepancies. Yichu had anticipated this inquiry and responded, "These texts were all handwritten copies. Errors are inevitable. You are well aware, Qin Lao, that historical events are often recorded differently in various texts, making such variations quite common. It is also possible that these books may be forgeries." "You do make a valid point," Qin Shouzhong conceded. Qin Shouzhong still harbored doubts in his heart and remarked, "Although this paper appears worn and aged, its material differs from that of ordinary ancient texts. I wonder what profession your maternal grandfather's family pursued?" Yichu responded, "My maternal family bears the surname Li and hails from Y City. I have had no contact with them since my mother's passing a decade ago." Realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject, Qin Shouzhong quickly added, "I did not intend to pry. It is of no consequence. These items may only be singular, and thus cannot serve as academic evidence," Yichu replied, gesturing towards Qin Shouzhong's damaged tome before reaching for another set from the bookshelf. This collection contained translated Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit, which might prove useful. In this other realm, there exists a Buddhist tradition akin to that of this world, with texts that bear little difference. The distinction lies in the fact that practitioners there can ascend, while in this world, the notion of parinirvana essentially denotes death. It is conceivable that practitioners exist in this world, albeit undiscovered as of yet. Upon acquiring the Buddhist texts, Qin Shouzhong felt as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. He perused through them and found them remarkably similar to those he had previously read, though the annotations were rather peculiar, with the script differing slightly from contemporary styles. This writing was likely authored by a monk from the Li family's ancestry who had converted to Buddhism. The specific identity remains unclear and would require genealogical research to ascertain. However, this monk had traversed numerous temples and endured considerable hardships, resulting in a rather individualistic perspective, as Yichu patiently elucidated. Chapter 38. Truly confident. Although I am not an expert in Buddhist studies, these books are immensely valuable. I can present them to Professor Anlin from the Chinese department, as she is a lay practitioner of Guangye Temple and has attained considerable accomplishments in this field. Qin Shouzhong is equally adept. I am quite familiar with these texts, and it suffices that they serve a purpose when brought forth. Yichu retrieved 2 additional volumes from the bookshelf, which she had recently authored. Artificially aged by her own enchantments, Qin Shouzhong held the books with reverence. These are indeed the subjects that pique his interest. I have observed your calligraphy of the plum blossom seal script, and it seems you possess remarkable skill in this art. Today, I humbly request a few grand characters from you. Your praise, Elder Qin, is overwhelming. If you appreciate my humble characters, I could provide you with an entire jar." Yichu gestured towards the desk, which was adorned with finished pieces. She extracted a particular work and unveiled it. The characters Dao Faz Ran appeared on the paper as if dancing dragons. "Ah, young Yi, your calligraphy, viewed from any angle, exudes strength and grace, embodying the essence of a master. It is as elegant as a startled swan and as fluid as a roaming dragon. I can see with clarity that these are the characters I admire. Qin Shouzhong promptly wrapped the piece of Dao Fei ran. After rummaging through Yichu's home, Qin Shouzhong departed with a plethora of treasures, satisfied. Liao Hailan, witnessing such a teacher, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. When did you become so audacious? He too had amassed quite a collection, including Yichu's WeChat contact. Yichu gifted him a piece of calligraphy and a brush that was evidently of superior quality. Young teacher Yi is truly affluent, he mused. After bidding farewell to the two, Yichu waved her hand, and everything in the room began to clean itself automatically, returning to its original order. In just a few breaths, it was as if no one had ever been there. Even the kitchen scraps had vanished without a trace. And an unidentified object appeared in the downstairs waste sorting area. Lu Hui called, requesting Yichu to acquire additional footage from a certain store. With the specific timing contingent upon the completion of the crew's outdoor shooting, which would likely be over a month away, Yichu noted this matter down. For she would strive to fulfill the young girl's wish, though she currently had no concrete plans regarding it. As a former keyboard warrior, Yichu had not touched a keyboard in decades. However, the muscle memory lingered, and within just 2 or 3 days, she regained her former speed. In the span of a single evening, she produced a 30,000-word thesis, subsequently distilling its essence into a 3,000-word short paper. In accordance with academic standards, she meticulously cited and referenced the works of others. It was said that over 20 years ago, a certain Zhai, unaware of a specific online platform, had incited a rigorous investigation within academia, resulting in an annual surge of disparaging comments during graduation season, all aimed at the Zhai. Some even dubbed this online phenomenon as the Year 1 of Tianlin, and now it was said to be Year N of Tianlin. Regardless, it was merely a rehash of old grievances. After ensuring that no issues had arisen, Yichu sent her work to Qin Shouzhong's email. She then furiously began typing her second paper, having already conceived its structure in her mind. Possessing an exceptional memory, she could accurately reproduce what she had read, allowing her to work swiftly. The second paper was comparatively brief, totaling around 10,000 words, and in contrast to the first, its framework was considerably more concise. She similarly extracted its essence to compose a shorter piece. In order to avoid arousing Qin Shouzhong's suspicion, she decided to wait a couple of days before sending the email. After completing this task, Yichu found herself at a loss for what to do next. Feeling somewhat bored, she noticed that the weather had turned cooler, prompting someone to deliver blankets. Just as she pondered her next course of action, Yi Fanqing unexpectedly collided with her. The two met at a dessert shop, where Yi Fanqing, adorned in a dress glimmering with sequins, promptly placed her handbag conspicuously on the table. Before Yichu, Yi Fanqing exuded an inexplicable confidence. Yichu, having been born and raised in the Yi family, had always been overshadowed by the artistic and talented Li Anning, who was also stunningly beautiful. Consequently, Yichu was raised in accordance with Li Anning's exemplary standards. Everything she consumed, wore, and learned was the best that Li Anning could provide. In stark contrast, Yi Fanqing, the product of Yi Liang's clandestine affair with Zhang Ayu, lived a life that was worlds apart from Yichu's elevated standards. A sense of inferiority had always lingered within Yi Fanqing. However, after Li Anning's tragic demise in a car accident and Zhang Ayu's subsequent arrival at the Yi family villa with Yi Fanqing, the latter began to flaunt her superiority in front of Yichu. Of course, she would eventually bear the consequences of her naivety. She believed that her beauty was on par with Yichu's, viewing Yichu as a mere failure, leading a life of discomfort, perhaps even struggling to secure meals. Unlike herself, who lived like a princess. Even after the incident at the Yi family home, she secretly looked down upon Yichu. After not seeing you for a while, why do you appear less radiant than before? Yi Fanqing summoned a waiter to order herself a cup of coffee. Before Yichu, there was nothing at all. She certainly had no intention of offering her anything to eat. Is that not so? Even so, I am tenfold more exquisite in appearance than you, Yi Fanqing. This statement from Yichu served as a potent catalyst, instantly igniting Yi Fanqing's ire. Her anxiety regarding her looks had long plagued her, and in order to maintain her carefully crafted persona, she refrained from expressing her full fury. Had they been at home, she would have undoubtedly slapped Yichu across the face. Her younger sister is remarkably self-assured, daring to utter such brazen words without even glancing in the mirror. Yi Fanqing forcibly suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth as she spoke. It had been a while since she last encountered Yichu, and her sister's sharp tongue had only grown more formidable. Yichu, twirling the pearls on her sleeve, smiled lightly and remarked, "It is merely a fact. What can you do about it?" Yi Fanxing, however, had not forgotten the purpose of her visit and retorted with pride, "Little sister, you may not be aware, but I am set to participate in the Young Girl In project. I have heard that you have lost your agency and wish to continue in the entertainment industry. That may prove quite challenging. What does your participation in this endeavor have to do with my career in the entertainment industry?" Yichu countered, "What on earth is the Young Girl In project? I have never even heard of it." What a plethora of expressions Yi Fanxing displayed. Yichu firmly rejected the notion, saying, "Who said this was my dream? Is this merely a figment of your imagination? Everyone claims that the entertainment industry is lucrative. Is your family truly so impoverished that you must resort to performing?" Yi Fanxing clenched her teeth, declaring, "I came here with good intentions to invite you. Yichu, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for the fact that you are my sister, would I even consider you?" She pointed an accusatory finger at Yichu. Chapter 39. Unappreciative with a soft chuckle, Yichu remarked, "Li Anning has only given birth to me. So what makes you think you are my sister? You are merely a weasel wishing a hen well, harboring ill intentions." Yi Fanxing was nearly driven to madness. Yichu was impervious to her words. "If it weren't for your mother, my mother would have long been married into the Yi family. Your mother was the real mistress, and now you shamelessly emulate her. Do not think you still hold the status of a lofty young lady of the Yi family. You are now but a stray dog, barking before me. Tread carefully." In her fury, Yi Fanxing unleashed a torrent of venomous remarks. Forgetting her supposed refinement as a socialite, she had transformed into a shrew. "Yi Fanxing, observe your current demeanor. You resemble a rabid dog. If memory serves, you lived in a shabby tenement in the urban village before you turned 10, mingling with a motley crowd, inevitably picking up some undesirable habits. Has it been arduous to maintain your FAAD all these years?" Yichu spoke with a nonchalant air. In the art of sharp retorts, Yi Fanxing was still a novice. Years ago, during her travels across the Duanyan continent, she had single-handedly helped the Western Chu Kingdom repel enemy forces for 600 miles, overcoming 5 passes and defeating 6 generals, all without sustaining a scratch. Yichu. Yi Fanxing clenched her fists in anger. Li Anning was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing Zhang Ao. The dashing scion of Yi Lianghua was particularly drawn to such gentle and alluring women, which compelled him to marry Li Anning against the objections of Old Master Yi. It was only upon learning of Li Anning's background that Old Master Yi reluctantly acquiesced. Though the Li family in Y City was not as affluent as the Yi family in S City, they were nonetheless a literary family with a respectable heritage. Little did anyone anticipate that Li Anning's marriage to Yi Lianghua would come at the grave cost of severing ties with her maternal family. This revelation left Old Master Yi utterly infuriated. Yi Lianghua, under the strict control of Old Master Yi, found himself financially incapacitated to support Zhang Ao, who had secretly raised Yi Fanxing in a village on the outskirts for a decade. The year after Zhang Ao gave birth to Yi Fanxing, Li Anning too became pregnant, subsequently welcoming Yichu. Thus commenced the divergent fates of the two girls. Alas, poor Yi Fanxing, with all your energy devoted to meddling in my affairs, you would do well to tend to your own. Yichu, do not be so ungrateful as your elder sister. I lay this down clearly, you shall never wield power over me. It was your mother who intervened and shattered my parents' union, and in my eyes, she shall forever remain a sinner. Yi Fanxing's voice was loud enough to draw attention from the adjoining room, eliciting quite a spectacle. You speak nonsense. Yi Fanxing would never accept such claims. She was only aware of the downfall that marked her early years and believed that fate was ultimately favoring her, promising her an even brighter future. Thus, she harbored deep resentment toward the usurper, Li Anning, and even more so towards Yichu. Her feelings towards Yi Lianghua were no different. Joy was not an emotion she would extend to him either. From a young age, she understood 2 fundamental truths in life: the paramount importance of wealth and power. She yearned solely for the former, but harbored ambitions to use the latter to obliterate Yichu. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Your trivial thoughts are utterly insignificant before me. I advise you to temper your arrogance when you encounter me. Live this life wisely, lest in the next you find yourself deprived of even the essence of humanity. Yichu, with good intentions, advised that it is already quite challenging for mere mortals, akin to ants, to lead their own lives. Why then expend so much effort to trample upon the lives of others? Such is a waste of time. Yet, some individuals, having strayed from the righteous path, may not heed the counsel of others. Yi Fanxing stands as a quintessential example of this. You shall wait, she declared, grabbing her bag and hastily exiting the private room. The eavesdropper in the adjacent space finally regained focus. Through the thin wooden wall, Yi Chu observed a figure she had never seen before, exuding an air of immense wealth and seemingly connected to the entertainment industry. The fact that others overheard her was intentional. She had deliberately mentioned the names of Li Anning and Zhang Yu, taking precautions against future complications. Many events are predetermined in the cosmic scheme of things. Perhaps an unforeseen variable may alter the trajectory of a situation, yet the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. Yi Chu leisurely departed from the dessert shop. "Stop the car, dear. I see my benefactor. Quickly tell the driver to pull over." A middle-aged woman's face radiated urgency and joy. Ever since her family's calamity was resolved, she had been searching for the benefactor who had once helped her. To her astonishment, she encountered her without any effort on the bustling street. How did she recognize her at first glance? It was the unmistakable aura and attire. The benefactor had previously concealed her face, yet one's clothing and demeanor are difficult to alter. "Benefactor, at last, I have found you. You saved our entire family." The middle-aged woman wept tears of joy. The man beside her smiled politely and said, "My name is Li Shiguang, and this is my wife, He Ping. I apologize for our sudden appearance before you. May I inquire if you provided my wife with guidance approximately 3 months ago beneath the overpass? Since the matter has been resolved, it is best to refrain from dwelling on the past and simply enjoy a peaceful life." Yi Chu waved her hand, preparing to leave. However, He Ping immediately stopped her, saying, "Benefactor, you are a great benefactor to our family, and we must express our gratitude. Please grant us an opportunity." Chapter 40. A brief respite. "You have already compensated me. We are even now, and there is no need to mention repayment," Yi Chu replied. No. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I have been searching for you these past few months, and I wonder if it would be convenient for you, at the very least, to share a meal with us." He Ping's eyes were filled with pleading, as if she would burst into tears if Yi Chu declined. Li Shiguang cast a similar look, reflecting his wife's desperation. Yi Chu sighed and consented. Very well. Compared to 3 months ago, He Ping had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating vitality and exuding confidence. The previous haze surrounding her had completely dissipated. Yi Chu was invited to a high-end Chinese restaurant, where a lavish banquet had already been prepared, and their son, Li Duoheng, awaited them. "Benefactor, this is my son." Li Duoheng, a senior in the computer science department at Tsinghua University, He Ping warmly introduced. She observed that Yi Chuan appeared youthful, yet possessed an enigmatic grace that was strikingly remarkable. Consequently, she had not contemplated matchmaking her foolish son, merely offering a simple introduction. Upon seeing Yi Chuan for the first time, Li Duoheng was utterly astounded. Was this not the formidable figure known as the Library Demon King, Yi Chuan, his benefactor? He had heard from his parents that their family had weathered a crisis thanks to the guidance of a master. Could it be that this master was Yi Chuan? How fantastical this world seemed. Noticing her son in a daze, He Ping discreetly pinched his arm, jolting Li Duoheng back to reality. "Hurry and bow to your benefactor. Without them, our family would have long since fallen apart." How could Li Duoheng dare defy He Ping's command? Though astonished and reluctantly inclined, he obediently bowed to Yi Chuan. Li Shiguang arranged the seating, and He Ping gestured for Yi Chuan to take a seat, with Li Duoheng settling beside him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Chuan might devour him whole, sitting in silence and creating an awkward atmosphere. "Benefactor, do you find these dishes to your liking?" He Ping inquired with a hint of obsequiousness. "There is no need to address me as benefactor. Simply call me Yi Chuan," he replied, picking up the chopsticks from the table. I still find that rather inappropriate. You have provided us with such significant assistance. I think it best to refer to you as Master Yi, as I have heard those in the know do," He Ping suggested. "Just a title, feel free." Yi Chuan remarked, casting a glance at Li Duoheng seated beside him. Li Shiguang nudged Li Duoheng with his foot, signaling him to pour tea for Yi Chuan. Li Duoheng was taken aback. Was he really to serve tea to the great Yi Chuan? Is there a misunderstanding? Are we truly asking him to undertake this task? It is scarcely distinguishable from the role of a mere companion. Under duress, Li Duoheng reluctantly poured a cup of tea for Yi Chu. Unsure of whether the master indulged in spirits, he opted for tea as a substitute, hoping the master would not take offense. Li Shiguang remarked from the side. To be frank, he too found it difficult to believe that this young girl was the one who had saved his entire family. However, his wife was resolute in her conviction, leaving him with no alternative. The calamity that befell your family may have temporarily abated, yet to eradicate it entirely, one must unearth the true culprit. Yi Chu ladled several spoonfuls of soup into a bowl. What? Is it still not resolved? Li Duoheng exclaimed in alarm. Could it be a ruse? This Yi Chu is not from their department, and he was aware of little, come morning. He must visit the College of Arts to investigate her background. Master, what shall we do? After the previous incident, she was genuinely frightened. Should further calamities arise, it is likely that the entire Li family would cease to exist. They dared to employ lethal force, leaving no survivors. It seems implausible that their son Duoheng could thrive in S-City in the future. Huaguang established itself in intelligent machinery, and now it has been 40 years. A decade ago, you took over from your father and realized that the rapid advancements in intelligent machinery were daunting. In pursuit of stability, 2 years ago you began to delve into traditional equipment, particularly medical devices, and since that moment, you have encountered a series of misfortunes. Yi Chu raised her gaze to Li Shiguang, finding astonishment reflected in his eyes. Indeed, precisely so, the master's words are infallible. He Ping concurred from the side. Yet, you previously spoke of living a peaceful life. How has it transformed into a catastrophe? We beseech the master to save our Li family. Li Shiguang was thoroughly convinced. He dared not stake the Li family's reputation on a gamble, preferring to believe in the possibility rather than its absence. Li Duoheng was bewildered. What was happening? Yi Chu had suddenly transformed into a master. Could it be that a protagonist from an online novel had appeared beside him? Nonsense. Such scenes were mere fabrications of fiction. He resolved to expose Yi Chu's ruse. While traditional medical instruments were reliable, they harbored significant risks that could lead to accidents, tarnishing one's reputation in the industry if anything went awry. This was a matter worth pursuing. I understand now. Thank you for your enlightening guidance, master. He Ping expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Yi Chu fell silent and concluded her meal. He Ping led her to the tea room. Seizing the opportunity, Li Duoheng pulled Li Shiguang into a secluded corner and whispered, Dad, is she truly a master? You have no idea that I know her. Li Shiguang regarded Li Duoheng with skepticism. It was simply that Yi Chu was too stunning. One glance at her was unforgettable. Moreover, he had witnessed the library enthusiast engrossed in her reading. Her memory was such that she could easily excel in any intellectual competition. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. How does she fare at school? She is the embodiment of a formidable presence. Li Shiguang waved his hand, indicating his understanding. Thus, Li Duoheng was left in perplexity, wondering what he had said to send his father away in silence. He pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat group. Dulianging. Hey guys, do you know whom I had dinner with today? Xiaoqiu? Tomato and rotten potato. If you have something to say, just say it. My father is busy. Image. The other party seemed disinterested and tossed a bomb your way. Measurement. It's Yi Chu. Your father, what? Little ball. Goddess Yi. You are actually dining with Goddess Yi? Your father. Where's the picture? Chapter 41. Unintelligible. Measurement. I didn't dare to take a photo. Yi Chu's aura is too formidable, and currently, he is a distinguished guest of my parents. Too daunting to provoke. Little ball. Tomato and rotten potato. Your father. He felt utterly superfluous in this setting. Upon closer observation of Yi Chu, he discovered that this individual could speak eloquently about intelligent machines and medical apparatus. As if engaged in research within that realm, Li Duoheng discreetly captured a photo of Yi Chu conversing with his parents. But he had no intention of sharing it with his group of mischievous friends. Privately, many referred to Yi Chu as Goddess Yi. Li Duoheng, however, refrained from such appellations, even facing an onslaught from his roommates over this matter. Ultimately, he refused to acquiesce to calling her a goddess for no reason, as if he were attempting to pursue her. Was he not aware of the character of his roommates? The group conversed for an hour. Yi Chu spoke sparingly, yet incisively. Today was truly a day of immense gratitude towards the master. He Ping stood up, and according to her usual custom, she should shake hands with Yi Chu. But then she reconsidered. Yi Chu was no ordinary person, she was master. Masters generally dislike being touched, and fortunately, she did not commit such a faux pas. Li Shiguang presented a red envelope, extending it with both hands towards Yi Chu. Master, a humble token of appreciation, though insignificant, I beseech you to accept it. There is no divination involved, nor any enchantments cast. It is merely a straightforward suggestion to guide the Li family towards a clearer path. Furthermore, the Li family may prove useful in the future. I recall that under Huaguang's name, there exists a charitable foundation. You may manage the funds therein as you see fit. It is indeed rare for someone to be indifferent to wealth. Yi Chu's profile was reflected in Li Duoheng's gaze. Her beauty was striking, her features sharply defined, and her complexion blushed like the petals of a peach blossom. Upon this fleeting glance, Li Duoheng found himself momentarily entranced. Previously, he had never scrutinized Yi Chu's visage. Her appearance had remained a blur in his mind. Yet now, she appeared as a celestial being. Li Duoheng reevaluated his stance, contemplating whether to embrace the role of a frivolous friend and refer to Yi Chu as Goddess Yi. Yi Chu cast a glance at Li Duoheng, instilling in him a sense of trepidation. Internally, he pondered, could it be that my thoughts had been uncovered? He swiftly dismissed the notion, surely. Mind reading could not exist in this world. As Yi Chu stepped outside, Li Duoheng followed suit. Yi Chu, Goddess Yi, he called from behind. May we take a photograph together? He inquired, extending his phone towards her. Not possible. Oh, he replied, his head drooping in disappointment. Just as Yi Chu turned to depart, a thought struck her. I have heard that your computer science department is organizing a competition. Have you registered? Li Duoheng nodded in affirmation. I have. Do your best in the competition. As he watched Yi Chu's figure recede, Li Duoheng found himself utterly perplexed. Why did she urge me to excel in the competition? Could there be some hidden secrets within this? Or might I actually secure the championship? With this thought, Li Duoheng's eyes sparkled, his heart racing with excitement. Upon seeing his son standing at the hotel entrance in such a manner, Li Shiguang clapped a hand on his shoulder, startling Li Duoheng to the point of nearly jumping. What are you thinking? Where is Master Yi? Li Duoheng quickly composed himself, gesturing outside as he replied. He has already left. Yi Ping sighed, this foolish child. Unable even to see Master off properly, at the very least he could have arranged for a car. Yi Chu resolutely refused their offer to escort him. So they had no choice but to drag Li Duoheng along. Seeing that Yi Chu did not decline, they assumed he acquiesced. Little did they know that their son was rather clueless. Over the years, computers have evolved into exceedingly intelligent entities, with rapid system updates that further challenge the skills of hackers. His participation in the computer competition felt akin to a novice slaughtering pigs in a beginner's village. However, just days before the competition, he received news that individuals from the hacking community would be participating, casting uncertainty over his chances of victory. Child, an audition? Even 40 years ago, auditions were grand affairs that made many fortunes. In this era of development, auditions persist, fundamentally aimed at generating profit and capturing attention, held biennially. Each event selects a limited girl group of 7 members. Thus, it appears that Yi Fanqing is partaking in such an endeavor, with the entire process shrouded in the guise of closed management and training, all under the pretense of realizing dreams while engaging in money-making activities. Has the Yi family in S-City truly fallen to the point where Yi Fanqing must venture into the entertainment industry for financial gain? Yi Chu further investigated the recent financial status of the Yi family and phone group, confirming that it was indeed rather bleak. However, Yi Lianghua did not receive 10% of the shares inherited by Li Anning from Yi Chu. Why does Li Anning possess 10% of the Yi family's shares? This is a transaction made between the old Master Yi and her. Although Li Anning severed ties with the Li family, she owns her own company. She sold it to the Yi group, and the old Master Yi offered 10% of the Yi family's shares as the purchase price. Before marrying Yi Lianghua, Li Anning was a paragon among the youth in the business circles of Y City. Indeed, the word emotion can lead to great harm. Yi Fanqing's entry into the entertainment industry cannot be attributed to coercion from Yi Lianghua. Based on her statements and demeanor today, it is most likely a result of Zhang Ayu's instigation, coupled with her personal feelings. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for Yi Chu. Such extreme emotions are difficult for Yi Chu to comprehend, yet she must bear the burdens of the original owner. She could have effortlessly eliminated these troubles with a mere flick of her finger. Yi Chu recited a calming mantra, refraining from indiscriminate violence. It would not be amiss to retain some of these nuisances to add a touch of amusement to her otherwise mundane life. Foolish individuals prance about like jesters before her. As long as she feels no embarrassment, they may continue their antics. Chapter 42. A visit in the afternoon of the following day. Qin Shouzhong sent an email with some suggestions for revisions. The academic landscape has evolved significantly, and certain norms have changed. Qin Shouzhong meticulously pointed out several errors and provided guidance on broader directions. Yi Chu humbly accepted this feedback and made appropriate modifications before resending the document. As the semester drew to a close, the campus was abuzz with students cramming for exams. The learning environment at Tsinghua University was already commendable, and it was even more pronounced during finals. Yi Chu Zhao, as per her usual routine, attended her classes and then proceeded to the library. Having exhausted her reading of literary works, she recently developed an interest in astronomy, dedicating her time to the section on celestial and geographical studies. Many individuals were covertly observing her, discreetly capturing photographs. Furthermore, paparazzi had taken to lurking around Yi Chuzhao, initially intending to document what they deemed a campus romance, only to discover that aside from attending classes, she spent her time immersed in books at the library, yielding no intriguing material. Seated on a bench beside the bookshelf, Yi Chuzhao flipped through pages with the precision of a scanner when suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Yi Chuzhao. She looked up to find two girls standing before her, whose faces were somewhat unfamiliar. From the depths of her distant memories, she recalled that these two were likely former roommates of the original owner of her identity. It had been over half a year since Yi Chuzhao had moved out of the dormitory. Sifting through her recollections, she identified one girl as Kuyen, a local from S-City who had once shared a close bond with the original owner, even to the extent of having a deep friendship. However, after the original owner moved out, there had been little communication, leading to the dissolution of those friendships. Oh, Kuyen remarked, rubbing her arm. The other girl beside her was Su Kurson, also from the same dormitory, but their relationship was not particularly intimate. In the realm of university life, girls often harbored intricate thoughts, and it was not unusual for conflicts to arise within a shared dormitory. The original owner had once been embroiled in a dispute with an affluent outsider, but that individual had moved out before her. It's been quite some time since school started, and you haven't spoken to us at all. I simply couldn't resist asking you, why have you been ignoring me? Kuyen's lips moved, and ultimately, she spoke. In that moment, Yi Chu felt a sense of abandonment, as if she had forsaken her mother and sought out a heartless man. It was all the fault of a young girl. Kuyen's clear gaze was fixed on Yi Chu, when Su Kurson interjected, "Indeed, how can you be so cold-hearted? Because of you, Kuyen has suffered from depression, spending an entire semester in a haze." Kuyen then said, "You need to clarify things now. The library is not the right place. Let us step outside. I wish to explain everything to you face to face." Yi Chu felt helpless. Such human affairs were rarely encountered by her. Su Kurson also found the noise in the library bothersome. She shot Yi Chu a glare and took Kuyen by the hand, leading her ahead. Yi Chu followed behind. The school was adorned with many small groves, and Su Kurson guided Kuyen to a pavilion by the lakeside, where it was tranquil, and one could still catch sight of the mirror lake in the distance, a perfect spot for a conversation. Kuyen's eyes remained fixated on Yi Chu. She sought an answer. A definitive answer. Su Kurson, brimming with sharp words, noticed Kuyen's eyes slightly redden. She had once invested genuine feelings. Everyone claimed it was hard to find a true friend in university, and she thought she had found one, only to be met with indifference and coldness. How naive she had been. She had even fallen into depression for an entire semester. Had it not been for Su Kurson's willingness to extend a helping hand, she might have contemplated dropping out. Su Kurson patted Kuyen on the shoulder and said, "Now that you've met and spoken, let it go. Your journey in life is so long. Why would you hang yourself on this heartless man? Yi Chu, you must trust me. After I suspended my studies, I was controlled by my manager, who restricted my communication with the outside world." Thus, Yi Chu did not finish her sentence. Kuyen suddenly stood up from the bench in the pavilion and said to Yi Chu, "I believe you." Feeling the sincerity emanating from Kuyen, Yi Chu murmured to herself, "It is truly a blessing for Yi Chu to have a friend like you." Unfortunately, the young girl has already been reincarnated, and she no longer exists in this lifetime. Yi Chu, she has never felt so humiliated before. Kuyen's heart softened instantly, and she said to Su Kurson, "I understand her. Is Yi Chu your boyfriend or husband?" "Ah, it is utterly infuriating. These past 2 months, I have been preoccupied with my studies. You all know that I have fallen behind in more than just a trivial amount." This excuse is simply brilliant. I have been studying diligently for so long. What can you do about it? Surely, there is always time to eat, yet you remain indifferent. When Kuyen sends you messages, do you not check your phone? Su Kurson continued to jab. When it comes to jabbing, she would dare to claim second place, for no one would challenge her for the first. Chapter 43, A Major Misunderstanding. Indeed, I did not see them. The original owner's phone was replaced. Only WeChat was downloaded, and she did not receive any messages from Kuyen, most likely because they were chatting on QQ. This means that unless Kuyen called, she would not receive any information from her. "I was wrong. I am sorry. I should not have neglected you, especially you, Kuyen. I swear I will make amends from now on." Yi Chu hurriedly apologized. This is a dear friend of the original owner, who has assumed her identity. All the beautiful things belonging to the original owner should rightfully be preserved by her. It merely depends on the willingness of the other party. It matters not. As long as you are well, I find joy in merely seeing you again and conversing with you. A smile graced Kian's face, leaving Su Kerson momentarily stunned. If she were to encounter such a friend, she would undoubtedly give her a sound thrashing, and if that did not suffice, she would deliver a second, followed by a complete severance. Kuyin seems rather sentimental, does she not? Could it be that this Yichu possesses some enchanting power to instantly captivate Kuyin? Ahem. Su Kerson crossed her arms, expressing her displeasure. You two are exchanging glances. One might think you are up to something. Allow me to treat you both to a meal. Come over to my house when you have the time, Yichu suggested. Kuyin, originally a vivacious individual, had become taciturn due to the original owner's influence, while Su Kerson, with her sharp tongue but tender heart, found them both to be compatible souls. Kuyin looked to Su Kerson, hoping for her next decision. Let us go and make her spend all her money, Su Kerson declared, taking Kuyin's hand. She must be earning quite a bit as a big star. We shall have her treat us to meals daily until her funds are depleted. Kuyin chuckled at that. With a grand gesture, Yichu led the two girls to her favorite private dining establishment, ordering an abundant spread. As Kuyin surveyed the table laden with dishes, she gazed at Yichu with concern. Is there enough for us to eat? Just eat, even if she were to cover the costs. It cannot remedy the hurt she has caused you, Su Kerson replied from the side. Oh, it's not too much. I can manage, Yichu assured as she handed her chopsticks to Kuyin. Su Kerson let out a cold huff, instantly discerning your insincerity. There was a contract at that time. There was no money to terminate it, Yichu replied. What about that incident last time? They harmed you. Not quite. You have all witnessed what transpired afterward, haven't you? So, do you intend to remain in this industry? At present, I have no plans to withdraw. Why do you persist in this delusion? A grassroots individual is destined to be reduced to nothing but the remnants of consumed bones, Kuyin advised. As a friend, she could scarcely bear to watch Yichu stray further down a misguided path. Previously, when Yichu was ensnared in the drug scandal, Kuyin was genuinely anxious for her, only feeling relief upon seeing her escape. Perhaps it's love, the passion for acting, Yichu said without a hint of embarrassment, uttering disingenuous words. This was not her dream, it was that of a young girl. She bore the burden of fate that she must fulfill. Life is but a fleeting few decades, a mere drop in the ocean. To her, time is merely a means of passing. You, studying Chinese, are not even from a professional background. This alone invites criticism, Kuyin lamented. Their dormitory was a mixed arrangement, with 4 individuals from varied fields. Yichu was from the Chinese department, Su Kerson studied economics, Kuyin pursued law, and the affluent Lumin, who had moved out, studied geography. Tsinghua University boasts 4 esteemed majors: Chinese, law, economics, and history. These are all time-honored disciplines, recognized as world-class fields. Both Su Kerson and Kuyin excelled in their respective areas, while Yichu was an inconspicuous figure in the Chinese department. Everything changed upon her return from pursuing her dreams in the entertainment industry. Her deep concern for Yichu stemmed from the time during their freshman year when Yichu risked her life to protect her, enabling her to escape from a group of thugs, resulting in Yichu sustaining numerous injuries. Consequently, they became the best of friends. Kuyin was unaware that the thugs were actually targeting Yichu herself, but mistakenly seized the wrong person in their desperation. Just because one has not undergone formal training does not imply an inability to act. Yichu smiled and remarked, "Just watch, I am not so easily defeated." Su Kerson interjected, "Let us hope you don't end up in tears without a place to cry." Kuyin playfully slapped Su Kerson's arm, exclaiming in exasperation, "You better wish her well, as we intend to rely on her in the future." "Indeed," Su Kerson replied with a proud expression. Yichu was amused by their banter. Afterward, she escorted the two back to their dormitory, only to find her own bed covered with a bedspread, unlike the lavishly cluttered space of Lumin, the wealthy second-generation student who had moved out. Yichu shook her head, saying, "I purchased an apartment outside and signed an off-campus agreement with the counselor. You two are welcome to visit my home anytime." Kuyin inquired, "I heard you took the Green Channel to leave the school. Are you confident about it?" Yichu never undertook endeavors without assurance. "Rest assured," she replied. Su Kerson encouraged her, "Go for it." In Yichu's eyes, the two girls appeared as children, innocent and endearing like the young Prince Ji-sun, prompting her to speak with added patience. For reasons unknown, Su Kerson perceived a hint of tenderness in Yichu's gaze. She shook her head, dismissing the notion as improbable. However, it was evident that Yichu had transformed significantly over the past few months. In the past, Yichu Chung was taciturn, possessing a handsome visage but lacking a soul. Now, she has become even more radiant, exuding an enigmatic vitality that captivates those around her. Sue Curson, hailing from a business-oriented family, often took her out to experience the world whenever opportunities arose. The three of them exchanged contact information once more, only to discover that Yi Chuqing no longer used QQ. Ku Yin suddenly realized that throughout this time, she had failed to call Yi Chuqing, opting instead for the folly of merely sending messages. Both Ku Yin and I secured spots for postgraduate recommendations at Kyoto University. Are you planning to enter the field directly after graduation, foregoing further studies? Sue Curson inquired. Looking at Yi Chuqing, I want to be pursuing further education. It holds no substantial value for me, Yi Chuqing replied. It's merely a personal choice. Ku Yin, since you study law, perhaps I may have a case to consult you about in the future. To prevent Ku Yin from feeling disheartened, Sue Curson chose to speak positively. Ku Yin sighed. With you studying law and her economics, who knows, you might both end up working for me someday. Focus on your studies. For when I start my own company, you must not turn a blind eye to me. Yi Chuqing jested. You expect me to work for you? Dream on. Sue Curson retorted with a faint scowl. Unless I'm appointed CEO, my aspirations are more modest. I'll settle for being a legal consultant. Ku Yin timidly raised her hand. Is it too much to ask for a bit of ambition? Sue Curson smiled. It seemed that meeting this charming little sprite, Yi Chuqing, was indeed a wise decision. After all, this delightful girl had become so much more spirited. In the field of law, who doesn't he engage in verbal duels? In her current state, Ku Yin has already succumbed to defeat without even engaging in battle. Such a disposition is unacceptable. However, out of friendship, Sue Curson chose to extend a helping hand, and to her astonishment, it indeed bore fruit. Her efforts were not in vain. The crux of the matter lay with Yi Chu. Qin Shouzhong sent her another email, this time expressing admiration for her paper and informing her that he had submitted it to the most prestigious literary journal in the country. Yi Chu meticulously revised her second paper, rectifying every conceivable error before sending it to Qin Shouzhong, accompanied by a heartfelt letter of gratitude for his assistance. Meanwhile, Qin Shouzhong, adorned with his reading glasses, was engrossed in his computer, diligently preparing for the release of his new book, which required extensive literature review and proofreading. This might be the last significant scholarly work of his career. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker in his inbox, initially assuming it to be a student submission. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find it was from Yi Chu, her second paper. Could this be a mistake? As he delved into the document, he was indeed met with a new paper, flawless in its execution. He carefully perused the accompanying letter of thanks from Yi Chu and sighed, turning to Liao Hailan, who was organizing materials nearby. Shanghai, look at her, and then look at you. Oh, how can there be such a disparity between individuals? Teacher. What did you say? Liao Hailan inquired, stepping closer to Qin Shouzhong and glancing at the signature at the end of the document. Yi Chu, has she sent another email? Indeed, she has submitted 2 papers at once, both of significant research value and feasibility, and she is still an undergraduate. Ahem, teacher. I truly believe that teacher Xiao Yi is exceptionally talented, and I ought to learn from her extensively. Liao Hailan lowered her head, adopting a humble demeanor. Why did Chu not engage in this during her sophomore year, but rather chose to do so in her senior year? There are inherently fewer courses in the final year, yet she plans to graduate early. Liao Hailan found this perplexing. In truth, Yi Chu harbored no desire to continue her studies. The constraints of the school environment were stifling, making many matters inconvenient. Of course, in this society, academic credentials hold great significance. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary undergraduate to secure a decent job, a detrimental consequence of societal advancement. More crucially, the marriage rate has plummeted to alarming lows. Liao Hailan could not fathom why. Given Yi Chu's potential for greatness, she would choose to relinquish such a precious opportunity. The entertainment industry is indeed lucrative, yet opportunities are not easily come by. A moment's inattention could lead to ruin. Qin Shouzhong relinquished his position to Liao Hailan, allowing him to meticulously proofread the paper submitted by Yi Chu. He then proceeded to the living room, where he discovered his wife tending to her plants, and they engaged in conversation. Upon mentioning Yi Chu, Qin Shouzhong could not help but smile genuinely. In a world rife with superficiality, it is rare to encounter such a refreshing individual. Alas, why must one tread such a path? Qin Shouzhong paced restlessly, causing Mrs. Qin to feel exasperated. You, at your age, should not fret over the affairs of the young, she remarked, placing the watering can on the balcony and looking up at him with a sigh. I am not overly concerned. She is a person of great ideas, With a meticulous plan for her life, unyielding to external influences, Qin Shouzhong waved his hand dismissively. Let her be, why the rush? Madame Qin pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with her husband. Alas, Qin Shouzhong sighed deeply, hands on his hips as he entered the study. Meanwhile, Liao Hailon had finished reviewing the paper sent over by Yi Chu, noting its eloquent composition, devoid of superfluous words. No wonder the teacher held Yi Chu in such high regard. Liao Hailon felt a sense of inadequacy. Have you made the revisions? Qin Shouzhong casually took a seat by the computer, his reading glasses perched on his nose. Yes, I found no inappropriate content, Liao Hailon replied earnestly. Now, we only have the interview left. Many stars in the entertainment industry possess limited academic qualifications. With this layer in place, those entertainment media will have no grounds to criticize based on education. Yi Chu's efforts are merely a prudent preparation for the future. Master Yi, are you available recently? On the other end of the line was Li Shiguang, his tone suggesting urgency. What is it? Yi Chu paused her brush. Currently creating a portrait of a noble lady inspired by the Empress of the Lanyu Kingdom. It's about a friend of mine who has recently encountered some troubles. Despite searching everywhere, we cannot pinpoint the issue, so I would like to request your assistance, Master. Li Shiguang spoke cautiously, fearful of a refusal from Yi Chu. Time and location? Yi Chu stepped onto the balcony, glancing at the dreary, rain-soaked weather outside. At the Shaojia Villa outside the city, Minlu Village, this Saturday. I hope the Master is available. Wonderful. I shall await your arrival. Li Shiguang rejoiced internally as he anticipated Yi Chu's conclusion of the call. After class, Ku Yin and Su Kersen were already waiting for Yi Chu at the classroom door. We agreed on a street feast. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Su Kersen pointed at Yi Chu and Ku Yin, declaring, it's a deal. The trio swiftly made their way to the renowned night market snack street of S City, which only opened at night, while remaining a regular thoroughfare during the day. Chapter 45. Encountering an attack not even halfway through, Ku Yin could no longer continue, dragging along Yi Chu and Su Kersen, refusing to eat any longer. Ku Xiaogo, I never thought you would truly become a little dog. Su Kersen mockingly laughed. In truth, she was nearly at her limit as well, yet seeing Yi Chu's composed demeanor sparked her competitive spirit. Why should she be able to consume so much? I can do it too. Although Yi Chu had an impressive appetite, even she could not endlessly store food. Yet she had her own tricks. How could a prominent national master succumb to such defeat? She was determined to persevere. Thus, neither yielded, and they urged Ku Yin to continue eating. Eventually, at the end of the night market, the trio found a milk tea shop to rest, ordering just 1 cup to share, as they simply could not drink more. Yi Chu retrieved a small porcelain bottle from her pocket, pouring out 2 small digestive pills. These are the digestive tablets I bought. They will alleviate any bloating. What? Su Kersen examined the tablets closely, having never seen digestive pills in such a form, feeling hesitant to consume them. However, Ku Yin, unable to bear her discomfort, swallowed one without a second thought. To her surprise, it was indeed somewhat sweet. In less than 10 minutes, she was able to think and speak normally again. Previously, due to her excessive eating, her brain had been deprived of sufficient blood flow, leaving her nearly lethargic. Now, she felt invigorated. What kind of medicine is this? It's so miraculous. Ku Yin gazed at Yi Chu with wide, earnest eyes. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner concocted his own digestive pills, which I often carry with me due to my tendency to indulge excessively. Yi Chuyang lifted the bottle with a smile. Wow, Su Kersen, having experienced the miraculous effects of the digestive pills, felt a peculiar sensation in her stomach, accompanied by an urgent need to find a restroom. The digestion was remarkably swift. To her surprise, the milk tea began to emanate an enticing aroma, prompting the two to order 2 more cups, ensuring each had one. 40 years ago, milk tea was scarcely popular and primarily consisted of concocted mixtures. I never anticipated that it would evolve into such a myriad of delightful variations at such heartwarming prices. Before long, it was nearly 10 o'clock. With the curfew at Jinghua University set for 11:30, Su Kersen resolved to take a stroll along the riverside. The path was sparsely illuminated, and few ventured there after dark, yet it was bordered by walls, imparting a sense of security. Su Kersen harbored reservations. 3 delicate women wandering at night could find themselves in precarious situations, unable to escape. Fear not, just walk ahead. I am quite proficient in martial arts, Yi Chutao declared. Oh, are you referring to those flamboyant moves you learned on set? Su Kersen retorted with a roll of her eyes. Though she spoke dismissively, her body betrayed her. As the three had already ventured onto that narrow path, cars were parked along the roadside, alongside crookedly placed shared bicycles. A swarm of mosquitoes congregated beneath the streetlights, causing the illumination to flicker ominously. "Do not worry, I am holding on to you. We ought to quicken our pace," Sue Curson urged, clad in a flowing gown. Yichuda walked beside them, her gaze sharp, piercing into the shadows. It appeared that certain individuals had prepared extensively for this evening as spectacle. Hee, three little ladies. Are we? A whistle pierced the air, and within mere moments, 6 or 7 ruffians had gathered around Yichu and her companions. "Boss, the heavens have been generous to us, delivering us 3 on a silver platter," remarked a flamboyantly dressed thug with dyed yellow hair, his expression laced with innuendo. "Don't act recklessly. I will call the police," Sue Curson declared, raising her phone, which displayed the number 666. "Huh, little girl, do you really intend to call for help? You haven't even noticed that your call won't go through, have you?" sneered the whistling thug, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of bravado. Sue Curson quickly glanced at the signal bar on her phone, and at the same moment, Kuyin realized that the signal seemed to have been interrupted. They must be using a signal jammer. "Who among you is Yichu?" The whistling thug stepped forward, his voice turning menacing. The flamboyant thug beside him jeered. "If Yichu steps forward, the other 2 can go free." "Xiaochu, what should we do?" Kuyin whispered anxiously. Sue Curson was seething with frustration, having warned against taking this path. "What is the matter? Not going to speak? Then we shall descend into hell together," the whistling thug threatened fiercely. "I am Yichu." She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Kuyin and Sue Curson. "Do you require something from me?" Yichu replied coldly. "Ha, you are Yichu." "Indeed. A beauty worth capturing." "Boss, let's make our move," exclaimed a red-haired thug, his face twisted with shameless glee. "What a windfall. Charge." At the whistling thug's command, the ruffians began to close in on Yichu and her friends. "Do not approach. You will regret this, I assure you," Kuyin shouted loudly with her eyes closed, filled with hatred towards the approaching ruffians. Yichu stood calmly in place, his gaze sharp, inquiring about who had sent them. "Ha, taking money to resolve troubles for others. As for who it is, that's not for you to know." He whistled, patiently explaining, a grin nearly splitting his face. He relished such dialogues, for they exuded a sense of grandeur. Opposite him stood a feeble woman feigning composure, while he was the malevolent force obstructing her path. The thought alone was exhilarating. "Boss, should we lend a hand?" A faint voice emerged from the car in the shadows. A man, just roused from slumber in the backseat, slightly opened his eyes, gazing at the figure in peril outside for a long moment. "No need. Is that so?" Yichu retrieved a short stick from his sleeve, which appeared to be extendable. With a half-smile, he slowly elongated the self-defense baton. Sue Curson was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't believe Yichu carried a self-defense weapon. "Oh, girl, you come equipped," the garishly dressed man mocked. "I'll give you one more chance to reveal the mastermind." "Brothers, charge," the whistler commanded once more. The ruffians swarmed in, and Kuyin screamed as one seized her clothing. Sue Curson kicked away the ruffian beside her, dragging Kuyin back a couple of steps, temporarily shaking off the assailants. Before she could make her next move, a cacophony erupted around them. The ruffians had all collapsed to the ground, groaning feebly. Chapter 46. The Deep Alley. What happened? What on earth transpired? Yichu's expression was icy as she enunciated each word with precision. "I will ask once more, who sent you?" With her stick, she pressed against a specific acupoint on the whistleblower's neck. A slight exertion would induce a sensation of suffocation. Indeed, Yichu's assertion of her formidable martial prowess was no mere boast. It was nothing short of divine skill, rendering her an extraordinary force. In mere moments, she had dispatched numerous adversaries, an act that was not resistance but rather unilateral slaughter. Seeing that the danger had subsided, Kuyin felt a surge of disgust and indignation. Striding towards the thug who had previously tugged at her attire, delivering 2 forceful kicks, the thug emitted muffled groans of pain. "For daring to lay hands on me. You deserve this." After her outburst, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. How exhilarating it was to strike. Sue Curson followed suit, administering kicks to the other thugs indiscriminately. The whistleblower's agony was palpable, this woman beside her, possessing an almost ethereal countenance yet harboring a heart of malevolence, had already thrust him to the brink of death on 4 occasions. It seemed that the whistleblower intended to obliterate this so-called secret, and Yichu contemplated granting him that wish. Brandishing her self-defense stick, she prepared to thrust it with ferocity into the whistleblower's neck. His pupils dilated rapidly before constricting, his heart racing with terror. No, 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 I will speak. The whistleblower frantically waved his hands, pleading for his life. Oh, but I have lost interest in your words. So, Yichu leaned closer to him, whispering, you might as well embrace death. A piercing scream erupted from the whistleblower as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yichu Qing chuckled softly, clapping her hands dismissively. Utterly useless. She turned her gaze towards the flower-clad figure beside her, conveying an understanding look. The flower-clad individual immediately felt a sense of impending doom. No, please don't come any closer. Desperately, the figure attempted to shift away, only to realize with dismay that movement was utterly impossible. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. In a state of panic, the flower-clad figure divulged. It's Wang from Super Burn Entertainment. We've been lurking for over 2 months, and today is the first chance we've had to act. Xiao Chu. They're after you. Who on earth have you offended? Qian grasped Yichu's hand, her voice filled with concern. Yichu curved her lips into a smirk and replied, they've mistaken the target. Huh, but I distinctly heard them say they were here for you, Su Curson observed, scrutinizing Yichu intently. Haha, it truly isn't me. Yichu turned to the flower-clad figure, inquiring, isn't that right? Ah, yes, indeed. The flower-clad figure hastily shook his head. No, it's not you. We've simply got the wrong person. Ah, yet I still can't move. Panic surged within the flower-clad figure. He was no fool. The woman was clearly implying to her 2 friends that they had mistaken their target, suggesting a desire to settle matters privately. With such formidable strength, a one-sided assault could very well lead to a scenario where her companions would vanish without a trace. See, it's truly not us. What a pity she encountered someone as skilled as me. Yichu pointed to herself, then shrugged nonchalantly. Just as they emerged from the alley, Yichu came to an abrupt halt. Kuyen and Su Curson pressed on without pause. Second brother, what should we do? I can't move at all. That woman can't possibly be a monster, can she? I too find myself immobile. A few burly men lay sprawled upon the frigid concrete floor, one of them teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yichu approached, each step resonating like a death knell in the ears of the ruffians. Still lying there, gentlemen? Yichu remarked with a smile. Dear lady, we were wrong. We beseech your mercy, came the chorus of pleading voices. Indeed, dear lady, spare us. We shall never dare again. Your Excellency must be weary of spectating. Why not step forth and personally experience the sensation of being a character in this tale? Yichu spoke nonchalantly, casually picking up a stone and tossing it, which struck a wall before a vehicle, producing a resounding clatter. The lights within the car flickered on, illuminating its occupants. The driver turned to the back seat. Boss, we have been discovered. Open the door, came the terse reply from the rear. To their astonishment, someone had witnessed their entire beating without their awareness. The group of thugs felt their faces ablaze with embarrassment. This was indeed a Waterloo in their careers as ruffians. Haha, this young lady possesses a keen sense of vigilance, one man exclaimed as he stepped out of the car, laughing heartily. Your enthusiasm is commendable, young lady. Your external skills are truly remarkable, and your inner strength is unfathomable. It is a rare fortune to encounter such a prodigious talent tonight, he continued, bowing slightly. Yichu maintained a serene demeanor. This man appeared to be 27, his natural authority emanating from years of practice. What is your name, sir? She inquired. The man replied with a hearty laugh, continuing his bow. I am Yin Runin. Yichu, so it turns out you are Miss Yi. May I inquire as to which esteemed mentor you are affiliated with? At such a tender age, you have already attained this remarkable level of skill. Do you not fear that the ruffians sprawled on the ground will overhear you and disrupt the peace? Yichu gestured towards the group of unruly delinquents. Ah, mere societal miscreants, they're a blight upon this world, utterly beyond redemption, Yin Runin remarked nonchalantly as he summoned his internal energy. In an instant, the ruffians below erupted in anguished cries, soon falling silent. Are you indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent? Is that so? Yichu's gaze sharpened. A gust of fierce wind swirling from her sleeves. Yin Runin sensed the impending danger. Suddenly, the world spun around him. A searing pain erupted in his chest. And in the next moment, he was hurled against the surrounding wall. The driver, unable to utter a word, could only watch in disbelief as his employer was tossed aside like a rag doll. When did such a formidable figure emerge on the streets? Chapter 47. Which sect do you belong to? Ugh. Yin Runin retched a few times, producing no blood. Oddly enough, he felt as though his very organs had been displaced. Could it be that his opponent possessed such mastery over force, perhaps a reclusive elder just emerging from solitude in some remote mountain? The driver hastily leaped from the car and rushed to assist Yin Runin. I sincerely apologize. I prefer to keep my possessions untouched by others, Yichu declared, her eyes glinting with danger, causing Yin Runin's heart to tremble. He had initially underestimated her youth and the obscurity of her cultivation, leading him to his own folly. It appears I have offended a formidable individual. Quickly, assist me to my feet. Yin Runin addressed the driver, who promptly assisted him in approaching Senior Yi. I meant no offense today. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Yin Runin felt a twinge of apprehension, for he had not heard of any prominent figures emerging lately, which had emboldened him to act with his usual bravado. However, it was evident that the young lady before him, Yi, was entirely unfamiliar with his illustrious name. Do not address me as senior. Your experience surpasses mine, Ch replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yin Runin nearly faltered, the audacity of her words striking him profoundly. Oh, Miss Yi, may I inquire about your esteemed lineage and whom you have studied under? I see no reason to divulge that to you. The driver interjected hastily, attempting to smooth over the situation. Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. My employer was merely taken aback by your remarkable skills. It is truly admirable for someone so young to possess such prowess. Flattery flowed effortlessly from him, causing Ch to furrow her brow. Silence. The driver immediately fell silent, retreating to stand behind Yin Runin, feeling aggrieved. The ruffians had all been rendered powerless by this individual named Yin Runin, leaving any hope of retaining evidence utterly futile. Ch gestured, causing their remains to disintegrate into ash. These individuals had committed numerous petty crimes, and in their next lives, they would not be granted the privilege of being born as humans. Yin Runin was utterly astounded. He understood the realms of cultivation well. Only a master of his teacher's caliber could effortlessly reduce a body to mere smoke. Yet this individual before him, significantly younger in experience, had already attained such a formidable level. It was nothing short of terrifying. He Miss Yi, having endured a beating, Yin Runin resolved that since fate had brought them together, he must cling tightly to this advantageous connection. This individual had yet to make his mark in the cultivation world, and his future prospects were bound to be limitless. Since you have witnessed matters that ought to remain concealed, Yichu's gaze fixed intently upon Yin Runin and his driver. Ah, no, Miss Yi, I am quite valuable, as long as you spare my life. I am open to negotiations. Is that so? What utility could you possibly offer? Yichu questioned with skepticism. Yin Runin immediately raised an eyebrow, offering a sycophantic smile and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I am the eldest grandson of the Yin family in Kyoto, possessing a modest fortune and having made a name for myself in the cultivation realm. I traverse freely between the cultivation and mundane worlds. Should you choose to keep me by your side, I would gladly facilitate matters in both realms for you. I see. You appear to have some merit. 40 years prior, while navigating Kyoto, she had never encountered the notions of the cultivation world and the mundane world. What had transpired over these decades? The Yin family in Kyoto was one of the 10 prominent families. Even the younger generations among these esteemed families were capable of cultivation. Why had her past self been utterly unaware of such information? It was certain that her contemporaries, prior to her transmigration, had not engaged in cultivation. All of this must be unraveled. Indeed, Miss Yi, in the world of martial arts, went on to cultivate numerous friendships. Thus, we can always look out for one another across the vast expanse. Yin Runin remarked with a smile, entirely oblivious to the trembling of his own leg. Was the title of a descendant of the Yin family in Kyoto advantageous? Indeed, it was exceedingly beneficial. It ensured that no one would dare to provoke you, unless they were seeking their own demise. Clenching his teeth, Yin Runin seemed poised to tear apart anyone who dared to provoke Yichu. Ah, I see. Yichu remarked with sudden clarity, continuing, in that case, I consent to you becoming my follower. Remember, you will do as I bid. Ah, Yin Runin thought he had misheard, but such were the facts. What, are you unwilling? Yichu extended his palm, from which arose an energy that filled Yin Runin with dread. I am willing. Mother, I have sold myself into servitude, Yin Runin lamented inwardly, tears welling up. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have postured. Arrogance invites retribution. This is my driver and part-time follower, Mu Mutian, Yin Runin introduced. Mu Mutian extended a trembling hand in greeting to Yichu. Yichu retrieved his phone, displaying a WeChat QR code to Yin Runin. My contact information. I will reach out when necessary, and I expect you to be dutiful. The threatening tone weighed heavily on Yin Runin's heart, stifling any urge to cry. After adding each other on WeChat and exchanging phone numbers, Yichu vanished from Yin Runin's sight. Moo moo. Yes. Today's events must remain unknown to anyone else. The car ignited its engine, speeding away from the deadly alley. A leaf fluttered down, settling lightly on the concrete ground. Dust was swept up by the wind, only to fall heavily once more. In the dead of night, a sudden downpour cleansed the ground of all traces. The surveillance cameras captured only silence. Ah. Sue Curson stretched languidly, as she had suffered a nightmare the prior evening, wherein she was perpetually running, resulting in a pervasive bodily ache upon awakening. Ku Yin was still immersed in slumber, only to be unceremoniously roused by Sue Curson. Ugh, she groaned. Sue Curson massaged her temples, pondering why her head felt unwell, despite having abstained from alcohol the night before. Where's Yichu? Quickly, we have a class soon, Sue Curson urged. The two hastily completed their ablutions and procured breakfast in a flurry. I'm at home, safe, Yichu reassured. The matter of the hooligans' obstruction seemed to have vanished from their recollections entirely. Yichu had no classes for the next few days. In fact, by the second semester of their junior year, the number of classes had diminished considerably. Nevertheless, Yichu was still compelled to finalize her graduation arrangements in advance. Chapter 48. Please save me on Saturday. Yichu arrived at the Shao family villa in Menglu village, as agreed. The estate resembled a private manor, nestled on a hillside. Its decor and architectural style leaned towards the Chinese aesthetic. A person stood at the entrance, photograph in hand, scrutinizing the surroundings. Yichu mused that it was fortunate she had not flown directly to the gate. Despite the remote location, there were numerous surveillance cameras, and the security measures were quite thorough. The individual at the gate noticed a girl clad in a light purple, mid-length top, denim trousers, an embroidered cloth bag slung over her shoulder, and athletic shoes. Yichu's smooth, long hair cascaded freely down her back, and a crimson mole between her eyebrows accentuated her radiant face in the sunlight. This mole had only appeared this morning, discovered by Yichu when she gazed into the mirror. Last night, she witnessed a shooting star streak across the sky and, after employing her astrological skills to divine its significance, awoke this morning to discover a small red mole on her brow, subtle enough to go unnoticed upon casual observation. Yichu strolled leisurely, her attire predominantly consisting of garments from other realms. Since mastering the art of online shopping, she had acquired numerous modern outfits. The man at the entrance promptly retrieved a photograph for comparison. It was a picture sent by Li Duoheng to Li Shiguang, who subsequently forwarded it to the Shao family. It had been extracted from a 9-grid collage Yichu had posted on Weibo. Upon confirming the likeness, the man at the door approached her with an air of joy. Are you Master Yi? He inquired. I am Zhang, the steward of this household, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Although he found it remarkable that the individual before him was a young girl, the steward still maintained a commendable level of professionalism. Yichu nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed. That is I. Zhang's smile widened, and he gestured invitingly. Please, Master Yi, enter. My master and Mr. Li are awaiting you in the courtyard. Kindly lead the way. Yichu responded courteously. This way, please. Upon entering the Shao family estate, she was taken aback by the enchanting scenery that unfolded within, a residence meticulously designed in the style of an SC garden, where pavilions, towers, and artificial hills harmonized beautifully with the lush greenery, and schools of fish swam gracefully in the water. After traversing a long corridor, she arrived at the rear courtyard, where Li Shiguang was engaged in light-hearted conversation with an elderly gentleman. Master, Mr. Li, Master Yi has arrived, announced Steward Zhang with deference. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that even in modern society, such esteemed families upheld these traditions. It was reassuring that no one dismissed her youth. If she had not ventured into another realm years ago, she would now be in her 60s, likely surrounded by grandchildren. Fate, it seemed, had played a peculiar hand. Let her remain eternally youthful. Sometimes, even pretense must take age into consideration. He then began to gradually shift the focus of his enterprises. After all, it had been several years, and certain funds and connections could not be extracted all at once. Everything unfolded as the master had envisioned. It was truly miraculous. Coincidentally, the elder of the Shao family found himself in some unspeakable difficulties. His first thought was of Yichu. Moreover, Yichu offered reasonable prices, even pro bono, ultimately. If there were no results, there would be little to lose. Little did he know that the most expensive things often come free of charge. Nevertheless, he felt an uncanny familiarity with Yichu's face, yet could not place where he had seen it before. Having long heard of Master Yi's esteemed reputation, he was indeed astonished to discover the depth of his abilities at such a young age, evoking genuine admiration. Elder Shao sat in his wheelchair, chuckling softly. This remark sounded quite familiar. Yi Chu, with a stoic expression, waved his hand dismissively and walked directly to the sofa beside Elder Shao. Li Shiguang hurriedly introduced Yi Chu, saying, "This is Elder Shao Qianyun, a dear friend of mine, a businessman who has retired here for recuperation. He had undergone knee surgery." Yi Chu focused on the knee of Shao Qianyun. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a normal leg. Yet beneath the trouser leg lay a condition akin to rotting wood, having been in such a state for at least 20 years. "How could you possibly know?" exclaimed Butler Zhang, pointing at Yi Chu in astonishment. Elder Shao gestured for Butler Zhang to be silent and solemnly remarked, "Master Yi possesses a discerning eye. He has immediately discerned the most painful matter of my life. You should consider yourself fortunate. You have merely undergone knee surgery and still breathe the air of this world." Yi Chu raised her gaze to meet Shao Qianyun's, her expression remaining inscrutable. Shao Qianyun was inwardly alarmed, yet he maintained an air of cultured composure. "Did Master Yi perceive something?" Shao Qianyun inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yi Chu narrowed her eyes and smiled. "What do you think?" Li Shiguang, growing anxious, interjected. "Master Yi, please don't keep us in suspense. I can hardly bear the tension." Above them, the intertwining vines of wood fragrance and wisteria formed a delicate lattice, through which sunlight streamed in jubilantly. Yi Chu reclined against the sofa, adopting a languid posture before finally articulating, "You summoned me to resolve some historical issues." Shao Qianyun felt a tightening in his chest and gestured to Steward Zhang, "Quickly, serve the master some tea." Yi Chu emitted a barely audible snort. Turning to her, Shao Qianyun's gaze was filled with trust. He knew that Li Shiguang could not have disclosed his matters to Yi Chu beforehand, and that this issue was known only to him. "Shiguang, I would like to have a private conversation with Master Yi. I recall your keen interest in the Su Guanyi Ding in my greenhouse. Why not take a look?" "That sounds splendid. You two carry on." "I can hardly wait to admire that renowned orchid treasure," Li Shiguang replied with a cheerful demeanor as he made his way to the greenhouse. As Li Shiguang distanced himself, Steward Zhang brought over the tea before attending to his own tasks. It was only then that the elder Shao finally revealed his true intentions to Yi Chu. 24 years ago, the Shao family faced a calamity. Enemies came knocking, severing my kneecap, yet they spared my life, vowing to return for vengeance in 24 years. That time draws near. Yi Chu raised a delicate blue and white porcelain teacup, the fragrant tea wafting in gentle wisps, soothing to the soul. "This is all your own doing." Shao Qianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you say such a thing? Though I have erred, this outcome should not befall me. You orchestrated harm first, yet refrained from extinguishing the matter entirely, leaving future troubles. Now, the descendants of others have come seeking retribution. This is the cause you have sown and the consequence you must reap, leaving no blame for others," Yi Chu remarked, shaking her head. "I do not wish to perish. I implore Master Yi to save me. I can offer you anything within my means." Shao Qianyun trembled in his wheelchair. Conversations between the astute require no discernment of one another's backgrounds. They are merely about the matter at hand. Chapter 49, Mind Your Own Business. Yi Chu was entirely unaware of the Shao family's history. Even if there had been previous encounters, after so many years, who would recall the events of yore? It remains uncertain whether this old man is related to the Kyoto Shao family. "Save you?" Yi Chu raised her gaze to Shao Qianyun. "You are half buried in the earth. Perhaps it is time to accumulate some virtue for your descendants." So, Master Yi is unwilling to assist me." The elder Zhao's voice froze, brimming with anger. "Assist you? How can I assist you? Shall I become your bodyguard and shield you from blades?" A faint smile played at the corners of Yi Chu's lips, seemingly mocking Shao Qianyun's presumption. "Li Shiguang claimed you possessed extraordinary abilities. It seems you are nothing more than a charlatan after all." Shao Qianyun's facade began to falter, prompting him to adopt a different demeanor altogether. In light of this, the old master Shao could only fend for himself. Yi Chu rose to take her leave. The fact that Yi Chu could precisely recount his past experiences was sufficient evidence of her capabilities. Shao Qianyun was reluctant to lose this lifeline. "I sincerely implore Master Yi to save me. I am willing to acknowledge my transgressions and dedicate the remainder of my life to atonement. I merely wish to survive." Shao Qianyun lamented. It was a source of embarrassment for an elderly man nearing his end to weep before a young and exquisite maiden, for the sake of life. What significance did pride hold? Yi Chu paused, alone beneath the lilac blossom frame. Shao Qianyun reflected on the fact that the flowering season had long passed. What could he do now? He remained silent. Just then, Steward Zhang approached. Observing that Yi Chu had scarcely exchanged a few words with Shao Qianyun before departing, he accompanied her to the door and then returned to seek out the master of the house. Master Yi has already left, Steward Zhang reported. Shiguang, she cannot save me. Let alone the Xiao family. Shiguang, I wish to be alone. Xiao Qianyan gestured wearily, indicating his fatigue. Li Shiguang deemed it inappropriate to intrude further and took his leave. Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing them. Previously, he had engaged in a charitable act prompted by his wife Yiping, which happened to involve the old Master Xiao. They had found common ground, and thus formed a bond despite their age difference. Regrettably, Yichu was unable to assist. Li Shiguang felt a profound sense of regret, but still left Yichu's contact information with Xiao Qianyan. In his estimation, Yichu's abilities were not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was simply that Xiao Qianyan had failed to sway her today. Xiao Qianyan acquired Yichu's phone number and instructed Zhang, the butler, to investigate. Understood, my lord. Zhang replied, taking the number and presenting it to his specialist. A single phone number could unearth the entirety of Yichu's background. My lord. Here is all the information that can be gathered through the phone number, Zhang said as he handed a sheet of paper to Xiao Qianyan. The first page revealed that Yichu was a 20-year-old female student attending Jinghua University. To think she was a student, and the daughter of the Yi family in S City. A scion of such an illustrious family led a life so pristine and unblemished, yet possessed such remarkable abilities in private. Were the Yi family aware of this? According to Li Shiguang, Yichu outwardly appeared to be an ordinary student, with potential aspirations in the entertainment industry. Yet, behind the scenes, she engaged in mystical pursuits rather casually, with a kind heart and no expectation of payment. However, his initial impression of her was decidedly unfavorable. Would there be any opportunity to approach her again? Xiao Qianyan closed the door and maneuvered his wheelchair to the safe in the small compartment. After inputting his retina and fingerprint and entering the password twice more, the lock of the safe finally clicked open. I made mistakes back then for your sake. Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. Yichu is right. It is time to return the precious pearl, Xiao Qianyan murmured as he caressed the jade qilin in his hand. The qilin emitted a subtle glow. Had Yichu been present, she would have immediately recognized it as a finely carved spirit stone, inscribed with a spirit-locking formation to prevent the leakage of its ethereal energy. Before Yichu reached the foot of the mountain, her phone rang. Xiao Qianyan's aged voice resonated through the line. Is there something you need? Yichu patiently answered the phone. Master Yi, I've come to a realization, but I still harbor concerns. I wonder if you might be available tomorrow. As I wish to discuss matters with you in person. I am unavailable tomorrow. If there is something you wish to express, please do so now, Yichu replied, pausing beside a stone pillar and leaning against it. Master Yi, you must not have wandered far. I will dispatch someone to fetch you immediately. Xiao Qianyan declared resolutely, instructing his driver to retrieve Yichu. Suddenly, he recalled that the Xiao family villa was situated halfway up the mountain, requiring a 10-minute descent on foot, while the ascent would take 20 minutes. Steward Zhang had mentioned that Yichu had not arrived by vehicle, suggesting he had walked. This was rather inconsiderate of the Xiao family. They ought to have arranged a dedicated vehicle for such matters. What must I do to safeguard myself and the Xiao family to the greatest extent? Xiao Qianyan's demeanor had evidently shifted. A sheen of perspiration graced his brow, a testament to the internal struggle he had endured. Yichu stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. Master, in all things, one must accept fate while doing their utmost. If you truly wish to survive, remember the words you once shared with me. Yichu extracted a small box from his cloth bag and withdrew a yellow talisman from within. What is this? Xiao Qianyan inquired, perplexed. Was it not said that this is not a matter of metaphysics? This is a talisman for safety. You possess only one opportunity to utilize it, after which it will be rendered ineffective. Thereafter, your fate will rest solely in your own hands, irrespective of life or death. Yichu tossed the small yellow talisman into Xiao Qianyan's embrace. Life and death irrespective. This insinuated that he would soon face a grave peril. To do one's utmost means to prepare thoroughly. He merely wished to avoid an untimely demise that could implicate the Xiao family. A talisman, worth 880,000, can save your life. Today, weary from my journey, I shall require 199 million. Yichu continued, while Xiao Qianyan interjected. Did you not say you would not accept payment, that it would all go to charity? What? Is the esteemed elder Xiao unable to pay? Yichu's gaze sharpened. Chapter 50. The haunting revenge I can pay. I can pay. Xiao Qianyan waved his hand dismissively. He was the head of the Xiao family's branch in S City. A powerful figure who, 24 years ago, forsook the lives of his comrades for the sake of a jade qilin carved from a spiritual stone, abandoning those who had stood by him in times of hardship. Thus, he became the target of retribution, losing his knees in the process, waiting for the day when the descendants of the deceased would seek vengeance. How sinister this is, a classic tale of revenge, laden with theatricality from decades past. Xiao Qianyun was not the direct murderer of his brother. At worst, he was an ungrateful accomplice. The true killer had likely been cremated long ago, leaving Xiao Qianyun merely as a tool for the heirs to extinguish their enmity. The one capable of so easily shattering Xiao Qianyun's knees possessed the power to take his life. Alas, it was essential for a direct descendant to carry out the deed. A testament to the depths of their hatred. Yichu held no intention of offering support to such a person. Providing a talisman was the utmost limit of her generosity. This card contains 3 million. The password is 6 zeros. Please, Master Yi, keep it safe. Xiao Qianyun handed the bank card to Yichu, received from Steward Zhang. From now on, your fate is in your own hands. The Xiao family will not falter, at least not because of you. With Yichu's assurance, Xiao Qianyun felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He did not wish to perish, nor did he desire the downfall of the Xiao family as a consequence of his past transgressions. These were mistakes he had made over 20 years ago, and it was his fault that his family had been drawn into the fray. Zhang Guanjia intended to send a car for Yi Chuli's departure, but was met with her refusal. In these prominent families, few possess hands untainted. Xiao Qianyun has indirectly stained his hands with numerous lives, believing his actions to be flawless, yet he is shrouded in a palpable air of corruption. Yi Chuli flicked her sleeves and soared into the city, dividing the 3 million in her card into 5 portions, each donated under the same name to different welfare institutions. To ensure the funds were utilized appropriately, she cast a spell declaring that anyone who covets this money would face misfortune until the funds were entirely dispersed. Having accomplished this, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Li Shiguang called 3 times, but Yi Chuli did not answer. What should we do, dear? Master Yi isn't upset, is she? Li Shiguang voiced his concern. Yi Ping rolled his eyes and replied, Master Yi only assists based on fate. It's evident that old Master Xiao has committed some wrongdoing that she has discerned. I also think so. I heard old Master Xiao say that Master Yi accepted payment. How much? 1,990,000. It seems he has indeed attracted bad luck. Yi Ping's eyes twinkled with thought. Let us add another donation for welfare, using Master Ye's name. As you wish, dear, Li Shiguang replied, somewhat intimidated. The more they delved into metaphysics, the more they believed. They once thought little of it, but now they were eager for someone to lend a discerning eye. Hey Dad, what's up? I'm busy, Li Duoheng said, anxiously preparing for a computer competition. Seeing his father's call, he felt compelled to answer. If Master Yi appears at school, remember to send our regards. Yi Ping spoke on the other end of the line. Li Dong replied, All right. I'm quite busy at the moment, so please refrain from incessantly calling. Do you have any idea how hard my son is preparing for the competition? His mind is entirely occupied with Master Yi, as if he doesn't regard me at all. It's infuriating, truly infuriating. This was indeed splendid news. The reputation of Qin Shouzhong was remarkably useful. Qin Shouzhong had also invited Yichu to visit his home next weekend, to which Yichu agreed. In pursuit of her dream to enter the entertainment industry, Yichu casually took a picture of her own calligraphy, which, in her view, was not worthy of admiration, yet she uploaded it nonetheless. Yichu's calligraphy was learned under the guidance of her master from the Ghost Valley, and she had long since developed her own distinctive style, rich in character and depth, given that it was derived from another realm. There were subtle differences compared to what was customary here. However, those knowledgeable could readily discern the elegance within her writing. The comment section of Yichu's Weibo remained relatively tranquil for a few moments, before erupting with an influx of responses. Is this really your own calligraphy? How impressive. Truly a talented woman. Just as graceful as her persona, possessing both beauty and intellect. Absolutely stunning. I'm now a fan of this celestial sister. The praises flooded in, swiftly accumulating into thousands of positive remarks, until a wave of detractors began to infiltrate, casting disparaging comments. Such amusing creatures. Yichu thought as she scrolled through the trending topics on Weibo, finding nothing of particular interest, and subsequently logging off. Just then, Lu Hui sent her a message, indicating that additional filming at the movie base was about to commence, though the specific arrangements were yet to be finalized, advising Yichu to prepare herself. On that day, she deliberately erased the memories of the 2 young girls, who could only recall emerging from the snack street, hurrying back as the curfew approached. Exhausted, they fell asleep without exchanging any late-night conversations. Xiao Chu, are you going to watch the computer competition at the College of Computer Science this weekend? Su Kersen inquired in the group chat. Computer competition? Yi Chu thought back, recalling the promotional materials she had seen at school. Before she left, she had also asked Li Duoheng whether he would be participating. She found such competitions quite novel. In her era, computers were a fascinating novelty. Unlike the advanced functionalities of later generations. Kuyin sent a crying emoji. I saw your update on Weibo, so Xiaochu is actually a talented girl. You must bring me your handwriting to class tomorrow. How could I possibly be without the characters penned by Xiaochu herself? Kuyin immediately followed up with a proud little emoji. Everyone else has it, but we don't. Su Kursen added. All right, I'll bring it for you tomorrow. Yi Chu readily agreed. Soon, the group chat fell silent. Yi Chu set her phone down and stepped onto the balcony. The night breeze was refreshing. Unlike the heat of the day. Boss, this is all the information we could gather. Mu Tian handed a file folder to Yin Runen. To his astonishment, the prominent figure's public identity turned out to be Miss Yi from the Yi family in S City, and she was a student at Jinghua University, only 20 years old. Nonsense. Yin Runen replied, his expression serious. How could she possibly be just 20? She must be an old hack. Perhaps she has taken over someone else's body? Who in the entire cultivation world reaches such a level at the age of 20? Moreover, the information regarding Yi Chu had previously been rather unremarkable, only recently coming into prominence. Chapter 51, A Tragic Background. His circumstances are indeed pitiful. A father who shows no affection, a deceased mother, and a stepmother who is far from benevolent. It is no wonder that the powerful figure chose to move out. They probably have no inkling of the formidable nature of this individual. The fact that he has not obliterated them speaks volumes of his kindness. Although he resides in a wealthy district, the location is rather secluded. I can still vividly recall the night when he waved his hand, turning a multitude of corpses to ashes, and sent one crashing against the wall. Oh, how incredibly powerful he is! Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Yin Runen, nestled on the sofa, cradled his 30-year-old head in confusion, unable to comprehend. He could only conclude that Yi Chu must be a formidable mountain demon. Certainly not human. Mu Tian, after delivering the information, had hurried outside to the corridor to smoke. He had perused the documents as well, grateful for the mercy of the powerful figure who spared him. What is Yin Runen compared to me? From now on, I shall be the exclusive driver for this formidable individual. With this thought, Mu Tian sent a message to Yin Runen, notifying him of his resignation. He then promptly drove to Huayong International, determined to apply for the position of the esteemed figure's dedicated driver. In this modern era, ride-hailing services have evolved, allowing for the exclusive hiring of personal drivers. Yin Runen, who saw the message an hour later, immediately cursed Mu Tian as a traitor and felt an intense hatred towards Yi Chu for supposedly undermining him. Yet, upon reflection, Yi Chu had done nothing wrong. After careful consideration, Yin Runen decided to keep this matter under wraps, refraining from reporting it to the head of the Yin family, his father Yin Sheng. If the higher-ups were to discover this, one could only imagine the powerful figure turning against him, extinguishing him with a mere finger. The following day, as Yi Chu ventured out, Mu Tian, in his rickety little car, whistled at her. Consequently, Mu Tian received an unexpected slap from Yi Chu across the distance. He was bewildered. Why had she struck him? Without a glance back, Yi Chu boarded another taxi, leaving Mu Tian further perplexed. He was the driver for Yin Runan, and now that Yin Runan had become Yi Chu's subordinate, he thought it only logical that he would also serve as Yi Chu's driver. Yet, here he was, having been slapped. Boss, Miss, you just slapped me. Mu Tian lamented to Yin Runan. You had it coming. Yin Runan retorted, his fist clenched in a struggle against his desire to retaliate. Moreover, I am not your boss. Did you not dismiss me last night? He gritted through clenched teeth. Mu Tian quickly lowered his voice, pleading, Boss, I was momentarily bewitched. It was my fault. I was merely thinking of you. If we secure a strong alliance with Miss Yi, what obstacles could we not overcome in the future? Yin Runan responded with a sigh. You take advantage and then play the victim. After much coaxing from Mu Tian, Yin Runan relented, ultimately sparing him. Mu Tian felt as if struck by lightning. The esteemed figure had not permitted him to approach, and despite following them closely, he found himself trapped in an invisible barrier. After finally breaking free, he realized he had ended up in the outskirts of the city. Today, Yi Chu was heading to school for a report. The counselor had sent her the results of the recent comprehensive examination, and she had scored no less than 90. Additionally, her journal article had been accepted for publication, set to appear in a month. With these accomplishments, she would graduate smoothly. Kuyin and Su Kursen both have classes today. After Yi Chu delivered 2 pieces of calligraphy to the dormitory, She proceeded to the Academic Affairs Office to handle relevant matters. The counselor initially presumed that this student would endure the arduous process of retaking courses. However, she unexpectedly dropped a bombshell and soared to new heights. The requirements for this expedited pathway are exceedingly stringent, mandating that the scores on all tests must not fall below 90, as these will be the grades recorded on the official transcript for the Academic Affairs Office. Each subject must achieve a minimum of 90, with a requisite GPA of at least 3.9, ideally reaching 4.0. Additionally, the completion of 2 core journal articles is required, with a total word count of no less than 50,000 words. Subsequently, the essence of these 2 papers must be distilled into short essays for publication. The complete versions must be submitted to the institution, subjected to rigorous examination and approval, and will constitute part of the defense on the day of the interview. Since the national overhaul of the academic sector, achieving success in academia has become increasingly arduous, and publishing papers is no longer as straightforward as it once was. Remarkably, in just a few months, Yichu has ascended to this level. Indeed, it is no small feat after compiling all the necessary documentation. The counselor reported Yichu's situation to the school. Yichu now awaits the interview defense in July, where she will confront a barrage of scrutiny from esteemed experts. These authorities do not aim to facilitate her passage through the expedited graduation path. Rather, their intent is to dissuade her from proceeding. It is evident what challenges Yichu will soon encounter. In pursuit of a smooth graduation, Yichu frequented the library with unprecedented regularity. Ancient and modern texts, cultural classics, scholarly monographs, and journal articles. She welcomed all that could be devoured. The academic atmosphere at Tsinghua University was already vibrant, with the library's study rooms perpetually brimming with students. For reasons unknown, the library suddenly became overcrowded, surpassing even the noontime bustle of the cafeteria. To avert potential safety hazards, the library administrators were compelled to take drastic measures. Alas, it was none other than the studious Yichu who was to blame for this predicament. As if in a state of perplexity, one inquired further. Recently, Yichu had taken to standing by the bookshelves from the moment the library opened until it closed, diligently perusing 2 entire shelves of books each day. She was the first to reach the 3rd level since the establishment of the school's Green Channel, a feat that inspired her peers to immerse themselves even more fervently in their studies. What? The questioner was even more bewildered. Yet the other party was already disinclined to elaborate, eager to return to their studies. Little did Yichu know that she had quietly earned the moniker of a formidable genius. With her days filled with reading and dining with her friends, Ku Yin and others, her life felt remarkably fulfilling. Great One, no, divine being, do you not remember me? Just as Yichu stepped outside the school gates, a person named Mu Tian blocked her path with his dilapidated vehicle. Is there something you need? Yichu frowned, as she preferred solitude. Having others around often complicated matters. Chapter 52, A Visit to Elder Qin. No need. Mu Mingtian hurriedly said, there is no need for payment. My boss is taking care of everything. Moreover, esteemed sir, consider this. The mundane world is filled with ordinary folks, yet you and I share a profound understanding. Whatever you choose to do, rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped. Mu Mingtian gazed eagerly at Yichu, hoping for an affirmative response. In this day and age, it is astonishing to find someone willing to serve as another's driver, especially without any compensation. Truly remarkable. Esteemed one, master. Mu Mingtian clasped his hands together in supplication. Please grant your consent. I am available 24 hours a day, seamlessly operational at all angles. Yichu contemplated Mu Mingtian for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. He was indeed correct in navigating the human realm. It is prudent to adapt to local customs and maintain discretion in one's endeavors. After all, who can traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet? Engaging an unfamiliar individual could lead to the cumbersome task of erasing one's memories if exposed. Having someone willing to assist without charge is, undeniably, a fortuitous arrangement. When the time arrived for Yichu's appointment with Qin Shouzhong, he followed the address, bringing along a gift. As expected, Mu Mingtian was always readily available. Ah, it's sufficient that you've come. What need is there for gifts? Qin Shouzhong's tone bore a hint of reproach, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. Qin Shouzhong's wife is named Yu Qinian, yet Yichu could not address her as Shermu, for Gu places great importance on the teacher-student relationship. Having already taken a master, she must not take another. To prevent any misunderstandings, he would need to clarify this with Qin Shouzhong shortly. In truth, however, Qin Shouzhong harbored a desire to accept Yichu as a disciple. He had yet to mention it, having sensed the air of equitable communication that emanated from Yichu. A modest token of appreciation, though humble, must be graciously accepted by you, Elder Qin, lest I feel too timid to return. Yichu playfully remarked. Qin Shouzhong had no choice but to accept, inviting Yichu into the dwelling. Yuchinian was bustling about in the kitchen, assisted by another of Qin Shouzhong's students, Li Jingyu. Additionally, 2 other students, Wang Shutong and Zhou Zhan, were engaged in organizing materials. Qin Shouzhong introduced Yichu to each of them. Yichu greeted them with a smile, perceiving them all as mere children. Is this the little Yi that the old man has been incessantly mentioning? She has blossomed into such a charming beauty. Yuchinian remarked, untying her apron, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she cheerfully suggested, if you do not mind. You may refer to me as Grandma Yu. After much deliberation regarding the proper form of address, Qin Shouzhong ultimately settled on this title. Ah, how delightful. I have nothing substantial to offer as a welcoming gift, so allow me to present you with a red envelope to bring good fortune. As she spoke, Yuchinian retrieved a generously stuffed red envelope from her purse. The 2 students, who were busy sorting materials, paused in astonishment. What manner of person is Yichu? To receive such esteemed treatment upon her arrival? Moreover, the relationship between her and the teacher is clearly not that of student and mentor. Noticing Yichu's discomfort, Qin Shouzhong quickly interjected, you should accept what Grandma Yu has given you. It is rare for you to visit. Must we not express our delight? Yichu chuckled. How could I dare to refuse, Elder Qin, Grandfather Qin? Ha ha ha, such a good child. Qin Shouzhong laughed heartily, taking the red envelope from Yuchinian and placing it into Yichu's hands. I shall prepare the meal. Little Yi has yet to taste my cooking. I must whip up a few more dishes to treat her. Go on, Qin Shouzhong waved his hand. Yichu, initially intending to offer assistance, found herself being pulled into his treasured study. He was eager to invite her to appreciate the myriad of treasures adorning the room. Wang Shutong and Zhou Zhan exchanged glances, whispering to one another. Who exactly is this Yichu? Wang Shutong inquired, her gaze fixed on the study. Zhou Zhan replied softly. I heard from Senior Liao last time that she is an undergraduate who seems to have written a poetry collection that caught the teacher's attention, which is why she has been mentioned frequently since. Judging by today's atmosphere, the teacher seems genuinely enamored with her. Even the usually reclusive Mrs. Shifu is. Did you not hear? The teacher directly acknowledged her as his granddaughter. It felt as though she were his own flesh and blood. Upon entering Qin Shouzhong's study, Yichu sensed an unsettling aura. The study was spacious, comprising 2 rooms, one of which was secured with a password lock and currently remained closed. The open room was filled with bookshelves, heaps of materials, and the computer he utilized for work. Over the years, I have amassed quite a collection, all securely stored within. Qin Shouzhong remarked as he pressed a few buttons on the keypad, and the door clicked open. Come take a look with me. Perhaps you can assist me in discerning some of the finer details. He glanced at Yichu, observing that her expression remained unchanged. Reflecting on the exquisite artifacts he had previously seen at her home, he felt a twinge of envy. The treasures in her possession seemed to overshadow his own collection, rendering his efforts rather inconsequential. Indeed, Yichu appeared unfazed. A single piece of her attire could easily surpass several items in Qin Shouzhong's collection. General Qin Shouzhong illuminated the lamp and gently closed the door. This room housed several shelves, all positioned against the walls. On these shelves, porcelain dominated, accompanied by jade artifacts, a few inkstones, and a scant selection of metalworks. This is one of my recent acquisitions, a piece of blue and white porcelain. Regrettably, its age is not particularly esteemed, rendering it less enjoyable to admire, Qin Shouzhong remarked, gesturing towards a blue and white plate on the shelf. Yichu, deftly donning a pair of gloves, inquired, Might I be permitted to observe it up close? Of course, he replied. Indeed, Xiaoyi, your discerning eye is commendable. A broad smile spread across Qin Shouzhong's face. What a treasure you are, capable of appraising artifacts and possessing exquisite calligraphy. The few pieces of writing he obtained from Yichu had certainly elevated his reputation among his old friends. Subsequently, Qin Shouzhong presented several items of uncertain authenticity before Yichu for her evaluation. As she examined them, Yichu increasingly sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room, as if something amiss lurked within. Following her instinct, she scrutinized the source of her unease and discovered a small bronze figure shaped like a tiger on the shelf. Its form, texture, and weight achieved a level of craftsmanship that could easily deceive the untrained eye, and its completeness was remarkably high. However, an unusual freshness emanated from it. Chapter 53. Not a good item, you've seen through it. Indeed, it is merely a piece of market merchandise. Alas, the price was not exorbitant. Or else I would have suffered a significant loss, Qin Shuzhong lamented, extracting 2 jade discs and placing them into a nearby box. The sound they made upon entering suggested it likely contained numerous fakes. The two lingered in the room for quite some time, until Wang Shutong, intrigued, approached without knocking on the door. "Teacher, what are you and Yushume up to?" Wang Shutong inquired, glancing around at the museum-like artifacts surrounding her. "Well, the teacher is quite the connoisseur." Qin Shuzhong furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing again. "Xiaoyi is assisting me in appraising treasures. Why not join us for a bit of learning?" "Sounds good," Wang Shutong exclaimed, moving closer to Yichu. She observed Yichu donning gloves and holding a small bronze figurine resembling a tiger. Her curiosity piqued. "Yushume, is this bronze piece possibly from the pre-Qin era?" Yichu nodded subtly. "Though this tiger-shaped bronze figurine is no later than the Warring States period. It holds little monetary value due to its significant base damage and hollowed-out center, resulting in a reduced completeness." "How impressive, teacher. This small bronze piece must be worth quite a bit." Wang Shutong clapped her hands in excitement. However, Qin Shuzhong's frown deepened. He wished to discreetly send Wang Shutong away but felt constrained by propriety. "This pot is truly remarkable, Qin Lao. It must be your prized possession?" Yichu pointed without touching the item. Qin Lao smiled, his silence affirming her insight. "Time for dinner. Quickly, set aside your tasks and let us eat first," Yuchinian announced as she carried in dishes. Li Jingyu, assisting, removed her apron, having not exchanged words with Yichu all morning. After Yichu emerged from the study, Li Jingyu had briefly greeted her and requested her WeChat, which Yichu readily provided. Li Jingyu, having been aware of Yichu's online presence, was indeed one of her small fans on Weibo, though she chose to keep that to herself. In this room, apart from her, no one was aware of Yichu's other identity. After all, not everyone is attentive to entertainment news on a daily basis. The meal prepared by Yuchinian was indeed as exquisite as Qin Shuzhong had claimed. Qin Shuzhong sat at the head of the table, with Yuchinian beside him, while Yichu was seated on the other side of Qin Shuzhong. "Can little Yi drink?" Qin Shuzhong inquired. Yichu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course I can. Come, let us have a couple of drinks." Qin Shuzhong cheerfully poured a glass of his homemade medicinal wine for Yichu. However, Yuchinian playfully slapped Qin Shuzhong's sleeve and reproached him. "Little Yi is still a student. Why should she drink alcohol? Aren't you worried about causing her harm?" "Oh, right. Then little Yi, you shouldn't tea drink. Let your grandma you brew you some tea instead." Qin Shuzhong took the glass from in front of Yichu and poured its contents into his own cup. The tea he had taken from Yichu's home last time had been consumed in just a few days, and he was reluctant to finish it all, so he had saved some for later. Now that Yichu was here, he felt it inappropriate to serve her ordinary tea. Thus he resolved to brew the tea gifted by Yichu. "No need to trouble yourself, Grandma Yu. I'll enjoy the soup you made. I wouldn't want to fill my stomach with useless tea. Your soup is far more delicious." Indeed, how could I be so forgetful?" Qin Shuzhong patted his head, his endearing demeanor eliciting laughter from the students. As the meal progressed, Yichu sensed that Li Jingyu's enthusiasm was perhaps a bit excessive. She felt unable to directly decline her warmth in front of Qin Shuzhong and Yuchinian. Beside her, Wang Shutong could no longer bear the sight. Li Jingyu, known for her erratic behavior, would not have been tolerated had it not been for her culinary skills. With Yuchui's arrival today, Li Jingyu had transformed into a sycophant. Liao Hailan smiled at Li Jingyu, changed her shoes, and greeted the others in the living room. "Greetings, master, mistress, teacher Yi, and fellow junior sisters. Brother Liao, have you eaten? Come join us. Today mistress has personally cooked." Li Jingyu pulled out a chair for Liao Hailan, who was visibly delighted. She had long anticipated mistress's cooking. "Haha, today must be a boon from teacher Yi." Liao Hailan waved at Yichu, sat down, and eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Despite the remnants of the meal, her hunger made it taste exquisite. Why does Brother Liao refer to Yichu as teacher Yi? Isn't that a breach of hierarchy? Zhou pondered silently, glancing at Wang Shutong, who shared his bewilderment. Qin Shuzhong shot him a disapproving look and remarked, daring to jest about the master, "How audacious." Yuchinian served vegetables to Yichu with a smile, saying, "Pay them no mind. They are both quite the characters." Yichu expressed her gratitude and replied, "This is what makes life truly enjoyable." Indeed, they all laughed in unison. Yet, Yichu's thoughts lingered on the ominous bronze tiger figurine resting on the shelf. Liao Hailan retrieved a foam box from her bag, lined with cotton, indicative of its fragile contents. Upon removing the packaging, the object revealed itself. Yichu's expression sharpened. Its aura was identical to that of the bronze tiger. Both items had been unearthed from the realm of the deceased, untouched by purification or exorcism. Xiaoyi, please take a look at this copper kettle. It was transferred to me by an old friend who was quite reluctant to part with it. Yet I managed to acquire it, Qin Shozong said, cradling the copper kettle as he spoke to Yichu. Liao Hailan felt a pulse at her temples and remarked, "What do you mean by acquiring it? Master, please be mindful of your wording. This kettle is indeed a bronze artifact, roughly the size of 2 palms, with its patterns and engraved lines exceedingly distinct, showcasing a certain exquisite aesthetic of linear beauty. Qin Lao, may I have a moment of your time?" Yichu's expression turned somewhat grave. Believing he had received a counterfeit, Qin Shozong handed the kettle to Liao Hailan and followed Yichu to the balcony. Wang Shetong observed their retreating figures, lost in thought. Chapter 54. Fishing law enforcement. It matters not whether it is valuable, if it is indeed a fake. That would be quite a blow to his reputation, Yichu stated solemnly. Qin Lao, this item is authentic. Qin Shozong let out a sigh of relief. Patting his chest, as long as it is genuine, that's all that matters. However, is there a however? Qin Shozong's heart raced. This kettle, along with the previous tiger-shaped bronze figure, originates from the same place, and neither are particularly auspicious. Yichu's voice was steady. What? Qin Shozong was taken aback. Both items were sacrificial burial goods, having lingered near the deceased for an extended period, inevitably imbued with malevolent energy. This energy, if not purged, could intensify, adversely affecting the feng shui of the entire residence and ultimately leading to demise. This, Qin Shozong found it hard to believe. The notion of malevolent energy was not to be taken lightly. Xiaoyi, are you certain? Indeed, Qin Lao. Do you understand why I am reluctant to take you as my master? Due to the strict discipline of my sect, once I enter the door, I am bound for life and cannot seek another master. Qin Shouqing gradually grasped Yichu's true identity. She was indeed a member of the Xuanguan. It was no wonder she was adept in the art of appraising treasures and possessed such profound literary accomplishments. These were merely parts of her scholarly pursuits. To befriend someone of her caliber is indeed a stroke of fortune. Qin Shouqing leaned closer and inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Do not worry about that. With me here, old Qin has nothing to fear," Yichu reassured him. "Very well, then I shall trouble you," Qin Shouqing replied. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Liao Hailan opened the door to the treasure chamber, stepped inside, and placed the bronze kettle on the shelf. As he surveyed the room, he sensed something was amiss. After a thorough search, he discovered that the tiger-shaped bronze figure on the shelf was missing. That bronze figure was something his teacher often mentioned. Now it had seemingly vanished. He searched high and low but could not find any trace of it. So he reluctantly closed the door and went to find Qin Shouqing. "Master, something is missing." Just after Qin Shouqing concluded his conversation with Yichu, he received this news from Liao Hailan. "What is missing?" "The tiger-shaped bronze figure is gone." Qin Shouqing turned to Yichu. "What shall we do?" Just after mentioning that this item might pose a problem, it has disappeared. What if it is something harmful? Today, both I and Xiaoyi entered, as did Shitong. Qin Shouqing shot a piercing glance at Wang Shitong. Wang Shitong felt a jolt of anxiety but maintained her composure, shaking her head. "Teacher, I did nothing." After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Yichu without flinching. The others also turned their attention towards Yichu. "What do you wish to see me for?" Yichu's expression did not appear to be one of amusement. Qin Shozong had already discerned that it was impossible for Yichu to be the one behind the incident. Who could it be? Liao Hailan inquired once more. Could it be an external thief? Li Jingyu raised her hand and said, "Teacher, isn't the surveillance in the study operational? We could review the footage." Liao Hailan smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Of course, let's check the surveillance." In order to safeguard the family treasure, Qin Shozong had instructed Liao Hailan to install a pinhole camera. Wang Shetong volunteered to examine the footage, but the computer screen displayed nothing but static. "The storage is full," Zhou Jin pointed out, indicating the memory card. "So the surveillance only captured until yesterday. I distinctly remember that when I entered, Senior Yi was holding that tiger-shaped bronze figure. Later, she looked at the purple clay teapot, and then the teacher's wife called us for dinner. I was the first to leave." Wang Shudong's words subtly implied that Yi Chu was the primary suspect. "Ms. Yi, have you touched it?" Liao Hailan turned her gaze toward Yichu. The bronze tiger Zun from the pre-Qin era was exquisitely crafted and of considerable antiquity, its value immeasurable. Yichu's response seemed to evade the question. Qin Shozong's eyes shifted, and Liao Hailan noticed his expression, seamlessly adding, "Indeed, this is the teacher's most treasured possession. Its lines can be regarded as a masterpiece. Wang Shudong's hands trembled slightly, and Zhouzhen discreetly nudged her. Wang Shudong glanced at Zhouzhen and pinched his arm. Qin Shouzhen was a keen observer, having taught for many years. And while he may not have a multitude of disciples, he certainly had a substantial number. The interaction between Wang Shudong and Zhouzhen did not escape his notice. Qin Shouzhen shook his head in disappointment. If these children were more grounded, they would not face worries about sustenance in the future, let alone amass considerable wealth. Why would they engage in such actions that jeopardize their prospects? Yichu sighed regretfully, saying, "What a pity. The base has significant damage. Thus, it lacks value and is quite unsightly. Old Qin, from where did you acquire this tiger statue that you cherish so dearly? Tomorrow, I shall present you with a more exquisite piece for your enjoyment." Yi Chu's tone conveyed her belief that this item was hardly worth her concern. Yet some treated it as a treasure, which was rather unbecoming. But this is an artifact from before the Warring States period, given its ancient provenance, even with damage. It should hold considerable worth, Zhouzhen remarked in surprise. Little Yi is correct. This item is virtually worthless, and even if gifted, it may not be desired. Qin Shouzhen replied with a smile. I had originally planned to discard it, so its disappearance is welcome news, sparing this old man the trouble of personally disposing of it. Old Qin, the newly acquired bronze kettle is quite impressive. Might I admire it further? Yi Chu suggested. Certainly, he replied. Little Yi, who do you think it is? Upon entering the study, Qin Shouzhen could no longer contain his irritation. I did not wish to expose it before you. We shall see what Hylon does next. I know his temperament. He will undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth. Yi Chu picked up the bronze kettle, settling into a chair to examine it closely. Qin Shouzhen brewed her a cup of tea, and soon the room was filled with a fragrant aroma. Indeed, there lies a hidden scheme. The inner side of the pot's ear is inscribed with the 7 killing formation, while within the pot is engraved the gathering killing formation. If this object were to be placed alongside the previously mentioned bronze tiger statue, it would create a sinister aura contained within. The amassed malevolence will not erupt swiftly, however. Once it does, the consequences would be catastrophic. Given the physical conditions of the two individuals in this house, it is likely that they will meet an untimely demise in the near future. As for Qin Shou, who has previously undergone heart bypass surgery, the medical explanation will simply attribute his death to heart failure. Yu Qinian, on the other hand, would succumb to multiple organ failures. Thus, the crux of this matter arises. Who stands to benefit from the demise of these two elderly individuals, whose bodies are half buried? Chapter 55, The Power of Idols. This bronze pot was acquired from my dear friend Shaoqi, who has recently come into possession of several rare treasures. He was willing to part with this singular piece, which I happen to cherish. Qin Shou spoke, sipping tea, his demeanor reflecting a sense of nostalgia. If one were to encapsulate your relationship with him in a single phrase, how would you describe it? Yi Chu raised her hand to wipe away the formations on the bronze pot, simultaneously purifying the malevolent energy above it. The pot now appeared greener and more radiant than before. I have known him for over 60 years. He was my classmate. We share mutual interests, and our families have interacted frequently, fostering a deep bond. He would not wish me harm. What is the relationship between Shaoqi and Shao Qinyan? Yi Chu silently pondered their names, sensing a thread of kinship. She nodded slightly. Beneath the sofa, the teacher mentioned that this item lacks value. What are your thoughts? Shu, keep your voice down. Wang Shudong quickly hushed Zhouzhen. Liao Hylon pressed his ear against the kitchen door, catching only fragments of conversation, sofa, and takeaway. Li Jingyu was watering flowers on the balcony. Once she finished, she could immerse herself in her studies. These tasks were all her own volition, as the teacher and his wife were advanced in years and found many activities inconvenient. She was eager to lend a hand wherever possible. Meanwhile, the teacher and Yi Chu were engaged in discussion within the study, and she could hardly fathom being so close to her idol. Moreover, her idol was truly remarkable. A far cry from the rumors circulating online, exhibiting a mastery in numerous fields, an extraordinary talent indeed. Surely, when Nuwa crafted her, she must have used her very essence. Li Jingyu's mind was consumed with the weight of existence, accompanied by a profound sense of remorse. No, she resolved to exert herself even more in her studies, determined not to bring shame upon her idol. Lu Shuejia, Liao Hylon gently tapped Li Jingyu's shoulder, causing her to startle. What's wrong, senior? Stop watering the flowers for now. Go sweep the floor instead. Be cautious, especially around the sofa. If you discover anything, hasten to the study. Liao Hylon gestured towards the study's security door. and Li Jingyu seemed to grasp the implication. She quickly set the watering can aside and seized the broom. Liao Hailon discreetly approached the kitchen door and knocked softly, sending a shiver through the two individuals inside. Wang Xuejie, Zhou Xuedi, the teacher has asked you to clean the grease from the range hood and the windows. After a few seconds, a response echoed from within. Oh, all right, senior. Li Zui's sister is watering the flowers. I shall tend to the kitchen door. Liao Hailon, holding a cloth, pretended to wipe the kitchen door while subtly urging Li Jingyu to expedite her actions with a meaningful glance. In the living room, 3 sofas, each worn from 2 decades of use, stood with their corners elevated from the floor, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a robotic vacuum to maneuver effortlessly. Li Jingyu had encountered the bronze tiger figure before. It could not fit within the crevice of the sofa and was thus relegated to the shadows beneath it. Leaning down, she illuminated the area with her phone's flashlight, and indeed, in one corner, she spotted a dark silhouette. Hastily, she crawled over and gently coaxed it out with a broom. Upon confirming it was the bronze tiger figure, Li Jingyu disregarded the dirt on her clothes and raced to the study, cradling the object. Liao Hailon, witnessing the task completed, hung the cloth on a wall peg and settled onto the sofa, feigning interest in a book. With him present, the 2 rascals would surely devise ways to have him leave, thereby continuing their thievery. Where is it? Qin Shouzhong inquired, his voice lowered, aware that someone had pilfered something and remained within the premises. Senior Liao instructed me to pretend to clean, and then I discovered it beneath the sofa. Li Jingyu replied. Good child, did you alert anyone? She shook her head in response. No. Teacher, I'll step out now. Please be cautious. Qin Shouzhong smiled and nodded, warmth blossoming in his heart. Xiaoyi, you previously mentioned that these 2 items together could be fatal. That bronze vessel has now become an ordinary object. You may admire it at your leisure. Yi Chu indicated towards the bronze vessel. Qin Shouzhong widened his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered. I had already dispelled the malevolent energy in the inscribed formation while examining it closely just now. As a scholar of antiquity, I typically regard esoteric matters with a respectful distance, never anticipating that such phenomena would one day manifest in my own life. Regarding this tiger-shaped figure, it is imbued with a pervasive aura of malevolence, having been steeped in ominous energy for years. Even if purified, it could still adversely affect one's health, and its circulation in the market could bring harm to others. Observing Qin Shouzhong's lack of reluctance, Yi Chu felt reassured. If old Yi finds himself lacking in curiosities, you have yet to unveil what I brought today. Perhaps it would be worth a glance, Yi Chu suggested, gesturing towards the gift bag he had brought along. Qin Shouzhong's countenance flushed crimson. Age had rendered his skin akin to withered bark, yet even upon that surface, a hint of red was perceptible, revealing his current emotional state. Though he was somewhat avaricious, he did not feel it necessary to impose upon Yi Chu every time. He retrieved the gift bag, opened it, and discovered a pristine jade brush inside. This is far too precious, Xiaoyi. I absolutely cannot accept it, Qin Shouzhong exclaimed, cautiously closing the box and pushing it back towards Yi Chu. Ha ha, I unearthed this treasure at the antique market for 400 yuan, Yi Chu replied with a smile. Where could I possibly acquire such items? This brush dates back to the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. I believe old Qin would truly appreciate it. Are you speaking the truth? You are not deceiving me, Qin Shouzhong inquired cautiously. Who wouldn't covet such a fine treasure? Of course. I also insisted that the street vendor provide an invoice. Yi Chu produced the invoice from his bag, clearly displaying the item name and price. Indeed, it was procured from a street vendor. In this day and age, striking gold at a flea market is more challenging than winning the lottery. Ah, Xiaoyi, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. I shall not hold back. Elder Qin has assisted me greatly, and naturally, I must show my appreciation. Yi Chu's voice was sweet, and Qin Shouzhong felt equally delighted upon hearing it. He was indeed missing the forest for the trees. Teacher Xiaoyi, how does the master propose to resolve this matter? Liao Hailon inquired. I have no idea, Yi Chu replied with a playful smile. Chapter 56. Capturing the thief. Li Jingyu felt that if he did not muster the courage to engage Yi Chu in conversation soon, the opportunity would slip away. Thus, he bravely approached her. Goddess Yi, I am your devoted fan. Could you kindly grant me your signature? Li Jingyu presented a notebook. Yi Chu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you know me? Indeed. I have been following your Weibo diligently, and encountering you in person is entirely different from what I had imagined. Foolish, Yi Chu chuckled knowingly, inscribing her signature in Li Jingyu's notebook and bestowing him with a heartfelt blessing. Her handwriting exuded a bold elegance, reflecting her stature. My idol is so gentle. She even called me foolish. How affectionate she is towards her fans. Li Jingyu's heart was filled with pink bubbles of joy, and he became enamored with both Yi Chu's hands and her writing. He resolved firmly within himself to strive tirelessly to keep pace with his idol. Liao Hailon, witnessing Li Jingyu's astonishing interaction, was also taken aback. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked, "Is teacher Xiaoyu quite famous online as well?" "Brother Liao, my idol is an actress on the internet," Li Jingyu proclaimed proudly. Liao Hailon felt as if the world had become fantastical. "Teacher Xiaoyi, you are truly impressive." Liao Hailon, at a loss for words, could only give a thumbs up in admiration. "Do not flatter me further. You are also quite remarkable, having achieved such success at a young age, which I deeply admire." Yichu could not help but reflect on her own past, recalling that she seemed to have made waves at an even younger age. Well, perhaps she was indeed somewhat more accomplished. Noticing that the kitchen had been tidied up, the three of them made their way to the study. Wang Shutong and Zhou Zhan emerged from the kitchen, only to find the living room empty. They hurriedly retrieved their belongings from beneath the sofa and stashed them into their bags. The items that Qin Shouzhong deemed worthless still held some value, albeit minor. Thus, they planned to discreetly sell them. After all, Wang Shutong firmly maintained that she had taken nothing, and with Yi Chu present, it seemed a trivial matter. What right did an undergraduate have to associate with a teacher? Wang Shutong mused. As Zhou Zhan was packing, the study door unexpectedly swung open, and Liao Hailon stepped out, laptop in hand. Earlier, while in the living room, Liao Hailon had repositioned the pinhole camera and erased its previous memory, thus catching them red-handed. "Zhou Zhan, Wang Shutong, what are you doing?" Liao Hailon scolded sharply. Li Jingyu quickly rushed to Yu Qinyan's room, knowing that this commotion would surely awaken her. He wanted to prevent her from worrying and intended to offer an explanation. The two were taken aback, panicking and unsure of where to place their hands, causing the tiger-shaped bronze figure to tumble to the ground, nearly damaging it. "So it was truly you." Liao Hailon pointed at them, seething with anger. "Why did you do this? Has the teacher treated you poorly? Did you go without a meal, or were you denied resources?" The two individuals lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. They could never have imagined that they would be discovered in such a manner. "I have recorded the evidence, and the amount involved is significant. It would be prudent to alert the authorities," Liao Hailon stated as she took out her phone. Wang Shutong abruptly raised her head, her face streaked with tears, pleading, "Senior brother, please don't. It was a moment of folly. I beseech you not to call the police. I realize my mistake. I truly do." Qin Shouzhong sat in his study, feeling a blend of anger and helplessness. The relationship between mentor and student is a mutual selection, and it was his inability to discern character that led to this outcome. Whether in anger or sorrow, what has transpired cannot be changed. Regret serves no purpose. He stepped forward, each stride marking a resolution. "Why did you resort to theft? If you were in need, you should have spoken up." "Teacher, I am at fault." Wang Shutong confessed first, followed closely by Zhou Zhan. "Teacher, I too am in the wrong. Tell me, what was the reason behind this?" Qin Shouzhong's tone was grave. Wang Shutong, filled with trepidation, instinctively took 2 steps back and murmured, "We were simply in need of money." "In need of money?" "When you entered, you provided your backgrounds, one from a family that runs a supermarket, the other from a local family with several properties. Now you claim to be in need of money? Do you think such deceit can be believed?" Liao Hailon's brow furrowed deeply. Zhou Zhan clenched his fists behind his back, his face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Zhou Zhan, is it also money that drives you?" Liao Hailon inquired. "It is not that I lack money. I am simply envious and wish to possess something for myself," he replied. Zhou Zhan proclaimed with unwavering resolve, "So you resorted to thievery. Do you truly believe anyone would be persuaded by such words? On what grounds? Why is it that the teacher permits you entry each time, while we are denied? We are all disciples of the teacher. Must we be ranked in superiority?" Upon concluding his words, Zhou Zhan directed a gaze filled with animosity towards Yi Chu. "And you, merely an undergraduate, what merit do you possess to garner the teacher's favor? Each of us, who have painstakingly earned our spots as graduate and doctoral students, surpass you in worth. By what right do you flaunt your superiority before us?" Qin Shouzhong, unable to contain his rising fury, stepped forward with a clenched fist raised high. Shouzhong, refrain from striking. Yu Qinyan interjected swiftly. "You may speak of anyone, but you shall not insult Xiao Yi." Ultimately, Qin Shouzhong could not bring himself to strike. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, his complexion turned ashen, and his lips darkened as he collapsed. "Teacher, Several voices cried out in distress. Hylon, alert the authorities. Li Jingyu, call for an ambulance, and guard the door. No one is permitted to leave. Yi Chu commanded urgently. Qin Shouzhong is experiencing a cardiac episode. Xiao Yi, what shall we do? Old man, you must not come to harm. Yu Qinian pleaded anxiously, clutching Qin Shouzhong. You are unworthy to be my student, Qin Shouzhong declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Zhan, articulating each word with deliberate intensity as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Zhou Zhan and Wang Shutong were gripped by fear. Zhou Zhan's mind was in turmoil. If Qin Shouzhong were to perish, would he not face a lifetime of imprisonment? Do not speak. Yi Chu admonished Qin Shouzhong, who complied and fell silent. At this moment, he was on the brink of collapse. Even the slightest provocation could extinguish his life. Yet, he persevered, knowing that Yi Chu could save him, just as she had before, which brought him a flicker of joy for having encountered her. Grandma Yu, please have old Qin lie flat. Yu Qinian found himself at a loss, compelled to follow Yi Chu's instructions. Chapter 57. My idol, I implore you, please save the old man. She had heard of how he had suffered a sudden ailment in the street, and the medication he carried had proven ineffective until Yi Chu came to his rescue. Yi Chu pinched the air with her index finger, forming a striking gesture, and pressed on several acupoints on Qin Shouzhong's chest, abdomen, and head. Then, she retrieved a cloth pouch from her bag. I need alcohol. Wang Shutong hurriedly rummaged through drawers and finally produced the alcohol for Yi Chu, who cast a meaningful glance at her, causing Wang Shutong to become even more flustered. After sterilizing the silver needles, Yi Chu swiftly lifted Qin Shouzhong's clothing and inserted the needles without leaving any room for respite. Yu Qinian clasped his hands together in fervent gratitude. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of an ambulance echoed outside, and the police arrived as well. Zhou Zhan realized he could not escape, while Wang Shutong clung to a sliver of hope, believing her recent actions might earn her some forgiveness. Xiao Yi, how's the old man doing now? Yu Qinian inquired. Lifting his gaze, the elderly should learn to temper their anger. Perhaps resting in the hospital for a few days would be wise to recuperate and reflect. They must remember not to let their emotions fluctuate too dramatically, Yi Chu replied with a hint of disdain. Thank you, Teacher Xiao Yi. I shall repay you on behalf of my master in the future. Liao Hylon wiped the tears from her eyes and bowed deeply to Yi Chu. Li Jingyu, recovering from her shock, followed Liao Heilun's lead in expressing gratitude to Yi Chu. Oh my, is this truly my idol? Good heavens, is this a celestial being? I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to encounter such a divine presence. My goddess sister, I shall support you for eternity, and my children and grandchildren will continue to do the same. The police escorted Zhou Zhan and Wang Shutong away, while an ambulance took Qin Shouzhong and Yi Chu. The reason Yi Chu accompanied them was that she could not remove the needle for the time being. She needed to be present for its extraction before proceeding with Western medical treatment. The instruments in the vehicle monitored Qin Shouzhong's vital signs, indicating a return to normalcy. The emergency physician felt a pang of bitterness. Had they arrived a moment later, the old gentleman would have already regained his vitality. Thus, the emergency doctor engaged Yi Chu in a discussion about medical practices, one versed in traditional Chinese medicine and the other in Western medicine, as different as mountains apart. The physician felt a sense of urgency, realizing that while he could draw parallels from what she said, the terminology she used seemed like an enigma. Each character understood in isolation, yet collectively incomprehensible. He vowed to sacrifice his time with family to delve into the classics of traditional Chinese medicine. How frustrating. The downfall of a medical career. Miss Yi, we have arrived, the emergency physician whispered, wiping his brow, eager to exit the vehicle and distance himself from this perplexing realm. All right, let us remove the needle, Yi Chu declared, swiftly extracting the needle, wrapping it in paper, and discarding it into a nearby trash bin. She then bid farewell to the emergency physician, glanced at the still slumbering Qin Shouzhong, and strode away with an air of confidence. Liao Heilun's car also arrived. Yu Qinian, being of a more advanced age, was left at home to attend to some minor belongings for the old gentleman's hospitalization. Li Jingyu accompanied her in the tidying, also to prevent any mishaps from occurring at home. The old gentleman had lost both of his sons many years ago during overseas peacekeeping missions, a sorrow that nearly turned his hair white overnight, and it was during that time that he developed heart ailments. Thus, the couple had no children of their own. But fortunately, the old gentleman had many former students who often visited, alleviating his loneliness to some extent. Yet, can the pain of losing a child ever truly be compensated for by mere students? Yu Chuqing arrived at the police station, elucidated the case details, and subsequently called Yuchinian for her input. Aside from the theft incident, Yuchinian had witnessed everything else, and now with Qin Shouzhong in the hospital, she was left as the sole decision-maker. Wang Shutong exhibited behavior that could mitigate her culpability, so Yu Chu decided not to pursue the matter too rigorously and released her. Zhou Zhan, however, was detained for 7 days, but both of their records now bore indelible marks. As for the bronze tiger figurine, Yu Chu took it along as well. She did not disclose the complete truth to Qin Shouzhong. In reality, this bronze tiger was the most formidable entity. Its damaged parts were corroded by vengeful spirits, and the malevolent aura surrounding it was so potent that it nearly blackened its base. Furthermore, it concealed a secret formation within. Should it come into contact with that bronze kettle, the two artifacts could instantaneously claim a life. Yu Chu held it in her hand, observing its gradual disappearance. At the very moment it vanished completely, an unknown location erupted with a spurt of blood. Who is it? Who has disrupted my formation? The crimson mouth clenched in fury belonged to its enraged owner. Yu Chu stood on the bridge, feeling the gentle evening breeze as she observed the bustling crowd. How many secrets remain hidden among humanity? Are they remnants from the past or products of a changing world? In merely 40 fleeting years, could such a transformation truly occur? It seems implausible. Perhaps it is merely that the former self was too insular and uninformed. Li Jingyu, a minor internet celebrity with over 3,000 followers on Weibo, artfully recounted her day's experiences under a pseudonym, embellishing them before sharing online. Today, I had the fortune of meeting my idol and, upon closer proximity, I discovered she was entirely different from her online persona. Being with her felt like a refreshing spring breeze. She possessed an array of talents, appraising treasures, savoring tea, practicing calligraphy, and even possessing medical knowledge. My admiration for her flowed like an unceasing river, revealing that I must strive even harder to match her brilliance. By the way, I was fortunate enough to receive her autograph and blessings. How blissful I feel. As soon as I posted on Weibo, a flurry of comments ensued. Who is the idol of the blogger? I only see the blogger following that flower vase internet celebrity Yu Chu. Can she truly be called an idol? Is the blogger perhaps enamored with a fictional heroine? It seems the blogger has lost their mind. Surely they are chasing after some historical figure. Could it be Lu Sun? Didn't the blogger just mention her? Are you suggesting that you've transformed Lu Sun's gender? And perhaps dressed the blogger in ancient attire? Since Lu Sun's name was mentioned, the discussion took an unexpected turn. Li Jingyu found the unfolding chaos amusing. She had no intention of causing trouble for her idol. Qin Shouzhong heeded Yu Chu's words, dutifully remaining in bed for 5 or 6 days. During this time, Wang Shutong visited him, and he did not shy away from her presence. Even without pursuing a doctoral degree, she possesses a master's degree, which enables her to secure a respectable job in her hometown. As for Zhou Zhan, being a local, he has certain connections within his family, through various means. And after spending a considerable sum, he managed to transfer from Qin Shouzhong to another mentor. Although this new mentor does not hold the same esteemed position or offer the same opportunities as Qin Shouzhong. In Chapter 58, titled The Backstabber, it is noted that Qin Shouzhong has only a handful of students still engaged in their studies. Liao Hailon has shifted from a doctoral candidate to an assistant, for which Qin Shouzhong is obligated to pay him a salary, and it is not insignificant. Qin Shouzhong feels a sense of gratitude towards Liao Hailon. Given Liao's qualifications, he could have easily taken a teaching position at a university and pursued his own research projects. However, he chooses to remain by Qin Shouzhong's side to acquire more knowledge and to establish himself. Qin Shouzhong has made considerable efforts to advocate for Liao Hailon. Meanwhile, Yu Chu received a call from Lu Huai, confirming the rescheduled filming dates. She still has several scenes to shoot at the film base, which must be completed by July 29th. If all goes well, Qing Xianjing will not be ready for airing until at least the second half of next year. A television series requires a substantial amount of time from the script development and casting to the final broadcast. Even when a series is well produced and post-production is polished, it may still be barred from airing by broadcasting authorities, rendering all efforts futile. The reputation of the actors significantly impacts this, which is why Yu Chu refrained from allowing Zhang Jingyuan's name to be tarnished at that time. Aside from Zhang Jingyuan, the rest of the cast is quite competent, some even exceptional. Thus, it is imperative to preserve the integrity of this production before entering the film base. Yu Chu continues to adhere to her routine of navigating between home and the library. In contrast, the adjacent balcony has been unoccupied for quite some time. with only an occasional cleaner arriving to tidy up. Yi Chu has yet to fathom the situation. Any rational individual would refrain from recklessly abducting someone in broad daylight, only to bestow treasures upon them. Su Xiuanyi's soul appears particularly peculiar, lacking the vivacity of a more refined personality. The school has scheduled the interview for July 3rd, a day when the entire student body will be taking exams, allowing teachers to spare some time for her assessment. This timing poses no conflict with the production team of Qin Xian Jing. As for your people, after dispatching so many, there has been no word. Yi Chu remains perfectly well. Wang Zheng grasped the collar of the person before him, seething with indignation. Yet, with Yi Chu still appearing unharmed. Do you take me for a fool? Wang Zheng yanked at the other's collar with fervor, his face inflating with rage until it turned a deep crimson. His eyes widened, and his brows knitted tightly together, merging into a singular line. Brother Wang, this is the truth. If you don't believe me, check my phone. Only then did Wang Zheng release the grip on the individual's clothing, his tone softening after a couple of glances. So, a whole group has gone missing? Buddy, don't play tricks on me. Where have they disappeared to? The subordinate rubbed the sore spot on his neck where he had been choked and replied. I truly do not know. They previously mentioned a small alley on Kangxian Road. I've been there myself, and there wasn't a shadow to be found. After that, I received no further updates. Wang Zheng's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. For the past few months, he had been plagued by nightmares, visions of committing heinous acts, each more terrifying than the last. The memories of Yi Chu pierced his heart like a thorn. He could not permit a ticking time bomb to roam freely in the world while he lived in constant trepidation, while the other remained carefree, lost in dreams. Yi Chu sat amongst the clouds, gazing at the stars, the moon illuminating the distance, its light a reflection of the sun. It was laughable. One could hardly see such a multitude of stars from the ground, where the air was thick with pollution, obscuring the celestial view. The sky, once clear and pristine 40 years ago, had significantly deteriorated. Brother Wang, with so many people involved, it's impossible for them all to vanish without a trace. Don't you think? Wang Zheng collected himself and pondered. Where had they last been seen? Kangxian Road, a location not far from the river. Surrounded only by construction sites, secured by a wall for safety. It was the nearest path to Tsinghua University, and that night coincidentally, Yi Chu had been walking there, leading to their entrapment. The informant spoke earnestly. What about the surveillance? There must be cameras there? Yes, I paid for the footage. But that night's video was entirely garbled. Nothing was captured. The informant felt a chill run down his spine and anxiously added, Brother Wang, that Yi Chu is not to be underestimated. Those fellows might have already impossible, Wang Zheng asserted firmly. The abandoned daughter of the Yi family has no connections in this world. Yet all my associates have gone dark. If it were just one, it would be one thing. But we're talking about 6 or 7 individuals. At this moment, the underling was contemplating reporting to the police in search of assistance, as his associates had nearly turned S city upside down, yet not a trace of the target could be found. Days had passed, and the situation had escalated to the point of constituting a criminal case. Ironically, they were a group of lawbreakers themselves. Seeking the police's help would be akin to walking into a trap. Continue to keep an eye on Yi Chu, and I will compensate you. As for the previous incident, I shall let it slide this time. However, should you fail again, you are well aware of the consequences with Brother Yuan, Wang Zheng threatened. Yes, I will take care of it immediately, the underling replied, harboring resentment yet refraining from expressing it at that moment. Wang Zheng held leverage over him. Should Brother Yuan be informed, his fate would be to feed the fish in the river. Yet Wang Zheng, having caused him the loss of so many brothers while remaining so nonchalant, would one day meet a fate where he would have no resting place. The underling seethed inwardly. Wang Zheng snorted dismissively, adjusting his tie before striding past the underling with his head held high. He was bound for Kyoto that night to present a semi-annual report to his superior. As soon as Wang Zheng was out of sight, the underling promptly dialed a number that bore no notes. Once the call connected, he instantly adopted a sycophantic tone. Brother Biao, I might have lost 6 or 7 brothers this time. Could you send a few over? Have those men been confirmed missing? Came the gruff voice of Brother Biao from the other end of the line. It seems Wang Zheng has encountered a formidable opponent. We underestimated them, the underling cautiously stated. Oh, what enemy is so formidable? Brother Biao inquired with interest. A female student from Tsinghua University, exceptionally beautiful. Several of my brothers have vanished without a trace. Mazai pondered aloud. Could it be that someone's soul has been ensnared? Biao gestured in response. No, no, no. It's truly a case of being unable to find this person. I suspect that the female student is backed by some unsavory forces. Yet I cannot afford to offend Wang Zheng. All right, send me the information on the other party, and I shall dispatch someone to assist you. Thank you, Biao Gu. After hanging up, Ma Zai exhaled deeply. He resolved to utilize Biao Ji's resources for a further experiment. Chapter 59, The Essence of the World. Biao Gu, a fervent street racer, was aptly named for his reckless speed. He harbored a notorious reputation for his lecherous tendencies, always seeking to take advantage of beautiful women. Yichu was precisely to his liking, and Biao Gu was ruthless enough to ensure results. If even Biao Ji's associates failed to control Yichu, he would have ample justification to cease his services for Wang Zheng. Yichu's eyes fluttered shut, her form enveloped in a gentle, ethereal glow, surrounded by wisps of cloud. Yet her attire remained unblemished. A distant star in the western sky flickered ominously, hinting at the emergence of some creeping creatures. As she slightly opened her eyes, the vast expanse of the starry river unfolded before her, placing her firmly within the cosmos. Countless stars twinkled, their arrangement seemingly devoid of order. Yet within the intricate web of connections, one could discern the paths of movement. She finally resonated with the celestial laws of this realm. Witnessing the resplendent starry river of this world, the heavens did not cast her out, they acknowledged her existence. The great divination of stars is a method that deduces the fate of dynasties through the changes in celestial phenomena. In this flourishing era, it seems that a significant upheaval is on the horizon. Yichu's expression was somewhat solemn as she meticulously observed the celestial phenomena and the essence of the world. To her astonishment, the essence had coalesced into a chaotic mass, which, after a brief tumult, fell into silence, as if nothing had transpired. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, an essence so intricate and bewildering. Yichu soared through the air, and with a graceful motion, she dispersed the essence, unleashing a cascade of golden light. As the brilliance faded, several golden symbols remained suspended in the air. These symbols were born from the collision of virtuous light and the essence of the world. With a flourish of her sleeves, she propelled the symbols into the chaotic mass. Soon after, a disturbance ensued, and the mass gradually stabilized. The golden symbols transformed into a rune that flew forth, landing in Yichu's palm before vanishing entirely. This matter required careful deliberation. She needed to ascertain the true nature of what was known as the cultivation realm and the mysterious sections. The sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, with the moon ensnared by an even larger mass of vapor. Lightning danced wildly, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. In the midst of it all, Yichu casually grasped a small bolt of lightning, playing with it in her hand. The wind, laden with moisture, tousled her long hair, while a luminous aura shielded her from the dampness, leaving her refreshingly dry. In the kitchen, a pot of soup simmered, and with a mere wave of her hand, bowls and spoons appeared on the table, the soup steaming invitingly within. She savored 3 bowls of the warm broth, dispelling the chill that had settled upon her. The summer night's thunderstorm cast an eerie pall over the world, while a small black bird trembled beneath the table on the balcony. For a bird that had attained a semblance of sentience, lightning was a terrifying force. Yet, with powerful beings present, the lightning dared not approach it. In the realm of celestial order, there were unwritten rules. If earthly spirits and creatures drew too much attention, they risked being struck by lightning. It is noteworthy that the grand elm tree, which once served as a refuge, was struck by lightning after gaining consciousness and transforming into a spirit, ultimately leading to its demise. Otherwise, it would have perished alongside its companion. It seems that relocating the nest from the crevice of the rooftop to the eaves of the esteemed one's balcony would provide a sense of security. Yichu nestled under the covers, while the raven, once the storm subsided, began its arduous task of moving. After several hours, it had only managed to shift its nest a mere few meters. Within the nest lay an egg it had scavenged, fearing it might fall and shatter. Oh dear. Being a bird is indeed a laborious endeavor. Suddenly, a vine ascended, cradling the nest, startling the raven into a defensive posture. Yet, it soon discovered its nest had been carefully placed within an unknown vine planter on the esteemed one's balcony, well protected. Ah, thank you kindly, esteemed one. The raven perched upon the vine, joyfully chirping a few notes, before happily tending to the egg. Yichu smiled softly, amused by the whimsical spirit. The following day, the sky remained dim, and Yichu received a call from Xiao Qianyun. The old man had indeed encountered a life-threatening situation. The protective talisman had saved his life, disintegrating into powder. Subsequently, he had exchanged a jade qilin to secure the continuation of his existence. Everything unfolded precisely as Yichu had anticipated. He survived and safeguarded the Xiao family. In truth, the Shao family would not have faltered without him. He had overestimated his significance. An aged relic. He was one who had traversed through that era, possessing quite a thick skin. May I inquire, Master Yi, if you would be willing to sell me a few more protective talismans? I have genuinely experienced their miraculous effects. The price is of little consequence. As long as Master Yi is willing to part with them. Yi Chu resolutely declined, stating that saving his life was already a deviation from fate, and the talisman would no longer serve him any purpose. Xiao Qianyun, undeterred, inquired if Yi Chu possessed any other charms, to which she abruptly ended the call. His initial greed had cost him his knees, and now he had narrowly escaped losing his life. The master was indeed correct. On July 3rd, Yi Chu entered the interview venue under the watchful eyes of Ku Yin and Su Kuexian. This venue had been exclusively designated for her, a fact known to only a select few. In the morning, she defended 2 of her papers along with her professional knowledge, while the afternoon was reserved for a barrage of questions from experts. Yi Chu navigated the proceedings with remarkable ease, garnering accolades for her performance. As a result of her exemplary display, she was granted the qualification for early graduation, the first success since the establishment of this pathway at Tsinghua University. Numerous applicants had previously faltered at the initial hurdle, as the difficulty of the papers was leagues beyond that of final examination questions. To promote a well-rounded development of virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, Yi Chu undertook a physical fitness test and supplemented her scores with results from a course on policies and regulations. Provided she submitted her internship documentation afterward, she would attain dual certifications. It was anticipated that by mid-July, coinciding with the school's vacation, she would exceptionally receive her graduation certificate. With her academic affairs resolved, Yi Chu could finally relieve herself of the burdensome study. Consequently, she treated Ku Yin and Su Kuexian to a lavish meal to celebrate her early liberation. Ku Yin expressed her grievance, lamenting that Yi Chu should have waited for them instead of hastily planning her escape to graduation. This reflected Yi Chu's realization of a constraint, the school's hold over her body. Upon leaving school, the constraints dissipated. She could freely engage in numerous endeavors. Chapter 60, Diligent Studies. Su Kursen viewed matters with greater clarity. Both of them had secured a place on the graduate recommendation list. If they fulfilled the required tasks, their future was assured. In the future, as they all resided in S-City, if Yu Chu Yuan wished to see them, would it not be an easy feat? Xiao Chu, I must tell you, I have established a fan group, with Kursen serving as the disciplinary supervisor. There are over 200 members, all devoted admirers of yours. Ku Yin handed her phone to Yi Chu. Is that so? Yi Chu responded, taking the phone, which displayed a QQ group filled with lively chat boxes overflowing with messages. The language used was laden with fan culture, which Yi Chu found somewhat perplexing. The group was created to unite fans, preventing them from being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Your Weibo lacks an official fan group, so this is more of a casual gathering, Ku Yin patiently explained. Somewhat surprised that Yi Chu was less informed than she had anticipated. Is this truly necessary? Yi Chu inquired. It was evident she had yet to grasp that for some. Idols were akin to a belief, and many fans, often younger, were susceptible to exploitation and could easily lose their sense of self. It is indeed necessary. Should you attract a large following, these individuals will be the ones financially supporting you. I do not lack funds. I do not require financial assistance from others. Su Kursen replied. Ku Yin merely sighed. Very well, you are the authority. Your word is final. You may form a group. But do remind those fans to diligently study and strive for improvement each day. I fear that only you, my idol, would impart wisdom about diligent study and self-improvement to others. Who enters the entertainment industry if not for fame and fortune? Dreams? What are those? Su Kursen nearly rolled her eyes at Yi Chu. Indeed, Ku Yin issued an announcement stating, the illustrious Yi Chu encourages you all to study diligently and strive for excellence. Moreover, she changed the group name to Have You Studied Today? This alteration set off a frenzy among the 200 members below. Have you studied today? I sense an overwhelming aura of hostility. Such fierce energy. Is it true? Chu Chu urges us to study hard? I just had a McFlurry. Su Kursen, donning her administrator title, uttered a statement that rendered the entire group silent for 30 seconds. Chu Chu graduated early with a degree in Chinese from Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University is on par with Kyoto University in comprehensive strength. Although it is ranked lower internationally, it does not diminish its esteemed status in the hearts of our people. Kyoto University leans more towards the sciences and engineering, while Tsinghua University reigns supreme in the humanities. Is it true? Ah, I am a fan of a scholarly genius. What scholarly genius? Chu graduated early. She is a deity of academia. A divine idol. No wonder she urges us to study diligently. What status do the group members and administrators hold? Could it be that they truly know Chu? The group members and administrators must at least be from Tsinghua University. They are all of a scholarly caliber. I aspire to attend Tsinghua University. With determination, Yichu initially had no intention of perusing the messages in the group chat. Yet inexplicably, she found herself captivated. These children, motivated by her presence, exhibited a commendable zeal for progress, indicating that she had not exerted a detrimental influence. It became imperative to ensure that more individuals recognized this. After all, the youth embody the future of both society and the nation. Their ambition and willingness to strive for their own futures, as well as that of their country, while remaining true to their original intentions, is indeed admirable. What do you think? I maintain that guidance is essential, Kiyin remarked with a triumphant smile. Indeed, you are absolutely right. It appears that the time has come for me to assemble my own team, as managing everything alone is rather daunting. Yichu said while gently swishing slices of meat in the pot, watching as they quickly changed color. This is quite favorable. I reiterate, if you ever require assistance with legal matters, I am at your service, Kiyin declared confidently, slapping the table for emphasis. I can assist Chu with financial matters, investments, and financial management. You can count on me, Su Kerson chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. We have all decided to cling to your coattails. After all, your legs are made of gold and quite sturdy. Their banter carried a playful tone, acknowledging that they would continue their studies and thus could not spare too much time. Even if Yichu were to form her own team, it would not be a simple endeavor. Initially, she might need to acquire a company and utilize an existing team, though, for now, that was beyond her financial reach. Thus, remaining solo seemed the most liberating option for her. Subsequently, Yichu completely faded from the school's purview. The library remained bustling, unaffected by her departure, a phenomenon that was whispered about in small circles, yet it never trended on social media. ECH is no longer wandering in the martial world. Yet her legend continues to endure. Has she actually graduated ahead of schedule? Upon receiving the news, Zhang Ayu suppressed the bitterness swelling within her heart. It was unclear whether her feelings were rooted in anger or hatred. Despite her considerable efforts to eliminate ECH, she had utterly failed, which filled her with profound resentment. Last time I sought her out, she treated me with disdain and even dared to threaten me. Yi Fanqing sat on the sofa, delicately arranging the roses in a vase. Then plucked one, slowly tearing its petals apart. I can discreetly take two. Handing over one will suffice, Yi Fanqing remarked. Very well. Let me know if there are any developments outside so I can conveniently inform you. As long as the company shares remained in Yi Ch's possession, her unease only deepened. Moreover, she sensed that the Yi family was increasingly not what it once was. Even her allowance from her father had diminished significantly. Well, Zhang Yi paused. That little wretch has changed her residence, and our people cannot locate her. She is certainly unwilling to relinquish her shares. The only way is to inherit them. Yi Fanqing gazed at the withered flower in her hand, speaking with venomous intent. Zhang Ayu reassured her, do not worry, my dear. I will ensure you become the sole heir of the Yi family. Ever since she entered the entertainment industry, the label of a mere vase had overshadowed her, reducing her to nothingness, far inferior to me. I must bring about her disgrace to alleviate the harm she and her mother have inflicted upon you, mother. Zhang Ayu felt a surge of warmth as she listened to Yi Fanqing's words. Indeed, she was her daughter, born after 10 months of carrying, filled with unwavering loyalty towards her. Mother wishes to assist you. However, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light, and we remain unaware of her exact actions. Zhang Ayu also finds it peculiar and has expended resources to hire individuals in search of Yichu, yet to this day, her residence remains elusive. It feels as though this person has vanished from S City entirely. Chapter 61. Reshooting scenes on July 20th. Lu Huai informed Yichu to report to the film set. This time, it was to reshoot certain scenes, and the entire crew lacked the initial orderliness, appearing somewhat disorganized. Yichu arrived at the set early, and upon seeing Susan, who she had not encountered in a long time, she was nearly enveloped in a warm embrace. I've missed you so much, Susan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. During your absence, I felt as though my makeup had lost its soul. Today, she was to perform alongside a group of extras portraying merfolk. The sensation was simply exquisite. Susan caressed Yichu's skin, filled with admiration. Chu, what skincare products do you use? I noticed you arrived without any makeup. As Susan applied the foundation, She continued, skincare products? I believe the only thing I've used is some floral essence I apply to my face when I visit the hot springs every few days. I concoct my own skincare. I don't use store-bought items. It was no concern that she hadn't tea-applied skincare today. Such things could not harm her complexion. Wow. Susan was utterly intrigued. Yi Chu discreetly waved her hand, and a small porcelain vial appeared from her bag. She retrieved it and handed it to Susan. Take a drop before bed, mix it into your mineral water, soak a cotton pad, and apply it to your face. Soon, your skin will transform to resemble mine. Yi Chu extracted the essence within, allowing it to manifest as an ordinary floral essence with only a hint of beautifying properties. Even so, it surpasses much of what is available on the market. Thank you, Chu Chu. Susan joyfully accepted the bottle, examining it with delight before tucking it into her pocket. At that moment, the makeup room was occupied solely by the two of them, as the other extras were busy with their makeup elsewhere, preparing for the arrival of the leading actors tomorrow. Several scenes involving wire work were to be filmed, utilizing green screens. As Yi Chu applied her makeup, she simultaneously perused the script. Although her makeup was not yet complete, the lines had become second nature to her. She found certain phrases awkward and took the liberty to amend them. During prior filming, due to the lengthy journey, many scenes featuring extras remained unshot, all of which were deferred to the film base. Aside from two supporting characters with substantial roles, the remaining minor characters were not the original cast. Once Yu Chui finished her makeup, the assistant director had also nearly finalized the arrangements for the scene. Director Chen Ing would only arrive in the afternoon, leaving the assistant director in charge. Acting posed little challenge for her. Her physical control had reached its zenith, and although the emotions she conveyed were fabricated, none could discern the artifice. After several scenes, there were no issues with her positioning or the capturing of shots. At times, she even assisted in managing the scene, significantly alleviating the burden on the assistant director. It was no wonder that Chen Ing frequently praised Yu Chuyi during filming. Such an insightful and talented actress is a rare find in a century. The assistant director, while directing the set, marveled at how swiftly the previous mermaid scenes were completed. Yi Chuyi's acting skills garnered recognition and acclaim within the crew, yet remained undisclosed to the public until the television series aired, allowing a wider audience to appreciate her talent. She appeared to be stern, exuding an air of cool detachment, yet she was remarkably approachable, displaying no pretensions as she mingled effortlessly with the extras. Miss Yi, the pressure of acting alongside you is immense, quipped Lu Yi, who portrayed the patriarch of the merfolk. What nonsense are you spouting? We are all progressing rapidly by following Miss Yi, countered Lu Yu, who played the matriarch, giving Lu Yi a playful kick. Yi Chu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Lu Yi chuckled. We are all afraid of squandering your meticulously crafted performances, terrified of making mistakes. Indeed, Miss Yi's acting is exquisite. We dread the thought of having to redo scenes, Lu Yu concurred. Although their roles were minimal, each frame was rendered with utmost dedication. The performance was their life, their very essence. There's nothing to worry about. To err is human, Yi Chu replied softly. I too am frequently halted. She endeavored to soften her tone, recognizing that extras, the most overlooked actors in a production, were indispensable to the narrative, sometimes embodying its very soul. Lu Yi and Lu Yu were not mere extras, but rather minor supporting characters, having been chosen for their outstanding skills after starting as extras themselves, thus landing the roles of the merfolk leader and his wife. Upon hearing Yi Chu's words, Lu Yi smiled sheepishly. Having never encountered such kindness from a leading actress towards supporting roles, he was well aware of Yi Chu's reputation, and she was undoubtedly more beautiful than any woman he had previously seen, with a mastery of her craft that suggested she was destined for widespread acclaim. As lunchtime arrived, the assistant director arranged for a special meal for Yi Chu, ordering takeout exclusively for her. Yi Chu languidly consumed her meal with disposable chopsticks when Susan approached, carrying a boxed lunch. She glanced at Yi Chu's sumptuous 3 dishes and a soup, then at her own modest fare. This starkly illustrated the difference between a boxed meal and a personalized banquet. You're here? Yi Chu lifted her gaze. Come, take a seat. With a cheerful demeanor, Susan sat down opposite Yi Chu. Just look at our respective meals. It's evident what standing you hold in the director's eyes. Isn't this quite normal? Yi Chu replied, eyeing Susan's lunch. Previously, while filming outside, I also had the same meal as yours. I don't care. I'm feeling quite envious. Susan exclaimed playfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Eat. Yi Chu gestured towards her own dishes. Then I shan't hold back, Susan declared, Yet she didn't touch Yi Chu's food, instead relishing her own boxed lunch with gusto, resembling a carefree child savoring every bite. Once their meal concluded, they awaited the commencement of filming, which was set to begin in approximately half an hour. There had indeed been instances where Yi Chu's outstanding performance overshadowed her fellow supporting actors. Brother Lu has arrived, the assistant director announced with a smile. How's it going? Lu Huai clapped the assistant director on the shoulder. Although he also served as an assistant director, his primary role remained that of a screenwriter. Recently, he had come across an intriguing book online, still in serialization, comprising merely 200,000 to 300,000 words, not overly lengthy. He felt it might be worth adapting. Hence his diminished attention to the crew's management. Everything is splendid, the assistant director responded enthusiastically. Before long, the set was restored to order. And Yi Chu changed into a tattered outfit, adorned with seaweed and splashed with water. Under the full moon, the matriarch witnessed her daughter endure such torment that her heart shattered. Embracing her daughter, who was barely clinging to life, she wept bitterly. Who has done this to you? The matriarch's fury surged. The chieftain promptly summoned a shaman, who performed ancient rites, lifting Yi Chu's frail body with a ceremonial apparatus and gently laying her upon the stone altar. In truth, she could have floated there unaided, but such a fate might have led to dissection. At last, Yi Chu was carefully positioned on the stone slab, and now the audience awaited the performance of the merfolk. Yi Chu lay in tatters, her body marred with wounds, her eyes shut as she listened to the other performers. The camera occasionally panned to her figure. The actor portraying the shaman bore strange pain upon his visage, holding a porcelain bowl filled with holy water, an elixir crafted for the merfolk, believed to dispel all misfortune and cure all ailments. Shaman, I entrust my daughter to you, the matriarch implored. Fear not, with my presence. The saintess shall come to no harm, the shaman reassured, extending his hand as an assistant placed a prop of verdant grass within it. This grass, vibrant and lush, betrayed no discernible material. The shaman enacted his performance with fervor, striving for precision in both movement and emotion. The climactic moment arrived as he sprinkled the holy water from the bowl over Yi Chu's face with the green grass. The atmosphere grew tense, every breath held in anticipation. The grass, now glistening with droplets of holy water, was raised high. In that instant, as if struck by lightning, Yi Chu swiftly rolled away, springing up on the opposite side of the stone altar. The droplets from the grass cascaded onto the stone, releasing wisps of delicate white smoke. Even the most foolish among us would discern what is contained within the porcelain bowl. The heart of the shaman's actor, Chen Shi, seized with dread as the bowl slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground. The contents reacted violently with the water below, emitting a thick cloud of smoke, leaving Chen Shi's face etched with terror. Chaos ensued as Louis instinctively positioned himself in front of Yi Chu, shielding her. Lu Huai's expression darkened, and he promptly ordered a lockdown of the scene. The assistant director, seething with indignation, could only strive to maintain order. Yi Chu observed the turmoil with a cold gaze, pondering the audacity of these individuals. Since her arrival on set, tranquility had eluded her. Chun Shi was restrained, while the assistant director, after consulting with Chun, decided to contact the authorities. It wasn't me. I had no knowledge that it contained sulfuric acid. The prop was supposed to be water. Chen Shi protested desperately, shaking his head. He glanced at Yi Chu, standing upon the stone bed, recalling their brief exchange. Surely she remembered him. Miss you, I assure you. It was never my intention to harm you. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. He was no longer young, and having worked so hard to reach this point, how could he possibly jeopardize his future with such actions? Yi Chu descended from the stone bed, her attire still damp. Susan, alerted by the incident, hurried from the makeup room. Upon seeing Yi Chu's wet garments, she quickly grabbed a towel to drape over her. Lu Huai approached Yi Chu, concern etched on his face. Are you injured? I reacted swiftly. I am unscathed. It was evident that Yi Chu was genuinely angered. Lu Huai vowed, I will ensure you receive justice. There is no need. I shall handle it myself. However, the production must be postponed, as all present today are under suspicion. Yi Chu, as cold as ice, observed a few buffoons who believed themselves to be exceptionally capable, seizing the opportunity to act. Very well, I shall arrange this for you. Lu Huai waved his hand to Yi Chu, and soon the police from the film studio arrived. Miss Yi, you must trust me, Chen Shi said. Still restrained by the staff, unable to move, his dignity corroded by such immense humiliation. Yi Chu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shi before striding directly to the assistant director, her voice steady and resonant, who was responsible for the props management. Whose hands has this bowl of water passed through? Is there surveillance on site? The assistant director, perhaps intimidated by Yi Chuyu's commanding presence, neglected to address the police and responded. The head of the props management team, Shaoan, should know. I have already sent someone to find him. There is surveillance, albeit limited in scope. I am unsure if it captured anything. If it were an outdoor shoot, the number of personnel would undoubtedly be minimal, making it relatively straightforward to locate individuals in the event of an incident. However, in productions requiring a large number of extras, the site is often bustling and chaotic, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The production team has its methods for such situations. All staff, including extras, are meticulously recorded in the archives. If Chun-Shi harbored intentions to harm Yi Chuyu, it would be unlikely for him to choose such an overt method. After all, the cameras were rolling. And should the footage be leaked, the entire nation would be aware, leaving him without any avenue for escape. You are the victim in this instance. May I have your name? Inquired a female police officer, her expression gentle and tinged with concern. Yi Chuyu, she replied. The officer proceeded to document Yi Chuyu's earlier statements and guided her aside for further inquiries. Are you injured? Should we go to the hospital? No need. How could you be certain that it was sulfuric acid and managed to evade it? The female officer paused for a second, then continued to inquire. A gut feeling of danger. A tool? The female officer felt a moment of hesitation, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. This victim seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if she were acutely aware of who wished to harm her. In this film studio, minor yet harmful incidents frequently occurred, often leaving the perpetrators elusive, thus fading into obscurity. Having worked here for many years, she found herself powerless in numerous situations. The intricate web of vested interests ran too deep, with even superiors urging them to turn a blind eye. The surveillance footage has been obtained, someone remarked. Yi Chu approached the computer, scrutinizing the surveillance footage. At this moment, all the recordings from the scene were in the possession of the police. Those reviewing the footage were also police personnel. No one believed that Chun-Shi could truly be the culprit. Now, whoever the police excluded would be free to go. The extras and crew members expressed their concern. And to pacify them and ensure their silence upon leaving, Lu Huai decided to treat them to a meal. An hour later, the majority of the individuals on site had been cleared. Chapter 63. Who is the culprit? The remaining individuals were primarily crew members and all the actors involved in that particular scene. It was rumored that Miss Yu had encountered such incidents before. During a live shoot, the wire had snapped, and during water scenes, there were 2 venomous snakes lurking in the water. Li whispered to Louis. Let us refrain from discussing these matters too openly. We might be held accountable. Louis replied cautiously. I heard about it from a friend, who also advised me against spreading it further. It appears that Miss Yu has offended someone, and others are scheming to take her life. A truly malevolent act. What are the 2 of you whispering about? A young officer in uniform noticed them and, deeming them suspicious, led them to another location for further observation. The act of throwing acid is a grave crime, one that could result in a charge of intentional homicide, punishable by death. Although no one was harmed this time, it was merely due to the victim's heightened sense of vigilance that disaster was averted. Had Yi Chu been lying there, she would likely have been unrecognizable by now. If the plan had succeeded, Chun-Shi would certainly face no less than 10 years in prison. Chief, I have packed the ceramic bowl, the green grass, and the remaining sulfuric acid that can be collected, a young officer reported to the officer monitoring the surveillance footage. Currently, due to the large number of people at the scene, it was necessary to conduct an on-site investigation of potential suspects. After another half hour, only a few staff members and the director's team remained. If an incident were to occur within the crew, they would be compelled to halt production, and every minute of delay equates to a financial loss. Lu Yu and Louis, having exchanged a few words about Yi Chu's previous ordeal, were also subjected to a statement. Ultimately, they refrained from disclosing the earlier events and fabricated a lie to evade suspicion. Yi Chu changed into her own clothes and removed her makeup before being taken to the bureau. Susan intended to accompany her, but was denied permission. At the time of the incident, Susan was not within the vicinity and thus lacked the qualification to follow. Through fingerprint analysis and surveillance investigations, the suspects were ultimately narrowed down to Shaoli from the props team, the intermediary Xiao Guo, and the actor portraying the shaman, Chun-Shi. With unwavering determination, Shaoli asserted that the water he poured was from Nongfu Spring, and he could even accurately indicate the location of the mineral water. The individual responsible, Xiao Guo, was out of the surveillance range for merely 2 seconds, a duration far too brief for one person to substitute the water with sulfuric acid. Before the performance, Chun-Shi had indeed interacted with Xiaoguo, though their encounter was brief. Therefore, Chun-Shi's suspicion can be largely dismissed, as he only came into contact with the bowl of sulfuric acid during the act. Nevertheless, Chun-Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had nearly caused grave harm to Yichu. Had she not been so vigilant, he would undoubtedly be consumed by remorse and become a scapegoat for another. So, when did the water transform into sulfuric acid? The ability to replace the liquid in such a short span would imply the presence of an accomplice. If Xiaoli had poured sulfuric acid from the outset, there must have been packaging present at the scene. However, the police found no evidence of any such packaging. This raises the question, did Xiaoli also have an accomplice? As Yichu sat on the sofa, a glass of boiled water poured by the female officer sat before her, and every movement of the police was keenly observed in her mind. With insufficient evidence to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, she noted their diligent efforts and suggested, to avoid wasting time, perhaps a hint would be in order. Rising, Yichu approached the office and gently knocked on the door. "Miss Yi, it would be best for you to wait in the lounge. Please trust that we will uncover the truth and ensure you are not wronged. I merely wish to review the surveillance footage. As I am more familiar with the scene and may be of assistance," Yichu softly replied. In the eyes of the police, the sincerity reflected on Yichu's face was profoundly moving. Consequently, one of the female officers made a copy of the surveillance footage and escorted her to the break room to view it. The air conditioning hummed, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere in the room. Yichu sat upright, her posture immaculate, while the screen flickered with lively images. "What do you see?" the female officer inquired, promptly following suit. Upon closer inspection, the officer noticed that at the precise moment when Xiaoguo exited the surveillance frame, an unfamiliar finger appeared on the door. Additionally, a shadowy figure lingered near the door frame, accompanied by the tip of a shoe, which would have been easily overlooked. This indicated that Xiaoguo was indeed the prime suspect, and that he had assistance, perhaps within those fleeting 2 seconds. The water in the bowl had morphed into sulfuric acid. The bowl had not been changed, suggesting that the perpetrator had meticulously prepared for this act. After Lu Huai managed the scene and addressed the subsequent ramifications, he hurriedly made his way to the police station. The act of throwing sulfuric acid constituted a criminal offense. Thus it was handed over to the Special Investigation Team. "Yichu, considering you lack a company or an agent, this matter must be suppressed by the production team. I have heard this is not the first occurrence. It seems you have made quite a few enemies. Some individuals harbor deep-seated issues, their minds cluttered with trivialities. Knowingly venturing into perilous situations. Lu Huai, why is it that people cannot simply live in peace?" Yichu wore a loose, short-sleeved blouse adorned with wide sleeves, paired with a plain, embroidered short skirt, and donned a pair of black leather marten boots. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her lips subtly gleaming, while the coldness in her gaze seemed almost painful to Lu Huai's eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Huai questioned, bewildered. "Do you know who did it?" "I do not," Yichu replied, shaking her head slightly. "Humph." Yichu turned her head towards the window, gazing dreamily at the clouds beyond. Lu Huai found himself increasingly perplexed by Yichu. Initially, he had merely considered her beauty suitable for the role, setting aside previous controversies. He never anticipated her to achieve significant success, content for her to merely be a decorative presence. To his astonishment, Yichu managed to deliver such a remarkable surprise, making his efforts to support her amidst pressure worthwhile. Later, he believed the character of the mermaid could be further developed and thus added more scenes. What transpired afterward was solely Yichu's affair, and he ceased to follow her progress. He had heard from Chen-Ing about past incidents, and it seemed that Yichu did not overly dwell on them, choosing instead to silently endure the grievances. Such a temperament would leave one vulnerable to the predatory nature of the entertainment industry, especially for someone as exquisite as her. This time, however, Yichu was waiting at the office for the results. Chapter 64, Nightfall and Revenge. "Thank you," Yichu said as she settled into Lu Huai's car. He was somewhat curious as to why she remained so composed. After all, it was the perpetrator who had harmed her. Why did she not demand the police impose strict punishment with frenzied desperation? "You must be hungry. Let us dine first," Lu Huai suggested. "All right. One must be well-fed to tackle great matters," Yichu remarked, her eyes flickering. Lu Huai noticed a slight upturn of her lips, indicating a shift in her mood. It turned out she was still a foodie at heart. Without inquiring about her preferences, Lu Huai drove to a narrow alley. Even before they reached their destination, Yichu caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. This establishment is quite secluded, yet the flavors are exquisite. I believe you will enjoy it, Lu Huai smiled. Even before arriving, she was already captivated by the allure of the place. Yichu alighted from the vehicle, her gaze reflecting the sign of the establishment, which bore the inscription Courtyard Deep. Lu Huai presented a VIP card to the attendant at the entrance, who respectfully ushered them inside. Upon entering, they discovered a hidden paradise. There was no main hall, only private rooms, each adorned with unique decor. Water curtain caverns, peach blossoms in full bloom, and other exquisite themes greeted their eyes, where toasts were exchanged and laughter resonated among guests. The establishment thrived with business. I often come here in search of inspiration, Lu Huai remarked, sharing the story of his connection to this place while recounting its history. This establishment has been in existence for nearly 40 years, outliving me by a decade or so. The original proprietress is now in her 60s, while a young owner, in his 30s, manages the affairs, possessing an alluring appearance and a distinctive sense of style, occasionally emerging to survey the scene. The quality of the food is paramount for longevity. It appears this restaurant excels in its culinary offerings. After selecting her preferred dishes on the tablet, Yichu handed it to Lu Huai. Indeed, a refined atmosphere can entice one to indulge further, can't it? Lu Huai ordered the dishes without informing Yichu, directly settling the bill. Yichu scrutinized the surroundings, her heart stirring with waves of nostalgia. As fragments of past memories flickered in her mind, she could no longer recall many events from long ago. Yet the sight of this place evoked a sudden recollection of a conversation about such aspirations. Once the dishes were served, the two dined in silence, while laughter and chatter filled the air around them, in stark contrast to their quietude. The proprietress, dressed in a black cheapao adorned with vibrant red peony embroidery, accentuated her slender waist. She wore matching gloves and held a cool fan, embellished with delicate plum blossoms and inscribed with the words "Deep in the Courtyard." As she passed by the room, the surrounding noise was a cacophony, yet this particular chamber remained an oasis of tranquility. Standing at the antique round window of the room, her alluring eyes sparkled like silk, and her fiery red lips curled into a captivating smile, a beauty mark accentuating her charm. The traditional attire and makeup she donned only enhanced her exquisite allure. Ah, dear guests, do you not find the silence somewhat unsettling? Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to dine accompanied by music? She suggested, her lips slightly parted, her gaze fixed intently upon Yichu. When Yichu looked up, the large red flower and black veil adorning the proprietress's head indeed appeared enchanting. It seemed the owner also sensed a lack in our dining experience. Since she proposed it, why not choose a piece for us? Lu Huai appeared unfazed, as though accustomed to such interactions. Suxing chuckled softly and remarked, "So it is the esteemed screenwriter Lu here. Why did you not announce your arrival? I could have prepared a couple of extra dishes for you." Her gaze shifted back to Yichu, recognizing the presence of a beautiful companion. "Let us select Yutong Chun then." Classical music began to flow from the gramophone, imbued with a subtle melancholy, interspersed with the scent of fresh grass. Suxing walked gracefully, her heart already aflutter. The girl Lu Huai had brought bore an uncanny resemblance to the face revered in her home, a striking coincidence that left her momentarily disoriented. Surely, it must be an illusion. The height of her heels did not impede her hurried steps as she swiftly exited through the back door, driving away from the serene courtyard. Half an hour later, she arrived at a quaint seaside cottage. Pushing the door open, she made her way directly to a room on the second floor. On the altar table, a photograph captured the exquisite visage of a young woman, her gentle smile radiating as if her eyes were filled with countless stars, shining brilliantly. Indeed, there were several striking resemblances. Su Xing fumbled in her pocket, realizing her phone had been left in the shop, rendering her unable to take a picture. With so many individuals in the world bearing similarities, how could one be certain it was her? Shaking her hair, Su Xing lingered at the altar for a few minutes before silently closing the door to the room. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. However, it should not be overlooked. Yichu gazed at Lu Huai, who remained unhurried as they arrived at Huang International. "Stay away from the water's edge for now," she advised. Producing a small yellow talisman from her handbag, she handed it to him. "This is for you. May it ensure your safety when necessary." Observing the triangular-shaped talisman being offered, Lu Huai broke into a faint smile and replied, "Do you really believe in this?" "It's not about my belief. It's about you believing in me," Yichu retorted before opening the car door and waving goodbye. "Thank you for your hospitality today. Let me treat you another time." Lu Huai chuckled softly, watching the enchanting figure depart, then shook his head and casually tucked the talisman into the compartment of his wallet. Upon returning home, Yichu sensed signs of activity from the neighboring apartment. Changing into comfortable attire, she swiftly vanished from her room. Biao, things didn't go well today. That woman slipped away. A scruffy-looking thug whispered cautiously from behind a towering brute. What? Biao turned around, revealing a grotesque scar across his arm. His features sharp as knives, exuding a menacing aura. The scruffy thug dared not raise his gaze. Guo has already been apprehended, and it remains uncertain whether it will implicate Biao. He clenched his fists, contemplating the matter at the film studio. What concern is it of mine? The thief, with his furtive eyes, was too frightened to speak. Have you been exposed? Biao hawkish gaze froze, as he inquired. Do you wish for me to protect you? The thief replied, Biao, I am unsure if I have been discovered. I believe not, as I have been vigilant with the surveillance. His fingers, trembling, dug into his flesh, the pain insufficient to quell his current unease. In these times, the police are quite astute. With no shield in sight, he ultimately had no choice but to be cast aside. Find a place to hide for now. Once the storm passes, all will be forgotten. Yes, I certainly do not wish to trouble Biao further. The thief, at a loss, could only depart. Upon opening the door, he was met with something terrifying. His pupils dilated, and he stumbled backward in shock. He had lost the ability to articulate human language, merely groaning and retreating slowly. What? Are you surprised to see me? Yichu stood backlit, her garments billowing elegantly. Chapter 65. A complete takeover you. It's you. How is it that you are here? The thief's face drained of color, his lips turning pale from fright. Where is this place? It is the underbelly of S-City. Accessible only to those possessing a pass. Yet, those with such passes are all individuals of ill repute. How could an actress like Yichu possibly possess one? Could it be that she is the consort of some powerful figure? If that were indeed the case, then he was doomed. Upon hearing the commotion, Biao arrived and was met with the sight of the cowardly figure before him, stirring a surge of anger within him. You possess remarkable audacity. As he faced Yichu, he felt no trace of ulterior motives. Those who could enter this realm were not mere ordinary individuals from the outside world. Are you the one behind the acid attack on me? Yichu stepped forward, observing Biao imposing stature, suppressing the urge to strike him down. And if I am? Biao stood firm, responding with calmness. Are you an accomplice? Yichu's gaze pointed towards the cowering figure on the ground. The surveillance captured you. The coward shrank back even further. Biao, feeling a surge of frustration, kicked the coward's rear, scolding him, useless wretch. After the kick, he said nothing and lunged directly at Yichu's vital points. To boldly enter the underground city indicated a significant degree of strength. Even Biao, despite his rogue nature, understood the necessity of self-preservation at this moment. To Yichu, Biao's movements appeared as though they were slowed down by some cinematic effect, stretching infinitely. She had no desire to make contact with such a person. Instead, she casually gripped the doorframe and yanked down a wooden strip. Biao halted, and in that fleeting moment, the wooden piece in Yichu's hand was pressed against his throat, leaving him gasping for air, his strength evaporating. He could hardly discern Yichu's actions before being subdued. Biao's pupils constricted. Who exactly are you? A painful sensation lodged in his throat. What do you think? Yichu glanced at Biao, a faint smile gracing her lips. I haven't offended you, have I? Yichu's voice was as clear as crystal, and her body leaned slightly forward, never once making contact with Biao. Biao felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something was relentlessly crushing him, leaving his flesh and blood in excruciating pain. No, I have done no offense. Biao seemed to expend every ounce of his strength. Beside him, the shifty-eyed man watched in dismay as this burly figure found himself in such a predicament, his heart filled with trepidation. Then why trouble me? The chilling calmness in Yichu's voice sent a bitter chill through him. The wooden block in her hand tightened its grip, rendering Biao breathless, his complexion swiftly turning a ghastly shade of blue. Sister, no, divine one, please, don't act impulsively. The shifty-eyed man knelt in desperation, pleading, divine one. Murder is a crime. Don't you think I am acting on behalf of justice? Yichu's gaze lifted to meet the shifty-eyed man's, where she noticed the glimmer of tears forming in his eyes. No, divine one, murder is against the law. It leads to imprisonment and the loss of one's life. The shifty-eyed man hastily began to enlighten Yichu about the law and the various repercussions of murder, speaking as though he were a law-abiding citizen himself. His incessant rambling seemed to bear some fruit, as Yichu loosened her grip, granting Biao a fleeting chance to breathe. He gasped for air. The sensation of near death was terrifying. With Yichu relenting, the shifty-eyed man exhaled in relief. Tell me, who was behind you? Yichu turned her gaze back to Biaoge, the frostiness in her eyes causing him to withdraw his arms instinctively. Biaoji's eyes throbbed painfully, blood vessels quickly filling his eye sockets. I have already told you. Please spare me. After all, you are unscathed. Do you know where the people sent by the underlings have gone? Yichu smiled, her eyes twinkling. Biaoge felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Could this smile be termed the smile of death? Great one. Please spare me. I have elderly dependents and young ones. Should I perish, they would be left utterly destitute. Biaoge clasped his hands together, groaning weakly. They have all descended into hell. You might as well accompany them. Yichu's lips curled slightly, she exhaled softly. And the wooden block in her hand shot towards Biaoji's chest like a blade. No. Biaoge cried out, while the shifty-eyed rascal nearby stood frozen in shock. However, the wooden block swiftly altered its course, aiming instead for the rascal's groin, missing him by mere millimeters, leaving him with a lifetime of haunting memories. He stood there, dazed, as a shadow began to spread ominously around him. Go turn yourself in and confess that it was you who exchanged for the sulfuric acid. Should I discover that you have evaded justice? TSK. Yichu radiated a murderous intent. The shifty-eyed rascal nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Willing to comply with anything as long as it spared his life, he had never realized how endearing Uncle JC could be. Yichu then turned her gaze to the already unconscious Biaoge. A disorganized rabble? I see you as a well-structured and disciplined gang. What did Wang Zheng do? Speak plainly and without omission. Yes, I shall do as you say. The shifty-eyed rascal trembled as he crawled away, seeking refuge. Unbeknownst to the outside world. On that fateful night, the largest gang in the underground city of S-City, the Qinglong, was dismantled overnight. The leader of Qinglong, just moments before seeking solace in a tender embrace, was suddenly beaten so badly that he was unrecognizable even to his mother. And the other members of the management met a similar fate. A group of individuals, no fewer than several dozen, entered the police station, all bearing bruised faces and dragging their feet, pleading for surrender. Upon encountering Uncle JC, they shouted as if they had seen their own parents. The underworld had become rife with formidable adversaries, inciting widespread panic as individuals hastily concealed their own minions, fearing they might be next. Upon awakening, the notorious Biaoge discovered that his lair had been reduced to ruins. Realizing the gravity of the situation he had entangled himself in, he was utterly stunned. Gritting his teeth in fury, he longed to devour his own subordinates, yet his animosity was primarily directed towards Wang Zheng. However, before he could enact his revenge, the poignant lament of tears behind bars became his lifelong anthem. His subordinates were not spared either. The crafty and shifty-eyed minion promptly confessed, detailing the plot against Yichu with utmost clarity. Yet, the mastermind behind the scheme, Wang Zheng, remained unpunished due to insufficient evidence. Yichu had left a contingency. All involved would face the relentless grip of tears behind bars, sentenced to life imprisonment. As for Wang Zheng, she chose not to deal with him directly, for others would surely take up that mantle. Would Han Shuiwei show mercy to a subordinate who had erred? Chapter 66. Wang Zheng feeds the fish. Since the incident with the Qinglong faction, Wang Zheng had begun to tread carefully. Until JC summoned him under the pretext of the sulfuric acid incident, inviting him for tea. How astute Wang Zheng was, having committed the deed. He ensured that no incriminating evidence could be traced back to him. Yichu harbored intentions to eliminate him, yet she lacked the requisite power. Little did she know. Her initial target had never been Wang Zheng. The fact that she had not allowed anyone to uncover Wang Zheng's money laundering was a testament to her mercy. The implications were far too vast, and she was not yet inclined to entangle herself with the affairs of the 10 prominent families of the capital, especially those related to the Han family. The matter concerning the Qinglong required her considerable effort to eliminate all traces. People are inherently astute. Once an action is taken, it invariably leaves a mark. Even if she possessed extraordinary abilities, escaping human scrutiny, especially in this technologically advanced modern society, would be a formidable challenge. Those who had encountered Yichu, when subjected to interrogation, could never divulge any information about her, a testament to the power of her linguistic enchantment. Han Shuo personally visited Charon Entertainment, and Wang Zheng was utterly terrified, his voice trembling as he spoke. Boss, I haven't said a word. Please believe me. Wang Zheng's head hung low, his eyes brimming with dread. Han Shuo reclined in his leather chair, casually crossing his legs, his polished shoes gleaming with a lustrous sheen. gold-rimmed glasses perched elegantly on his nose, his impeccably tailored suit exuding an air of refined sophistication, making him the epitome of a cultured rogue. This situation arose from my oversight. The public discourse has been rife with speculation, which I have managed to suppress in advance, ensuring that not a whisper escapes, he assured. Wang Zheng's belly quivered with anxiety. He was acutely aware of the true nature of this scion of the Han family from Kyoto, outwardly suave and charming, even in his 40s. Yet beneath lay an unadulterated fiend. Moreover, he possessed the capability to extinguish lives in an instant, which was the most chilling aspect of all. If you cannot manage Chaoran, then do not interfere. As for that woman, she has driven you to this point. She is indeed a formidable character. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Han Shua's eyes. The daughter of the Yi family, expelled from Kyoto, possessed such prowess. It was indeed a remarkable tale. How fascinating, he mused, licking his lips. Instructing Wang Zheng to ensure a smooth handover. He deemed it unnecessary to present himself publicly. Instead, he preferred to let those 200 pounds of flesh rot in the belly of the fish. Those deemed useless were unworthy of his consideration. Wang Zheng wiped the sweat from his brow as he watched Han Shihua depart, only to discover that his back was already drenched. The production team had granted everyone a 3-day respite, after which filming would resume seamlessly. Due to scheduling conflicts, the leading man and woman only arrived to share scenes with Yichu once her parts were nearly completed. Zhang Jingyuan did not appear. She had been continuously replaced by a stunt double, allowing for the insertion of frontal shots from her previous performances into the final edit, which did not significantly detract from the overall production. Yichu had frightened her, and with her boyfriend's wife growing suspicious, the financier had refrained from excessive contact with Zhang Jingyuan. Her complaints fell on deaf ears. After the reshoots were completed, Yichu gracefully stepped back. Xiao Chu, your acting is truly exceptional. Have you considered signing with an agency? Lu Yuyu, still clad in her costume, inquired as the leading roles continued their work while Yichu changed into her everyday attire. I have not given it much thought for now, perhaps in the future. Yichu replied with a slight shake of her head. Why not join my company? I can help you secure a deal, Lu Yuyu offered with a smile, extending an olive branch. She held a fondness for Yichu, who exuded a vibrant spirit. Though she spoke little, her appearance and talent were truly extraordinary. Owning her own studio and company, Lu Yuyu envisioned a lucrative partnership if she could sign Yichu. Thank you, Sister Lu, for your kind offer. However, I am still contemplating my options, especially given the past trauma from my former agency, Yichu stated candidly. Lu Yuyu understood Yichu's concerns. Her previous employer had treated her poorly, and as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Well, although our company may not be at the pinnacle of the industry, we certainly do not neglect our own. If you wish to join us, you are always welcome. Lu Yuyu said with a hint of regret. Thank you very much. Yichu reiterated her gratitude to Lu Yuyu. The lingering aura surrounding Wang Zheng indicated his demise. Having perished in the river, it seems that Han Shihur's vigilance and ruthlessness exceed all expectations. At this moment, Han Shihur held a dossier regarding Yichu in his hands. He found it quite intriguing that the thugs from the underground city were so intimidated. Moreover, they revealed nothing about who had left them in such a state, evidently. It was the work of an expert. Could it possibly be you, Yichu, a mere 20-year-old girl? A flicker of interest crossed Han Shihur's eyes, followed by an eruption of unwavering confidence. Yichu, masked and aimlessly wandering the streets, observed the vibrant shops around her. Delivery workers zipped by, while a throng awaited their turn at the crosswalk. After several cycles of the traffic lights, Yichu remained motionless, captivated by the bustling scene, unsure of what she was waiting for. On the overpass, a dramatic car chase unfolded like a scene from a television series. With a man behind the wheel gripping the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his dry lips concealing clenched teeth. Boss, we can't shake off the cockroaches behind us, Su Shuani said expressionlessly, gripping the handrail, his phone engaged in a call, with a stream of information relayed through his earpiece. Head to Renguang Road, Su Shuani instructed the driver after hanging up. That is the territory of the Qinglong Bureau. With the Qinglong Bureau dismantled, it is a lawless land that none dare to tread. Indeed, Su Shuani's mind wove the information just received into a cohesive web, swiftly clarifying the entire thought process and pinpointing the mastermind behind today's incident. Despite being pursued with such fervor, Su Shuani maintained an upright posture. His hair slightly disheveled from the jostling, yet clad impeccably in a black suit, exuding an inexplicable aura of restraint. His captivating peach blossom eyes, dark as an abyssal whirlpool, concealed turbulent emotions beneath their surface. The vehicle soon descended from the overpass and entered the city, where traffic increased, momentarily hindering the pursuer's advantage. The driver, Xiaohe, let out a sigh of relief as his muscles gradually relaxed. "Boss, they indeed ceased their pursuit once we entered the territory of the Qinglong Bureau," remarked his assistant. Qiu Pingshan, glancing at the diminishing red dots on the tablet. To Jingxing Building, Su Xiuani commanded softly as the bustling street scene outside unfolded, the car gliding smoothly along. Suddenly, a concrete mixer truck and a heavy-duty lorry barreled out from an intersecting road, careening towards the crosswalk where Su Xiuani stood. It was not a green light, and an elderly man pedaling a tricycle slowly emerged. The old man, noticing the sudden danger, hastily turned, inadvertently blocking the retreat path of Su Xiuani's vehicle. All of this transpired in an instant, startling those on the roadside, many of whom hurriedly shielded their children's faces. "Boss!" Qiu Pingshan shouted as driver Xiaohe swiftly swerved. Su Xiuani, seated in the back, watched helplessly as the concrete mixer bore down upon them. The driver of the concrete mixer held a bottle of liquor, his body trembling instinctively in the face of imminent danger. Realizing what was about to unfold, he hastily pressed the brake, but it was too late. The heavy truck seemed to have ulterior motives. With a thunderous crash and the sound of shattering glass, 3 vehicles collided, the smaller car being thrust 6 or 7 meters away like a mere bubble. The concrete mixer driver perished on the spot. An accident occurred. "Quick, call the police." A crowd gathered in the aftermath, attempting to assist. Flames erupted from the rear of the vehicle, and if the occupants were not extricated soon, even the living would succumb to the fire. Su Xiuani struggled to open her eyes, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, an unknown liquid smeared across her face. Xiaohe and Qiu Shan had already lost consciousness. As she heard someone pounding on the car door, her awareness began to fade. Prior to the accident, she sensed an unusual movement from the Z-Way star above, leading her to conclude that something was amiss. It was certain that an individual connected to her would encounter misfortune at this location. She would not prevent the accident. It was a predestined calamity within the intricate web of fate. To forcibly intervene would only obscure the subsequent events. "Is there a doctor? This person appears to be beyond saving," someone shouted from the crowd. At that moment, traffic at the intersection was paralyzed, and the police directed onlookers to the sidewalks, leaving only a few concerned citizens to lend assistance. Other passing vehicles could slowly navigate through. The compassionate bystanders brought fire extinguishers to help quell the flames. And soon the police arrived, swiftly securing the scene. "I am a doctor," one voice declared. A middle-aged man with graying hair raised his hand and rushed over. After examining the injuries of several individuals, he pressed down on Xiaohe's wound, shook his head, and remarked, "Excessive blood loss and severe injuries. I'm afraid there is little hope." The man was filled with self-reproach, believing that had his medical skills been more refined, perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope. Although he spoke of despair, he nonetheless exerted every effort to staunch the bleeding. If he could minimize blood loss, there remained a chance that Xiaohe could hold on until the ambulance arrived with blood supplies. The nearest hospital was a 15-minute drive away, and whether one would survive in that time was left to fate. The man, his hands stained with blood, applied specialized pressure to Xiaohe's wound, evidently having struck a major artery. "Is there no other doctor?" A police officer called out to the crowd, as they too wished to prevent the victims of the accident from succumbing before reaching the ambulance. Yichu emerged from the throng, declaring, "I am here. Please come and assist immediately." The co-pilot, Qiu Pingshan, was in dire straits as well. A gaping wound marred his leg, resembling a chasm, and his face was peppered with cuts from shattered glass, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His chest heaved slightly, likely indicating fractured ribs that might have penetrated his internal organs, coupled with multiple severe fractures throughout his body. In the rear seat, Su Xiuani had sustained relatively lighter injuries. His body, previously nourished by Yi Chu's care, was more resilient than others. He bore a gaping wound on his head, and aside from that, his arm was fractured, a shard of glass having pierced his shoulder, along with various minor cuts from glass shards. The truck driver, seated high above, had suffered no injuries and was attempting to flee, only to be apprehended by others. "You must hold on." The middle-aged man's eyes were steady, yet his heart was fraught with anxiety. A shadow interposed itself between him and the wound he was pressing, and a clear voice resonated in his ear. "Let me handle this." Yichu crouched down and retrieved a meticulously crafted wooden stick from her bag. "I can save them." With her mask still in place, the middle-aged man was momentarily entranced by her profile. Yi Chu lifted the wooden stick and deftly struck over a dozen acupoints on Xiao He's body. Then turned to the middle-aged man and instructed, "Gently release your grip. Do exactly as I say." Her voice was as soothing as a gentle rain, and surprisingly, the middle-aged man complied, slowly loosening his hold. The proprietor of a nearby pharmacy arrived with a first aid kit, hoping it would prove useful. Yi Chu swiftly seized the alcohol from the box, deftly opened the silver needles she always carried, and after sterilizing them, she inserted them into the acupoint she had just struck with remarkable speed. Soon, the middle-aged man observed that the flow of blood from Xiao He's main artery had slowed considerably, almost resembling that of a vein. Upon inspecting the 13 needles carefully placed throughout Xiao He's body, he was astonished and hurriedly inquired, "Might I ask if you are employing the legendary 13 ghost needles?" "I've bound it with a string," Yi Chu replied tersely, tossing a roll of gauze to the middle-aged man. Given her technique and the precision of her needlework, it was highly probable that she was indeed utilizing the long-lost 13 ghost needles, a technique said to have been created by the enigmatic Gigu. Its origins had become obscure over time, and it vanished due to the upheavals of war. Nonetheless, historical texts had not lacked in documenting its miraculous properties. Xiao He had sustained an injury to the artery in his arm, which was the cause of the incessant bleeding. He was protected by airbags, and while his other injuries were relatively minor, this one was fatal. Yi Chu Fang had merely used a needle to temporarily slow the circulation of blood through his meridians and simultaneously reduce his heart rate. This method could only provide short-term relief. For otherwise, Xiao He would succumb to asphyxiation due to insufficient oxygen. Qiu Pingshan's situation was markedly different. It was well known that the passenger seat was a perilous position. With all his injuries, had he not encountered Yi Chu, he could have lasted no more than a few dozen minutes. Modern medicine was utterly incapable of aiding him. Chapter 68. Persistent pleading. Yi Chu Fang had no choice but to resort to unconventional means. 3 broken ribs had penetrated his internal organs, with one pressing dangerously against the heart. The internal bleeding was catastrophic. Yi Chu Fang placed her hand on Qiu Pingshan's chest, channeling her spiritual energy into him. Qiu Pingshan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, yet he lacked the strength to resist. The sensations were unbearably itchy and painful, and he groaned in torment. "What are you doing?" a middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. "You're compressing his chest. He might have fractured ribs. Pressing down on him only accelerates his demise." "Shu, it's not as dire as you think." Yi Chu Fang gestured for the man to remain silent. Recalling the legendary acupuncture technique the man had employed, it was evident this was her unique skill. The middle-aged man closed his mouth and intently observed Yi Chu Fang's healing methods. A crowd had gathered, some recording videos. Yi Chu Fang remained unfazed. Those videos would ultimately remain unpublished. Unbeknownst to anyone but her, Qiu Pingshan's broken ribs were gradually repositioning themselves from the internal organs, and his ruptured organs were astonishingly healing at an extraordinary pace. This is a method of displacing burdens, akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. The energy stored within Qiu Pingshan is depleting at an astonishing rate. At this moment, he feels an acidic churn in his stomach, as if his insides are tumultuously roiling, utterly fatigued, as though he has endured starvation for an entire year. Yi Chu retrieves a piece of candy and places it in his mouth. With this infusion of energy, Qiu Pingshan feels considerably better. His ribcage has entirely retracted from his internal organs, and 5 minutes have elapsed. Due to the significant energy expenditure, his blood circulation has also faltered. The middle-aged man observes that this enigmatic woman merely places her hand upon the injured man's chest, and the bleeding from the wound on the man's leg diminishes substantially, eventually ceasing altogether. The middle-aged man glances again at the needles on Xiao He. This technique, aside from the legendary ghostly life 13, he cannot conceive of any other method possessing such miraculous effects. This must be a descendant of the ghostly life 13. The man casts his gaze upward at the sky, sensing a shift in the medical realm. Su Xuanyi lies on the frigid ground, his head pounding, his vision blurred. He faintly perceives a silhouette that resembles a young woman he has long yearned for. He struggles to open his eyes, and the world gradually comes into sharper focus, revealing the very woman he has been longing for. "You've come." It feels as if they have shared countless sunrises and sunsets together. His lips move, forming 3 words. But despite his utmost effort, no sound escapes. His injuries are too severe. Yi Chu has long been aware of Su Xuanyi's subtle movements. It seems his injuries are not grave enough to prevent him from stirring. Lastly, it is Su Xuanyi, with shards of glass still embedded in his shoulder, which Yi Chu does not intend to remove, leaving that task to the professional doctors. She was solely responsible for preserving life. Yi Chu grasped Su Xuanyi's arm. her lips curling into a faint, hollow smile, her eyelids fluttering slightly. With a crack, the bone was reset. The entire procedure lasted less than 10 minutes. Yet the middle-aged man felt as if a century had passed. Little did he expect that on his day off, a simple stroll would lead him to encounter a medical virtuoso. Yichu examined the wound on Su Xuanyi's head. It had ceased to bleed, yet a concussion was inevitable. The ambulance arrived. With a life lost, the situation escalated into a criminal case, and the police were collecting evidence everywhere. Yichu needed to accompany the ambulance, as Xiaoyi still had a needle inserted in him, which could only be removed after surgery. This time, there was likely no escape. "It's you again, ha ha ha. I finally caught you." Yichu scrutinized the scene and suddenly remembered that during the last incident involving Qin Shouzhong, when she called for emergency services, it was this very young doctor who had attended to them. Checking his name tag, she discovered he was called Tang Lu. "Ha ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to meet you again. May I ask your name?" Tang Lu, after ensuring the 3 critically injured patients were loaded into the ambulance, hurriedly stopped Yichu. "Dr. Tang, aren't you going to check on the patients?" The nurse, witnessing Tang Li's haste, worried he might compromise his medical ethics. "Ah, rest assured, with her here, even the dead can be revived," Tang Lu praised. "Dr. Tang, you flatter me." Yichu waved her hand dismissively. "It's merely a trivial skill." The nurse muttered under her breath as she began to clean the patient's wounds. Though she was just a nurse, her medical training was not as extensive as that of a doctor, yet she could still tell that the patient's conditions had stabilized significantly. His facial features were well-defined, and he carried a slightly plump physique, exuding a sense of calm that seemed to stem from the weight of time. It was this very demeanor that caused Tang Lu to overlook him. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man inquired, vaguely recognizing him as a former student but unable to pinpoint who exactly he was. "Oh, teacher, you may not remember me. I graduated some years ago, and I had the privilege of attending your lectures, which were profoundly enlightening." Tang Lu offered a respectful bow to the middle-aged man before introducing him to Yichu. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my mentor, Wang Heshuan, a professor at the Medical School of Jinghua University and a doctoral advisor at Kyoto University." Wang Heshuan, pondering how to forge a connection with the inheritor of the ghostly fate 13 needles, felt as though the arrival of autumn had prompted someone to offer him warmth. "Hello, I am Yichu." Yichu showed no intention of removing her mask, leaving Wang Heshuan to deduce from her eyes and forehead that she was a striking young woman. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Yi. I observed your technique earlier. Might that be the legendary ghostly fate 13? "Indeed," Yichu replied. Wang Heshuan was elated, tears welling in his eyes, his graying hair standing on end, a rosy hue appearing on his cheeks. "It is a tremendous fortune for our great nation to have such a young talent with extraordinary medical skills. Might we exchange contact information to discuss medicine during leisure hours?" Out of the corner of her eye, Yichu assessed the situation, realizing she needed to devise a strategy to extricate herself swiftly. She was not primarily a physician. These skills were merely part of the essential curriculum at Gigu, and her senior brothers excelled far beyond her in this regard. After some coaxing from Tang Lu, Yichu reluctantly provided her WeChat information. Afterward, Tang Lu refrained from further pursuing Yichu, as the patients in the vehicle awaited their examinations. He and the other 2 doctors, after thoroughly assessing the situation, were left in varying degrees of astonishment. The car was utterly demolished, yet the individuals inside remarkably sustained only minor injuries. Except for one individual with a severed artery, the passenger seat occupant primarily exhibited superficial wounds. The person in the back seat was similarly fortunate, with fractures already aligned and currently being stabilized. It was unfathomable, given the state of the vehicle. It seemed implausible that no bones would be broken. While Yichu was attending to the repair of Qiu Pingshan's ribs and internal organs, he simultaneously addressed several comminuted fractures throughout the body, which is why he appeared to be only lightly injured. If not for the overwhelming noise potentially inciting societal chaos, she could have restored all 3 individuals to full vitality in one go, rather than leaving them in a semi-conscious state. Could it truly be a miracle? Impossible. Tang Lu shook his head in denial, yet he could not bring himself to believe in the existence of any magic capable of directly mending human bodies. Did he genuinely think there were deities? Perhaps he was overthinking. Even if a master were present, they could not have directly revived that unfortunate soul with the severed artery. He had once witnessed the marvels of traditional Chinese medicine. Yichu was indeed a person of genuine capability. Perhaps they had simply been fortunate, spared by fate. Under such circumstances, a car accident of this magnitude would typically result in utter devastation. After all, The driver of the concrete mixer had perished on the spot. Indeed. The group exchanged murmurs, each lost in their thoughts. Soon after arriving at the hospital, Xiaoyi was taken into the operating room. Tang Lu, not being an expert in this field, was accompanied by another physician who entered the surgical suite. Qiu Pingshan was pulled aside for stitches. As the shards of glass embedded in his face were meticulously extracted with forceps after anesthesia was administered. As for Su Xuanyi, he too was taken to have the glass removed. A piece had pierced his shoulder, embedding itself in the scapula, fortunately missing any blood vessels. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. The examination consumed over an hour, during which Yi Chu sat in a chair outside the operating room, opposite Wang Heshuan, who previously occupied the seat. Yi Xiaoyu, the technique of ghostly fate 13 has been lost for a millennium. Although its name is recorded in ancient texts, no one has been able to grasp its mysteries. Recently, a newly unearthed medical manuscript surfaced, bearing traces of ghostly fate 13. I had the fortune to peruse it, which led me to suspect your acupuncture technique. May I inquire if you were taught by family or a master? Wang Heshuan inquired, clutching a small notebook as if conducting an interview. My master resides in seclusion, his name not widely known, and he has passed away many years ago, Yi Chu replied. Ah, so he is a reclusive sage, Wang Heshuan lamented. Indeed, true masters dwell among the common folk. Just as Wang Heshuan was about to continue, a nurse emerged, informing Yi Chu that the surgery had concluded. She then escorted Yi Chu to change her attire, as her assistance was required to remove the needles. Esteemed practitioner of the healing arts, may I ask how your acupuncture technique manages to reduce blood flow velocity without harming the heart? The lead surgeon, while trained in Western surgical medicine, held a profound respect for the vast depths of traditional Chinese medicine, as the nation encourages a blend of both practices. Though the path of Western medicine often yields quicker results, Yi Chu glanced at the lead surgeon, meticulously removed the last needle, gathered them together, wrapped them in gauze, and disposed of them in the trash bin. She then clapped her hands and declared, I have completed my task. Remaining humble and unassuming, she swiftly changed out of her sterile attire and headed to the restroom to wash her hands. At that moment, Su Xuanyi had already been transferred to a general ward. Lacking family members, the nurse approached Yi Chu to inquire if she recognized the three individuals. Reluctantly, Yi Chu paid for Su Xuanyi's hospital and surgical fees, an astounding 20,000. Not long after Yi Chu departed, Su Xuanyi regained consciousness. The nurse, upon witnessing such an extraordinarily handsome patient, felt her heart race. Mr. Su, you're awake. Is there any discomfort? She asked as she entered with a notepad. Are you feeling dizzy? Any stomach discomfort? And her? Su Xuanyi inquired, gazing towards the entrance of the ward, where Qiu Pingshan and Xiaoyi lay on two other beds, deeply asleep due to exhaustion, especially Xiaoyi, who had lost a significant amount of blood and had just finished a transfusion. Her? The nurse appeared puzzled. The girl who saved me. Su Xuanyi felt dizzy and a throbbing pain in his head. Oh, you mean your female doctor? She paid your medical fees and then left. Do you know her? May I borrow a phone? Knowing the girl he had been longing for had already departed, Su Xuanyi nodded, diverting the conversation. His phone seemed to have been crushed at the moment of the accident. Certainly. The nurse retrieved her phone from her pocket and thoughtfully flipped to the call page. After handing him the phone, she stepped out to summon the attending physician. Hello, esteemed boss. What brings you to call? A nonchalant voice emerged. The people of the Qing she had taken action. Su Xuanyi replied. Ah, is there something wrong? The person on the other end of the line responded urgently. Su Xuanyi then recounted the details of the accident, and with each word, the listener grew increasingly alarmed, nearly slamming the desk in exasperation. Help me find someone. Who? The one who saved me. Su Xuanyi hung up and deleted all the information from the call, taking further measures to ensure no one could trace this phone. The doctor entered with a group, his kind disposition reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, imparting a sense of spiritual healing. However, Su Xuanyi held a different perspective. If it were another person, perhaps he could find some joy. Wang Heshuan trailed behind Yu Chushu. Upon reaching the square, Yu Chushu turned to face Wang Heshuan. At your age, why are you following me? Yu Chushu scrutinized Wang Heshuan's knees, noting the osteopenia that had led to bone hyperplasia, and observed that, despite the evident discomfort, he had walked quite a distance. Her words drew disapproving glances from the elderly gathered in the square. Wang Heshuan, feeling awkward, waved his hands defensively. Yi Xiaoyu, I merely wish to discuss some matters with you. Please grant me this opportunity. Yi Chushu sighed. Ah, this insatiable thirst for knowledge. Just this once. It shall not happen again. As the two recognized each other, the unfriendly gazes from the onlookers swiftly dissipated. Yichushu casually selected a tea house, while Wang Heshuan laid out his notebook on the table, adopting the demeanor of a humble student eager to learn. Yichushu raised her eyebrows in mild exasperation. In modern times, everything is commendable, yet curiosity surpasses all else. Go ahead and ask. Yi glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours until dusk. Ample time to satiate Wang Heshuan's urgent sentiments. As Wang sipped the scalding tea, his emotions simmered like the tea leaves steeping in the boiling water. Soon, the Su family arrived, hastily transferring the 3 individuals to another ward. On the surface, the incident was treated by the police as a case of driving under the influence. Considering the unfortunate demise of the concrete mixer truck driver at the scene, no charges could be pursued. Whereas the truck driver was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional harm, though those details are merely ancillary. Su Xiuani stood alone on the balcony of the upscale hospital room. Gazing into the distance, he had spent the past 2 days bedridden, plagued by relentless dizziness. Since the age of 8, he had suffered from debilitating headaches, a condition that numerous esteemed neurologists, both domestic and international, failed to remedy. Countless folk remedies had been trialed with no success. Each episode left him curled up in solitude, enduring the agony. The doctors had attributed his affliction to a neurological disorder deemed untreatable, while others speculated it might stem from a genetic defect. After 18 years of a life more torturous than death, on that fateful day, he experienced an uninterrupted night of sleep, the day the girl made her appearance. In a frenzy, he brought her to his home. She did not report him, though. To be fair, he had indeed taken her phone. Remarkably, she also alleviated his chronic headaches. Once again, she was his savior, stirring a tumult of emotions within Su Xiuani. Boss, I have gathered all the information you requested. It has been sent to your email. The message echoed through his earphones. Su Xiuani approached the computer, pressing a series of shortcut keys, causing the email's contents to be projected onto the wall. A total of 2 individuals had come to their rescue, along with numerous compassionate bystanders. That individual, named Wang Heshuan, provide him with some resources, Su Xiuani instructed. Understood. So, your name is Yichu. A flicker of light danced in Su Xiuani's peach blossom eyes. Yichu. Yichu. Su Xiuani meticulously savored the 2 syllables. The information available was rather superficial, revealing nothing about Yichu's medical expertise. Yet, he was aware that many individuals were intertwined with the realm of cultivation, acquiring extraordinary skills. Perhaps Yichu was one such person. The Su family also had 3 juniors who entered the cultivation world as disciples, later becoming part of a specialized organization. He too had once had the opportunity, but then, upon noticing the phone number, Su Xiuani retrieved his mobile device to save it, simultaneously searching for WeChat. Yichu's WeChat name was her real name, and her avatar depicted the cosmos. Strangely, Yichu's WeChat was already in his contacts, having been added. That fool. He dared to make the first move. Su Xiuani clenched his fist and then relaxed it. After all, a connection had been established. He recalled a bracelet crafted from emerald jade nestled in his safe, and he felt a strong desire to present it to her. Boss, the woman you asked me to investigate is actually a minor celebrity. What a remarkable identity. A voice crackled through the earpiece, and Su Xiuani felt a wave of irritation. He adjusted his earphones, unable to hear the person on the other end. A celebrity? That meant she must have a Weibo account. Su Xiuani opened Weibo and searched for Yichu's name, and indeed, he found her profile, filled with selfies. Quite narcissistic. Su Xiuani pressed his lips together, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What was he smiling about? A gentle female voice wafted in from the doorway, prompting Su Xiuani to raise his gaze, where he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. Without a hint of guilt, he promptly reached out to turn off the projection. The woman, clad in a crisp white leisure suit and adorned with high heels, exuded an air of competence. In her hand, she held a food box, her face meticulously made up, appearing as though she were in her 30s. This was Su Xiuani's mother, Yin Ruling, a woman of the prominent Yin family from the capital, and a formidable figure in her own right. She had anticipated her son was still languishing in bed, yet found him grinning foolishly at his phone. Could it be that he was in love? Mother, Su Xiuani said, placing his phone beside the computer as he took the food box from Yin Ruling's hands and set it upon the table. What brings you here? I was concerned about you, she replied, her voice soft as a feather, capable of ensnaring anyone who heard it in a tender embrace. You still haven't told me what has you smiling so? It's nothing, Su Xiuani replied, opening the box to reveal the meal within. And before Yin Ruling could speak further, he quietly began to eat. You child, alas. Yin Ruling, well aware of her son's temperament, refrained from pressing him further, especially since he had been rather irritable lately. About the car accident, your father has already taken care of it. Do as you wish. Finding the conversation lacking in interest, Yin Ruling decided to call her husband to express her concerns. There's no need for that. Su Xuanyi interjected. I heard it was a girl who saved you. She is your savior, and you ought to repay her well. Ideally, you could offer her your heart. After finishing her call, she gazed at her son, who was engrossed in his meal, and spoke earnestly. The son has grown up so much, yet has never experienced love. What a disappointment. While obediently eating, Su Xuanyi mused, how about dedicating oneself? A splendid idea. Do you know who the girl is? Yin Ruling inquired. I do not know. Su Xuanyi replied, expressionless, as he finished the last spoonful of soup and put away the box. How did I end up with such a foolish son? Yin Ruling lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Your other two offspring are not particularly wise either. Like mother, like son, Su Xuanyi retorted. You insolent boy. At the Su family ancestral home, a group of individuals, having satisfied their appetites, gathered to engage in idle chatter. The central figure of their conversation was none other than Su Xuanyi, currently resting in a hospital bed. What business does the elder brother have? A little injury serves to assuage the worries of those outside, preventing them from incessantly pursuing us. Su Linchi remarked, reclining casually against the back of the sofa. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Su Linchi had scarcely finished his words. Mother, why did you hit me? He protested, rubbing his backside. I might still win the heart of a beauty. What do you know? A nearby man shot him a disapproving glance, then turned towards the elderly gentleman swaying gently in his rocking chair. Father, what do you think about this matter? The old man, adorned with wireless headphones, appeared lost in the world of his operatic melodies, paying no heed to the man's inquiry. Noticing the elder's silence, the man sighed and continued. Xiaohe and Xiaoping Shan are ordinary individuals. They have been with Xuanyi for nearly 5 years. Xiaohe's injuries are severe, and he can no longer continue. Let us provide him with a sum of money to keep him quiet, and once he recovers, we can arrange a position for him. As for Xiaoping Shan, let him recover and remain. Uncle, my brother will arrange matters himself. What are you trying to do? Do you wish to meddle in my brother's affairs? Su Mingwei busily scribbled on her tablet, not bothering to lift her gaze, a hint of disdain curling her lips, looking down upon Uncle Su Ming's behavior. Her brother is not dead yet. Why the urgency to assign personnel? Furthermore, her father, Su Lian, is still alive, and it is not Uncle's place to interfere in the affairs of the main family. Child, your uncle does not mean it that way. Do not take it to heart. He merely believes that your brother's injury is partly due to the negligence of these two caretakers, Su Ming said gently. He treated this niece with profound tenderness. Despite her being Su Lian's offspring, she was, after all, the daughter of Ru Ling, and therefore, she was like his own child. Oh, so that is your uncle's intention. Su Mingwei rolled her eyes, visibly displeased, and continued her scribbling on the tablet. How severe is Xuanyi's injury? This child has always been a source of concern. Her temper is peculiar. When pleased, she converses freely, but when displeased, she acts as though everyone owes her a fortune, making it quite difficult to approach her. After all, she is the eldest granddaughter of the Su family. Surely, someone is harboring ill intentions. Gu Kei sat beside Su Linchi. She was Su Linchi's mother and the wife of Su Ming, the eldest son of the Su family. She also belonged to the prestigious Gu family of the capital, a family of modest standing that had gained some renown in recent years thanks to the Su family. She is not dead, nor will she die, Su Mingwei remarked tersely. Just then, the elderly patriarch Su Qingshan, who had been listening to music, removed his headphones. His sparse yet tightly clenched teeth suddenly relaxed as he stated, Let Xuanyi handle this matter himself. You need not complicate things further. Chapter 71. To see people, Old Master Su is the backbone of the Su family. His words are undoubtedly authoritative, and all must adhere to them. With a slight nod, he reclined again to listen to the music. The others soon grew weary and departed from the hall. The butler, Su Qing, emerged from a room, seemingly bearing some news. Have you clarified the situation? Old Master Su inquired in a somber tone. Since young Master Xuanyi was injured, the eldest master has not taken any action, Su Qing replied. Indeed, he possesses remarkable composure. This child seems to have forgotten the Su family. Continue to monitor him, Old Master Su sighed deeply. Understood. Su Qing glanced at the decorative clock on the wall and remarked, It is said that young Master Xuanyi is destined to be accompanied by a benefactor. What do you mean by that? Old Master Su inquired with curiosity. My eldest grandson was already born into privilege. What kind of benefactor could this be? We have investigated young Master Shuani's vehicle and simulated the crash scene. At that angle and under such pressure, the car should have been utterly destroyed, leaving little chance for survival. Yet, astonishingly, all three individuals are alive and merely sustained minor injuries. Are you suggesting that someone intervened in this accident, ensuring the survival of those within the vehicle? Old Master Su removed his headphones and rose, his eyes shadowed, the brilliance concealed deep within. Su Qing nodded. It is likely that young Master Shuani is already aware, though he remains uncertain about who assisted him. Indeed. The hall fell silent once more as Old Master Su retrieved his phone, selecting another piece of music to continue his listening. Yi Chihao finally managed to rid herself of Wang Heshuan, a person whose incessant questioning seemed never-ending. In the midst of this, he accidentally knocked over 3 glass teacups. Much to the amusement and dismay of the tea house proprietress, whose expression oscillated between annoyance and delight. She was intrigued by the conversation between an elderly gentleman and a masked young lady, wondering what could possibly warrant such fervent discourse. Thus, she took a seat at the adjacent table to eavesdrop. Upon listening, she realized that she often fell short of the eccentricity required to fit into the world of these distinguished individuals. To her astonishment, the entirety of their dialogue consisted of medical jargon, with the elderly man persistently questioning the young woman, interspersed with moments of dawning comprehension. Who, indeed, was the mentor in this exchange? The proprietress could not decipher their conversation, so she resorted to calculating the compensation for the shattered teacups on her phone. The cost for each broken cup was 3 times its original price. Wang Heshuan reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Chihao, cheerfully paying for the 3 cups. She had spent 2 hours writing diligently, completing a substantial volume of internship materials. After finishing her documentation in the counselor's office, Kuyan, who had recently concluded her material handover following a mock trial, came to visit. Xiao Chu, will you attend the finals of the school's computer competition? Kuyan brought up the competition again, piquing Yi Chihao's curiosity about what made it so captivating. You just want to go to see someone, don't you? Yi Chihao remarked with a knowing smile. Kuyan responded with an embarrassed grin. Stop teasing me. Who is this charming young man who has captured our Kuyan's heart? I must see him. A blush crept onto Kuyan's cheeks as she replied, Don't make fun of me. The number of suitors I had back then could have circled the school 3 times. Yichu was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed that the memories of the original owner indeed held some truth. However, it was of little consequence. Those individuals were merely enamored by the young girl's exterior. Ever since she had departed from the school, her throng of admirers had vanished. Only Li Mian, who had illuminated her darkest moments, had gained recognition. Alas, he had merely invited the wolf into the fold. Resigned, Yichu had no choice but to cast an illusion upon her own visage. To those unfamiliar, she appeared as a stranger. Within the entire school, her acquaintances were few. Upon finally arriving at the venue, she discovered that a considerable audience had already gathered. The participants were nowhere to be seen, as their scores were displayed on an electronic screen for public viewing, with all competitors confined to the computer room, which could hardly accommodate onlookers. Kuyan skillfully secured a seat for Yichu, and the two enjoyed milk tea and snacks. So, this is what you meant by watching the competition. I see now. You simply brought me along to keep you company while you wait for someone. Yichu discerned Kuyan's little scheme. Oh, come on, just keep me company, will you? Kuyan playfully pouted, clinging to Yichu's arm. In truth, I met him online. And it was only during this computer competition that I discovered he is from our school and a participant in this event, which is why I came, she explained. Yichu smiled indulgently. I'll accompany you. With me around, you need not fear being bullied. My dear little Chu, I absolutely adore you, Kuyan exclaimed joyfully, producing a box of strawberry chocolates she had saved up for a long time and presenting them to Yi Chu as if offering a treasure. Here, for you to enjoy. Yi Chu tore open the packaging and took a bite of the chocolate. The sweet aroma of strawberries erupted in her mouth, transforming the entire world into a symphony of strawberry flavor. Thank you. It's absolutely delicious, she exclaimed with a giggle. Yi Chu noticed that Kuyan had changed significantly. Compared to the sorrowful expression she wore during their first meeting, she now radiated joy, like a little sun, her heart and face brimming with happiness. After waiting for about half an hour, Yi Chu observed a shift in the data displayed on the electronic screen. This reflected the ranking of the competitors, determined by their speed and efficiency in completing tasks, with the figures continuously fluctuating. It appeared that some individuals were making a vigorous push. The people around her chattered animatedly. recognizing each avatar displayed. Yichu, having not seen the previous rankings, remained oblivious. However, she did spot a familiar face, Li Shiguang's son, Li Duoheng. She recalled that just before their last parting, she had noticed an uplifting aura surrounding him, suggesting that good fortune was on the horizon. Given that Li Duoheng was a senior in the computer science department, she decided to inquire further. He was indeed a promising talent with commendable computer skills. Yichu took out her notebook and jotted down his name for future reference. Chapter 72. Another plan unable to contain her excitement, Kuyin rushed to the screen. Her eyes instantly locking onto the person she had been thinking about. Go for it, she cheered, making an encouraging gesture. Meanwhile, Yichu remained seated, engrossed in her phone, where she was browsing an app called C-Station, filled with captivating videos. Bored, she refreshed the page and suddenly stumbled upon a sensational mashup, featuring a familiar face on the cover. Out of boredom, Yichu clicked on the video, where Yifanqing showcased various makeup styles and dance moves. The video had garnered an impressive 5.6 million views, with comments predominantly praising her beauty and charisma, including numerous devoted fans. Her life was a seamless integration of necessities, education, and hobbies. Yifanqing firmly believed that she should not enter the entertainment industry, a realm often seen as a cash grab. Even her university major was in economics. What did her recent online activity signify? Yifanqing was, after all, still quite young. Zhang Yu likely had ambitions of her own. The minor branch of the Yi family had never been of particular interest to Yichu. After all, S-City was not the central hub for prominent families, and the nation maintained control over these clans, mostly confined to the capital. Under the emperor's foot, it was easier to manage. These families each played their roles, outwardly engaging in seemingly mundane activities. In the shadows, as long as one concealed their actions well, who could discern their true endeavors? Provided they did not threaten the state, the gray areas remained unmonitored. Moreover, the enigmatic forces of the cultivation world had permeated the upper echelons, rendering the future uncertain for all. Yichu exited the video and searched for Yifanqing on Weibo. Soon, a verified account appeared, named Stardash, boasting over 1 million followers. The account primarily featured beauty tips, advertisements, and fairy tale dress ensembles, each image meticulously edited, seemingly orchestrating a promotional campaign for the youthful end project. The scandal surrounding the drug incident was indeed a blemish. Pursuing a controversial path at that time would hardly serve to foster a future trajectory of genuine strength. Silence is the wisest choice. It is through strength that one can truly silence the incessant chatter of the masses. Even now, a multitude continues to hurl insults beneath her Weibo posts. In truth, she finds herself in a state of helplessness. Anyone harboring malice towards her is inevitably met with the backlash of her own virtuous aura. Indeed, those who seek to harm others often bring ruin upon themselves. Zhang Jingyuan serves as a most fitting example. Yichu exerted little effort. Yet now Zhang Jingyuan remains sequestered in her home, muttering to herself, too fearful to venture outside. Numerous contracts and announcements have been rendered void, with hefty penalties looming, all of which her benefactor has been compelled to resolve. The benefactor is now harboring significant discontent towards her and is contemplating the replacement of his mistress. Yichu opened her Weibo, noticing a dearth of recent engagement, with her follower count on a downward trajectory. What a dismal fate for a once prominent star, Yichu lamented. Ah, victory, victory. Kuyin excitedly dashed to Yichu's side, grasping her arm and pulling her towards the electronic screen. He has won. Kuyan's smile was radiant as she pointed at the avatar of the first-place winner, exclaiming, Xiao Chu, look. Yichu switched off her phone and tucked it away, raising her gaze to behold the name that gleamed in the spotlight, Li Duoheng. Is he your boyfriend? Yichu queried, casting a sidelong glance at Kuyin. Indeed. Kuyin stood on tiptoe, scanning the crowd in search of the figure she so ardently desired to see. What a small world this is. Kuyin's hand remained firmly anchored to Yichu's arm. Today, Yichu donned a delicate, light blue long-sleeve dress, its neckline, sleeves, and hem designed in an irregular fashion. Complementing her attire was a white handbag, and she stepped gracefully in 5-centimeter heels, exuding a youthful brilliance that starkly contrasted with the simple, natural appearances of other girls at school. She was strikingly noticeable. Li Duoheng had just received an award and was humbly engaging with experts. Upon exiting, his gaze immediately fell upon Yichu, who stood apart from the crowd with an ethereal grace. Goddess Yi. At this moment, Yichu had dispelled any illusions, leaving the surrounding students hesitant to approach her, whispering in admiration of her beauty. Goodness, is she even human with such looks? After bidding farewell to the experts, Li Duang finally had the chance to step outside, and it was then that he noticed Ku Yin standing beside Yi Chu. Having seen numerous photos, he was astonished to find her appearance perfectly matched that of the images. Oh dear, compared to this delicate beauty and the refined lady, my own charming companion seems to pale in comparison. Encountering Yi Chu once again, Li Duang felt hesitant to casually address her, let alone refer to her as goddess he in front of Ku Yin. Li Duang, you are truly impressive, Ku Yin remarked with an affable smile as she approached. The two exchanged greetings, and then Ku Yin turned to Li Duang to introduce. This is my dear friend and roommate, Yi Chu. She recently graduated through the school's Green Channel. Ahaha, greetings, esteemed Lady Yi. Li Duang responded with a sheepish grin. How have you been lately? He touched his ear, feeling a slight blush. So you two know each other? Ku Yin stepped closer to Yi Chu, pointing at Li Duang, to avoid any misunderstandings. Yi Chu clarified that she had coincidentally met his parents. The implication was clear. Her relationship was limited to a mere acquaintance with them, having no connection to him personally. Indeed, Ku Yin, Yi Chu has rendered significant assistance to my family, Li Duang affirmed. Ku Yin's sparkling eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Oh, since everyone knows each other, that's splendid. Today marks our first meeting, and you've secured first place. A meal is certainly in order. Indeed. I shall treat you to dinner, Li Duang said, stepping aside to make an inviting gesture. Ku Yin was no fool. She immediately discerned the evident respect in Li Duang's demeanor towards Yi Chu, a sentiment starkly different from how he regarded her. It seemed that little Yi had accomplished something remarkable, perhaps even saving someone from peril. Under Yi Chu's guidance, the Li family's business was flourishing. The Li couple returned home each day, their spirits high, and Li Duang had keenly observed this transformation. Moreover, the esteemed figure, the Great One, had hinted that he could achieve an excellent ranking. He was indeed a prize winner. How could he not hold him in awe? The trio settled into a well-decorated hot pot restaurant, and Ku Yin eagerly inquired about the competition's details. As their conversation thrived, Yi Chu quietly enjoyed her meal. Chapter 73. An encounter with a talent scout. She should be under the table. The two young couples were engrossed in their lively exchange. Yi Chu discreetly rose from her seat, causing Li Duang to feel a surge of pressure. Cautiously, he asked, Where are you going, Yudishin? Don't mind me. Please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave first. Yi Chu had finished her meal and felt it was time to leave space for the couple. Ku Yin grasped Yi Chu's hand with an apologetic expression, saying, Xiao Chu, I'm sorry for dragging you into this today. What are you talking about? Yi Chu chuckled lightly, leaning her face against Ku Yin's shoulder and whispering, Those I vouch for are trustworthy. Just make the most of it. With Yi Chu's reassurance, Ku Yin's smile radiated even more brightly. Of course, just look at who chose him, handsome and talented. He is like a dream lover come to life. After Yi Chu departed, Li Duang finally emerged from his shyness and began chatting normally with Ku Yin, who listened with keen interest as he spoke about the competition. In the afternoon, when the sun was blazing fiercely, the city was unusually quiet without the sound of cicadas, yet Yi Chu could hear them. The heat wave enveloped the streets, and pedestrians sheltered themselves under umbrellas, wrapping up tightly, sweat dripping down. Yi Chu, however, had no protective measures. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze. Her fair face illuminated by the sunlight, appearing almost ethereal. Qian Yoning, a talent scout dedicated to serving Chaowan Entertainment Company, specialized in sourcing talent from the grassroots level. At that moment, he sat in a bubble tea shop enjoying the air conditioning, finally dissipating the heat that clung to him. As he sipped his drink and casually observed, he was suddenly struck by the sight of an extraordinary beauty standing under the sun. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Yoning coughed several times to regain his composure, then turned his gaze back to the enchanting figure outside the glass window. The ethereal being was walking gracefully, prompting him to abandon his bubble tea and dash out of the shop, hastily wiping away the remnants around his mouth. Hello there. Qian Yoning stood before Yi Chu, skillfully retrieving a business card from his pocket. Greetings, beautiful. I'm a talent scout from Company M. After observing you just now, I believe you possess remarkable potential to become a sensational star. Yi Chu took a step back, regarding Qian Yoning with an expression akin to disbelief. Hey, what I'm saying is genuine. Here is my identification. Your physical appearance is exceptional, and becoming a star can yield substantial financial rewards. If you undergo a professional assessment and achieve an A-level potential rating, we could recommend you to Chaoqian for employment. You are familiar with Chaoqian, are you not? It is the largest entertainment company in the country, quite impressive. Qian Yoning continued to ramble on, almost wishing to dazzle with his words. Have you finished? Yi Chu replied with a faint smile, her eyes piercing through Qian Yoneng. You don't recognize me? Qian Yoneng was puzzled and scrutinized Yi Chu's face more closely. This visage indeed seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could affirm with his professional integrity and discerning eye that this face was undeniably real. Who on earth possesses the skill to achieve such an ethereal beauty? This bone structure, this complexion, she is a classical beauty, a rarity of the ages. No, it truly looks familiar. Qian Yoneng cupped his chin, mouth agape. You are Yi Chu. Damn. Yi Chu's lips twitched, her gaze skimming past Qian Yoneng as she remarked. Did you just claim that Chao Qian is currently the largest entertainment company on the market? Yes. Qian Yoneng nodded fervently, his inner embarrassment reaching an apex. This was undeniably a Waterloo in his scouting career. It is rather understandable that Yi Chu remains relatively obscure, being merely an 18-line figure. It is excusable that he did not recognize her at first. His embarrassment stemmed entirely from Yi Chu's reaction upon encountering him. Indeed, this is the case. Presently, the industry is dominated by Chao Qian, which commands an entire industrial chain that operates seamlessly from inspiration to IP creation and subsequently to the expansion of external industries. It operates like a spotlight, illuminating all corners, leaving no room for a stealthy approach that could go unnoticed. In large corporations where manpower and resources abound, it is exceedingly difficult for newcomers to emerge. Conversely, smaller firms, lacking both personnel and resources, face the constant threat of closure. Between the two, a plethora of individuals gravitate towards the larger companies, which offer a comprehensive training framework that encompasses everything from contract signing to on-screen packaging. However, the intrigues and rivalries inherent in such environments are inescapable. Where there are people, there are plots and schemes, especially in the chaotic entertainment industry. Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for today's events, but as an outsider, I must express my thoughts. Given your attributes, it is only a matter of time before you rise to fame. Your recent absence from the public eye is a lamentable waste of talent. Yi Chu understood the implications of this remark. She could have harnessed the momentum from her previous resurgence to garner attention and thrive within the entertainment realm. No one anticipated that she would choose to retreat into silence, even going so far as to incur a penalty for breach of contract, thereby severing ties with her company. I have my own endeavors to pursue, and besides, it was never a commendable situation, Yi Chu replied. If you wish, I could introduce you to Chao Qian. I am genuinely excited about your potential for growth. Qian Yoneng spoke with utmost sincerity. For many, this opportunity is a cherished dream. Company M, committed to maintaining quality, would never indiscriminately recruit individuals. After a rigorous selection process, only the finest candidates would be chosen. Based on his years of astute observation, Yi Chu was certainly not an ordinary talent. Yi Chu scrutinized the talent scout, Qian Yoneng, whose fiery demeanor suggested a commendable character. It was evident he would not engage in unethical practices for various reasons or monetary gain. He appeared to be a young man of thought and principle. How about this? I shall treat you to some sweet soup, and you can elaborate on your operational methods. Chao Qian is indeed a compelling choice, Yi Chu proposed, observing the beads of sweat on Qian Yoneng's forehead. Yi Chu noted that the scorching sun was akin to poison for mere mortals, akin to standing under the blazing sun or being scorched by a charcoal fire. In contrast, Yi Chu remained entirely composed, without a single drop of sweat. Qian Yoneng fanned himself with his hand and replied with a smile. That sounds delightful. I shall not be polite. It is indeed fortunate to enjoy the sweet soup treated by Miss Yi. Regardless of the details, he felt it prudent to flatter her. The two then made their way to a beverage shop, ordering 2 bowls of sweet soup alongside some pastries. Qian Yoneng explained the operational model of their industry and subsequently provided Yi Chu with a phone number. He was aware that since Yi Chu's contract termination, she had not signed with any agency. Chapter 74. Entering the cultivation realm, not only was there no agency, but even agents or assistants were absent. On her official Weibo account, one could see her participation in Qing Xianjing, where she played a minor supporting role, lacking any significant impact. Consequently, her fan base and influence on Weibo had notably diminished. A plethora of detractors continues to stir unrest. He increasingly believes that Yi Chu must have sustained a blow to her head, utterly perplexed as to why she did not seize the opportunity to soar to great heights. Chao Ran Entertainment has proven to be quite foolish, allowing such a gem to be sacrificed and subsequently blacklisted. It is rumored that the recent change in executives at Chao Ran Entertainment has resulted in the departure of the former official, Wang Zheng, who has gone abroad. Perhaps it is for the best, sparing others from his detrimental influence. This telephone number belongs to the artist management department of Chao Qian, should you wish. I can arrange a meeting for you tomorrow. Qian Yuning scribbled a series of numbers on a piece of paper and presented it to Yi Chu. She cast a glance at the digits, which swiftly etched themselves into her memory. Very well. Yi Chu's prompt agreement took Qian Yuning by surprise, igniting a surge of excitement within him, though he could not quite pinpoint its origin. He felt that such a remarkable individual should not be relegated to the fringes of this industry. She was destined to bask in the limelight and revel in the admiration of the masses. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the entrance of Chao Qian Entertainment's headquarters. Qian Yuning diligently noted down the specifics. Yi Chu nodded in acknowledgement, and the two exchanged contact numbers. Once they finished the sweet soup, Qian Yuning felt a sense of elation wash over him, convinced that this venture would yield substantial profits. Once Chao Qian Entertainment signs Yi Chu, he would stand to gain handsomely, as her penalty fees would translate into significant earnings for him. Since the industry's major reforms, middlemen like him, operating under the guise of agencies, have flourished, albeit with a mixture of talent and mediocrity. M Company, having forged a connection with Chao Qian Entertainment, has gained a reputation that many now covet. Yet, even a company primarily focused on talent scouting possesses its own distinct temperament. They only wish to discover talents on their own. There is a 90% likelihood that those who self-recommend will not be accepted. Yi Chu sent a message to Mu Tian. And 15 minutes later, Mu Tian arrived at the entrance of the sugar water shop. Boss, you finally summoned me, Mu Tian exclaimed, leaning against the car window, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yi Chu sat in the back seat, and upon entering the vehicle, she noticed that Yin Runin was sprawled in the passenger seat. The boss is unwell. He carries a chronic ailment from birth, often succumbing to deep slumber for 4 to 5 hours at a stretch, Mu Tian explained. So that's why you were all sleeping there that night, Yi Chu remarked, casually scrolling through her phone. Indeed, Mu Tian replied, navigating the car through the city. Yi Chu did not disclose their destination, allowing Mu Tian to choose. In truth, Mu Tian had a specific place in mind for Yi Chu. The vehicle wound its way into the mountains, and as darkness enveloped the scene, Mu Tian showed no signs of fatigue, while Yi Chu closed her eyes. Engrossed in her cultivation, Yin Runin could not discern her level of practice, and Mu Tian was even less aware. He did not realize that Yi Chu was engaged in cultivation. At her level, she no longer needed to draw upon the natural spiritual energy of her surroundings. Her focus lay on the essence of the Tao and the principles of causality. This location is one of the entrances to the cultivation realm, said to be an array established in S-City for convenience. By day, it is a desolate forest, but by night, it transforms into a ghost market. One wonders if the boss has ever wandered through here. Yi Chu remained silent, and Mu Tian could not gauge her thoughts. He parked the car beneath a tree, opened the door for Yi Chu, and then lifted the slumbering Yin Runin onto his back. Yi Chu trailed behind Mu Tian. In the minds of Yin Runan and Mu Tian, Yi Chu was undoubtedly an old sorceress who had secluded herself for many years and had only just emerged into the mundane world. Before her, 3 trees stood, forming what appeared to be the entrance to the ghost market. The trees were arranged in an equilateral triangle, creating an archway, with intricate formations etched into the stones beneath them. Only those with cultivation could pass through, while ordinary people would perceive nothing of the hidden mysteries within. Mu Tian circled the 3 trees in a counterclockwise direction before positioning himself at their center. Master, why are you still outside? He carried Yin Runan on his back, and in his preoccupation with Yi Chu, he had overlooked her presence, only to realize she was still standing outside after completing the process. In the next moment, the formation activated, and with a flicker of ethereal light, Mu Tian and Yin Runan vanished from sight, with Yi Chu following suit as a wisp of light. The so-called ghost market was merely a collection of street vendors. The attire of the vendors varied widely: modern, ancient, republican, and even traditional ethnic garments. Most wore masks or face coverings, creating a chaotic spectacle. Yi Chu casually cast an illusion upon herself, rendering her an ordinary woman in the eyes of others. Mu Tian had anticipated that Yi Chu would wait a moment before entering, yet she unexpectedly followed him directly. Before the master, the formation seemed ineffective, causing Mu Tian to break into a cold sweat. The boss is in a deep slumber. I do not know when he will awaken. I must escort him to the inn. And you, master? Mu Tian glanced at Yi Chu, who remained unaffected by his illusion, allowing him to recognize her. I am merely wandering around. Having spoken, Yi Chu turned and ventured into the ghost market, while Mu Tian hastily carried Yin Runin to the inn. Once that was settled, he would seek out Yi Chu. Yi Chu surveyed the myriad of wares displayed at the stalls: spiritual treasures, elixirs, an array of yellow talismans, as well as antique incense and paper money, among others. Even mundane snack stalls were in operation, though the delicacies were imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, suggesting they were crafted from materials sourced from spiritual fields, albeit of minimal value. Many of the stalls offered counterfeit goods, which held no intrigue for Yi Chu. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a stall displaying books, one of which was titled Secrets of the Cultivation Realm. She picked up the volume. Observing the stall owner dressed in a black batwing shirt and black cargo pants, complemented by a black mask and a cap, a rather fashionable ensemble. "Hello, beautiful. Interested in buying a book?" The cap-wearing proprietor put down the book he was holding and approached the stall. Noticing Yi Chu's unremarkable appearance and the absence of any visible cultivation, he was taken aback. Since the realms of cultivation and the mortal world had resumed their exchanges, those unable to cultivate had been expelled from the cultivation realm, forced to survive in the secular world. Moreover, due to restrictions from the cultivation realm, they could not speak of their origins. Those unwilling to leave remained in designated villages within the cultivation realm, living out their days in obscurity. Typically, individuals lacking cultivation could not enter the ghost market, unless accompanied by others. Yi Chu stood alone, devoid of companions. However, his professional demeanor compelled him to suppress his curiosity. "Do you have any books about the historical anecdotes of the cultivation realm?" "I wish to acquire them all," Yi Chu stated nonchalantly, continuing to peruse the book titled Secrets of the Cultivation Realm. Chapter 75, The 20 Spirit Pearls. There is no shortage of books here." The stall owner gestured towards a nearby pile. "These tomes are all miscellaneous writings concerning the historical affairs of the cultivation realm. However, if you seek historical texts, the pricing would differ significantly." "How much do they cost?" Yi Chu inquired, glancing at another stack of books. These volumes, printed with modern inkjet technology, were the marks of having changed hands multiple times, their worn condition betraying their second-hand nature. "The price is quite reasonable, merely 20 spirit pearls. And you may take them all." "Spirit pearls?" This is indeed an intriguing form of currency. While the spirit stones utilized for cultivation in the Duanyun continent can occasionally serve as a medium of exchange, they are precious resources primarily reserved for cultivation. Generally, the circulating currency consists of metals like gold and jade or various stones. Here, however, the so-called medium of exchange in the cultivation realm is spirit pearls. Though I am curious to discern the nature of these pearls as a currency, 20 spirit pearls is quite inexpensive. Once you leave this village, you shall not find such a stall again. The vendor, believing that Yi Chu's mask concealed her expression, underestimated her understanding. "What spirit pearls?" "These books are worth no more than 200. His demand for 20 spirit pearls was initially intended as a test, but he soon realized that the woman before him was entirely unaware of the value of the spirit pearls. Having operated in the ghost market for many years, he had encountered all manner of customers and could easily discern her ignorance regarding the worth of the spirit pearls. The other stall owners, accustomed to such encounters, chose not to expose her naivety. They all sought to make a living together, deeming it unnecessary to create discord. Any ensuing complications would merely serve as a source of amusement. Yi Chu emitted a soft sound from her throat, then turned away from the stall. The ghost market, as its name suggests, is shrouded in darkness, with small generators illuminating the various stalls, while the surroundings remain engulfed in shadows. Yi Chu ventured into the gloom, accurately locating a flourishing tree, and descended with grace, anchoring herself before expanding her consciousness. Her awareness swept across the entirety of the ghost market like a computer scan. While Mu Tian, having settled his affairs, emerged to seek Yi Chu, darting through the narrow aisles yet failing to catch a glimpse of her. However, Yi Chu had already discerned his trajectory. An array of information flooded her mind, and through meticulous organization and reconfiguration, she obtained the insights she sought. Indeed, the spirit beads were not what they seemed. Here, the predominant currency for transactions consisted of mundane coins, with some opting for gold, such as the second-hand books at the stall that merely required common currency. Yi Chu then sought out Mu Tian. "Where have you vanished to, esteemed one? I've searched for you endlessly." There was a hint of anxiety in his tone, but before he could continue, Yi Chu silenced him with a mere glance. "Accompany me to a certain place." She moved ahead, exuding familiarity with the ghost market as if it were her second home. Mu Tian followed cautiously, fearful that even the slightest sound or movement might provoke her wrath, reminiscent of the terrifying intensity in her gaze moments ago. "I desire all books pertaining to the history of the cultivation realm," Yi Chu stated. Mu Tian paused, taken aback. "Books? The esteemed one wishes to purchase texts on the history of the cultivation realm?" Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring them was imperative. Appeasing their ancestors was essential to safeguard his own life. No wonder an individual devoid of cultivation could enter the ghost market. The vendor, ever accommodating, realized that with the arrival of a cultivator, the 20 spirit orbs could not be accepted. Accepting them would surely reveal his true intentions. He chuckled, having everything packed neatly. All that the lovely lady desires is within these boxes, he said with a grin, his black mask obscuring his facial expressions. Upon hearing this, Mumu Tian deduced that Yichu must have visited previously. How much? Mumu Tian inquired. For 100 coins, take them all, the vendor replied. Casting a discreet glance at Yichu, who seemed entirely engrossed in her book, offering him not even a glance. Phew, thank goodness. At least I won't face social ostracism, he thought. Mumu Tian readily paid the sum, lifting the 2 boxes. Esteemed one. Shall I place these in the car and deliver them to your residence shortly? Yichu responded, absorbed in her volume titled Secrets of the Cultivation Realm. Flipping through the pages with remarkable speed, reading 10 lines at a glance, finishing a page in 3 seconds. It wasn't until they had moved 30 meters from the bookstall that she tossed the book into the upper box and remarked, that person charged you 400 coins, but mentioned 20 spirit orbs to me. What? Mumu Tian gasped, astonished and indignant. What are spirit orbs? Yichu asked. Spirit orbs are resources utilized in the cultivation realm. They are crafted from spirit stones for ease of transport and can also serve as currency in transactions. However, they are rarely used as payment unless at an auction for valuable items, Mumu Tian explained as they walked. I see, Yichu replied. It appears to be no different from the End Cloud continent. Lingzhu, it appears that the technology for preserving spiritual energy has indeed advanced. Generally, spiritual stones are not polished for once damaged. If not properly sealed with a spiritual sealing array, the energy within dissipates swiftly, rendering it nothing more than a useless rock. Lingzhu is a scarce resource, predominantly controlled by sects within the cultivation realm. Most goods in the ghost market do not engage in transactions involving Lingzhu. Ordinary currency suffices for items such as these books. Yichu could perceive that the ghost market is, in essence, a fringe of the cultivation world, where spiritual energy is considerably more abundant than in the secular realm, yet still falls short of the central areas of cultivation. It seems that the current state of the cultivation world is rather bleak. Mumu Tian had brought the books that Yichu purchased to the inn, where Yin Runin remained in a deep slumber. Mumu Tian dutifully covered him with a blanket, tucking it in securely. As Yichu approached the bedside and raised her hand above him, a flicker of azure light illuminated the room, revealing Yin Runin's general condition in her mind. Mumu Tian stepped forward, inquiring with anticipation, Master, is there still hope for the boss? Very difficult, Yichu replied, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head. Oh. Mumu Tian's legs nearly buckled. Difficult implied there was still hope. His gaze sharpened. Yichu turned her attention to the window, where the specially designed sliding door opened automatically, allowing the cool night breeze to waft in. You must have never splashed water on your boss, have you? Huh? Go to the water dispenser and fetch some cold water to throw on him. Oh. Mumu Tian's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor. What did the master just say? Splash water on the boss? Why would I do that? Am I trying to court death? Esteemed one, perhaps you might reconsider your request. As long as you refrain from confronting the boss, I am willing to traverse any perilous path. Mumu retreated several steps, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal. Chapter 76, The Rescue of Yin Runin. Oh, since you are unwilling to save your employer, let it be. Yichu observed Mumu with a hint of amusement. This young man seems to have been rendered foolish by Yin Runin's actions. Ah. Mumu turned his gaze towards the serene beauty lying on the bed. The very boss who tyrannically exploited his employees, a man who roamed unchecked in the realm of cultivation, Yin Runin. Now, to rescue him, he must douse him with cold water. The thought alone is exhilarating. A spark suddenly ignited in Mumu's eyes. If the esteemed one believes that cold water will rouse the boss, then in the future, should the boss fall into a sudden slumber, might he not continuously pour cold water over him? How thrilling. Observing Mumu's instantaneous transformation, Yichu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even a fool is not as foolish as you. Aren't you going? The esteemed one has spoken. How could this mere subordinate disregard such words? Wouldn't you agree, boss? Mumu raised an eyebrow, a lewd grin spreading across his face. The water from the dispenser is hardly sufficient. He rushed into the restroom, filled a jug with cold water, and brought it to Yin Runin's bedside. With a deep breath, Mumu lifted the jug and poured the water all over Yin Runin's face. Yin Runin's consciousness lay ensconced in darkness each time he fell into slumber. It was as if he were escaping death. Should he be consumed in his dreams, he would be paralyzed for 2 days in reality, a profoundly undignified fate. As he endeavored to run, an iceberg suddenly emerged from the ground, its apex cleaving him into several pieces. Yin Runin floated in the darkness, pondering the essence of existence. At that moment, a cataclysmic deluge surged toward him. Before he could gather the remnants of his being, he was swept away. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, jolting upright in a state of near-death distress. Yichu reached out and firmly grasped something small that was writhing incessantly in her hand. To her astonishment, it was a little nightmarish beast. What had transpired? Yin Runin wiped his water-soaked face haphazardly with his hand, a chill breeze enveloping him. The quilt had absorbed most of the moisture, and having just awakened from his nightmare, his body felt sluggish. "Mumuti Yin?" he gasped in disbelief. Why was the old hag here? And why was he drenched? Could it be that Mumuti Yin had taken advantage of his slumber to cause him harm? "Boss, you really are awake," Mumuti Yin exclaimed, sitting at the edge of the bed. With Yichu present, he dared not lift Yin Runin's quilt, fearing it would be deemed inappropriate. "What do you mean I'm truly awake? Did you douse me with water?" Yin Runin glared furiously, his rage palpable even in his brow. Mumuti Yin looked at Yichu with a sense of grievance. "But it was boss who instructed me to splash the water." It was only then that Yin Runin shifted his focus to Yichu, noticing the peculiar object she held, still thrashing about. "What is this?" he inquired. "A nightmarish beast. The very culprit that plunged you into a deep slumber," she replied. Yichu cast it towards Yin Runin, who instinctively reached out to catch it. The nightmarish beast had thought that escaping the clutches of that formidable deity would grant it freedom, only to find that its powers were utterly restrained. It was truly exasperating for the creature. "Oh dear, oh dear." The nightmarish beast clamored in Yin Runin's grasp. "Let me go, let me go." Unfortunately, its beastly tongue was entirely incomprehensible to those around. "So all my years of torment stemmed from this monster?" Yin Runin seethed with rage, disregarding all else as he squeezed with all his might. The nightmarish beast grimaced in pain, baring its teeth and sticking out its tongue, as if it were on the brink of death. "How can I kill it?" Yin Runin inquired, lifting his gaze to Yichu. "Wait," he interjected. "I desire it to suffer worse than death, to avenge the torment it has inflicted upon me." Upon hearing the phrase "worse than death," the nightmarish beast shuddered. "No, no," it cried, desperately flailing its claws, but its futile struggles bore no fruit. Grasping the wooden bars of its cage, the nightmarish beast realized it was reduced to an ordinary creature, stripped of all its capabilities. Yin Runin's mouth hung open in astonishment, as if it could accommodate a watermelon. A thing materialized from nothing. It appeared that the overall prowess of the cultivation realm was not as formidable as he had imagined. This realm had indeed fallen into decline. Yichu mused, observing Yin Runin's expression. "Has my existence already been revealed to others?" Yin Runin shook his head in a daze. "Very well. You should be quite clear on what must be done." Yin Runin felt as though a restriction had been imposed within his mind, as if the deity had swiftly placed a seal upon him. "Without my permission, others must not know of my existence." "Understood." It appears that the esteemed individual harbors no desire to forge connections with others in the cultivation realm. Fortunately, this matter has not been reported to the Yin family. This gives rise to an audacious hypothesis. The esteemed figure may have harbored past grievances with the cultivation community, grievances so profound that they led to a prolonged seclusion, only recently emerging by seizing the body of a young girl, thus mingling among the mundane. Her appearance in public is a calculated risk, as the most perilous places often offer the greatest safety. Yet, with such formidable prowess, she should have long been invincible across the lands. Why then does she not seek immediate retribution? Could it be due to a lingering heartache? This complicates matters significantly. Women, after all, tend to possess an extraordinary softness of heart. Mumutian has only just begun to rise from obscurity, feeling an unfamiliar presence in his mind, the nature of which eludes him, perhaps a mere illusion. Yichu has indeed placed restrictions upon herself to conceal her abilities. Until she possesses absolute control over the cultivation realm, she will not reveal her true level of mastery. As for Yin Runin, she requires him to establish contact with the cultivation community, serving as a sort of tool, with Mumutian merely accompanying. This nightmare beast is among the lowest tier of its kind, unable to enter dreams unless a bridge is formed. Thus, Yin Runin has fallen victim to a treacherous scheme. It is said to be a flaw he has carried since birth. If he cannot even manage such a minor nightmare beast, it seems the cultivation realm is rather ineffectual. Unbeknownst to Yichu, the majority of the youth within the cultivation realm are still at the acquired stage, with only a rare few, like Yin Runin, managing to reach the threshold of innate prowess. achieving this level at the age of 28. Yin Runin is already a formidable force among the younger generation of the cultivation community. Chapter 77. Memories of the cultivation realm. Regrettably, he encountered Yichu, who utterly overwhelmed him in every conceivable aspect. Yin Runin entrusted the cage to Mumu Tian, subsequently utilizing his internal energy to dry the moisture. He realized that ever since the nightmarish beast was released, he felt significantly lighter, accompanied by an unparalleled sense of relief. Having tormented me for decades, let us see what the interminable nights of my remaining life hold in store. Yin Runin restrained his impulse to annihilate the nightmarish beast immediately and respectfully addressed Yichu. The debt of gratitude I owe you, esteemed one, shall forever remain etched in my memory. This life of mine henceforth belongs to you. Excellent. Yin Runin urged Mumu Tian to hasten their journey, while he himself took a moment to review his assets. Previous records indicated that the esteemed one was pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, which seemingly the Yin family had yet to penetrate. How unfortunate it was to be of no assistance. Had the Yin family owned an entertainment company, the esteemed one could have debuted as the boss without the need for any contracts, thus sparing themselves from such tribulations. As the trio exited the night market, Yin Runin refrained from sitting alongside Yichu, opting instead for the passenger seat. After more than an hour, the vehicle came to a halt at Huayang International. Yin Runin and Mumu Tian each carried a cardboard box, personally escorting Yichu to her doorstep. Afterward, Yin Runin instructed Mumu Tian to keep an eye on the properties at Huayang International, contemplating a move there in the future. Boss, how should we deal with this creature? Mumu Tian inquired, handing the cage back to Yin Runin, within which the nightmarish beast lay on the brink of collapse. Earlier in the car, it had made grimaces at Yichu, even attempting to harm her, though it lacked the capability to do so. Little did it know that a mere glance from Yichu had sent it tumbling around the confines of its cage. This is indeed the legendary gaze of death. Yin Runin and Mumu Tian felt immensely fortunate to be mere sycophants. Had they been adversaries, their souls would have long since fled in terror. Yichu illuminated the room by turning on all the lights, filling the space with a brilliant glow. After drawing the curtains, the books within the box suddenly soared into the air, as Yichu's consciousness traversed through them, swiftly extracting the valuable contents. So this is the essence of the cultivation realm. In the ancient primordial era, the air was rich with spiritual energy, allowing people to thrive freely within it. Then, one fateful day, someone, yearning for immortality, inadvertently comprehended the methods of cultivation. Thus, knowledge spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000, heralding the dawn of the great cultivation age in the mortal realm. However, prior to this, the myriad deities of the primordial world had already existed, including the legendary Yuhua, Fuxi, Pangu, and Shiha, who were abundant in that era as well. Yet, due to the calamities of heaven and earth, these great deities and cultivators alike chose to either seal themselves or perished in their efforts to stabilize the world, withdrawing from the annals of history. Among countless beings, only those mortals incapable of cultivation survived tenaciously, while a few monsters and spirits managed to endure. However, the heavenly laws forbade the existence of greater powers, imposing restrictions upon them. As for the mortal realm, it remained devoid of cultivation until the emergence of that enlightened individual who unveiled the path to cultivation, thereby initiating another era of spiritual practice. Nevertheless, it could never replicate the grandeur of the primordial age. Initially, some could achieve the nascent soul stage, but now even the golden core has become a challenge to attain. To preserve the resources of cultivation and the legacy of practitioners a millennium ago, all cultivators retreated into a secluded space left behind by the calamities of the ancient primordial era, thus severing all ties with the ordinary mortal world. To facilitate distinction, the realms of cultivation and the secular world are referred to as such. It was not until 40 years ago, when an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, that the gates of the cultivation realm were inexplicably opened. The two realms began to exchange freely once more. It is no wonder that she had never heard of cultivation prior to 40 years ago. It was indeed a development that commenced then. Might it be related to her own transmigration? Yichu harbored this question, requiring further evidence to substantiate her suspicions. For years, she had doubted the nature of her own crossing and had never ceased her quest for the truth. She felt an intuition that this time, she would undoubtedly uncover the crux of the matter. Yichu incinerated 2 boxes of books, disposing of the ashes into the trash bin. The following morning, Mumu Tian arrived to escort Yichu. Since the previous night, Mumu Tian had officially taken charge of Yichu's itinerary. He had studied the self-cultivation of a prominent driver overnight and, at the behest of Yin Runan, had secured a suite at Huang International, along with the purchase of 4 or 5 garages to ensure a grand display for the esteemed figure's travels. Yichu had resolved the long-standing nightmare of Yin Runan's slumber, a breakthrough that brought newfound hope to the entire Yin family. Yin Runan had already decided to transfer the ownership of 2 prominent buildings to Yichu. His assets were inherited from his mother and bore no ties to the Yin family. Thus, the family would remain oblivious to the change. The body that the esteemed figure had taken over had endured a rather dismal existence in the secular realm, necessitating the provision of 2 buildings to establish a formidable presence. Resolute in his decision, Yin Runan began preparing the contract. Meanwhile, Mumutian had escorted Yichu to the entrance of the Chagwan Entertainment at precisely 8:55, where Qian Yoning awaited her arrival. "Miss Yi," he greeted, his portly figure clad in a suit, a leather briefcase in hand, embodying the quintessential image of a white-collar worker. "Hello." Yichu greeted him. Qian Yoning had a gentle demeanor and exuded warmth. "I have already made the necessary arrangements with them, and now it depends solely on Miss Yi's fortune." "Thank you." The two entered through the side door, with Qian Yoning heading to the front desk while Yichu found a spot to wait. Su Mingwei emerged from the first-floor corridor, clad in punk attire, her striking dark makeup giving her the appearance of a rebellious girl. She was greeted by many as she passed by, exuding an air of grandeur. Just as she reached the entrance, she unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar adversary. "What are you doing here?" Su Mingwei said, hands on her hips, pointing at Yichu with an unfriendly tone. Her words instantly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Yichu, engrossed in her phone, was caught off guard and felt displeased. Why shouldn't I be here? It turned out to be that troublesome girl from the clothing store. The last time they met, the girl had donned an ethereal outfit, but this time her style was quite unique. Looking at your face, are you hoping to find a meal at Chao Qian? Let me tell you, Chao Qian will never support someone like you, so you might as well give up on that hope. Su Mingwei declared fiercely. Even if you are beautiful, what of it? Your intentions are impure. I have no use for you. I am the one in charge at Chao Qian, and when my brother sees you, he will still side with me. Oh no, this is Su Mingwei, the vice president of Chao Qian Entertainment, one of the most formidable figures to be reckoned with. When did Yichu and Su Mingwei find themselves at odds? Chapter 78, Chao Qian Entertainment at the outset. Qian Yoning foresaw that Yichu would be unlikely to sign with Chao Qian. How could one be so unfortunate? Dear child, have I offended you in any way? Yichu remained composed on the sofa, unfazed by Su Mingwei's aggressive demeanor. Outside, the vigilant paparazzi sensed a significant story brewing, a confrontation. What could this imply? The details were unclear, but with images available, they could freely fabricate narratives. You still do not realize how you have wronged me? You have offended me in every conceivable manner. Su Mingwei retorted, her bravado unchallenged by the onlookers. Qian Yoning stood nearby, desperately signaling Yichu to relent, hoping to de-escalate the situation. A photographer had already captured the scene, and the potential fallout could ruin Yichu's hard-won reputation. Little one, you are quite amusing. Such hostility after merely 2 encounters. I pondered and wondered, was there a lapse in craftsmanship when Yua fashioned you? Every situation has its first occurrence, and she had already afforded leniency once. There was no need for her to be angered, yet she would not shy away from retaliation against any who insulted her. Had anyone dared to be so disrespectful in the past, their graves would have been overgrown with grass. You shameless woman, you are the one who lacks integrity. Let me assure you, if you wish to enter Chao Qian, you might as well abandon that hope. Once you step outside, no one in this industry will welcome you. Su Mingwei exclaimed furiously. Yichu's brows knitted slightly. Qian Yoning, now alarmed, realized that the situation was spiraling dangerously. The delighted paparazzi continued their relentless filming. Security promptly intervened, ushering the paparazzi away and demanding the deletion of all photographs. The paparazzi, unable to resist, reluctantly surrendered the film and was sent away in disgrace. Yet, the paparazzi have their own methods. Soon, a series of sensational entertainment news articles about Yichu's explosive confrontation with the vice president of Chao Qian Entertainment began trending. What? Yichu caused a scene at Chao Qian? Surely, this must be a case of harassment. Everyone knows that President Su of Chao Qian Entertainment is notoriously critical. Since Yichu terminated her contract, there have been no reports of her signing with another company. Is she perhaps seeking to rejoin Chao Qian, only to be caught by President Su? One can only imagine the dramatic unfolding of events. The paparazzi were not privy to all the details, as the conversation was muffled. However, updates soon emerged revealing that Yichu had arranged to meet at Chao Qian, intending to rejoin the company, but before she could proceed, President Su intercepted her, leading to a public altercation in the lobby. Could it be that Yichu has stolen President Su's boyfriend? Let us be cautious with our words. The infamous yeast of the entertainment industry, President Su, does not have a boyfriend, mind you. Stay tuned for further developments. Scrolling through her phone, Qian discovered that the news of the two had already ascended the trending charts at an alarming rate. This was quite the scandal. The audacity of the paparazzi outside Chao Qian was appalling. Yichu pulled out her phone to investigate Chao Qian Entertainment and quickly uncovered the identity of Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei, vice president of Chao Qian Entertainment, is a subsidiary of Suhi Group, with the prestigious Su family of Kyoto backing it. Remarkably, she is the daughter of Su Lian. How time flies. Before her crossing, Su Lian was just a young lad, perpetually sulking and trailing behind her. In the blink of an eye, he is nearing 50, the daughter of an old acquaintance. It seems that the educational standards of the Su family have indeed declined through the generations. Young Master Su, the boss is looking for you, said Lizzie, Su Mingyue's assistant. Hurrying to her side, Su Mingyue's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of trepidation evident. My brother is here? The boss is waiting for you in the office. Taking a deep breath, Su Mingwei turned to Yichu with determination, saying, just wait, I will deal with a few matters before I settle the score with you. With that, she stepped into the elevator, her punk-style shoes clicking against the floor, accompanied by her assistant Lizzie. At that moment, Zhou Yuankong, the head of the Human Resources Department at Chaoqian Entertainment, approached Yichu with a warm smile. You must be Miss Yi, the one who made an appointment for today. I am Zhou Yuankong, the HR director here. Our young master Su has quite the temperament. Please do not take offense. Let us discuss your matters in the office. Zhou addressed her with respect, causing Yichu to wonder why there seemed to be a lack of unity among the higher-ups. Qian Yu stepped forward, saying, Mr. Zhou, Miss Yi is someone I recommended. Excellent. Please proceed to the lounge. I will escort Miss Yi to the office. Her qualifications are exceptional, and we shall ensure she is well taken care of. Zhou gestured invitingly, while Qian Yu was led away by the staff. Yichu, not one to be overly sensitive, found herself intrigued by Zhou's demeanor, sensing that someone was indeed looking out for her. As Su Mingyue entered the top-floor office, she caught sight of a suited figure on the balcony. Brother. With one foot cautiously poised at the threshold, she hesitated. Realization dawning upon her from their earlier encounter in the elevator. Impetuosity led to a public uproar in the company lobby, transforming a moment into a spectacle and casting a long shadow over the organization. Rumor has it, according to Pear, that this incident has been captured by paparazzi and has already trended online. The public relations team must be devising a strategy. It was my own impulsiveness that ignited this outburst, fueled by witnessing a duplicitous woman attempting to deceive my brother. Little did I know, she is, in fact, a celebrity. The Su family would never permit such a person to cross their threshold. If Yichu were to learn of Su Mingyue's sentiments, she would likely roll her eyes to the heavens in disbelief. One can only say that overactive imagination is indeed a malady in need of remedy. Mr. Su, you have truly struck a nerve with the boss. After all, that individual is his savior. Following his discharge from Qiuping Mountain, he has resumed work, albeit with a lighter load. He had seen online that the woman in those indistinct photographs is none other than Yichu. What? Su Mingwei was taken aback. Leave. Came the cold tone of Su Xiuni, echoing in Qiuping Mountain's ears, prompting him to hastily retreat on his still recovering leg. Su Mingwei stood frozen in place. She had heard previously that her brother was involved in an accident where someone rendered aid, but given that his injuries were minor, she had regarded it as a simple act of kindness, not warranting her attention. Little did she know that the benefactor was Yichu. Brother, how could you? To favor a stranger over your own sister's position, Su Mingwei suddenly realized, I cannot leave. Brother, this matter has already gained traction online, creating quite a stir. If I were to be dismissed at this juncture, it would undoubtedly thrust Yichu into the eye of the storm. What would become of her then? Furthermore, the company's reputation may decline, leading to a significant drop in stock prices. Chapter 79, the 3S level contract. Are you aware of it? Su Xiuni turned around, holding a coffee cup with one hand. His meticulously groomed short black hair framed his face, and the depths of his peach blossom eyes were tumultuous. His thin lips curled slightly, a gesture that, in Su Mingyue's eyes, was not a smile, but a derision, mocking her overconfidence. She realized her mistake. Brother, I was wrong, Su Mingwei said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Remember, no one can bear the consequences of the mistakes made by the Su family but you. Su Shuani set down his coffee and handed Su Mingwe the documents on his desk. Use this contract to sign Yichu. You will be her agent from now on. Su Mingwe stared in astonishment at the document in her hands. It was the highest-level contract from Zhaoqian Entertainment. A 3S level contract that granted the artist absolute freedom and access to premier resources with a profit-sharing ratio of 70-30. How could they possibly make money from this? It should be noted that Zhaoqian Entertainment does not have an executive president, only a vice president and various departmental managers. Thus, Su Mingwe was the nominal head of Zhaoqian. As the president of Suhi Group, Su Shuani regarded Zhaoqian merely as a subsidiary. His infrequent visits were inconsequential. However, Su Shuani possessed absolute authority within Zhaoqian, and with a single word, he could dismiss Su Mingwe, leaving no one daring to oppose him. Are you not going? Su Shuani picked up his phone from the desk. Su Mingwe hurriedly replied, I will go. Yichu, right? You want me to be your agent? Just wait and see. I will fill your schedule to the brim for 360 days, huh? I will wear you out. As Su Mingwe seethed with resentment, she reflected on the words of Mr. Zhou Yuankang. Miss Yi, we extend a warm welcome to you at our humble company. At Zhaoqian, we have established a comprehensive industrial chain and currently stand as the largest entertainment company within the nation of Flowering State. We have various collaborative projects overseas and are dedicated to creating a dual-stage platform that bridges domestic and international opportunities, affording artists a greater chance at fame. Let me assure you, we treat our artists with utmost care. We would never engage in any sort of dealings that sacrifice anyone's interests. If you find Zhaoqian appealing, we are prepared to sign a contract immediately. Zhou's words painted an extravagant picture of Zhaoqian, demonstrating his thorough understanding of Miss Ye's prior misfortunes that had left her in a state of despair. He capitalized on her vulnerabilities to extol the virtues of their company. The atmosphere felt less like a professional engagement and more akin to a street-side sales pitch, attempting to entice her with empty promises. Zhou then produced the company's promotional brochure, replete with the advantages and distinctive features of Zhaoqian Entertainment. He observed Miss Yi cautiously, wary of her potential dissatisfaction that could lead her to depart abruptly. It had been relayed from above that it was imperative to retain her. Just yesterday, when Qian Yunong was making arrangements over the phone, the CEO happened to be present and learned of an artist named Yichu who expressed interest in visiting. Recognizing the recent influx of high-quality talent, the CEO had consented to the meeting. Upon reviewing the newly submitted list, he found himself particularly intrigued by Yichu. Subsequently, when Qian sent over her photograph, the CEO instructed that she must be retained at all costs. Coincidentally, the assistant vice president had gone for a beauty treatment yesterday, so she was unaware of the situation. Everyone assumed that the big boss would inform her, but judging by today's circumstances, it was evident that he had not. Su Mingwe reluctantly headed to the Human Resources office, where it was typically the artists who found themselves at their mercy. Today, however, someone was attempting to rise above the company. Here is the contract. Do as you see fit. Su Mingwe thrust the documents into Zhou Yuankang's arms and turned to leave. Zhou Yuankang glanced over the contract, and without needing to scrutinize the contents, the title alone left him astounded. A Class 3S contract from Zhaoqian. Who exactly was Yichu to the big boss? Could it be that the big boss had finally come to his senses? This was explosive news. Zhou Yuankang felt that no other justification could possibly outweigh this revelation. Miss Yi, our young Vice President Su, is rather impetuous and has not been actively managing the company, as it has primarily been the big boss's responsibility. We sincerely hope that Miss Yi can overlook past grievances, and we at Zhaoqian will certainly provide you with the finest treatment. Oh, the finest treatment? Yichu's tone suddenly turned icy. Is your so-called finest treatment merely a slap in the face at the entrance? Of course, I am insignificant, without power or influence. Your Zhaoqian temple is vast, with many deities. Even if I were determined, I would find it difficult to persist. No. This matter will be handled properly by Zhaoqian. We will ensure that Miss Ye's reputation remains intact. Zhou Yuankang was still uncertain whether the big boss truly held feelings for Yichu, but it was highly probable, considering that she could potentially become the matriarch of Zhaoqian and the entire Sui group. Zhou Yuankang dared not exhibit any arrogance. This is the contract we have prepared for you at Zhaoqian. Yichu observed that Zhou Yuankang's demeanor bore a hint of humility, directed towards her with respect. What is this about? You see, you took the contract and perused its contents. The contract was fraught with substantial issues. Every clause appeared to be entirely advantageous to her. Should she find the company's arrangements unreasonable, she possessed the direct right to veto them. This was unequivocally an unequal treaty. Such an agreement could not possibly be accepted. Who drafted this contract? Yichu cast the document onto the small table, declaring, I wish to see him. Zhou Yuankang hesitated for 3 seconds, troubled. It is the big boss, but at this moment. Su Xuanyi. Yichu enunciated the 3 syllables with her crimson lips. Zhou Yuankang found himself at a loss for words and could only nod. Yichu calculated in her mind. At this moment, Su Xuanyi was not far away. She fixed her gaze upon Zhou Yuankang, her eyes brimming with an intensity that seemed poised to engulf him. Zhou Yuankang had never encountered anyone with such an overwhelming aura. As terrifying as the big boss, nay, Yichu surpassed even that. She was indeed no ordinary woman. Had it been someone else, upon seeing such a contract, they would have been elated, unable to contain their joy, and would have signed it with glee. Only she would question who was scheming behind the scenes. Su Xuanyi sat at his desk, his hands clasped together in a triangular formation, his head resting upon his arms as he pondered what the first words should be when they met. Dressed in a style most classical, Yichu was a vision of elegance, her striking features exuding an ethereal grace, while her black marten boots accentuated her formidable presence. Chapter 80. Joining Zhaoqian. The sound of Yichu's footsteps resonated like a drumbeat in Su Xuanyi's mind. For the first time in a long while, he faced Yichu directly. The previous 2 encounters had occurred while he was in an unawakened state, rendering them inconsequential. Miss Yi, please enter, Zhou Yuankang said, hesitating at the threshold. Su Xuanyi immediately adopted a posture of reviewing documents, and Zhou Yuankang rapped lightly on the door. Su Xuanyi pretended to say, please come in, his voice crisp and resonant. Yichu strode confidently into the room. The office was simply adorned, with a glass door separating the work area from the rest zone, each boasting its own balcony. Yichu approached the desk and stood firmly, gazing directly at Su Xuanyi. The previously absent, foolish demeanor of Su Xuanyi had vanished. He was once again the cold, composed individual. You have arrived, she stated, the same 3 words echoing through time, reminiscent of past exchanges. Regarding the contract, are you serious? Yichu cut straight to the point, rendering the lengthy dialogue Su Xuanyi had meticulously prepared obsolete. Su Xuanyi lifted his gaze, for the first time truly observing Yichu's visage as she stood before him. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. Yes, he replied earnestly, you saved me. This is my token of gratitude. If that reason is insufficient, there is another. You alleviated my headaches last time, and I wish to hire you as my personal physician to treat my ailments. As he spoke, his heart raced, anxiously fearing her rejection. This was the only means he had to engage with Yichu at present. Very well, Yichu acquiesced. In that moment, the clouds parted, and the moonlight shone through. As the weight upon Su Xuanyi's heart was lifted, both individuals were not particularly loquacious and promptly signed the contract. The earlier incident in the lobby had been successfully managed by the company's public relations team, regardless of the position one might envision. Chagwan would spare no effort in execution. Su Xuanyi assured with unwavering confidence, I hope you will live up to your words. The adage that the free is the most expensive resonated with her. Since this contract was not gratuitous, she naturally accepted it. Yichu did not wish to invite trouble upon herself. With someone else taking full responsibility, she welcomed the arrangement. Indeed, their bond was deepening. Zhou Yuankang stood outside the door, holding the contract that Yichu had signed. He had personally delivered it and witnessed the signing. It was time to report back to the elder, to hear his perspective. Welcome to Chagwan. The company will provide you with 2 assistants, a driver, and a vehicle. As well as an agent, Su Xuanyi extended his hand to Yichu. This was a modern handshake, and after a brief pause, Yichu graciously reciprocated. I do not require a driver or a vehicle. 1 assistant will suffice. I need no one for my daily life. The assistant can manage my schedule. And as for the agent, feel free to arrange as you see fit. Very well, Su Xuanyi thought with a sense of secret delight. At last, there was a connection. Was there not? The notion of a savior pledging themselves echoed in his mind, causing a faint blush to rise to his ears. Though Yichu remained oblivious to this detail, I will have someone assist you in familiarizing yourself with the company, Su Xuanyi informed Yichu. Initially, he intended to guide her personally, but that would have been too conspicuous. Thus, he opted for a different approach. Ultimately, he chose a skilled assistant, Chen, who would be Yichu's future aide, to accompany her. After bidding farewell to Su Xuanyi, Yichu followed Chun as they wandered through the headquarters of Chagwan. Yejia, this is the practice room. Through this door, you will find vocal training rooms, dance studios, and physical training spaces, Xiaochen explained, gesturing towards a vibrantly decorated area reminiscent of a fairy tale. Subsequently, Xiaochen escorted Yichu to meet the heads of various departments. following the incident in the hall. Yichu's name had circulated throughout the entire company. The public relations strategy employed by Chao Qian involved the emerging figure of General Manager Su Mingwei, who was currently assessing new talent. During the contract signing between Su Xiuni and Yichu, she had posted a Weibo message stating that Chao Qian was recruiting new members, and that the scene in the hall had been scripted. Chao Qian opened his phone to show Yichu just as they arrived at Su Mingyue's office, and led her inside. General Manager Su, Xiao Chun indicated Yichu with a glance. This is a request from the boss. The script is already printed. We just need Yichu to take a photo and post it on Weibo. Yichu remained silent and promptly took a photo to upload, aligning it with Su Mingyue's Weibo post, thus completely dispelling the previous trending topic. Simultaneously, Chao Qian announced the signing of Yichu and followed her Weibo account. Wow. The goddess is incredible. That is Chao Qian, the company that has produced countless award-winning actors. Chao Qian has a discerning eye to recognize our goddess. It is their utmost fortune. A mere vase. I wonder how many people she had to sleep with to get to this position. Yichu is once again relying on scandal to gain fame. She is destined for infamy. Haters, step aside. My goddess is simply the best, possessing both beauty and talent. The online discourse was fervent, yet the protagonist remained icy. As Su Mingyue observed the resolution of the matter, she shot a piercing glance at Yichu and declared, I am your agent. You are not formally trained, are you? What use is merely a pretty face? Starting tomorrow, you shall practice in the studio. Our instructor is perpetually available and possesses ample energy to teach you. You are to practice for no less than 18 hours daily, and do not dare to cease. Little Su. Little Chen hesitated, sensing an ominous atmosphere as the individual beside her appeared increasingly displeased. If you wish to avoid calamity, follow me. Little Chen hurriedly dashed to seek refuge in Su Xiuni's office. All the while, Su Mingyue's cries echoed, yet peculiarly, those around her seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own affairs, indifferent to her plight. Yichu discovered an empty practice room, forcefully thrusting Su Mingyue onto the soft mat before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. What do you intend to do? Su Mingyue clutched her chest, overwhelmed with terror. She attempted to summon her inner strength, only to find her meridians firmly sealed, rendering her unable to unleash her abilities. Yichu advanced upon her like a demon, each step causing her to retreat incrementally, the mat beneath her slipping back until she was wedged against the wall, with no further escape. Why have you stopped moving? Yichu's voice was low, laced with a chilling menace. Instinctively, Su Mingyue sensed the imminent danger. This is the third time. I spared you the first two out of respect for the Su family. Yet you remain unrepentant. You leave me no choice but to drive you to madness. Yichu's words struck Su Mingyue's heart like bullets. Chapter 81. The dog of Yi Su Lian has indeed raised a remarkable daughter. Yichu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a significant portion of her visage. Su Mingyue finally discerned the striking resemblance between this face and the one her father had secretly enshrined at home. The thought flickered briefly and did not linger long. If you dare to harm me, my brother will not let you off, nor will my uncle. You shall suffer greatly. Su Mingyue attempted to invoke the names of Su Xiuni and her uncle as a means of intimidation against Yichu. Unfortunately, the formidable Yichu had no knowledge of who her uncle was. Boss, Miss Yi has taken Little Su to the practice room. Little Su uttered some unflattering remarks that angered Miss Yi. She is quite furious, and I am concerned for Little Su's safety, so I came to find you. Xiaochen reported, clutching her waist as she stormed into Su Xiuni's office. Su Xiuni's expression was obscured by the glass window on the balcony, making it difficult for Xiaochen to see clearly. It appeared as though the boss was smiling. Could it be an illusion? She decided to investigate. In an unprecedented move, Su Xiuni descended the stairs at an unusually slow pace. Xiaochen grew increasingly convinced that the boss was eager to witness Little Su being challenged, unwilling to intervene on her behalf. Little Su's usual demeanor was not well received throughout the company, and now she faced a formidable adversary. As if a century had passed, Xiaochen finally arrived at the practice room. Those eavesdropping on the commotion inside fled at the sight of Su Xiuni, akin to mice escaping from a cat. Standing at the entrance of the practice room, which was filled with numerous soft mats for training, Su Xiuni could only hear the cacophony of cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig emanating from within. Yichu, I stand resolutely against you. You better brace yourself. How dare you, Yichu, you fiend. Yichu, you. It hurts me terribly. Yichu, you scoundrel. Yichu, please, don't. It hurts. I was wrong. I was indeed mistaken. Please. I truly regret it. Wuwa, Sister Yi, fairy sister, goddess. Wuwa. I shall never dare again. Su Mingwei sobbed loudly. Having always been the unruly one since childhood, she had never encountered anyone as unruly as herself. This demon, this scoundrel, this shameless witch. Su Mingwei. I have no connection with your brother, nor with you. Should you trouble me again, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so red. You. HM? I shall never dare again. From now on, if you say east, I shall not go west. If you catch a chicken, I shall not kill a duck. Su Mingwei extended 4 fingers, declaring, I yield. Scoundrel, I send my regards to your entire family. Our paths will cross again, Su Mingwei thought bitterly. Now that's a well-behaved child, Yichu remarked disdainfully as she observed Su Mingwei's disheveled appearance. Get up and dress properly. Ugh. Scoundrel. Reluctantly, Su Mingwei rose, hastily adjusting her clothing, still intending to preserve evidence to report to her brother later. As Yichu opened the door, Su Xiuani and Little Chin were standing at the threshold. Su Xiuani looked at Su Mingwei with a smile that teetered on the edge of mockery, the derision in his eyes piercing Su Mingwei's heart. The insufferable swine who forgets his sister at the sight of beauty, and that petty informer, that wretched creature who torments others. I shall not let this go unchallenged. Brother, Su Mingwei, consider your image. You are Yichu's manager and must embody the essence of that role. Su Xiuani has begun to ponder whether it was prudent to appoint Su Mingwei as Yichu's manager, although Su Mingwei is indeed a professional in this field. Having nurtured an Oscar-winning actor and 3 second-tier stars within a mere 2 years, she harbors a personal grudge against Yichu. Aware of the precariousness of her situation, she fears losing her vice presidency, which would jeopardize her ability to manage as well. She still yearns to remain in the entertainment industry, admiring beautiful women and flirting with handsome men. With that thought, Su Mingwei immediately donned a pleasing smile, proclaiming, Brother, rest assured. I shall elevate Sister Yi to the status of a global superstar. I shall not disappoint you. Curse it. When will I have another brother? Only a different brother would truly love her. This one is a cold, unfeeling stone, an iceberg. Little Chin witnessed the dramatic transformation of Su Mingwei and couldn't help but sing praises for Yichu. To manage to win over the little CEO is nothing short of heroic. I shall support Sister Yi for a lifetime. Subsequently, Yichu handed a bank card to Little Chin, instructing her to deliver it to Qian Yoning, who was in the lounge. Having consumed an indeterminate number of cups of water, the card contained 100,000 yuan, a fee for introducing Qian Yoning. Upon receiving the card, Qian Yoning sent multiple question marks to Yichu, followed by an exceedingly grateful emoji, expressing that he had done nothing noteworthy. With an income secured, he was naturally elated, envisioning a delightful evening out with his wife to celebrate, and the funds for their child's formula were now assured. Hooray! In fact, the finance department had just transferred him 50,000 yuan. He had intended to inquire about the level of contract that Yichu had signed, yet the higher-ups remained evasive. Now that Yichu proclaimed a successful signing, did it imply that the contract's rank was unimaginably high? Perhaps it was an A-level contract. Yichu's worth exceeded expectations. Declining Su Xiuani's invitation to treat, Yichu took Xiao Chun to familiarize herself with her home environment. Although she did not require a life assistant, a business assistant must know her residence. This incited immense jealousy in Su Xiuani, who longed to replace Xiao Chun, yet he could not. He could only bury his nascent feelings for Yichu deep within, as she held no romantic inclinations towards him. Yijia, did you know the big boss previously? Xiao Chun inquired, her curiosity piqued. We have met on a few occasions, Yichu replied. Mumu was driving and had just received news of the big boss's successful contract signing. He had already informed the owner to prepare a sumptuous dinner in celebration, an area where the owner excelled. Wow. Xiao Chun clapped her hands with childlike enthusiasm. The big boss is known for being cold yet warm-hearted. He visits the company at most once a month. All significant decisions are made by General Manager Su, who only steps in to cover when issues arise. Yi Jiao. I must tell you, General Manager Su has reached a level of notoriety within the company, inciting collective frustration among the staff. However, due to her ruthless nature and high status, no one dares to voice their discontent. Today, when you, Yi Jia, took action, General Manager Su actually backed down. Ha ha ha. Laughter aside, Xiao Chun remained deeply concerned. Sister Yi, won't your actions bring trouble from Xiao Su? She has already posed a threat to me, Yi Chudao replied. Who is this Xiao Su? Mumu Tian inquired. To dare bully the big shot and still be alive is quite remarkable. Chapter 82. Establishing rules once upon a time. When her boss offended a powerful figure, a fierce gust had struck him, rendering him unable to detach himself from the wall. Yet, this Su Mingwei still lived. Wait, Su Mingwei? Isn't she the notorious troublemaker from the Su family? The top contender on the list of wealthy young elites in Kyoto. It's her. Truly formidable, indeed, thought Mu Tian in astonishment. Xiao Chun felt a surge of surprise. Previously, Yi Chu had declined the company's provision of a driver, claiming she had her own. This driver addressed his employer not as Miss or Boss, but as Big Shot. What an unusual situation. Half an hour later, they arrived at Yi Chu's residence. Yin Runin had already purchased property here, but it required further furnishing. Thus he had not moved in yet. Mu Tian did not accompany Yi Chu upstairs, while Xiaochen trailed closely behind her. Her curiosity about Yi Chu intensified. The property prices here were certainly not modest. This is my home. Yi Chu indicated the house number, and Xiaochen diligently noted the address in her memo. Subsequently, Yi Chu opened the door, allowing Xiaochen to enter. She felt a bit flustered as she did not find a place to change her shoes. No need to change, Yi Chu reassured her. The entire room was immaculately tidy and elegantly arranged, exuding a strong classical ambience. Xiaochen found the decor utterly enchanting and resolved to adopt Yi Chu's style when she eventually owned a home. Yi Chu prepared a glass of water for Xiaochen and then brought her laptop into the living room. Do you have any instructions, Sister Yi? Xiaochen inquired curiously. Yi Chu's fingers danced across the keyboard, typing with astonishing speed. 20 minutes later, a 6,000-word explanatory document was completed. Yi Chu sent it to Xiaochen via WeChat. Xiaochen scanned the frequently asked questions with rapidity. This was her first experience working with an artist. Previously, she had only learned from her seniors. She realized that each artist is indeed unique. However, the more she read, the more she felt that this document was exceptional, comparable to the highest level of public relations within the company. While others sought public relations, Sister Yi managed her own. No wonder her previous turnaround was so impressive. She had even sent someone to jail. Who else could be so formidable? Additionally, there was a need to establish an official fan group and personally set fan regulations. Yi Chu began typing again, and soon a 600-word set of fan rules was sent to Xiaochen's WeChat. She categorized fans by age and profession, establishing corresponding rules. Of course, there were more stringent requirements for minors. I do not wish to see anyone blindly chasing stars, disregarding their own lives or the lives of others, forgetting their parents, lacking gratitude, acting recklessly, flouting national laws, being arrogant, losing themselves, being exploited, and counting money for others. Xiaochen nodded. Managing fans was a fundamental quality that a star should possess. Sister Ye's values were commendable. It is important to recognize that fans, when passionate, can generate substantial income. Yi Chu declared, I am not in need of money. There is no requirement to exploit the common folk. In terms of wealth, I am already as rich as a nation. One must remain vigilant to any subtle shifts in the online realm, preserving valuable evidence in the face of potential adversity. Just in case. Sister Yi, why is this necessary? In due course, you shall understand. Moreover, I do not surround myself with individuals of little worth. As Yi Chu establishes her own regulations, she must also impart appropriate admonitions. The newcomer, Xiao Chun, is an unknown entity, and her interactions with Yi Chu have thus far been strictly professional. Yi Chu has little tolerance for complications. She prefers to resolve issues decisively and in one go, preparing for the future to mitigate unnecessary troubles. Sister Yi, I will strive not to disappoint you, Xiaochen vowed earnestly. From the moment Yi Chu provided her with a briefing on common inquiries, it became evident that Yi Chu is not one to engage in procrastination. Nor does she possess the pretentious flaws often associated with other celebrities. It is clear that should one provoke Yi Chu, they would soon learn the reason why the grass appears so vividly green. Yi Chu did not invite Xiaochen to dine, but after conveying several matters, instructed her to liaise with Mu Yin. Subsequently, Mu Yin requested a nanny van from Yin Runin, who was pondering how to repay Yi Chu's kindness. The opportunity had presented itself. Without hesitation, he made a grand gesture, acquiring a nanny van and transforming its interior into a comfortable living space. Complete with an array of entertainment and snacks, Mu Yin couldn't help but envy such privileges. Meanwhile, Su Mingwei, having endured considerable torment, felt a simmering resentment but, under the imposing influence of Su Xuanyi, was compelled to dutifully develop a persona plan for Yi Chu, along with subsequent training strategies. Being a senior executive in the company and Yi Chu's manager, this responsibility inevitably fell upon her shoulders. The contract signed by Yi Chu is known only to a select few, rendering it unwise to involve many people when formulating both short-term and long-term plans. Chagwon excels in one particular aspect. It has established a hierarchical management system among its artists, which minimizes internal rivalries and conflicts. With a history spanning 70 to 80 years in the entertainment industry, Chagwon has thrived during the golden age of domestic entertainment and is committed to innovation, thereby securing its steady growth. It can be asserted that the celebrities emerging from Chagwon account for a quarter of the domestic entertainment landscape. Recently, they have nurtured several rising stars in film and television, including the popular actress Li Liangji, the acclaimed actor Wang Tong, and the celebrated actress An Shi, all of whom have shot to fame in the past year or two. Furthermore, Chagwon has also made its mark in the talent selection arena and has entered into profit-sharing agreements with other entertainment companies. Su Mingwei is eager to design a hellishly challenging persona for Yi Chu. The painful memories of yesterday's practice linger in her mind, igniting her resentment. That wretched creature. It seemed she had to summon her inner strength yesterday, yet she found herself utterly unable to do so. The implications are chilling. Yi Chu. She is also part of the cultivation world. No, that cannot be. Yi Chu's information was submitted just yesterday, and she has lived under the sun for 20 years, albeit not entirely in the public eye. Thus, Yi Chu is indeed part of the cultivation realm. Her abilities could easily overshadow her own. Su Mingwei swallowed her indignation, vowing that Yi Chu would soon face her reckoning. Let us see if she can withstand what is coming. Yi Chu possesses a foundational popularity that does not require additional manipulation to bring her into the public's gaze. Upon contemplating this, Su Mingwei smiled triumphantly. A person who has lived in the city for so many years, encountering such circumstances, should simply surrender. Chapter 83. Confirming the audition. As Yi Chu's agent, Su Mingwei naturally possessed Yi Chu's phone number. She added Yi Chu on WeChat and informed her to come to the company. Given Yi Chu's high-level contract, her presence at the company was not a requirement. As for practicing physical movements, dance, and vocal techniques, Yi Chu walked with an air of confidence, her posture impeccably straight, and her body exhibited remarkable flexibility, rendering practice unnecessary. Regarding dance and vocal performance, she was not pursuing that direction, thus it was superfluous for her. Speaking of dance, the original owner had practiced it in her youth, establishing a modest foundation. Now, surrounded by a group of people, she no longer enjoyed the freedom to soar as she once did. Mu Mutian drove her to the company. Upon her arrival, Xiaochen was already waiting at the entrance. "Sister Yi, here is the company's access card," Xiaochen said, handing her a card for future entry. Yi Chu accepted the card and expressed her gratitude. Xiaochen grinned. "Sister Yi, no need to be so polite." Su Mingyue's office was located one floor beneath Su Xiuan's, lavishly decorated, perfectly mirroring her exuberant personality. Today, however, Su Mingyue had surprisingly donned a conventional business dress, embodying the essence of a professional woman. The in-plan for young girls is currently in the audition phase. We will be sending 6 individuals to the Qianhui event, and your name has been put forward. The company has crafted a persona for you, but your popularity is currently insufficient, making this the perfect opportunity to ride the wave, Su Mingyue said. Presenting a document to Yi Chu. In matters of business, Su Mingyue was not one to be stingy. Yi Chu furrowed her brow and said, "I do not wish to debut as an idol. It's not truly a debut. With a face like yours, it would be difficult not to be remembered. Simply getting on stage to establish a presence would suffice." Su Mingyue, visibly displeased, scoffed, "In this day and age, there are actually individuals who do not aspire to debut? One must understand that in the end plan, every debutante becomes a top-tier idol, instantly gaining millions of followers. Of course, the major agencies privately draw lots for slots, invest heavily to secure their chosen ones, and script out their narratives, all matters that do not concern Yi Chu. She merely needed to play her role well and position herself appropriately. Besides, the candidates arranged by the agency were entirely different, and there was no way for a newcomer like Yi Chu to take the stage. The thought of performing alongside a group of girls made her feel repulsed. In her eyes, they were all just children, competing on stage with a bunch of kids. Furthermore, it was exceedingly challenging for idols to transition into serious actors. "I reviewed your profile. You come from a good background and are quite young. Participating in the in-plan would grant you some familiarity, making your future in the entertainment industry much smoother." Su Mingyue found herself unwittingly trying to persuade her. Once you're in, spending 3 to 5 months in training. They'll present you with a script that pits you against a group of girls. This tactic is known as using a borrowed knife to kill. How clever I am. Su Mingyue mused to herself. My brother thinks the same way, and the company's planners agree. As Su Mingyue continued to elaborate her point, Xiaochen caught sight of Yi Chu's profile on Su Mingyue's desk. She had never expected Yi Chu to be so young, It was that Yi Chu appeared aged. Rather, it was her demeanor. There was an enigmatic maturity about Yi Chu, an air of nonchalance and languor, occasionally exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a word, leaving others utterly perplexed. If it weren't for her audacity, the commanding presence of Director Yi Chu would have left her at a loss for where to place her hands and feet. As Yi Chu reviewed the plan once more, it suddenly occurred to her that Yi Fanqing seemed to be involved in this endeavor as well. Back then, Yi Fanqing had arrogantly boasted to her about joining the Young Project, clearly hoping for the day when she would be proven wrong. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chu replied, "Very well, I shall participate." She inscribed her name on the document. Having signed, she knew that practice was imperative. She would arrange for vocal and dance instructors to teach her the necessary skills, striving to catch up to the seed candidates sent out by the company. She was determined not to let the company down by being eliminated in the first round. Signing the contract meant that the power had shifted to her. Let us see if she would still practice. Neglecting to do so would be a breach of contract. A sly smile crept across Su Mingyue's face as she plotted the next steps for Yi Chu. What kind of script should she assign? A character who relied solely on looks, cold and unfeeling, pretentious, discordant with the team, and stubbornly independent. The more Su Mingwei pondered, the more delighted she became, even bursting into laughter. Xiao Chen looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, remarking how Su Mingyue's self-satisfaction was nearly overflowing. Yi Chu fixed her gaze on Su Mingyue, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she declared, "I will not bring shame to the company." Only after Yi Chu's figure vanished from sight did Su Mingyue assign a task to Xiao Chen. Keep a close watch on Yi Chu. I want to know every single thing she does, and ensure she remains unaware of it. Xiao Chen's lips parted in surprise as he looked at Su Mingyue. What? Are you unwilling? As Su Mingyue's gaze began to take on a menacing quality, she remarked, "You are feasting on the company's resources, not those of Yi Chu. Should you choose not to undertake this task, there are others who will." No, Xiao Chen hastily interjected, waving his hands. "I will do it, but Miss Su. Sister Yi has her own stipulations." He retrieved several sheets of paper from his briefcase, which contained the very document and fan management guidelines authored by Yi Chu. Among them was a clause concerning her privacy. It explicitly stated that any matters unrelated to work were to be deemed classified, and it further delineated the assistant's jurisdiction. As Yi Chu's manager, Su Mingwei possessed absolute authority over her. She could dictate Yi Chu's diet and even her attire and makeup. However, the 3S level contract that Yi Chu had signed included a clause granting her veto power, which contradicted Su Mingyue's managerial prerogatives. They could only choose one. Thus, Su Mingwei could not impose excessive constraints on Yi Chu. This was the loophole that Su Xiuni had provided for Yi Chu. The more Su Mingwei contemplated this, the more her dissatisfaction with Su Xiuni deepened, yet before him, she dared not express her grievances aloud. Su Xiuni was engrossed in paperwork in his office when Qiu Pingshan knocked and entered, stating, "Boss, Miss Yu has arrived at the company. Would you like to meet her?" For the past few days, Su Xiuni had been stationed at the office of Chongqian Entertainment, and Qiu Pingshan was well aware of his intentions. He simply wished to see someone. "Has she confirmed her participation in the Girl Project?" he inquired. "Not yet," came the response. "Have her come to the office." Understood. Yi Chu was about to wander around the company. Most of the stars cultivated by the company were busy with engagements or filming, making it quite difficult to encounter anyone unless during major events. However, at this moment, the other 5 participants of the Girl Project were diligently practicing in the rehearsal room. These individuals had been meticulously selected from a pool of over 100 trainees. Chapter 84. Your discontent. There were speculations regarding the relationship between Yi Chu and Su Xiuni. Observing Su Mingwei ardently defending Yi Chu, one could assume their connection was not significant. The employees of Chongqian Entertainment were well aware of the discord between Su Xiuni and Su Mingwei, despite being siblings. Su Xiuni seldom visited Chongqian. It was rare to see the two sitting together calmly for a common purpose, suggesting that something was amiss. All of this transpired among the company as higher-ups, while Yi Chu maintained an air of enigma, leaving other employees, who were often out and about, unaware of her presence. "Come in, take a seat." Su Xiuni invited Yi Chu into the lounge. "What are your thoughts regarding the audition?" He felt a twinge of anxiety. For some reason, every encounter with Yi Chu left him flustered. Yi Chu gazed at Su Xiuni, who today donned an impeccably tailored suit, his appearance meticulously polished, and astonishingly, he wore glasses. His charming eyes held an inscrutable expression. "I will adhere to the company's arrangements," Yi Chu replied. "Very well, Should you have any grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. Su Xiaonie internally exhaled, feeling relieved. As a domineering figure who exuded authority before others, he felt like a mouse confronting a cat in Yi Chu's presence, sensing an inexplicable dissonance that he could not articulate. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Yi Chu asked softly. Su Xiaonie hesitated for several seconds before responding. "It's a matter of equivalent exchange. I don't believe my worth justifies the resources I am providing you. After all, I have already employed you as my personal physician, haven't I? Is that all there is to it?" Yi Chu questioned with suspicion. "Yes, that is all there is to it," Su Xiaonie replied without hesitation. "Thank you, but please do not seek any privileges." "What is what?" "The contract with Chao Qian was initiated by me. The S-level contract represents your remuneration, and the rest of the matters shall proceed in an orderly fashion, understood?" Yi Chu's brow furrowed slightly. Su Xiaonie felt a pang in his heart. "Do you truly wish to remain detached from me? Very well, I shall honor your wishes." Ultimately, Su Xiaonie relented. Yi Chu retrieved a small white porcelain vial from her bag and placed it on the low table. "This is the 9 turns great solid pill, which stabilizes the soul. You cannot consume it all at once. Divide it into 3 portions, taking one every 7 days with warm water. It can effectively alleviate headaches." Su Xiaonie picked up the vial, deeply intrigued by Yi Chu's true identity. She was far more than just a daughter of the Yi family's waste branch. She undoubtedly had connections to the realm of cultivation. Seeing him accept it, Yi Chu stood to leave. "Aren't you curious why I arranged it this way?" Su Xiaonie called after her. "Because I sense that you are not at all happy. I hope you can find joy, perhaps by mingling with others. You might rediscover your youthful vitality," Su Xiaonie said sincerely. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Yi Chu, he discerned that she lacked the youthful exuberance characteristic of young girls. She maintained a faade, exuding an aura that repelled others, steadfastly guarding her enigmatic prowess. Yet she appeared utterly discontented. Discontented? What does it mean to be happy? Su Xiaonie sat in his office, cradling a porcelain vase for an extended period. Meanwhile, Yi Chu had resolved her lunch at the company and was recuperating in the lounge, her mind persistently replaying Su Xiaonie's words. "You are not at all happy." She languidly collapsed onto the sofa, clutching herself tightly. "Ji-sun, I feel a bit cold." After a moment, Yi Chu sprang up from the sofa with a sudden burst of energy, making her way to the storage room of the practice studio to retrieve a set of training attire, which she promptly tossed into her space for swift washing and drying before donning it. She must continue to strive for the dreams of others, to shine and radiate before the camera. Onward. Yi Chu entered the practice studio, and as she changed, Jenny stood outside the door, ready to introduce her to her instructor. This was a dance studio, and the company had secured the finest teacher for her, whose surname was Yan. He was affectionately nicknamed Pineapple due to his fondness for the fruit. Upon entering the studio, Jenny handed Yi Chu a schedule detailing the subjects she would study under her teacher, as well as the timings of the lessons, all of which were one-on-one sessions. These classes were tailored for the purpose of talent shows, with no performance classes currently arranged. "Hello, Yi Chu. I am Yen Su, but you can call me Pineapple," he introduced himself. Yi Chu, taken aback, exclaimed, yes." Yen Su did not expect Yi Chu to be so accommodating. He was rather averse to being addressed as teacher, as it not only made him feel older but also created a distance that was counterproductive to dance instruction. Yen Su scrutinized Yi Chu from every angle, and suddenly his brow furrowed as he inhaled deeply, remarking, "Given your physique, it appears you possess a foundation in dance." Yi Chu nodded and replied, "I practiced classical dance when I was younger, but I haven't engaged in it for about 10 years. "Ah, splendid. Now, let's assess your flexibility. Go ahead and execute a split, perform a handstand, or attempt a somersault," Yen Su suggested, though he did not genuinely expect Yi Chu to succeed, considering the long hiatus. He simply wished to gauge her attitude. Yi Chu glanced at her gray sweatpants and sighed in relief, grateful she had chosen pants for practice. Initiating with such advanced maneuvers was quite a challenge. Stepping back a few paces, Yi Chu swiftly executed a perfect 180-degree split, lowering her body further to touch her toes. Yen Su raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Just as he intended to advise her to warm up first, she had already completed the split. "Are you all right?" It's essential to warm up before attempting such moves. Otherwise, it can be detrimental to your body. Despite his astonishment, Yen Su adhered to his role as a teacher, determined to guide his student properly. "Do you still need to warm up?" Yi Chu, the novice dancer, nodded slightly, indicating she would certainly pay heed next time. Her body was perpetually infused with spiritual energy, achieving unparalleled flexibility and explosive power, rendering the concept of warming up unnecessary. However, to avoid any potential complications, she felt it prudent to mimic the practices of the average person. As Yuchu arose, she leaped twice upon the ground, executing 2 flawless somersaults before coming to a halt in a handstand, gracefully walking a few steps on her palms. Yinsu was left utterly astonished. Was it not said that she had not practiced for a decade? Yinsu's mouth fell agape, as if a whole egg could fit within. Stop right there. Are you certain you haven't touched it in 10 years? I have indeed refrained from classical dance for a decade, yet I have continued my martial arts practice. Yuchu spoke her untruth with utter conviction. Ah, now it all made sense, Yinsu realized. It appeared that the information provided was not entirely accurate. Then shall we commence our learning? You were originally a classical dancer, while I excel in jazz. Are you willing to switch dance styles? Chapter 85. Encountering others as the leading entertainment company, Zhaoqian harbored a selection of trainees who were anything but ordinary. They hailed from diverse backgrounds, most possessing a strong work ethic. After all, the regulations of Zhaoqian were firmly established, regardless of their wealth. They were obliged to adhere to the standards set for trainees. Typically, this process required considerable time investment. Those endowed with talent needed less time, while those lacking it naturally required more. This was a revelation Yichu had only recently come to understand. Unaware of the arduous nature of being a trainee, she had navigated through several lifetimes, only to find herself in this role now. Life truly is splendid. Upon her second entrance into the practice room, Yichu observed numerous young men and women engaged in lessons or training independently. Are you new here? A woman, appearing stern and resembling a disciplinary officer, emerged from an unexpected corner. Yichu nodded and replied, I am Yichu. Yichu? The woman's expression grew even more rigid. Follow me. The woman's face appeared quite abnormal, resembling that of someone wearing a mask. Yichu was escorted into a classroom where 5 youthful and vibrant young women were gathered, engaged in animated discussion. Jishi, could you please pause for a moment? The woman called out to them. Soon, the girl named Jishi turned her head, noticing the woman and Yichu beside her, and immediately gestured for the other girls to rise. The girls were dressed in crisp blouses paired with short pleated skirts, which barely covered half of their thighs. In contrast, Yichu's long gown and boots seemed utterly out of place. Miss Jenny, who is this? Inquired the girl adorned with a teddy bear brooch and sporting twin ponytails. At that moment, Yichu learned that the woman's name was Jenny, presumably a stage name. Jenny introduced, This is Yichu. She will be practicing with you from now on. Upon hearing this, some faces lit up with smiles, while others displayed subtle disdain. Jenny continued, This is Ji Shi, as you just learned, and the girl with the teddy bear brooch is Chi Wei. The rest of you, please introduce yourselves. With that, a girl with a side ponytail adorned with cherry clips confidently stated, I am Oshir Rue. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shuechan, 19 years old, announced a petite and charming girl, a string of star-shaped bracelets adorning her wrist. I am Jean Xin, 17, she added with a cheerful wave. Jenny then remarked, Ji Shi is 22, and Chi Wei is 20. I am Yichu, 20 years old, Yichu said. Observing these 5 girls who were all blooming in the prime of their youth, the aura each person carries varies greatly. Some are vibrant, some are steady, and others are waning. Of course, one cannot overlook the confidence and youthful vitality that is palpable. At that moment, just as Jenny was about to continue her thoughts, Qiu Pingshan entered and beckoned her outside. Only Yichu and 5 other girls remained in the practice room. Are you the Yichu who stirred up such a commotion online a few months ago? Jean Xin remarked with a roll of her eyes. You must have relied on connections to get into Zhaoqian, right? Women tend to harbor only 2 extreme attitudes towards another beautiful woman, either intense dislike or profound admiration, embodying an extreme sentiment. Why don't you share your special talents? Shuechan swiftly sidestepped the unwise topic, for in her understanding, Yichu was, after all, part of the company and would soon join them for the Girl-In project. The rumors of discord had already begun to surface, potentially impacting the company significantly. Yichu's lips curved slightly, revealing an inscrutable expression that could be interpreted as either a smile or bitterness. I possess no special talents. You don't know how to sing, dance, rap, play an instrument, or perform acrobatics? Oshir Rue inquired, her heart sinking. The initial stage required a group performance, and if this girl lacked all those skills, it suggested she had not trained at all, potentially becoming a hindrance. I can learn, Yichu replied calmly. The audition is expected to take place in January in H City, leaving 5 months to prepare, which is sufficient time. Chi Wei patted Oshir Rue on the shoulder, offering a charming smile. In any case, we cannot allow you to hold us back. It's up to you to manage. In October, we must prepare together for the initial stage and individual showcases, so do take care. After Jean Xian finished speaking, she turned her back to examine the lyrics. Chi Wei pulled Yichu closer and remarked, "Please do not take their attitude to heart. We have all trained for over 3 years, and this selection by the company is aimed at forming a group, allowing us to shine on a larger stage. I do not know if you comprehend this, but I hope you can show some respect." Yichu felt a sense of disconnect with these young women, most of whom were adults and should possess mature thoughts and a humble demeanor. However, their demeanor exuded ambition and sharpness, which made her, as an older individual, feel somewhat intimidated. "I understand and respect you enough. Please trust me." She stepped in to mediate, saying, "Regardless, we are all from the same company. We are sisters. In the future, we should support one another, share joys and hardships alike, and maintain a unified spirit. I believe in you, and I trust that the company will provide you with excellent mentors. Keep it up." Yichu smiled. The others, seemingly in agreement, also smiled in response. Jean Xian set down her lyrics book and said, "Let us practice diligently." Yichu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jenny entered and said to Yichu, "Assistant Chio is looking for you. You should go with him. This afternoon, you will meet your vocal and dance instructors to quickly catch up on what you've missed." Yichu's identity documentation was prepared by Su Mingyue, and the specific details concerning her skills were conveyed to her by Su Xuanyi. Thus, there was little elaboration on Yichu's talents, and Jenny, having reviewed this documentation, naturally assumed that Yichu was lacking in all abilities. Yichu herself stated that she possesses no particular talents, as what she can do cannot be classified as specialties. This notion solidified the misconception that she is simply a decorative figure. "Assistant Xiao, what brings you to me?" It was clear that Xiao Pingshan's visit was not of his own volition, but rather a directive from the boss, who requested that he find her in the top-floor office. Xiao Pingshan whispered this information. Su Xuanyi had been waiting in the office for quite some time. The proposal for the Girl-In project was his initiative, and he had convened a meeting specifically to analyze Yichu's value. The decision to sign Yichu to Chaoguan was solely Su Xuanyi's, yet the company, being profit-driven, remained primarily concerned with its financial interests. Given Su Xuanyi's decisions, it was inevitable that whispers would circulate among his subordinates, prompting him to hold a meeting to quell any gossip. The Girl-In project was a long-term strategy, consistently yielding substantial revenue for the company. The question of whether Yichu's sudden inclusion would jeopardize the company's interests had a straightforward answer. It would not only maintain, but potentially enhance profitability. Following the model presentation, consensus was reached among the attendees. Chapter 86. Practicing Street Dance. I Can Do It All. Yichu began to search her mind for images of jazz dance. Yet all she could conjure was a vague silhouette. Jazz dance, a form of street dance, expresses music through movement, thereby allowing for personal expression. "All right, let us commence." Observing the look of confusion on Yichu's face, Yinsu realized that she was entirely unfamiliar with the dance, having not even seen it before. He decided to start with the fundamentals, briefly explaining the origins of jazz dance and how it distinguishes itself from other dance forms. After finishing the explanation, Yinsu imparted to Yichu some fundamental principles and rules to help her avoid common mistakes. What Yinsu did not anticipate was that Yichu could flawlessly replicate anything he had said or done. Remarkable. A photographic memory. A genius indeed. This girl, despite her aloof demeanor and few words, possessed a talent that was truly astonishing. Yinsu turned on the television mounted on the wall and adjusted the remote to a pulsating song, the choreography of which was of exceptional quality. "Learn this today," he urged, noting that she could master it with just a glance, requiring no instruction whatsoever. How frustrating. The lack of accomplishment was palpable. Yichu focused intently on the television, with the song lasting 4.5 minutes, and the dance segment spanning the same duration. After a single viewing, Yinsu turned off the television and said, "Now, perform the movements you have memorized." Upon his command, he activated the music device, and the same song began to play. Indeed, she had retained all the movements, but being her first experience with dance, she appeared stiff and mechanical. Regardless of her efforts, it was quite awkward. Yinsu cupped his face in his hands, reflecting on the fact that no one, not even his former teacher, a world street dance champion, could replicate every move after just one viewing. Soon, Yichu completed all the movements. "You are impressive, having memorized all the choreography in such a short time without making any technical errors. However, what you performed was a dance devoid of emotion. I saw only an ice block in you. This piece is meant to convey the brilliance of sunshine. I am unsure how to express myself. Yichu Yu's tone was gentle, carrying an air of innocence. She was ruthless and indifferent, yet still struggled to articulate her feelings. Previously, when acting, there was at least a script that conveyed the emotions of the characters, allowing her to emulate them based on textual comprehension. However, the connection between dance and music in expressing emotions eluded her grasp for the time being. One could indeed sense the overall tone of the piece through the music or even the lyrics. Reflecting deeply and contemplating the appropriate expressions and movements that would harmonize body language with facial expressions, thereby creating a compelling tension that resonates with the audience. Is it truly so? May I hear it once more? Yi Chuyu inquired. Of course, Yinsu replied, replaying the dance sequence once again. Yi Chuyu began to dance along with the video. The song was a vibrant mix of Korean and English, its rhythm uplifting and somewhat boisterous. Yet, it seemed the performer had not quite achieved the effect she envisioned. Nevertheless, she demonstrated remarkable integration, and this rendition was noticeably superior to the first. Yinsu applauded, saying, "You are the most spirited student I have ever encountered. It is a pity you are already signed with Chaoqian. Otherwise, a student like you could certainly create waves in the dance world as a professional dancer. Truly gifted, exceptionally brilliant. Let us go through it once more. Immersing ourselves in the power of the music, engaging all the muscles and lines of the body to showcase the aesthetic beauty of dance in harmony with the stage and music, it will undoubtedly be captivating." Yinsu replayed the music again. As Ichiyu leaped for the third time, it seemed she had grasped something profound. The surveillance footage captured every moment of this remarkable journey. Su Shuani watched the live broadcast video on the computer and couldn't help but smile. "Double Yinshu's salary," she mused. Stroking her chin, Xiao Pingshan quickly noted it down. "Boss, the meeting in Europe has been postponed by 2 days. You must board the plane tonight." "All right. You go and prepare," Su Shuani replied, her gaze unwavering from the screen where a girl was making gradual progress. It wasn't until Yichu had repeated the dance 5 times that Yinshu finally called for a halt. "You have mastered this dance." Yinshu retrieved 2 bottles of water from a cardboard box beneath the table and handed one to Yichu. "I had originally hoped to secure a high-paying job and earn some extra income, but now look at you, you've already graduated." Yinshu teased. Yichu replied, "It's merely one dance. It can only be considered the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Please continue to teach me." "There's no need for that. You must attend your other classes. If you have time in the future, message me on WeChat, and I will teach you for free," Yinshu said, pulling out his phone to display the WeChat QR code. Yichu had no choice but to add Yinshu on WeChat. "I teach dance at the S City Academy of Arts. You can come by when you have time." Yichu nodded in acknowledgement. After a break, Yinshu switched the music to a piece with a more traditional style, which demanded greater precision and movement. As per usual, after watching it once, Yichu was able to perform it, but she struggled to convey the emotion all at once. Yinshu encouraged her and provided suggestions for improvement. Yichu diligently practiced, finding the art of dance truly captivating. From the afternoon until 9 in the evening, she remained in the practice room, while Yinshu had left by 6, leaving her to continue on her own. As Yinsu remarked, "She is indeed a prodigy." That afternoon, Yichu found herself unable to comprehend a single lyric from any song. This realization profoundly underscored the significance of language for her. Although her English proficiency allowed her to read foreign classics with ease, she was confronted with an array of languages: Korean, Japanese, Thai. The entire company was ablaze with lights as the diligent employees toiled away, changing out of her training attire into casual wear. Yichu noticed a multitude of boys and girls still practicing in the training room, tirelessly repeating the same movements, fervently shedding their sweat. A decade of effort culminates in a mere moment on stage. The harshness of reality struck her as she cast a glance around before leisurely exiting the company building. Outside, a throng of paparazzi awaited, eager to capture significant entertainment news. Chapter 87. A Genius. Mumu Tian emerged from the vehicle, and Yichu took her place in the back seat, whereupon the paparazzi trailed closely behind. "We have company," Mumu Tian remarked, glancing at the rearview mirror before addressing Yichu. Adjusting her sleeves nonchalantly, Yichu replied, "Let them be." The nightscape of S City was enchanting. Yet the Huayang International residence where Yichu lived was somewhat secluded, preventing a full view of the city's nocturnal splendor. As she gazed at the twinkling neon lights, the words of Su Shuani resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to rub her temples in an attempt to suppress the peculiar sensation. At that moment, her phone lit up with a call from Xiaochen. "Hello, Yijia. The official group has been established, and several members have already joined. We need a few administrators. Do you know anyone suitable? I have someone in mind. But we lack sufficient personnel. An official group? Yichu hesitated for a moment, then responded, I understand. Kuyin and Su Kursen established a group, which is quite interesting and has the potential to evolve into an official fan club. Ah, dear Chi-Chi, you have finally made your presence known. The image of Ku Yan's clingy demeanor vividly appears before my eyes. She has likely forgotten about us, the big star. Su Kursen, however, was less courteous, her authoritative demeanor immediately shining through. I am in the process of creating the official group, and I believe yours can be utilized directly. Really? Ku Yan exclaimed in surprise. Woohoo! Yichu shared Little Chin's contact information in the group, stating, This person is my assistant, Xiao Chen, responsible for handling work-related matters. I will have her reach out to you shortly to discuss specifics. Oh, are you really just taking advantage of us? Su Kursen jested. Of course, not. Yichu chuckled and continued typing. I will be providing you with a salary of 1,500 monthly. The management rules are with Xiao Chun, so she will show you. Xiao Yi, I see you are quite full of yourself. You are a broke individual yourself, so be cautious with your words, Kuyin remarked with a hint of concern. Even if Yichu did not mention these matters, they would proceed regardless. Moreover, managing the official fan group would provide ample opportunities to earn money in the future. If Xiao Yi were to pay them, it might jeopardize their friendship. That has settled then. I will have Xiao Chen contact you tomorrow. After exiting the chat group, Yichu scrolled through Weibo. Her emphasis on this endeavor stemmed from a sense of responsibility towards the fans. Such groups often lack individuality, and without appropriate management, even a minor issue could escalate into chaos. The following day, Yichu did not allow Mu Tian to accompany her and arrived early at the company's practice room, having dedicated the previous night to studying foreign languages. She appeared invigorated. According to the schedule, the morning was designated for vocal lessons. Singing, which relies heavily on the voice, presents a significant challenge. Yesterday, Yen Su remarked that Yichu had already mastered her skills, causing Su Mingyue to nearly widen her eyes in disbelief. It was only after she watched Yichu's dance video that she recognized the elegance and vigor in her movements, characterized by a high degree of bodily coordination and impeccable timing. This was hardly indicative of someone lacking ability. Ah, you cunning little dog, how dare you deceive me? Su Mingyue exclaimed, clutching Yichu's class schedule, eagerly awaiting her entry into the practice room to eavesdrop. To her surprise, Yichu simply requested her vocal instructor to impart the entirety of music theory to her. Throughout the entire morning, Yichu did not utter a word. The afternoon unfolded in a similar manner. By evening, she astonishingly began composing music, simultaneously playing the piano, while her vocal teacher beamed at her as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Su Mingyue was infuriated. You old dog. She fumed, her fists clenched, the heels of her high-heeled shoes snapping like a twig, nearly causing her to tumble. Observing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly assisted her to the office, where the assistant procured a pair of spare shoes. Clutching the class schedule, she suddenly realized the extent of her deception. You clearly possess all these skills, yet you feign ignorance, playing the role of a fool while striking me in the face. Ah, the frustration. Su Mingyue clenched her fists repeatedly. On the third day, Yichu still refrained from singing, and the 2 compositions she had crafted were sold to her vocal instructor. She visited the dance studio, where the instructor assessed Yichu's physique. After observing her posture and demeanor in various scenarios, the teacher concluded that she did not require further training, as Yichu's innate qualities were exceptional. In a mere 3 days, Yichu became a legend among the instructors at the studio. However, she preferred to keep this affair discreet and thus imposed a silence on the matter. Consequently, it remained known only within a small circle, with other trainees and even company staff believing that Yichu had been negligent in her training, causing 3 instructors to leave in frustration. Unbeknownst to her, the incident found its way online, with a prominent Weibo influencer revealing Yichu's situation at the studio. It was claimed that Yichu had joined the studio but failed to engage properly in her practice, leading to the departure of 3 teachers within 3 days. The public, eager for gossip, speculated wildly about the source of the information. Fortunately, she was merely a minor figure with a modest following on Weibo, and apart from her fans and detractors, scarcely anyone paid her any heed. After all, which female celebrity hasn't experienced criticism? Subsequently, Yichu bid farewell to her life as a trainee, as she had no intention of debuting as an idol and required no further training. Managing the performances was sufficient. Shortly thereafter, Jenny, The manager of the trainees convened a meeting with 6 young women, including Yi Chu, who were slated to participate in an upcoming talent show. Dressed in casual attire, Yi Chu stood out among the others in their training outfits, naturally attracting disapproving glances, yet she remained unfazed by the judgment of her younger peers. As you might know, this talent show is an international edition, so in addition to training, you will also need to study foreign languages, particularly English, for which the company will arrange instructors to assist you. Jenny glanced at Yi Chue and inquired, "You are an exceptional student. Do you have any other concerns regarding language?" Yi Chue replied, "There are no issues with language." Upon hearing this, Shuai-chan cast a sidelong glance. Realizing that apart from knowing Yi Chue's name and the rumors surrounding her, they had never truly sought to understand her as an individual. She raised her hand and asked, "Teacher Jenny, besides English, will we learn languages from other countries?" Jenny nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Just a few basic conversational phrases to avoid language barriers when interacting with international students." The other girls exchanged weary expressions. Training all day was already exhausting. And now they were expected to study as well. Even a workhorse has its limits. Chapter 88. A sigh of relief. Yi Chue observed Jenny's apparent predicament as she held her tablet and quickly searched for information. Soon, the list of participants for the upcoming talent show appeared on the screen. Following the restructuring of the entertainment industry in the Flower Kingdom, transparency had significantly increased, and the special talents of these participants would be publicly disclosed. Yi Chue scanned the list. Most had trained in street dance, while others specialized in contemporary dance or ballroom dancing. Only a handful of 4 girls focused on traditional styles. One of them possessed genuine skills in traditional opera, and if she was not lacking in appearance, she would likely debut. The so-called talent show rarely offered true fairness. Having researched the history of talent shows over the past few decades, she discovered a multitude of nepotism and corruption, an unspoken understanding among all involved. Therefore, she should not participate as a trainee under the company, but rather pursue her own path. Unfortunately, having signed with the agency, she could no longer be an independent trainee. Teacher Jenny, the plan is to commence rehearsals for the group's debut in September, where we can incorporate elements of traditional Chinese culture. Though we shall strive to learn as much as we can. Ashuri held up her notebook. Very well, I have faith in you all. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult with your teachers. Acting independently can lead to missteps. Your goal is to debut, not to appear as reckless novices, Jenny remarked with a smile. Yi Chu, I heard from the vocal instructor that you plan to conclude your training. Jean Xin fixed her gaze on Yi Chu, her demeanor accusatory. Yi Chu nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is my intention. Have you given any thought to us? Your sporadic commitment will only hinder our progress." Jean Xin could no longer contain herself. She had hoped for Yi Chu's redemption. Participating in the audition required one to recognize their place. Yet now she was simply declaring her intent to give up. The tension thickened, and Jenny frowned, raising her hand to signal for silence before saying, "Yi Chu has a solid foundation in classical dance, and her instructors have praised her highly. Do not fret, focusing on self-improvement is paramount." Upon hearing Jenny's explanation, Jean Xin fell silent. She turned to Yi Chu and bluntly remarked, "Weren't you avoiding the practice room? What brings you here now?" Yi Chu slightly smiled. "I feared that you might be unduly anxious about my situation, affecting your training, so I came to clarify." After saying this, she handed her tablet to Jean Xin. "I downloaded this from the practice room surveillance. In truth, it was pilfered. The video showcased every movement of the girl, executed with precision and clarity, devoid of any hesitation or muddle. Is this you?" Jean Xin wore an expression of disbelief, and the other 4 gathered around. Upon witnessing Yi Chu's dancing in the video, they realized she was not unlike themselves, though her aura was undeniably captivating. So what were they so concerned about? The individuals sent by Chao Qian could hardly be deemed inept. Yi Chu blinked and smiled gently. They were merely a group of young girls, anxious about their futures and wearing their emotions on their faces, which Yi Chu interpreted as the indulgence of elders towards their juniors. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Jean Xin retorted, though internally, she felt a wave of relief wash over her the moment she saw the video. They had all prepared for years. It was inconceivable that one privileged entry could jeopardize their prospects. "All right," Yi Chu replied with a smile, dissipating the gloom that had lingered among the group. She cast a discreet glance at Yi Chu. Instinctively, she sensed that this woman posed a significant threat. Her beauty surpassed that of all the others, and her display of talent suggested she would surely become a formidable competitor for the coveted debut position. They had all studied the other contestants for this audition, and Xiao Qian was undoubtedly the strongest contender. Time was precious, and Yi Chu was but a minor distraction. The 5 girls plunged back into their rigorous training, intensifying their foreign language studies as well. Not everyone could grasp concepts as effortlessly as Yi Chu, who could easily draw connections and integrate knowledge. Just as Yi Chu was preparing to sneak out for some leisure, she received a call from Chen Ying. "Hello, Xiaoyi, do you have some time recently?" Chen Ying's overly familiar tone caught Yi Chu slightly off guard. "Yes, Director Chen. Is there something you need from me?" Yi Chu inquired. The phone line fell silent for a moment, as if the speaker were perusing something. "Indeed, I have a friend who specializes in historical productions. Recently, there has been a series titled The Great Tang, The Moonlit Night, and I wonder if you have heard of it?" "No." "Ah, there is a character in it, whose role is not extensive, but I believe you would be quite suitable. If you are willing, I could recommend you for an audition." Yi Chu paused, retrieving her tablet to investigate. The series had already begun filming some time ago, so why were they still casting? "Director Chen, you are not being entirely forthright with me." Perhaps sensing the slightest hint of displeasure in Yi Chu's tone, Chen Ying quickly responded, "The production has indeed commenced, but unexpectedly. The actress we had previously secured has withdrawn. Thus, we are urgently seeking a replacement, given your resemblance to the persona of Chang'an's most beautiful woman. Among all the beauties I have encountered, you alone possess the capability to try." When did Chen Ying also learn the art of flattery? "Why not give it a shot?" Yi Chu replied. "I will consider it." "Very well, I shall send you the details," Chen Ying concluded, ending the call and forwarding the requirements and audition methods to Yi Chu via WeChat. Meanwhile, Yi Chu sat in the company lounge, researching the information. The Great Tang, The Moonlit Night is an adaptation of a historical novel from a certain online literature platform. While it claims to be historical, it is, in fact, a dramatization, merely skimming the surface of history. Nevertheless, the director of this series is quite renowned domestically, having produced several acclaimed works, so the overall quality is likely to be commendable. Chen Ying did not specify which role Yi Chu was auditioning for, but it mattered little. She would discover it upon her arrival. Yi Chu entered the elevator, making her way to Su Mingyue's office. Since the last time when Su Mingyue's heel broke, she has been wearing flat shoes every day. Chen Ying recommended. Su Mingyue frowned and confirmed, "Did I hear that correctly?" "I suspect it's a minor role." Yi Chu Xiu lazily sat in her chair, sipping her seemingly enchanted health tea. Su Jingshan is a commendable director. His productions are all of high quality. You should go. The company has approved your participation in this drama. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingyue retrieved the contact information for the crew of the Knight of Tang Dynasty from her computer and jotted it down. If Yi Chu successfully auditions, negotiations will undoubtedly ensue, and these will need to be handled by the company. All right. Su Mingyue, rarely in a pleasant mood, spoke to her with a hopeful sentiment that Su Mingyue would refrain from causing trouble in the future, as she found it tiresome to deal with. Chapter 89, A Watered-Down Drama. The time Chen Ying provided was 5:30 this afternoon for an online interview, indicating that the filming location was not local. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chu entered the video link sent by Chen Ying punctually. Upon entering, she was greeted by a chaotic filming set, bustling with noise. Seemingly in the midst of shooting, suddenly, a man wearing a baseball cap and framed glasses appeared on the screen. "Hello, I am Su Jingshan. You must be Yi Chu, as mentioned by Chen Ying." "Yes, I am Yi Chu." "All right, let's begin the interview." Su Jingshan was indeed straightforward, just as his name suggested. The prompt was to play music on a boat, expressing longing for a beloved. Su Jingshan stated. Yi Chu nodded. Unadorned by makeup and dressed in her loungewear for the audition, Su Jingshan assumed she was in costume, noting her classical charm, which is a rare quality in women these days. In her heart, Yi Chu had already formed a favorable impression of Su Jingshan, feeling a sense of solitude akin to sitting alone amidst the bamboo, accompanied by the echo of her long sighs and the gentle strumming of her zither. Remarkably, Yi Chu possessed the talent to play, which was truly delightful and cost-effective. However, she remained oblivious to the feelings of longing for a beloved, only capable of performing a somewhat melancholic melody. "Director Su, I shall begin," she declared. With that, her delicate fingers graced the strings, and a haunting melody resonated through the air. Su Jingshan promptly set aside his tasks, delegating his responsibilities to the assistant director, and retreated to a secluded spot. The music, emanating from the mobile speaker, enveloped Su Jingshan, as if narrating poignant tales of the past, although he lacked understanding of the refined art of guqin. Even a tone-deaf individual like him could perceive the sorrowful beauty of the piece, deeming it a remarkable composition. Observing Yi Chu's demeanor and expressions, one might assume she appeared emotionless. Yet, under the weight of the melody, she exuded an aura of solitude and melancholy. In his heart, Su Jingshan fervently called out, "It is you." But he refrained from voicing his thoughts, wishing instead to quietly savor the entirety of the performance. Yi Chu played for 12 minutes, nearly completing the piece, but soon felt the urge to cease. Noticing Su Jingshan's entranced state, she cleared her throat softly and called out, "Director Su, we commence filming the day after tomorrow. I shall send you the materials." Regarding the contract? Upon mentioning the contract, Su Jingshan hesitated. "Have you signed with the company?" "I have informed the company about this matter. Director Su can liaise with my agent for the signing details." The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Yi Chu provided Su Jingshan with Su Mingyue's information. As further discussions were still necessary, Su Jingshan sent the script featuring Yi Chu to her, revealing that she was to portray the renowned beauty of Chang'an by Yueguang Yunu, who also happens to be the antagonist's second male lead. Yunu, the daughter of a condemned minister, possessed extraordinary talent from a young age. However, her family's downfall led her to the brothel, where she became an artist who sold her skills, not her body. Her unparalleled mastery of the guqin resonated harmoniously with the second male lead, the general of the realm, as they promised eternal devotion to one another. Subsequently, he was dispatched to war while Yunu was summoned to the palace as a court musician. The emperor, harboring intentions to eliminate the second male lead due to his formidable power, learned of his demise. In despair, Yunu devoted herself to her craft, seeking vengeance against the emperor. But her attempts were thwarted. The emperor, captivated by her beauty, sought to take her as a concubine, yet Yunu fiercely resisted. During her escape, she was rescued by the crown prince, only to find herself ensnared in another perilous situation. Unbeknownst to her, the second male lead was alive. The crown prince, aiming to manipulate him, orchestrated Yunu's tragic demise under torture, framing it as a plot against the emperor. The second male lead, enraged by the loss of his beloved, succumbed to darkness. The ensuing narrative unfolds a tapestry of palace intrigue and power struggles, becoming increasingly detached from Yi Chu's character. Yunu serves merely as a catalyst for the second male lead's descent into villainy. Indeed, the story, draped in the guise of history, weaves a fictionalized account of the past. Yi Chu, aware of her role in this unfolding tale, noted the series' compelling political machinations, having hastily skimmed through the original work. She understood why it garnered such a dedicated fanbase and readership. Its allure was undeniable. The production team was stationed in J City, and she casually packed a suitcase, entrusting it to Mu Mutian to take with Xiao Chun ahead of her arrival. After a 5-hour drive, Yi Chu felt no desire to remain confined within the vehicle. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to soar through the skies? The cramped quarters of the car were truly unbearable. Su Mingyue, possessing exceptional professional acumen, swiftly resolved Yi Chu's remuneration and related arrangements within just an hour. Focus on your acting, steer clear of troublesome men, and ensure no scandal emerges. Furthermore, you must refrain from indulging in excessive food. Look at yourself. You've gained so much weight that it would be unflattering on screen. I will instruct Xiao Qin to meticulously oversee your diet, allowing only vegetables for lunch and dinner, with snacks strictly prohibited. Su Mingyue chided Yi Chu as she scrutinized her on the screen. She had not anticipated that Yi Chu would successfully pass Su Jingshan's stringent interview. A man notorious for his exacting standards in the film industry, where even financiers cannot simply place individuals into his productions. To her astonishment, this role was recommended by Chen Ying, two renowned directors in the country, one specializing in fantasy dramas and the other in historical costume epics, held great authority in this realm. Yi Xiaogo had simply stumbled upon serendipity. After Su Mingyue's relentless admonitions, Yi Chu, overwhelmed by her incessant chatter, sought an excuse to make her escape. "Sister Lu, if you don't head to the set soon, Su Jingshan will likely erupt in fury and have you dismissed." Lu Ling, applying nail polish with an air of indifference, replied, "Let him kick me out if he wishes. It's not like this is a spectacular production. Just look at this script. It's riddled with cliches that haven't been relevant for over 20 years. He dares to use them in his work, treating the audience like fools. Mark my words, this show is bound to flop." Meanwhile, the assistant smirked slightly, eyes glinting with a hint of concern for the oblivious. What if it actually becomes a hit? The assistant cautiously remarked, "The reputation of Su Jingshan is not to be taken lightly." "What?" the assistant genuinely inquired. In Chapter 90, As long as you're happy, the assistant suddenly grasped the situation. Yichu had not yet joined the crew. As Su Jingshan was still modifying the costumes to fit her measurements, Lu Ling's outfit was unsuitable for her. The costume designer was astounded upon seeing Yichu, wondering where Su Jingshan had found such a beauty. No, I must ensure she is stunning beyond compare. Su Jingshan, too, was troubled. Yichu's beauty was so striking that would the prince truly be willing to punish someone so exquisite? Perhaps it would be better to alter the ending to one where Yunwan, unable to bear the humiliation, takes her own life with a lute. Boss, where are we heading? Have you completed the culinary guide I requested? Yichu glanced at Mumu Tian. Upon hearing about food, Mumu Tian's eyes sparkled. Of course. Of course. He emphatically nodded. The boss will be coming tomorrow. He mentioned he has something important to discuss with you. Oh? Is it to express gratitude for your assistance last time? Not necessary. Xiaochen emerged to see Yichu holding a food map of City J. Noting that the city was renowned for its barbecues, with 4 barbecue restaurants marked on the map, Xiaochen swallowed hard, recalling Su Mingyue's advice. Sister Yi, you must be cautious about what you eat. Maintaining your figure is paramount. Tonight, I've arranged for you to have vegetarian dishes and congee from Food Must. Restricting my indulgence and delicacies? Yichu gently pinched Xiaochen's cheek. That's not allowed. You're too thin and need to nourish yourself. Huh. Xiaochen was utterly perplexed, pondering that she wasn't even slender. Rather, she had developed laterally. She possessed a physique that resisted weight gain. Yichu, with unwavering seriousness, locked eyes with Xiaochen and softly urged, do not utter the word no to me. A chill ran down Xiaochen's spine as she felt like a mere junior in front of Yichu, who was far more formidable than the terrifying manager Su. Instinctively, Xiaochen nodded in compliance. Good, Yichu said, patting Xiaochen's shoulder. Subsequently, Su Jingshan reached out to Yichu, finalizing the arrangements for her upcoming scenes. The filming was set to take place in Hongdian Film City, primarily in the Jiaofang Sea and Tang Palace, as well as the desolate outskirts where the male lead and the second male lead would share a poignant moment amidst the bamboo groves. However, due to a last-minute wardrobe change, her scenes would be postponed by 2 days. Arriving early, Su Jingshan ensured her accommodations were in order. For Yichu, where she stayed was of little consequence. After reporting to Su Jingshan, she took Xiaochen and Mumu Tian on a culinary expedition. One of the perks of being on set was the opportunity to indulge in various delicacies. Xiaochen felt overwhelmed. What were they doing? From afternoon until evening, they had sampled food from 4 or 5 establishments, all rich in oil and salt. Manager Su would surely ever head for this. Though Xiaochen contemplated advising Yichu against it, she lacked the courage. Employing her secret weapon, she resorted to a charming display of affection. We've eaten too much today. It's not good for our health, she pouted. Mumu Tian watched in astonishment as Xiaochen boldly flirted with the powerful figure. It was well known that their own boss had once been pinned against the wall, unable to extricate himself. Yichu sighed silently, pulled out a map to assess their surroundings, and said, very well. Starting tomorrow, my sister will indulge in the meals I have prepared, while today she has already dined, and this week must be light fare. Observing Xiaochen's relentless advances, Mumu Tian cast frantic glances. Yichu smiled at Xiaochen, saying, as long as you are happy. The following day, Xiaochen rose early to prepare a nutritious, yet weight-friendly breakfast. She knocked on Yichu's door, only to be startled as Yichu appeared behind her, nearly causing her to drop everything. Yijia, you are up remarkably early. Xiaochen awkwardly waved her hand. Are you delivering me breakfast? I've already eaten. You should have it yourself. After Yichu spoke, she swiped her room card to open the door, slamming it shut behind her, leaving Xiaochen bewildered outside. Goodness. It's only 5:30. The only place around that could possibly meet Yichu's breakfast standards is a restaurant 5 kilometers away, Xiaochen thought. Lamenting her early morning sacrifice of waking at 3 to prepare a meal for the 4 o'clock opening. You truly are dedicated. As she gazed at the milk, white eggs, and whole grain bread in her hands, her lips twitched. In truth, Yichu had not gone out for breakfast at 4:30. She sensed some movement in the southeast and swiftly went to investigate. She discovered a little snake demon, having fallen into a well and unable to escape, likely due to some thoughtless individual who had left the manhole cover ajar. She effortlessly rescued it. After Yichu departed, the little demon dashed away. Frustrated figures lurking in the shadows emerged to confront Yichu, accusing her of freeing the snake demon they had diligently monitored. Since the establishment of the nation, no beings were permitted to attain spiritual awareness without proper registration, and any such entities were required to report their status. They produced an identification badge, equipped with special verification features, which could not be forged. Yichu was quite curious. The cultivation world had only been opened for 40 years. Yet the secular realm also possessed methods for identifying demons? Upon reflection, such methods indeed existed, perhaps remnants of the cultivation world that had survived the closure. Forming small sects within the secular domain, many had been incorporated into the national framework, serving the populace. Observing Yichu's actions and techniques, others concluded he was from the cultivation realm, and thus, they dared not provoke him further. Meanwhile, the little serpent demon was joyfully reveling in its newfound freedom when suddenly, the world spun around it, the only sound being the rush of wind, and the buildings blurred into streaks. When it regained its senses, it found itself captured by the man who had pursued it for a full 9 days. "Ah, thank you, Senior," it exclaimed. "No need for thanks." "This demon?" Yichu questioned, puzzled. "It is merely for record-keeping. What if it harms others?" "We shall provide it with the finest ideological education until it becomes a beneficial member of society." "Oh," Yichu replied, turning away, his thoughts drifting to his own black bird, which had also become sentient. Should it be entrusted to the state for unified education? The slumbering black bird shivered slightly, opening its eyes solemnly to inspect the eggs it was incubating, all intact beside it, before sinking back into a deep sleep. Such a possibility existed. A day later, Su Jingshan finally arranged everything. Yichu officially joined the production team. Unlike other directors, Su Jingshan was a muscular man, often seen working out during his free time. In his words, "Without a robust physique, one cannot create excellent television." Chuning referred to Yu as Little Yi. "I shall too. Have you read the script? How well do you understand the characters?" "I have read it," Yichu replied. Chapter 91. Jade warmth breathes smoke. Little Chen handed the script to Yichu, who perused it twice, committing the characters' lines to memory. She also made a few notes to demonstrate her engagement with the script. "I find the character of Yunwan somewhat monotonous in my portion of the script." Su Jingshan felt a sense of gratification at Yichu's candid observation. As the director, he was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of each role. Indeed, the individual scenes could be rather tedious and cliché, yet when viewed as a whole, they might not align with your perceptions, as post-production editing would refine every character to perfection. This was the first time Su Jingshan patiently explained the nuances of acting to a young performer. Perhaps due to her striking appearance, he always held a degree of leniency towards Yichu. One must witness director Su's remarkable talent, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Yichu's eyes sparkled with delight. Su Jingshan found her words particularly heartening. He certainly possessed the capability to achieve such excellence. Subsequently, Yichu was escorted to the makeup room, where the plan was to shoot 2 significant scenes today. The scenes pertaining to Yichu's character involved Yunwan's failed assassination of the emperor, her subsequent house arrest, and her escape, during which she was saved by the crown prince, who was left awestruck by her beauty. The remainder of the script revolved around the emperor's and the crown prince's narratives. The male lead of this drama was the crown prince, chronicling his journey of enduring humiliation and hardship before ultimately ascending to power. As soon as Susan entered, she spotted the person she had long admired seated before the makeup mirror and rushed over in excitement. "It's truly you. I heard from the director that the original Lu Ling was unavailable, and you've taken her place. I stayed up all night adjusting the makeup, and oh my goodness. It really is you." Susan's eyes glimmered with joy. Her exhilaration was palpable. "It is I, Susan," and Yichu, mimicking Susan's tone, appears so endearing that Susan nearly succumbs to the temptation of bestowing a fervent kiss upon her. She certainly does not wish for Yichu's beautiful visage to be sullied by her own saliva. Her singular focus is on ensuring that Yichu outshines everyone else, including the leading lady, who claims that supporting characters need not possess striking beauty. "Allow me to style your hair first." Just aside. Susan glanced at the clock and swiftly transitioned into work mode. Little Chun stood in astonishment, witnessing the interaction between the two, dumbfounded as he handed Yichu the thermos from her bag. Yichu accepted the cup, and Susan remarked with a grin, "In this sweltering heat, you still resort to such a contraption. It's filled with ice. A thermos can retain heat, so it can certainly keep things cold. My drink is far more delightful than yours." As Yichu observed Susan securing her hair with styling oil, she replied, "Indeed." Susan realized a moment too late. An hour and a half later, Yichu's hairstyle and makeup were impeccably in place. She now embodied the essence of a classical beauty from the Tang dynasty. Most of her hair was elegantly styled up, adorned with a wig, forming a cascading bun, while a single lock fell gracefully over her shoulder. A subtle red mole at the center of her brow was embellished with a decorative flower, her eyebrows resembling delicate willows swaying in the breeze, and her eyes akin to autumn waters, captivating and gentle. Clad in an ancient style, floor-length dress adorned with motifs of roses and birds, Yichu radiated an aura of classical elegance, transforming into a picturesque scene in her own right. To align with her character's fate, a hint of melancholy was etched into her brows, and her movements bore a slight, delicate frailty, rendering her utterly heart-wrenching to behold. Xiao Chun was utterly mesmerized, hastily pulling out her phone to capture a photograph of Yichu. Despite her lack of photographic prowess, Yichu's beauty rendered every shot exquisite. Li Mian was equally taken aback. He was aware of Yichu's allure, yet he had never anticipated her magnificence to such a degree. Yichu's keen perception had long detected Li Mian's presence. She had scrutinized the cast list and knew that he portrayed a villain, albeit a mere pawn of the crown prince. Yunwan and Li Mian's roles as the prince's capable attendant featured several scenes of confrontation, implying that she would have physical interactions with him. Li Mian wished to greet Yichu, but she offered him not a single glance. His affections lay with Yi Fanqing. He had once believed they could maintain a harmonious relationship, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yi Fanqing too had entered this sphere, severing their previous freedom. Ever since Yichu had distanced herself from him, he found it difficult to forget her. Indeed, Yichu's beauty was deeply enchanting, but his heart would forever belong to Yi Fanqing. Agreeing to become Yichu's boyfriend was merely in compliance with Yi Fanqing's wishes. He would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires. If the stars did not wish for Yichu to thrive, he would endeavor to ensure that wish came to fruition. His lingering thoughts of Yichu stemmed solely from a sense of unfulfilled aspirations. Li Mian was resolute in his pursuits. He could toy with anyone, yet he would never betray Yi Fanqing. Had Yichu been privy to Li Mian's intentions, she would undoubtedly wish him a fate befitting a lowly creature, destined to be crushed beneath the wheels of a passing vehicle in his next life. After finishing her makeup, Yichu retreated to the adjacent lounge to indulge in tea and snacks. Xiao Chun, who initially opposed the idea, has now reached a state of calm acceptance, enjoying a meal alongside Yichu. No one can resist the allure of delectable cuisine. Before joining the film crew, Yichu had prepared 5 pounds of chicken feet at home, experimenting with various flavors. Of course, she did not personally prepare them. She merely instructed the kitchen to create the dish after reviewing the recipe. Once Xiao Chun took a bite, she found herself unable to stop. She recognized the exquisite taste. Oh, truly, these chicken feet are delightfully tangy and crunchy. Yijia, I promise I will never again hinder you from enjoying food, but if you happen to gain weight. Sob. Xiao Chun, filled with indignation, continued to indulge in the chicken feet, while her other hand clutched a bag of potato chips. Yichu, however, had no fondness for chips. Her snacks were all homemade and comprised entirely of meat products. Eating meat never seemed to add to her weight. Even if you become as round as a ball, I won't gain an ounce, Yichu remarked, her attention fixed on her phone. She had stumbled upon an amusing novel, written by an equally intriguing author, and decided to generously reward the writer with a silver alliance. It was only then that she noticed her account name was amusingly set as I am your financial backer. What a situation. This was the account linked to the original owner's phone number, thus her current device logged into the original account. Reluctantly, Yichu spent 100 yuan to change the embarrassing name. Meanwhile, Su Xiuani was seated at his computer, typing away when he suddenly received a reward from an alliance leader, his very first reward as a web novelist. He quickly expressed his gratitude, pondering who could have sent it. His update schedule was notoriously unpredictable, and it had taken him 4 years to reach a mere 320,000 words. As he neared the conclusion of his work, a Silver Alliance reward had unexpectedly arrived. The Silver Alliance's money is but a triviality to him, yet it embodies the intentions of the readers. In Chapter 92, has the average man finally garnered the attention of a benefactor for his literary work? Su Xiuani rests his chin in his hand, nestled on the balcony, and gazes wistfully at the neighboring balcony, which has remained vacant for several days, feeling a tinge of loneliness as his joy goes unshared. Lu Huai enters and notices Yichu engrossed in a novel, prompting him to strike up a conversation. You also indulge in web novels? It's my first encounter with one, as I have seldom ventured into this realm, he remarks. Yichu looks up and, recognizing Lu Huai, teasingly responds. It seems that the illustrious screenwriter Lu is quite in demand in the film industry, receiving invitations from all corners. Lu Huai chuckles, casually grabbing a bag of chips from the table, savoring a bite with a satisfied squint, before saying, it's merely a means to earn a living. And you too are in the same boat. For any role that requires a beautiful persona, you are irreplaceable. Ah, one cannot say that so lightly. Is it true that you are wearing multiple hats this time, screenwriter Lu? Yi Chu inquires, nudging a box of chicken feet towards him. Lu Huai shakes his head with a smile, responding, not at all. This production team is overflowing with wealth, and the exploitation of employees is simply non-existent. Just as Yi Chu was about to continue her thought, Li Mian walks in. Hello, Xiao Chu, screenwriter Lu, he greets, waving at Yi Chu. Lu Huai asks hello. Have you finished your scenes? Li Mian replies, not yet. I have one more to go. They are quite busy at the moment, so I must wait a bit longer. He takes a seat, eyeing the snacks before Lu Huai, tempted to partake, yet the disapproving glance from Yi Chu holds him back. Xiaochen, sitting nearby, dares not utter a word, even finding it difficult to nibble on the chicken feet. As Li Mian entered the room, an enigmatic aura enveloped the space, leaving an unsettling sensation, as if something were amiss. Furthermore, why did he refer to Yi Jia as Xiao Chu? Were they acquainted? Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to Yi Chu, who regarded Li Mian with an enigmatic smile. Lu Huai, noticing the chicken feet on the table, exclaimed with delight, these chicken feet smell exquisite, nothing like those sold outside. They're homemade. Do try some, Yi Chu replied. Then I shan't hold back. Lu Huai rubbed his hands together, his joy reminiscent of a child. The chicken feet were evenly colored, their nails removed, revealing tender meat soaked in flavorful juices, adorned with red chili flakes and yellow seeds, presenting an irresistible sight. Unable to contain his eagerness, Lu Huai picked one up and placed it in his mouth, the aroma bursting forth, offering a sublime delight to his taste buds. Delicious, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he savored the dish. Xiaochen swallowed hard, yearning for another, yet felt compelled to restrain herself in the presence of such a distinguished individual. Li Mian's throat moved slightly, saliva betraying his composure. Luda? Director Su is encountering some issues and requests your presence, called out a staff member wearing an ID badge from the doorway of the lounge. Reluctantly, Lu Huai stood up, his chicken feet still unfinished. Xiao Chu, I'm off, he said. Okay, Yi Chu waved her hand, simultaneously activating her phone's recording. The room was now left with only Yi Chu, Xiao Chun, and Li Mian, the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward. Xiao Chu, how have you been lately? After a moment's contemplation, Li Mian chose to initiate a conversation. Yi Chu was well aware that Li Mian intended to create trouble. However, she never anticipated that he would resort to self-sabotage. If such statements were uttered in the presence of outsiders, they would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. Those unaware might presume that there were undisclosed matters between them. Thanks to your influence, I have been living quite splendidly. Does Mr. Li not perceive this? Since Li Mian chose to stir up trouble, she was determined to accompany him to the very end. In the entertainment industry, one must adopt the guise of a green tea seductress, leaving no escape for others of the same ilk, particularly with this Mr. Li Mian, who attempts to straddle two boats, truly embodying the essence of a hypocrite, an audacious green tea warrior. You, Li Mian felt a pang in his chest. I merely inquired out of concern. Dear little Chu, must you be so heartless? Previously, with Lu Huai by his side, Li Mian dared not act recklessly. He could only strive to preserve his dignity, hoping Yi Chu would recognize the situation and not be overly obstinate. Yi Chu did not wish to grant Li Mian even a superfluous expression. She turned slightly and addressed Xiao Chun. Please check when it will be my turn. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, then cast a glare at Li Mian before exiting. Li Mian, there is no need for such pretense in my presence. Li Mian was merely a pawn of Yi Fanqing. Whatever Yi Fanqing desired, he would go to great lengths to procure. Sending someone to entice the original young lady was a common tactic employed by Yi Fanqing, with Li Mian in the lead and the schoolboy who publicly confessed trailing behind. Truly a cliché beyond measure. That boy, brandishing a poor-quality bouquet for his declaration, was likely another of Yi Fanqing's subservient admirers, while Yi Fanqing herself conveniently lurked in the shadows, adorned in resplendent attire that revealed a hint of her skirt's edge. No, why am I pretending? Li Mian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yi Chuqing scoffed. Li Mian, refrain from uttering my name in the future. It repulses me. Remember, Yi Chu and you are eternally at odds. You shall never attain forgiveness, and your remaining days will be spent in atonement. In that fleeting moment, Li Mian felt a chill run down his spine. as though he had been shackled by an unseen force, unable to break free. That sensation was transient. Yet soon his hands began to tingle. Concealing his discomfort, he addressed Yi Chu. I was in the wrong from the outset. I shall mend my ways. Xiao Chu, let us reconcile. Li Mian gazed at Yi Chu with deep affection. Yi Chu frowned. The most disheartening situation was unfolding. Where did Li Mian find the audacity to believe that a mere phrase could sway her? Mr. Li, are you lost in a dream? She remarked, perusing the novel she had just rewarded. Xiao Chu, do you truly wish to exacerbate our estrangement? Li Mian moved closer, his gaze fixed on her face, yearning to see her smile and seek solace in his embrace as she once did. He had always maintained his integrity, never having touched Yi Chu. It was she who had consistently taken his hand. Relationship? Do you consider us to have any connection? Yi Chu replied scornfully, Mr. Li, are you attempting to manipulate me? Do you think I could ever harbor affection for a scoundrel? Imagine what your actions might provoke from the one who truly knows you. A wave of dread washed over Li Mian. How could she possibly know? Yi Chu lifted her gaze, observing his unsteady breath, clearly sensing his panic. So, Mr. Li, you intend to play both sides, do you? How impressive. You are not welcome here in the slightest. Be gone. Yi Chu chose to disregard Li Mian. His visit was merely an exercise in humiliation, a pompous and mediocre man who somehow managed to attain this position. The only aspect left for which he could be praised was his face, which would hardly make a splash even in the entertainment industry. Yi Jia, do you have any past with Li Mian? As an assistant, it was not her place to meddle in the personal affairs of artists. Yet, given that he was a man, it was essential to clarify matters to avert any future complications. Oh, it's nothing, just a jumping clown. Xiao Chen nodded, unconvinced that Yi Chu's judgment could be so poor as to be attracted to such an unattractive man. He was likely shameless. The director mentioned that your scenes would commence around 1:30 in the afternoon. I also encountered Susan, who was retouching some actors' makeup, lamenting that she could not spend more time with Yi Jia. Xiao Chen was curious about Yi Chu's past. Information available online was scant. Despite being a newcomer, she was acquainted with nothing but prominent figures. Quite remarkable indeed. Well then, Yi Chu glanced at the time, realizing there was still ample duration ahead. She decided to close the surveillance and ascended to the rooftop. Those around her momentarily paused in confusion, yet they were too engrossed in their own tasks to ponder further. Walking atop the rooftop, Yi Chu felt the onset of early autumn. The southern sun showed no signs of retreat, blazing fiercely with a relentless intensity. Dressed in ancient attire, she traversed the rooftop with grace. Her classical hairdo adorned with 2 hairpins swayed gently with each step, and her skirt billowed in the wind. In the lounge, Xiao Chun nibbled on chicken feet alone, while other actors came and went. With enthusiasm, she generously offered snacks in the name of Yi Chu, thereby garnering her a wave of goodwill. Who is that? An astute extra noticed an ethereal beauty perched gracefully atop the eaves of Tang Palace. How lovely! Is she a celestial being? Another exclaimed in awe. How did she get up there? Yi Chu cast a fleeting glance at the ground, where diminutive figures pointed and whispered, and she sighed silently. In this towering modern landscape, many things and places were constrained, rendering it impossible to soar freely through the skies. Reluctantly, she resorted to tossing a ladder in a secluded corner, pretending to have ascended from it. Thereafter, Yi Chu vanished into the bustling streets before Tang Palace, retreating to a sparsely populated rooftop to embrace the essence of nature. Ah, the fairy has disappeared. She must be filming, someone conjectured, with the absence of the protagonist. The crowd dissipated, though this moment was captured on camera, yet it remained unshared online. After all, the identity of the character was unknown, and should it be revealed, it might invite trouble. When acting in a film studio, one must be prepared to keep secrets, as interior scenes are often off-limits for casual photography. Thus, they finally reached noon. Mu Tian delivered lunch to Yi Chu, and after the meal, Susan helped her touch up her makeup, signaling the start of her scenes. With a smile, Susan watched Yi Chu enter the filming area. Yi Chu stood behind a classical sheer screen, which concealed her delicate and captivating figure. She clasped her hands gently in front of her abdomen, her expression revealing a subtle melancholy. Upon closer inspection, there was an unmistakable glint of resentment in her eyes. The emperor, in the prime of his life, lounged carelessly in his main seat, appearing to review memorials while, in truth, he was quietly observing what lay beyond the screen. Such beauty, alas, had been reduced to the status of a courtesan. Had it not been so, she might have been welcomed into the imperial harem. indulging in the pleasures of companionship. The emperor's lascivious gaze fell upon the screen, prompting a sudden outburst of anger from Yi Chu, who was concealed behind it. Though she swiftly masked her emotions. "Your Majesty, shall we request the courtesan to play a melody to soothe your thoughts?" The head eunuch whispered delicately into the emperor's ear. Though he was a eunuch, having served the emperor for many years, he was well attuned to the emperor's sentiments. The emperor merely inclined his chin in response, remaining silent. The eunuch swiftly gestured to Yi Chu, who understood his intent. Behind the screen lay an ancient guqin. As a lowly courtesan, Yi Chu could not confront the emperor directly. Her only recourse was to play the instrument from behind the screen. How then could she orchestrate the emperor's demise? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she placed the guqin upon her lap, her delicate fingers poised above the strings. "Cut. Let us take a break." Su Jingshan waved his hand, signaling for a change in camera positioning as they prepared to focus on Yi Chu's performance. The actor portraying the emperor was a well-known middle-aged performer, Unmatched, who had played emperors in numerous historical dramas, adeptly bringing the role to life. From behind the screen, Yi Chu was not clearly visible to him during this intermission. He remained seated on the dragon throne alongside the actor portraying the eunuch, awaiting the arrival of the young actress who would play Yunwan, eager to engage in conversation with him. These are the fundamental operations for newcomers when he is present. "Xiaoya, go and familiarize yourself with Mo Chengxiao. He is an extraordinary actor." Su Jingshan, noticing Yi Chu still behind the screen, quietly directed her attention towards the dragon chair. "The more people you know, the easier the journey ahead will be." "All right." Yi Chu nodded and stepped toward Mo Chengxiao. He was engaged in conversation with another seasoned artist, the actor portraying the eunuch, both of them sharing laughter and camaraderie. Finally, he has arrived. What is meant to come will indeed come. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Yi Chu maintained a gentle smile as she greeted the eunuch and the emperor. In truth, she was unaware of which one was Mo Chengxiao, but it hardly mattered. One of them must be him. "Hello, you must be the star portraying Yunwan, right?" The seasoned artist portraying the eunuch said with a cheerful demeanor. There is a distinction between a star and an actress in the hearts of the people. An actor signifies recognition of an artist, while an artist is a more exalted title. Yi Chu offered an awkward yet courteous smile, replying, "If this star refers to a rising star, then that would be me." Mo Chengxiao seized the opportunity to inquire, "What is your name?" "Yi Chu, just as I was at the beginning." "Oh, that is a lovely name. Maintain your original intention. Do you have any works at present? What roles have you portrayed?" The seasoned artist asked once more. "I have not yet produced any works. I have only recently ventured into the performing arts, having played a minor role that is yet to be aired," Yi Chu replied. The seasoned artist nodded slightly, saying, "You possess a fine visage. Strive diligently and tread steadily, lest you narrow your path in the future." Mo Chengxiao felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had anticipated that Yi Chu would engage with them, perhaps request a WeChat contact or something of the sort. However, to his dismay, Yi Chu approached merely to chat, seemingly dismissing them entirely. How could Yi Chu fail to perceive Mo Chengxiao's sentiments? Such individuals, upon achieving even a modicum of success, often elevate themselves to a pedestal of self-importance. Regrettably, Mo Chengxiao was timid and overly concerned with appearances, too reluctant to express his discomfort openly. Even if there was an underlying tension, he knew it could not be displayed publicly, as it would reveal a lack of grace on his part. After conversing for a brief 15 minutes, Mo Chengxiao found little common ground with Yi Chu, whereas she engaged effortlessly with the actor portraying the eunuch. Soon, the set was prepared, and Yi Chu took her place before the guqin. The director had arranged for a substitute musician. Meanwhile, an assistant reminded Su Jingshan, who glanced at Yi Chu beside the screen with a trace of disdain. Most of today's youth, he mused, are merely superficial, lacking substance beneath their polished exteriors. Proficient in all arts, yet relying heavily on substitutes, be it for music or martial arts, given an impending action scene. After appraising the substitute musician, Su Jingshan declared, "No need. In the future, Yunwan scenes will not require a substitute. All departments, prepare, we begin." At Su Jingshan's command, the set fell into an immediate hush. Yunwan played the guqin, and the emperor listened intently. Thus, Yi Chu lifted her hand to caress the strings, her fingers slender and graceful, embodying elegance and beauty. Su Jingshan immediately directed the camera to focus on Yi Chu's hands. At first, the sound of the zither flowed like a gentle stream, but soon it transformed, becoming sharp and piercing as if provoked. In that moment, the emotions in Yi Chu's eyes subtly shifted, and her entire aura began to change. Su Jingshan did not miss a single captivating detail about Yi Chu, commanding all cameras to capture her from every angle. This approach startled Mo Chengxiao, who was seated on the dragon throne. The noise from the equipment was considerable, and amidst the clamor, Yi Chu's music became faint, rendering it difficult for him to discern what she played. Judging by Su Jingshan's demeanor, it was evident that Yi Chu possessed remarkable skill on the zither. Mo Chengxiao's arrogance diminished significantly at that realization. He was not one to shy away from humility. However, he was often taken aback by some of the younger generation who flaunted their beauty with unwarranted bravado. Meanwhile, an esteemed veteran actor playing the role of a eunuch perked up his ears to listen to Yi Chu's performance. Although he did not have extensive knowledge of the guqin, his experience with music allowed him to recognize its quality. To him, Yi Chu's playing exhibited a commendable level of artistry, capable of stirring emotions. It is worth noting that the guqin is an intricate instrument, typically appreciated only for its ambience by the untrained ear, yet Yi Chu's performance resonated deeply, affecting even the ordinary listener. Truly remarkable. To achieve the finest results, Su Jingshan had Yi Chu play 5 complete renditions, urging her to refine her emotional expression to perfection. Subsequently, they began filming the emperor and the eunuch listening to the zither. Mo Chengxiao, a seasoned actor in royal roles, portrayed the emperor's lofty demeanor and regal essence with exceptional flair, accentuating the emperor's lascivious nature and roguish tendencies. At this moment, the intense confrontation among the three commences. Yunwan's fingers deftly manipulate the mechanism of the guqin, causing the folding screen to tremble in response. A golden needle pierces through the air, aimed directly at the emperor's face. The old eunuch's eyes widen in shock, frozen in place, while the emperor's gaze shifts from tenderness to sheer terror, prompting shrieks from the young eunuchs and palace maids below the steps. Yunwan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, blood vessels rapidly reddening the whites of her eyes. Her gaze, filled with hatred, strikes like a dagger into the emperor's heart through the screen. Suddenly, a sword is raised, crackling with energy, intercepting the golden needle mid-flight. The collision produces a sharp sound akin to a crack. Only then does the emperor regain his composure and command. Seize her. Yunwan clutches the guqin, her expression resolute. It is this very determination that transforms her already enchanting visage into something truly breathtaking, leaving the emperor momentarily spellbound. As the emperor faces an assassination attempt, the armed guards in his presence are not to be trifled with. They swiftly encircle Yunwan. Tears glimmer in the corners of her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly. The guqin lies beside her, and she casts a lingering glance at it, bracing herself for death. Do not harm her, the emperor bellows. Yunwan's eyes widen in astonishment as the guards restrain her. Cut! Su Jingshan calls out with a megaphone, prompting Yi Chu to be released immediately. An actor portraying one of the armed guards cannot help but apologize to Yi Chu, feeling he had gripped her too tightly during the scene. The young lady has such delicate skin. What if I had harmed her? Not at all. I didn't feel any pain. Your performances were splendid. You truly inspired me. Yi Chu praises, without a hint of reproach. The words caused several background actors to blush, as they were seldom praised for their acting skills. A few of them chuckled in unison. Meanwhile, Su Jingtian began reshooting scenes involving the emperor and the eunuchs, while Yi Chu Xian, having nothing to do, engaged in conversation with the background actors. Soon, the scene depicting the assassination concluded, after which Yi Chu Xian's character was confined within a desolate courtyard of the palace. This courtyard, as described in the original text, was constructed by the mournful Emperor Ai of the previous dynasty for his beloved, who yearned for a pastoral existence. Following the fall of the previous dynasty, it fell into disrepair, rumored to be haunted. Yunnan, shackled and forlorn, gazed longingly at the sky beyond the courtyard. With her beloved deceased, she pondered the meaning of her existence. To prevent her from taking her own life, a eunuch was assigned to watch over her, leaving Yunnan powerless even in her desire for death. Suddenly, a black bird soared across the sky, and a flicker of determination passed through Yunnan's eyes. As night fell, the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Stealthily, Yunnan pilfered the key from the eunuch's possession and climbed over the wall to escape. Susan retouched Yi Chu Xian's makeup, allowing her to continue embodying Yunnan as she navigated through the palace, narrowly avoiding detection by the patrolling guards several times. It was not long before she encountered a stranger by the rockery. Yunnan's heart raced as she covered her mouth, suppressing any sound. The man grasped Yunnan's hand and pulled her back, concealing them both in the shadowy recesses of the rockery as a squad of patrolling guards marched orderly past. Shortly thereafter, Another group of eunuchs stealthily approached the thicket behind the rockery, carrying an unknown object. The silence outside lingered, and Yunnan abruptly pushed the man away. The darkness enveloped them to such an extent that she could not discern his features or attire. In the dead of night, the man inquired, "What are you doing out here?" "It's nothing. Thank you for tonight. I must take my leave," she replied. Only the legendary Yen Junwang could possibly remain in the palace at such an hour, yet this individual bore little resemblance to the tales she had heard, leaving Yunwan perplexed. However, she dared not linger. She had to escape with her life intact to contemplate her revenge. "You possess quite the audacity, young lady. Believing you can still evade capture?" "Yunwan." The man seized her firmly, rendering her unable to break free, and forcibly led her into a long-abandoned, secluded palace. "Who are you? What do you want?" Yunwan demanded in anger. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is you, Miss Yunwan. Your unparalleled musical talent is unforgettable." The man's tone felt like a death knell to Yunwan. How could he possibly know such things? Chapter 95. We are not delicate. Yunwan felt a sudden darkness envelop her, collapsing onto the man, unconscious. He let out a soft chuckle, cradling her and gradually vanishing into the shadows. The stench of decay clung to her senses, mingled with the metallic scent of blood and faint, haunting cries that assaulted her mind. Slowly, Yunwan opened her eyes to find herself bound to a cross, her hands ensnared in rough hemp ropes. The dim light of an oil lamp barely illuminated her surroundings, and through her limited view, she discerned that she was in unprecedented peril. Assassinating the emperor had resulted in mere house arrest, but this time, she was confronted with torture. "Your Highness, this woman is the one from the prison." Wang Su, played by Li Mian, donned a villainous appearance, his makeup intentionally exaggerated to suit his role. "Such a beautiful woman. I truly find it hard to part with her." The prince, with a mocking smile, remarked, "Let her live for now." Indeed, Wang Su clasped his fists and withdrew. The prince, with a flourish of his sleeves, rose and stepped towards the dungeon. The four-clawed dragon pattern. As the man approached, Yunwan discerned the emblem on his attire. He was none other than the prince, for such garments were reserved solely for him. "You are the prince?" Yunwan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why have you captured me?" Confusion washed over her as she pondered the reason behind her encounter with the prince. "It is your beauty that has stirred my heart," the prince confessed, gently grasping Yunwan's chin and tilting her head slightly upward. Though his grip was not forceful, deep crimson marks appeared on her delicate face. Wang Tong, portraying the prince, gasped in shock and trembled as he withdrew his hand. "What are you doing, Wang Tong? The atmosphere is so delightful. Why not carry on?" Su Jingshan lamented. Wang Tong, apologetically addressing Su Jingshan, replied, "I'm terribly sorry, director. I just lost my concentration for a moment." Yi Chu was bound to a frame, and during this interlude, Susan took the opportunity to touch up her makeup. Yi Chu was acutely aware that Wang Tong's mistake stemmed from her presence. "It's all right, I don't mind. You can proceed without hesitation." Yi Chu's voice reached Wang Tong's ears, soft and soothing, causing a flutter in his heart as his ears tinged with pink. From the moment Yi Chu agreed to help the original owner fulfill her dream of stardom, she had braced herself for physical interactions during filming or events. She was not overly sentimental. Most of the time, she still regarded herself as an ordinary person. "Well, I merely felt that this action aligned perfectly with my character's design. Yet I did not anticipate your skin being so delicate." Wang Tong shyly scratched his neck. He glanced at Yi Chu's face and noticed a faint reddish mark behind her, unable to suppress a sigh. The young ladies of today are indeed quite tender. "All right. Let's proceed." With a command from Su Jingshan, all departments took their positions and began filming. Yunwan was covered in blood, her attire tattered. The imprints of fingers on her face and the traces of blood at the corner of her mouth were particularly stark. "You devil, may you meet a wretched end." Yunwan trembled all over. The agony of her flesh was far surpassed by the fury in her heart. He did not perish. It turned out he had merely been ruthlessly imprisoned by this man. Why? Power, for the sake of power. This demon aspired to ascend, yet the emperor still lived. Should he attempt a coup, he would be a sinner throughout the ages. He sought to employ another S-blade, and that blade was her beloved. She had always believed her beloved was poisoned by the emperor due to his eminent achievements, but the instigator was right before her eyes, and they were all mere pawns. "Originally, you need not die. I admired your visage, yet you know too much." The crown prince's cold eyes glinted with murderous intent as he shifted his gaze towards Wang Su, who understood the implication and swiftly drew a dagger from his bosom, plunging it into Yunwan's chest. "May you meet a wretched end." Yunwan exerted all her strength, her vision gradually blurred, and ultimately, she succumbed to an endless darkness. Tomorrow, she shall be taken to meet that individual. You know what to do, right? The subordinate understood. Wang Su clasped his fists in response. The crown prince lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he exited the prison. He presented Yunwan with a rope, and according to the subsequent scene, he was supposed to catch her and place her upon the stand. However, Su Jingshan did not grant him this opportunity and called for a halt instead. Li Mian felt quite vexed. Had he managed to catch Yi Chu during this scene, she would have been a woman he had embraced, providing him with ample material for future promotions. Regrettably, this chance was lost. The intention behind such promotions was not merely commercial gain, but rather to incite conflict for Yi Chu. What did you say? The woman replacing me is named Yi Chu? Lu Ling exclaimed, nearly dropping her nail clippers onto her foot. You cannot be mistaken? Is she the neglected one from the Yi family? Lu Ling sought confirmation once more. I can assure you it is indeed her, the assistant replied with certainty. Lu Ling was momentarily taken aback. Why her? Reflecting on 3 years prior, when she attended a banquet hosted by the Yi family, Yi Chu had slandered her sister, Yi Fanxing, and Lu Ling had developed a strong distaste for Yi Chu. A girl who disregards decorum and acts shamelessly in public. She felt embarrassed for the girl. Now, the fact that this individual had usurped her role left her feeling as though she had swallowed a fly. It was utterly repulsive. No, this is simply too disgusting. How could such a person appear in a production I once managed? Anything is possible. You should inquire with the company, Lu Ling suggested. The assistant hesitantly agreed. You must be Yi Chu. Greetings, I am Wang Tong, and technically, I am your senior. We hail from the same company, Wang Tong said outside the scene. Clad in princely robes, flashing a broad smile that revealed his perfect set of 8 teeth. Compliments flowed from Yi Chu as easily as if she were gathering a basketful. Ah, simply call me by my name or refer to me as Brother Wang. I find great pleasure in it. Wang Tong is, in essence, 2 distinct individuals, one on stage and another off. Off the stage, he is as lively as a monkey, entirely unreflective of the iron-willed man he once portrayed. Very well, I shall indulge this, Brother Wang, remarked Yi Chu with a smile. Now, that is more agreeable. Wang Tong reached out to ruffle Yi Chu's hair, inquiring if pinching her chin caused her any discomfort. Even now, he still felt a tinge of trepidation. Yi Chu shook her head, insisting she was not so delicate. Brother Wang need not bear any psychological burden. Li Mian observed their interaction, feeling a stirring in his heart. Chapter 96. Disdain. Yi Chu had but one final scene to perform today, lying on a stretcher, playing a lifeless body to be presented to the second male lead. Under the cloak of night, the relentless Su Jingshan exploited every actor and crew member. Covered by a white cloth, Yi Chu was carried before the second male lead. Chu Songxiao's eyes turned red in an instant, radiating anguish, confusion, rage, hatred, and forbearance from within. His trembling hands attempted several times to lift the white cloth. Yet he lacked the courage until, at last, he seemed to resolve himself and abruptly tore away the cloth. Nuan Chu Songxiao carefully cradled the lifeless form, akin to a rag doll, and wept uncontrollably. Nuan who has taken your life? Who? Chu Songxiao's restraint had entirely morphed into rage. General Chu. Before we could locate her, she had already perished at Qingliang platform. It is said this was the one who attempted to assassinate the Emperor Wang. Su refrained from continuing. For in every matter, truth is but a fragment, and falsehoods can transform into reality. As he contemplated this, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Wang Su's eyes. He was determined to use Yi Chu as a stepping stone for Yi Fanxing. Chu Songxiao's grip on Yunwan tightened, his anger nearly overflowing. Nuan reassured him. Brother Xiao will surely avenge you. Chu Songxiao stared blankly, murmuring to himself. Reluctant to release Yunwan, he sat with her in the dungeon for an entire day. After capturing the despair and anguish of the male lead, Zhang Chu, who portrayed Chu Songxiao, Su Jingshan called for a stop. Yi Chu emerged from Zhang Chu's elbow, nearly gasping for breath just moments before. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the main cast departed first, followed by the supporting actors. Do you have a car? If not, you can ride with me, Wang Tong smiled, extending an invitation to Yi Chu. Having just removed her makeup, Yi Chu shook her head. Before she could respond further, Li Mian approached and eagerly asked, Wang the Emperor, Xiao Chu, I know a unique restaurant. Shall we go eat? Yi Chu looked toward Wang Tong, seeking his opinion. Wang Tong furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, replying, It's too late today, let's do it another time. Li Mian held a certain reputation in the industry, and given their shared experience in acting, Wang Tong felt obliged to accommodate him. Li Mian's gaze fell upon Yi Chu, filled with anticipation. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I have an engagement tonight." Yi Chu declined. Zhang Chu, still wearing his headpiece, had merely changed into casual attire. Upon hearing that Li Mian was inviting someone to dinner, only to be rejected by both, he couldn't help but laugh. "Li Mian, if you had invited me first, perhaps you wouldn't have faced such refusals." Zhang Chu, a successful transition from a fresh face to a prominent actor, stood out among the new generation, possessing commendable acting skills and insight. Li Mian, upon hearing Zhang Chu's words, felt an awkwardness that left him unsure of where to place his hands. "Just kidding." Zhang Chu leaned in closer to Li Mian's ear and whispered, "The one you genuinely wish to treat to a meal is Yi Chu, right? Give my advice. Do not provoke Yi Chu. You cannot afford the consequences." After uttering these words, Zhang Chu patted Li Mian on the shoulder, wearing an expression that seemed to convey a warning to tread carefully. He then greeted Wang Tong and Yi Chu before proceeding to remove his makeup. Yi Chu's acquaintance with Zhang Chu was still superficial. Her role in today's scene had already concluded with her character's demise, leaving no room for verbal exchange between them. Everything relied solely on Zhang Chu's personal interpretation. Nevertheless, she could sense a certain mercenary aura emanating from him. Moreover, he had audaciously cautioned Li Mian against crossing her, implying that Li Mian was not a match for her. Zhang Chu's hushed remarks to Li Mian did not escape her ears. Who exactly was Zhang Chu? Yi Chu retained a flicker of curiosity, but it ended there. "This is a contract. Please review it for any discrepancies," Yin Runin stated as he produced 2 copies of the document from his folder. "A gift?" Yi Chu set her handbag aside and focused on the word gift inscribed on the contract. "This is the remuneration for your assistance in capturing the nightmarish beast. I implore you to accept it." Yin Runin produced a pen, placing it before Yi Chu with both hands. "I have endured the torment of this affliction for nearly 30 years. Were it not for you, I might have met an untimely end. This is a matter of life and death for me. I, Yin Runin, possess wealth beyond measure and consider my life to be worth more than these 2 buildings combined. Please, accept it. I have more than enough of these. If you refuse, it would be a sign of disdain towards me," Yin Runin exclaimed, half threatening as he reached a breaking point. Yi Chu spoke with a solemn and earnest demeanor. "I must admit, I harbor some disdain." At that moment, Mu Tian, who was drinking water, suddenly choked and sprayed it everywhere. Yin Runin shot him a piercing glance, and Mu Tian instantly cast a look of pleading innocence towards Yi Chu. "You have cultivated for nearly 30 years. No, to be precise, 25 years. And have barely taken half a step into the innate realm. Your aptitude is woefully inadequate." Yi Chu's words pierced Yin Runin's heart like a sharp arrow. Mu Tian felt he had received an implicit message from Yi Chu. His own qualifications were even more dismal in comparison to his superior. Yin Runin's expression was one of disbelief. At his age and level of cultivation, he was already a paragon among the younger generation in the cultivation world. And he was a rare gem within the esteemed families of the capital. Even his master regarded him as a once-in-a-century genius. How could he be deemed worthless in the eyes of this great figure? Upon further contemplation, perhaps the great figure was indeed correct. After all, he was a presence far more formidable than his master. Mu Tian recounted that Yi Chu had neither taken a car to J City nor booked a flight ticket. And he concluded that the great figure possessed a flying sword, enabling him to soar through the skies. Yi Chu smiled faintly. "Is money now so devalued that all of you are so extravagantly affluent?" Yin Runin was rendered perplexed by Yi Chu's words. What did he mean by everyone being extravagantly wealthy? Had someone already presented him with a building? That would be quite awkward. "I appreciate your goodwill. But as for your wealth, I am not particularly interested." In truth, Yi Chu had never intended to extract anything from Yin Runin. It was merely a casual remark. "Great figure, do accept something, lest my heart feel stifled." Yin Runin touched his chest, displaying an expression of deep remorse. "Do not press me." Yi Chu's tone suddenly turned cold, catching Yin Runin off guard. He had forgotten the formidable prowess she possessed. Admittedly, as a man nearing 30, he should not indulge in such greasy behavior. The ambitious individual sought to pursue her dreams in the entertainment industry, so he resolved to assist her in a different manner. Eventually, Mu Tian, with keen insight, stepped in to mediate, and Yin Runin scoured half the city to gather a plethora of delicacies for Yi Chu, concluding the endeavor. The following day, Yi Chu arrived at the film set with several large bags of treats, distributing them generously. Chapter 97, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Food. We eat every day. One tea I become a ball. Xiao Chun lamented the bleakness of her future, fearing that Xiao Su might eventually put an end to her. The crew members, upon receiving the snacks, cast soft glances toward Yi Chuyu, as they had never encountered such generosity. Some background actors, previously from the Qing Xianjing crew, discreetly shared that when Yi Chuyu wrapped up filming for Qing Xianjing, she had treated everyone to trendy milk tea and local delicacies, each cup costing an average of 31. The local specialties were not inexpensive either. Speculation arose among the crew that Yi Chuyu might be a Navi-rich second generation, with more money than she knew how to spend. In truth, this was quite accurate. For Yi Chuyu, money was merely a figure. Whenever she desired, she could amass wealth rivaling nations. After her earnings from this filming, divided with the company, approximately 100,000 remained. After taxes, a few tens of thousands were left, all of which she donated. The previous sum of several 100,000 had also been given away under her name, with the merit accumulating in the name of the original owner. In this manner, she bestows greater blessings upon the young girl, allowing her to feel that being blessed in her name signifies the completion of karmic ties. After Yi Chuchu distributed the snacks, Li Mian arrived, the only one in the room without any. Li Mian was unaware of what had transpired. He merely found the sound of the crew tearing open packaging particularly jarring today. Wang Tong was absent, having gone to fulfill other commitments. Yi Chuchu still had to shoot a couple of scenes with Mo Cheng Xiao, with most of her remaining footage featuring Zhang Chu. Upon seeing Li Mian, Xiao Chen promptly guided Yi Chuchu away, separating her from him. She had not forgotten Su Mingyue's warning to quell any ill-intentioned men in their infancy. Li Mian thought to himself, not a single opportunity is granted. Susan hummed a cheerful tune as she applied makeup to Yi Chuchu. Her movements gentle and considerate, unlike her usual brusque treatment of other actors. Little Chuchu, I've used the treasure you gave me, and now when I step outside, people mistake me for a high school student. I am simply overjoyed. For years, no one has thought I appeared youthful. I am only 26, sob, Susan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I guarantee your youth will remain intact for 2 decades. Yi Chuchu handed Susan a small comb, which she deftly inserted into Yi Chuchu's hair. Hee. Little Chuchu is simply wonderful. I truly adore you. Indeed, today's makeup was different from previous styles, and the outfit had also been changed, lending her a fresher appearance. For the scenes with Yunwan and Chu Tsong, where they portrayed their acquaintance, it was only fitting that she dressed more like a young girl. The emperor, swayed by malicious whispers, condemned the Yu family to collective punishment, leaving only Yunwan to wander in the brothels. Her father and elder brother were executed, while her mother took her own life by hanging. Yunwan, initially despondent and wishing for death, found herself compelled to endure due to her mother's dying words. Possessing exquisite beauty and mastery of the Guqin, she surpassed her teachers with her exceptional talent. During an outing for inspiration, Yunwan encountered peril, only to be rescued by Su, a figure from her past, her childhood neighbor. Su Gu, this is a new composition of mine. Please listen, she said. Gracefully seated beside the Guqin, her fingers dancing over the strings like flowing water. Su, radiating an aura of nobility, felt exposed before her, yearning only for peaceful moments together. He retrieved a shao he had not played in years, and they shared a harmonious duet by the lakeside pavilion, lost in blissful freedom. The strict regulations of the brothel were mitigated by his protection, allowing Yunwan to navigate her circumstances with relative ease. Their companionship deepened, and they eventually pledged their lives to one another. However, fate turned cruel as the emperor, fearful of Su's rising prominence, dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Miraculously, he survived the attempt, but tragically, the love of his life, Yunwan, met a brutal end at the hands of the emperor's sword. Zhang Chu observed Yi Chu, who was resting with her eyes closed, and glanced at the script. Soon, they would perform these very scenes. Indeed, Yi Chu was a prodigious talent. Any mistakes during their rehearsals stemmed not from her, but rather from equipment issues or errors made by other actors. Her acting was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Zhang Chu relished the opportunity to work alongside such a formidable actress, especially one under the protection of that individual. Initially, he found it perplexing why his friend had insisted he safeguard a woman. Now he has developed a hint of interest. Su Jingshan, in the corner, was smoking while on the phone, disregarding the incessant chatter on the other end. With a temper as fierce as his, he dismissed anyone who did not meet his approval. What investments? What financial backers? As if he were in dire straits, inviting anyone to assist him. After years of navigating this circle, who would dare to cross him now? Except for those initial years of struggle, no one would dare to challenge him. No matter the conditions presented, it was impossible. Yichu was also a legitimate company representative. What was the company behind Lu if it could rival Zhao Qian? As Su Jingshan uttered the name Zhao Qian, silence fell on the other end of the line. Prior to this call, they had conducted no investigation, mistakenly believing he had found a powerless woman to replace Lu Ling. Instead, they were met with an impenetrable barrier. After a brief apology, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Jingshan's brow furrowed deeply, enough to squash two flies. He looked up to see Yi Chu, clad in costume, sitting behind a camera, learning cinematography from the cameraman. Su Jingshan's gaze sharpened as he located Lu Ling's WeChat on his phone and pressed the delete key. He had removed her. Damn it. Lu Ling was seething with anger as she opened her contacts to call a senior executive in the company, only to have her call rejected. Having been in the industry for many years, starting as a child star, she had far more experience than most. Yet, despite this, she found herself largely ignored. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Lu Ling. She could not allow Yi Chu, the source of her discomfort, to appear on television. She would have to ensure Yi Chu was put on ice, out of sight, out of mind. Lu Ling ultimately made a phone call. Chapter 98. Oh, the leg of my grandmother. Xiao Chu, why did you distribute snacks to everyone, but not to me? Li Mian confronted Yi Chu with a tone of reproach. Yi Chu furrowed her brow. She had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Could this Li Mian truly be so oblivious as to overlook her disdain and aversion? You arrived too late. Everything has already been distributed, she replied, implying that he ought to arrive earlier next time. With that, Yi Chu turned to leave, intending to apply her makeup. However, Li Mian seized her slender arm, preventing her from departing. Xiao Chu, let go. Yi Chu retorted coldly. Xiao Chu. Li Mian's voice softened, for he had never witnessed Yi Chu's anger. At that moment, a phone hidden in the shadows was recording. Yi Chu's gaze shifted towards it, and the phone malfunctioned instantaneously, causing the person behind it to collapse in fear. Yi Chu forcefully broke free from Li Mian's grasp and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Li Mian, I once thought you possessed some intelligence. It seems I overestimated you. If you wish to drag me down with you, you are still too inexperienced. Yi Chu approached the corner, each step resonating like a hammer striking Li Mian's heart, trampling upon his dignity. A man struck by a woman, yet he could not muster the strength to retaliate. In the corner, the individual clutched a charred phone, seated helplessly on the ground. He had envisioned countless heroic moments, yet in this instance, he felt utterly diminished. Just a single glance from her had rendered his phone useless. My goodness, how terrifying. Help me, mother. She's coming for me. She will kill me. Yi Chu stood before the man, coldly inquiring, Did Li Mian send you? The man shook his head vehemently. Who is it then? There has been a misunderstanding. It is not me. Li Mian rushed over, covering his face, eager to clarify. I had no knowledge of his existence. Silence, Yi Chu commanded, leaving Li Mian too intimidated to speak further. His initial intention had been to reconcile with Yi Chu, but this unexpected disruption had thoroughly derailed his plans, and he felt a simmering resentment within. It was Lu Ling. She asked me to capture footage and even provided me with money. Please, do not expose me. I desperately need this job. The man pleaded, my family is in dire straits, and I cannot afford to lose this position. I implore you, have mercy. My phone is broken, and the photos cannot be disseminated. Who is Lu Ling? Yi Chu mused, contemplating the emergence of yet another dubious antagonist. How many enemies does this young woman possess? I told you it was not me. Li Mian interjected again. Lu Ling was the actress who previously portrayed your character. She threw a tantrum and refused to return. That woman is utterly unhinged. Then you are also part of this production, Lu Ling, is it? You may leave, Yi Chu declared. The man hastily scurried away, and as he crossed the threshold, the memory of Yi Chu damaging his phone inexplicably vanished from his mind. Yi Chu retrieved Lu Ling's information on her phone, discovering that she was a budding star under Xianhai Entertainment, perpetually striving to ascend to the third tier of fame, yet failing each time. A flicker of recognition surfaced in her memory. She recalled a moment from 3 years prior, when Yi Fanxing had orchestrated a scheme against her, and this woman had indignantly stepped forth, chastising the young girl vehemently. In S City, Lu Ling, the illegitimate daughter of the Lu family, has been leveraging her connections and beauty to exploit the entertainment industry for profit. This generation of wealthy families seems rather ineffectual. Li Mian stood by, while Yi Chu disregarded him and entered the makeup room. Were it not for the stringent laws of the flowering nation, it is likely that his grave would be overgrown by weeds. Lu Ling, intent on inciting scandal, orchestrated a photo shoot within the production team, hoping to sell the resulting salacious stories to entertainment reporters and tarnish her own reputation in the process. Yi Chu, sighing while perusing her tablet, mused upon the absurdity of individuals eager to court their own demise. She had wished for a simple life, adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. In a short span, the data on her tablet coalesced into a series of indecorous images. The contact information for Lu Ling's agent lay beneath her Weibo posts, allowing for a seamless email forward that erased all traces. Yi Chu nonchalantly tucked the tablet into her bag, awaiting Susan's arrival to assist with her makeup. Zhang Chu entered, script in hand, having just conferred with the director about omitting scenes involving extensive physical contact. After all, she could potentially be a brother's woman, and he could not afford to tread those waters. Yi Chu glanced at the new script and nodded in agreement. Zhang Chu regarded her with a knowing look, finding her presence both ordinary and enigmatic, a perplexing contradiction. How foolish Lu Ling was to engage in such reckless behavior. Zhang Jie, overwhelmed, permanently deleted the email and promptly called Lu Ling, instructing her to remain home and refrain from any movement. Lu Ling was likely unaware of the trouble she had stirred. As Zhang Jie rushed to Lu Ling's residence, she deliberated with the company on subsequent remedial measures. An artist may not face any issues, as long as it does not tarnish the reputation of the company. You have truly surprised me. Someone has sent me these images via email. Just take a look. As Sister Zhang spoke, she unlocked her phone and displayed two slightly compromising photographs before Lu Ling. Lu Ling gazed at Sister Zhang's furious expression, utterly perplexed. A sidelong glance revealed her pupils dilating in shock. This. Lu Ling's face drained of color. What have you been up to lately? Once Sister Zhang's anger subsided, she began to suspect that someone might be playing a malicious prank. She was well aware of the kind of artist Lu Ling was. Lu Ling's private life was far from pristine, yet she excelled at maintaining confidentiality. This was the first instance of such an extensive leak of photographs. I haven't done anything. These images must have been digitally altered. I never keep any photos. Lu Ling insisted innocently. Fidgeting with her hands, she remained silent for a while before murmuring, I merely asked someone to gather some photos on set. That's all. Is this an act of vengeance? A payback in kind? The realization struck Lu Ling with chilling clarity. The implications were terrifying. She quickly dialed the individual, only to discover the phone was turned off. It must be her. She has figured it out. For the first time, Lu Ling felt an overwhelming fear. The thought of these images circulating was unbearable, rendering her unable to continue her career. Chapter 99. Impromptu dance. Sister Zhang, filled with unbridled fury, exclaimed, Do you know who stands behind Yi Chu? That is Chao Qian. You were clearly detached from this situation, yet you are now foolishly exposing yourself, inviting trouble upon your own head. Lu Ling was in a state of panic. The vice president of Chaowan was a madwoman. If she were to fixate on her, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Jie, I was wrong. Lu Ling exclaimed anxiously, What am I to do? I cannot afford to offend the Su family in Kyoto. She had been oblivious to the fact that Yi Chu was associated with Chaowan. Had she known, she would not have acted so foolishly. That little vixen truly possessed remarkable abilities to have garnered Chaowan's favor. Lu Ling scoffed disdainfully at the thought of the abandoned daughter of the Yi family in S City, believing she was unworthy. Yet now, she found herself compelled to bow her head. The colossal entity of Chaowan commanded her respect. Take care of yourself. The company will not support you if trouble arises, Zhang Jie remarked with a cold huff before turning away. Lu Ling sank onto the sofa, numbly grasping her phone. Was the company's refusal to assist her merely out of fear of Chaowan? Yi Chu, you truly possess great prowess. That morning, Yi Chu had completed her scenes for the palace drama and, in the afternoon, ventured to the outskirts. Yunwan and Chusong Shao were engaged in outdoor games. Zhang Chu had also changed into a new outfit, while Yi Chu remained in the ensemble from the previous day. After dining, Su Jingshan informed Yi Chu of an additional night shoot, where she was to perform a dance in the grand hall of the Jiafangxi. A dance instructor had been arranged for her, with the expectation that she would master the routine within 2 hours. She merely needed to learn a few movements, and during the filming, they would capture the scenes in segments. The dance instructor arrived early on set, and Yi Chu proceeded to the temporary practice room. I have designed several dance movements according to the script. Simply follow the music. If necessary, a stand-in can be arranged. But you must perform the movements that require your face, the instructor instructed. Yi Chu nodded. Learning a few movements would pose no challenge for her. The dance instructor, unfazed, promptly activated the music player, selecting the melody for the dance, and commenced teaching Yichu the movements. Yichu swiftly grasped all the steps, following the instructor's lead with remarkable agility. The instructor, smiling, remarked, "You are the most adept learner I have encountered. Surely, you possess some foundational skills." Under the instructor's guidance, Yichu proceeded to rehearse the entire routine once more. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingshan directed a night scene. And soon it was Yichu's turn to take the stage. The scene she was about to perform depicted a long-awaited reunion with Yunwan, where Yunwan danced upon the stage, having been coaxed by a friend to come and admire. At first glance, he recognized her as the charming little neighbor from years past. However, time had wrought significant changes. The once delightful young girl had fallen from grace due to political turmoil, reduced to a performer in a brothel. "All departments, prepare," Su Jingshan announced, holding a loudspeaker as the crew retreated to the sidelines, restoring the scene to its ancient splendor. The young gentlemen reveled in music and drink, while the maidens poured wine and recited poetry, living as if they were celestial beings. Suddenly, the musical tempo shifted, and all eyes turned toward the grand stage, where 6 graceful dancers entered in a fluid procession. The gentle sounds of the guzheng and flute resonated as the maidens swayed elegantly on stage. As the melody evolved, Yichu seamlessly integrated herself into the performance, making her entrance as the 6 dancers shifted positions. The audience, upon seeing Yichu, erupted into applause and cheers. Notably, prior to this moment, she had not rehearsed with the other maidens. At that moment, the dancers formed a floral arrangement and exited the stage, leaving Yichu alone in the spotlight. No wonder there was no collaborative practice. It turns out she would ultimately perform solo. Su Jingshan's plan was for Yichu to casually execute a few movements and repeat them several times, which he could then edit into a dance. However, what was Yichu doing now? She was actually improvising. The music played on-site had been pre-recorded, as live performance would be too resource-intensive. Su Jingshan's smile broadened with each passing moment. Could Yichu really dance spontaneously? Had he known this, he wouldn't have hired a teacher. Guidance from an instructor is quite costly. In the future, he could save money by simply encountering her again. Yichu freestyled for 4 minutes on stage, and Su Jingshan nodded along, only calling for a halt when the music concluded. "Good, very good. Let us do it again." The entire process was repeated 3 times, and after 4 rounds of dancing, Su Jingshan finally released her. Zhang Chu expressed his desire to see more. Anyone present who witnessed Yichu dance felt insatiable. Online, Yichu was merely a well-known figure with no apparent talent, but in reality, they were thoroughly amazed. This was no mere lack of skill. This was artistry. Who had ever seen the same piece performed 4 times, each rendition offering a distinct interpretation? It demonstrated her improvisation on stage across 4 variations, effortlessly surpassing many professionals. Last time, Yichu had also taken to the guzheng without any prior preparation. Fortunately, she was allowed to leave. "Hey, tonight the ghost market opens again. Are you going?" Mumu Tian asked, gazing at Yichu in the mirror. "I'm not going," Yichu replied, wiping her face with a wet tissue, having rushed earlier and not fully removed her makeup. Susan was still complaining to her, lamenting her unfortunate fate of being compelled to remain with the production team. She needed to apply makeup for the lead actress, leaving her no time to finish work. Yichu had thoughtfully left her a bag of snacks, a small consolation for her aggrieved spirit. "Are you really not going?" Mumu Tian inquired. "I heard there's an auction in the ghost market tonight, and the prominent families from the mundane world are likely to attend." A flicker of curiosity ignited within Yichu. She had previously learned from Yen Runin that over the years, the mundane world had gradually been sending its younger generation to the cultivation realm for training. She wondered if anyone from the Yi family had taken up the path of cultivation. Those with exceptional talent, like Yen Runin, had reached the threshold of innate mastery, while others had spent over a decade in the cultivation realm, achieving the Qi refinement stage. These individuals were rare and distinguished. Attaining the Qi refinement stage also extended one's lifespan, typically allowing them to live between 100 and 200 years. It was unfortunate that after more than 20 years of cultivation, he remained at the threshold of innate mastery, still far from the Qi refinement stage. "Let us go to the auction and take a look," Yichu declared. That was precisely the response Mumu Tian had been waiting for. In truth, they were motivated by personal interests, having been in contact with the powerful for some time. They had never witnessed the Great One's cultivation, nor were they aware of his current prowess. Typically, the Great One exuded no discernible energy fluctuations. Recently, He had discreetly placed a magnetic field detector and energy sensor in the car, yet those devices had yielded no data from the trunk. Fortunately, the Great One had not discovered this. Had he done so, it would have been dire, possibly even fatal. Yi Chu's cultivation engaged in an energy exchange with her soul space, a realm of unfathomable mystery that ordinary technology could not comprehend. Had she known Mumu Tian's intentions, she would have regarded them with disdain. If her cultivation were to be unleashed, it would likely leave the surrounding area barren for miles. Thus, in her daily interactions, she would often suppress her aura, refraining from any reckless behavior. The spells she employed when necessary were merely ordinary techniques, effortlessly executed through external spiritual energy. She had become accustomed to this method during her time on the Duanyan continent. Naturally, her limited cultivation prevented others from achieving the same level of fluidity she possessed. Soon, Mumu Tian arrived at the outskirts of J City, halting the vehicle carelessly in a parking lot. She sprinted alongside Yi Chu, who appeared to stroll leisurely. "Esteemed one, I have harbored a question for quite some time," Mumu Tian gasped, struggling to keep pace. "May I inquire about the level of your cultivation?" With a playful tilt of her head and a smile, Yi Chu replied, "Why don't you take a guess?" To Mumu Tian, this smile seemed to exude an air of superiority, prompting an internal outcry of disbelief. "Could it be that you are an essence infant?" Yi Chu remained silent. Believing her to be genuine, Mumu Tian's heart surged with joy. An essence infant, indeed. Alive. She yearned to become her disciple. After running for approximately 20 minutes, covering around 20 miles, Mumu Tian halted deep within a forest on the outskirts of J City. "Esteemed one, do you lack a leg ornament?" "Ah, no. I meant disciple." Mumu Tian raised an eyebrow at Yi Chu, asking with a mischievous grin. If she could become the disciple of such a revered figure, it would be a meteoric rise. In the future, she would shine among the elite of the cultivation world, polishing the shoes of the 10 prestigious families and other exceptional beings. "Disciple," Yi Chu mused, "I have only taken one in my lifetime, having perished on the Duanyan continent. She would no longer open her veins or continue her lineage." Oh, Mumu Tian's heart, fervent with excitement, nearly shattered. Yet his refined acting skills enabled him to swiftly regain his composure. Alas, it seems some eager little hoof had already seized the opportunity. Given the prowess of the esteemed figure, it is unlikely that a 500-year-old monster could escape if she had previously taken on disciples. Those individuals would now be of an age comparable to that of his grandfather's grandfather. You currently stand at the pinnacle of the late stage, merely a step away from the innate realm, lacking both aptitude and resources, thus requiring continued effort. Yi Chu not only rejected Mumu Tian, but also mercilessly inflicted several metaphorical wounds upon him. Mumu Tian felt an immense sense of injury, as though he required admission to an intensive care unit, one where healing may well prove impossible. Before long, the two entered the ghost market, where Yen Runin was already awaiting their arrival at the inn. This ghost market appeared identical to the last, suggesting that only one truly exists, albeit with multiple entrances. "Boss, has today's auction list arrived?" Mumu Tian inquired while pouring tea for Yen Runin. "Indeed, there are several remarkable items," Yen Runin replied, handing the list to Mumu Tian, who did not examine it himself, but instead passed it to Yi Chu. "The red hand flower is a naturally rejuvenating herb, with my mother's birthday approaching. I shall purchase it as a gift for her." Yen Runin took a sip of tea and continued. "I have heard that this time there is also a mysterious new treasure. The organizers have yet to disclose any information, suggesting it may be a hidden gem." Yi Chu glanced at the list in his hand. The red hand flower, a 20-year-old spiritual herb, indeed possesses beautifying properties. When crushed into a juice and applied to the face, it can instantly rejuvenate one's appearance, akin to a rebirth. Alas, it cannot grant eternal youth. Yet it surpasses many cosmetic products available in the market and is certainly worth using. "The boss, there is also green spirit crystal." Mumu Tian stood beside Yi Chu and immediately spotted the image of the green spirit crystal on the list. It is a remarkable item, compared to spirit pearls. The energy contained within green spirit crystals is more refined and easier to absorb. "Master, what have you set your sights on? I shall assist you in acquiring it," Yen Runin inquired. Yi Chu scrutinized the auction items on the list, finding the white-grade Ruamu somewhat useful, while everything else appeared rather superfluous to her. The Ghost Market Auction House categorizes its items by grade, starting from the lowest, which is white grade, followed by gray, green, blue, orange, and red, culminating in the mysterious treasures that are auctioned only after the penultimate item. The first 3 grades can be traded using currency or gold, with gold being exchanged at the day's market rate. The latter 3 grades, however, can only be procured with spirit pearls or spirit stones. You need not concern yourself. What I desire will come to me, Yi Chu declared, handing the list to Mu Mutian. She had ample cultivation resources at her disposal. After 2 more hours, the trio made their way to the auction house. Throughout the journey, Yi Chu remained vigilant, uncertain if any members of the Yi family were nearby. Upon their smooth arrival at the auction house, due to Yin Runan's connections, they were granted access to a high-end private box. The outside was bustling with noise. Yi Chu swiftly conjured a soundproof barrier, instantly rendering the atmosphere significantly more tranquil. Yin Runan and Mu Mutian cast admiring glances at Yi Chu. Realizing that this was the essence of true power, he vowed to strive earnestly to become a formidable force. Dear friends and esteemed practitioners, the auction at Tianxiu Auction House is about to commence this evening. I am your auctioneer, Yu, and I warmly welcome you all to this event. Now, I kindly request everyone to silence their chatter as we unveil our first item for bidding. What could it be? Yu playfully kept the audience in suspense, and the attendees widened their eyes, closing their mouths in anticipation. The realm of cultivation lacks electricity, relying solely on generators. Thus, the auction house has boldly deployed several large generators, supplemented by backup power from solar panels utilized during the day, ensuring the venue is brilliantly illuminated. Oh, what could the first item be? Do not prolong the suspense. Reveal it quickly. Some impatient souls in the crowd could hardly contain their eagerness, shouting out. Chapter 101. The Yi family. Yu was already accustomed to such reactions. With a leisurely demeanor, she announced, "Very well, let us present our first auction item of the day, which is Ruomu." No sooner had Yu's words left her lips than 2 young ladies gracefully approached, carrying a glass-covered plate containing a small piece of Ruomu, approximately 10 centimeters in size. I thought it was something extraordinary. It is merely a small piece of Ruomu, hardly sufficient even as a footrest. The murmurs of discontent rippled through the auction house, clearly indicating that the majority of attendees were dissatisfied with this offering. Guests, please remain calm. This is no ordinary piece of wood. It hails from the depths of the Firefly King Marsh, adorned with the powder shed by the Firefly King himself. When utilized as incense, it fosters tranquility and concentration, significantly mitigating the risk of succumbing to demonic deviation during cultivation. Our auction house's tests indicate a mere 5% risk, making this a rare and valuable treasure not to be missed. Yu, clad in a resplendent white ancient robe intricately embroidered with elaborate patterns, clearly indicating the presence of a protective formation, stands amidst the throng of irate bidders. In the past, incidents of auctioneers being assaulted have occurred, prompting the auction house to invest substantially in defensive robes for their auctioneers. Let the bidding commence. Yu beams, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. The starting price is 10,000, with increments no less than 1,000. I bid 12,000, 14,000, 18,000, 20,000. The allure of diminishing the risk of demonic deviation is particularly enticing, especially for those grappling with cultivation bottlenecks. To break through such barriers requires all one's efforts, and this process is fraught with peril. The prospect of reducing that danger naturally attracts eager bidders. 100,000, 200,000, 350,000. Yi Chu observes the escalating prices and casually throws out a figure. 1,200,000. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd. Who is this fool? This item is hardly worth 120,000. Has someone truly deemed it worth such an extravagant sum? What a tremendous folly. My dear, this item is not worth such a price. Yin Runan was equally astonished. She had conducted an investigation on Yi Chu and discovered that even with her acting fees, she had not accumulated such savings. However, he certainly had the means to afford it. Observing the tedious process of incremental bidding, she thought it preferable to settle the matter in one decisive stroke, as the item would ultimately belong to her. Once Yi Chu's card was displayed, no one dared to raise the bid further. For many present, their intentions were not centered on Ruomu. Far more valuable treasures awaited their attention, and Ruomu was merely a trivial addition, inconsequential to their pursuits. No one wished to play the fool. Yu, observing the situation, surmised that the decision was imminent and promptly declared, "Is there no higher bid?" With no further offers, she announced, 1,200,000, once. 1,200,000, twice. Her gaze swept across the room once more. 1,200,000, thrice sold. Ruomu now belongs to the patron of Box 003. Please proceed to the backstage for settlement. We ensure fairness in all transactions. With that, Yu moved on to auction the next item. Why purchase this item? Mu Tian inquired, perplexed. It has its own purpose, Yi Chu replied as he stood up. As for the remainder, I am not interested. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Feel free to continue without me. The two nodded, watching Yi Chu's retreating figure as the attentive staff graciously closed the door behind them. Under the guidance of the well-trained attendants, Yi Chu arrived at the guest lounge, conveniently located near the entrance, where the breeze was brisk and refreshing. Recognizing him as the buyer of the earlier item, the staff enthusiastically presented an array of snacks and brewed a delicate tea infused with a hint of ethereal energy. Please, continue with your tasks. Do not concern yourselves with me, Yi Chu remarked, sipping her tea while gazing at the night beyond the window. The realm of cultivation remained untainted by industrial pollution, boasting exceptional air quality and a remarkable clarity of the sky. At this moment, the heavens were adorned with a myriad of stars, their brilliance particularly striking against the dark backdrop, though it lacked the poetic essence of a direct gaze into the celestial sphere. This evening, she had not encountered a single individual of the Yi lineage. Perhaps they were engrossed in their cultivation or perhaps had not established connections within the realm. She hesitated to venture to Kyoto, to the ancestral home of the Yi family. After 40 years, those she once knew had aged, their visages transformed. While she remained in the bloom of youth, a poignant irony. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Let us in, we possess tickets. We were merely delayed by unforeseen circumstances. A girl implored, brandishing 2 cards in her hand as she addressed the guards stationed at the door. The items at the auction were exceedingly valuable. Thus, security measures were stringent. The sentinels were either at the pinnacle of the acquired realm or possessed innate talents. It was rumored that even during the event, there were cultivators in the Qi refinement stage present, and the proprietor of the auction house was a foundation establishment practitioner. Consequently, few dared to instigate trouble, for the auctioneers often bore the brunt of any altercations. Should a conflict arise, compensation was invariably required. We genuinely intend to participate in the auction. Behold our tickets. Issued by your establishment, the young girl reiterated, raising her ticket once more. Beside her, a boy, seemingly in his teenage years, concurred, indeed. What right do you have to bar our entry? We are merely a few minutes late. I apologize, but the auction house has regulations. Entry is prohibited for those who arrive more than 15 minutes late unless someone inside vouches for them. However, there is no signal in the vicinity, making it impossible to notify anyone. What a ridiculous rule. We have exerted ourselves to arrive, and we were delayed due to an ambush on the road. We implore you to make an exception this once. There are crucial items inside that we desperately need. Rules are rules. You must leave and return another time. The guard replied bluntly, Please, this auction features items essential for saving lives. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance. The girl's eyes were slightly red, urgency evident in the bloodshot veins. They appeared to have just endured a fierce battle, their clothes soiled, yet they could think of nothing else. They had to enter this auction and secure the items. Their dignity could not be compromised. You just mentioned that as long as someone inside vouches for them, they can enter, correct? Clad in a flowing gown with sleeves wide and hem brushing the ground, her long hair danced in the wind, resembling a celestial being. That is indeed correct, the guard responded. Let them in, I will vouch for them. Yi Chushin smiled, her gaze softening as it fell upon the young couple. Chapter 102. Purchasing the red hand flower. Upon seeing Yi Chushin, the girl felt as though she had glimpsed a beacon of hope, illuminating her entire existence in that moment. Really? Thank you so much. The girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude, while the boy, clutching his heaving chest, smiled in appreciation as well. Let us go, Yi Chushin turned away, instantly suppressing the sting of emotion at her nose. These 2 children are of the direct line of the Yi family. How wonderful. As Yi Chu turned once more, 2 young individuals had already approached her side. The girl wiped her eyes and said to Yi Chu, Thank you. My name is Yin Yan, and this is my younger brother, Yi Shixuan. We hail from the Yi family of Kyoto. On our way to the auction, we were besieged and only managed to break free at the last moment, which caused us to arrive late. Ah, the Yi family of Kyoto, I see. I overheard you mention that there are life-saving items among the auction goods. Whose life are you trying to save? Perhaps it was the warm aura emanating from Yi Chu that made Yin Yan lower her guard. Ignoring her brother Yi Shixuan's admonitions, she replied, It is for my second grandfather. His old ailment has recurred. Well, you should hurry along then, lest you miss your chance, Yi Chu urged, refraining from asking further questions. Yes, thank you truly for your help today, Yin said as she hurriedly dragged Yushirshuan into the inner hall. Calculating the time. Yichu wondered if their second grandfather was perhaps the second brother. An old ailment returning? The red hand flower was listed as the 7th item. Nonetheless, it was imperative that she acquire such a prized item to please her elders. After the introduction concluded, the auctioneer presented the red hand flower. Soon, a potted plant emanating a faint red glow was brought forth. It was not merely adorned with a single blossom, but boasted an entire cluster. Rumor had it that it was cultivated by a sect specializing in spiritual herbs. Although this item bore little use for their cultivation, it was being sold nonetheless. The current transaction method required gold. The seller demanded nothing but gold. What do we do, brother? We didn't bring any gold with us. Yin anxiously confided in Yushirshuan. Wherein we told that any form of trade was acceptable? Why has the agreement changed? Yushirshuan replied, frustration evident in his tone, yet they felt powerless against the imposing entity of the auction house. They are all solitary cultivators, lacking the protection of a sect, and thus often suffer from bullying. Time is running out. What should I do? Yin was on the verge of tears. Others only recognized the red hand flower as a beauty elixir, unaware of its curative properties for hidden ailments. With a specialized technique, it can be refined into a restorative ointment. Yet now, this transaction can only be conducted in gold. Granduncle, I'm so sorry, Yin lamented, lowering her head in sorrow. It turns out they desire the red hand flower. They seem to know quite a bit. Yichu fixed her gaze on Yin Runin. Yin Runin felt a chill run down his spine under Yichu's intense stare, nearly overwhelmed with fear, and quickly inquired, Boss, are you also interested in the red hand flower? Obtain it at all costs, Yichu commanded. From her bag, she produced a porcelain vial, extracted a single pill, and placed it into an empty box that once held gum, stating, this is the youth preservation pill, which can maintain youthful vitality for 20 years. I will exchange it for the red hand flower. Yin Runin trembled as he raised his arm, reaching for the gum box. The youth preservation pill, this is the legendary elixir. Does the boss truly possess such a treasure? Good heavens, I am fortunate to have secured such an influential ally. One can immediately discern the weight of their offerings. Moreover, she merely extracted one pill, while she has many more in her vial. What? Are you dissatisfied with the quantity? This is far superior to the red hand flower, Yichu remarked, observing the drool threatening to escape Yin Runin's lips with disdain. No. It is the red hand flower that is unworthy. I would pay 100 million today to acquire this flower, Yin Runin declared with unwavering determination. Given that the transaction is in gold, it is calculated accordingly. The bidding on the stage has escalated to 8 taels of gold, and it soon approaches 15. Yin Runin offers 20 taels, but quickly someone escalates the bid to 500 taels. Ultimately, the coveted red-handed flower is secured by Yin Runin for 2,520 taels. The prized flower is now in his possession. Yin, overwhelmed with despair, reflects on their attempts to bid. Despite the possibility of exchanging 3 times the market value for gold at the auction, they still could not outbid others, particularly the individual seated in the private box. Thank you. Yichu concentrates, and suddenly a wooden box appears in the private box. This is gold, Yichu announces. Yin Runin is taken aback, repeatedly gesturing to decline. No need, esteemed one. You are far too generous. The rejuvenation elixir is worth much more than this. Yichu casually goes to the backstage to settle the previous amount of 120,000 yuan for Romu, who she effortlessly places into her space. Subsequently, the red-handed flower is delivered to the private box. Yichu promptly extracts a small vial of ointment from it. To avoid drawing attention, she casts an illusion over the potted plant, ensuring it appears indistinguishable from its state during the auction. Yin Runin and Mu Mutian are at a loss for words to describe Yichu. Truly, she embodies the essence of a formidable presence. They are left in awe, kneeling in admiration. The ease with which she extracts and concocts medicine, her fluid techniques, lead them to believe that her cultivation exceeds the nascent soul stage, undoubtedly surpassing it. He glanced at Yin Runin and Mu Mutian with an odd expression and said, to cultivate, one must remain grounded and not resort to the use of elixirs. Without enduring hardships, one cannot achieve greatness. Many in the cultivation realm immerse themselves solely in seclusion, oblivious to the world outside, fixated only on their arduous practice. This approach will never lead to significant progress. It is essential to venture out and experience the world, accumulating virtue, for only then will the heavenly laws not hinder you. Is that so? It seems I must engage in more good deeds, Yin Runin reflected. Mu Mutian suddenly appeared to grasp something, realizing why the esteemed individual ventured out almost daily to assist others. This was indeed the crux of the matter. We are already defying the heavens. If we are filled with resentment, it contradicts the very essence of the celestial way, inevitably attracting the punishment of the 9 heavens tribulations. However, if we accumulate enough virtue, the heavenly laws will automatically acknowledge us. This is why ancient legends speak of the guiding light leading to transcendence. Such tales are not mere fabrications, Yi added. If it weren't for my soul belonging to this realm and my considerable virtue, I might have been expelled long ago. The heavenly laws here exhibit a repulsive attitude towards the divine. Chapter 103. The Remnants of Ghost Valley. Yi then produced 2 palm-sized spirit stones and presented them to Yin Runin and Mu Mutian. Thank you, esteemed one. The 2 expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Do not call me esteemed. Simply address me by my name. The term esteemed one sounds peculiar, especially to ordinary people, who regard it with unsettling glances. Yin Yin, having failed to capture the red hand flower, was engulfed in a state of despondency. Yushirxuan bore internal injuries and was currently sustaining himself through sheer will. Should they discover the identity of the one who has been meddling, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths, even at the cost of their lives, to redeem their honor. The 2 supported each other, gradually making their way out of the auction house amidst the curious gazes of others. The auction had not yet concluded, but they had lost interest in the remaining items. Wait a moment. The red hand flower is widely recognized as a beauty elixir, yet few are aware of its remarkable healing properties. This flower possesses a mild medicinal quality. When crafted into an ointment for external application and complemented with a broth made from black fish, it serves to harmonize both internal and external ailments. Yichu retrieved a porcelain vial from her sleeve pocket and stepped forward to hand it to Yin Yin. I noticed your spirits were low in the auction house. This may be of great assistance to you. She continued, this is an ointment extracted from the red hand flower, enriched with several restorative herbs, which should alleviate your pressing needs. Yichu's tone was gentle, her gaze tender, resembling that of a caring elder. Yin Yin, faced with this unfamiliar yet benevolent stranger, felt a profound sense of warmth rather than suspicion. Thank you, sister. Yin Yin clutched the porcelain vial tightly, casting a glance at Yushirxuan, who understood her silent cue and promptly produced his bank card. Sister, this is the money we prepared for the auction. It is all for you. Yushirxuan offered the card with both hands, yet Yichu smiled and did not accept it. No need for payment. I find your countenance amiable, and it brings me joy to gift this to you. Yichu replied with a smile. Oh no, sister, this is not an insignificant amount. Yin Yin protested, her urgency palpable. The Yi family would never accept something without due cause. Yushirxuan chimed in. Sister, if you refuse to accept our payment, we cannot accept your gift. The Yi family adheres to its own set of rules. In a moment of desperation, Yin Yin revealed her lineage once more. Yichu then inquired, are you referring to the Yi family of Kyoto in the secular world? What is your father's name? Indeed, my father is named Yi Shuren. If you traverse the secular realm, you must have heard of his name, Yin Yin replied. Yi Shuren, a name I bestowed upon him, Yichu remarked with a smile. I have had the pleasure of meeting your father on a few occasions. Since you are his daughter, our conversation shall flow more smoothly. The relationship between Yushirxuan and Yin Yin was not as intimate as it appeared. He was likely the offspring of Yin Yin's elder brother. Yichu placed a hand upon Yushirxuan's shoulder, and he felt a surge of spiritual energy cleansing his internal injuries. In less than a minute, his wounds had miraculously healed. Let today's events remain a secret. They must not be disclosed to outsiders, Yichu declared before turning to leave, not allowing Yushirxuan the chance to offer her a bank card. Yushirxuan attempted to follow, but was held back by Yin Yin. With a sigh, he lowered his head and conceded, very well. Your internal injuries? Yin Yin gazed at Yushirxuan in astonishment. She just healed my internal injuries. We have encountered a benefactor. Yin Yin murmured. Big Boss Yi, where did you go just now? Yin Runin, who had intended to address her as Big Shot, suddenly recalled her instruction to refrain from such titles, and thus adapted to calling her boss. I went to meet someone intriguing, Yichu replied. Did you manage to capture what you needed? Yin Runin shook his head, unable to keep pace with them. I came in a personal capacity, not representing the sect. My financial resources are limited. Oh. Yichu glanced at the current auction progress, eagerly anticipating the last mysterious item. Curiosity surrounds enigmatic objects, and Yichu was no exception. Well, I believe everyone has been waiting patiently and is now eagerly anticipating our final mysterious item. We shall now present it, said Yu, signaling to 4 burly men who then brought forth a large, square stone. The stone, dark and smooth, bore inscriptions on 5 of its 6 sides. These inscriptions resembled symbols rather than any known script. This is the special incantation of my Yin star divination. How could it be inscribed on stone? Yu continued, as you have carefully observed. This is an ancient stone carving discovered in the depths of the ancient ruins of the 10 Directions sect. And the symbols do not correspond to any script from any nation today, including the oracle bone script or bronze inscriptions of Huaxia. What's the point of studying something we don't understand? Can it even reveal anything of value? Indeed, what purpose does this item serve? Yu raised her hand to signal for silence. If it were without value, we would not present it at auction. Please rest assured on this matter. The reason we have placed it last as a mysterious auction item is precisely due to its extraordinary nature. Yu surveyed the audience, noting their attentive demeanor, and continued her discourse. This symbol bears a striking resemblance to an ancient incantation said to be connected to the legendary Ghost Valley, a mystery that has eluded understanding for 5 millennia since its disappearance from the realm of cultivation. This artifact was discovered at the ruins of Ghost Valley, which has long been enveloped in myth. We are all aware of its former might and perhaps can glean insights into cultivation techniques and the pathway to transcendence beyond the void. Upon hearing this, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. How can you substantiate that this is indeed an item from the Ghost Valley ruins? Indeed. This object is priceless and will be auctioned using spirit pearls as currency. As Yu's words echoed, whispers filled the air, and no one dared to be the first to bid. After nearly a minute of silence, still no one stepped forward, leading Yu to question her own judgment. This item seemed ethereal. Who could ascertain its authenticity? Indeed, who would dare to purchase it? Yet one might think, what if a fool were to appear? Chapter 104. A spirit pearl finally. Just as Yu was on the verge of giving up, a bid for a spirit pearl was placed. The crowd turned their gaze toward the box from which the bid originated. The individuals inside were obscured from view, only identifiable as 2 men and 1 woman. However, the spirit pearl itself was rather amusing. Yet, everyone shared an unspoken agreement not to bid further. Typically, the auction house profits at the expense of the attendees. But now it seemed the tables had turned. In unison, the crowd allowed this solitary spirit pearl to prevail. Yu had never anticipated that her singular spirit pearl would secure this stone, which was a base from one of the 2 pillars of the Ghost Valley entrance. Indeed, it held little practical value. Just moments ago, I overheard discussions suggesting that Gigu vanished from this world 5,000 years ago, leaving only ruins in its wake. After Yu concluded the session, staff escorted the successful bidders from the auction to the backstage. Yu acquired a spirit pearl from Yinrunen, along with a piece of stone and a rudimentary map of the ruins. Boss, what is special about this stone? Mu Mutian inquired with great curiosity. There is nothing remarkable about it. It is merely an ordinary stone, adorned with aesthetically pleasing symbols. Since no one else wanted it, I decided to purchase it for amusement. Yu replied, in truth, my greatest gain today was encountering the younger generation of the Yi family, though it seems they have diminished compared to their former glory. This reasoning was compellingly irrefutable. The trio departed the auction house and wandered through the ghost market, yet found nothing of particular interest before exiting. The piece of Romu bore the fine powder shed by the Firefly King, which Yu shook off and collected in a bottle. The powder from the Firefly King was an unexpected bounty. However, her primary desire was the Romu. When combined with agarwood and the petals of the Huangziu wood fragrance flowers from her space, it would yield a remarkable incense capable of calming the mind and spirit. After all, she had promised Su Xuanyi to assist with his headache and had accepted a substantial contract in return, thus it was only right to deliver her aid wholeheartedly. After a brief rest and a change of attire, Yu took a taxi to the filming set. If all went according to plan, today marked the conclusion of her role. Yu smoothly completed her final scene, and Li Mian did not create any disturbances. With a sense of relief, Yu donned her casual attire, removed her heavy makeup, and restored her fresh appearance. The director received a call from the stand-in, who unfortunately met with an accident on the way and would not be able to make it today. This situation compelled him to seek alternative arrangements. Su Jingshan's gaze brightened as he caught sight of Yu, now dressed in a different outfit. He wondered if this young lady possessed any calligraphic skills. Oh, Xiaoyi, Su Jingshan remarked, his eyes softening as he looked at Yu. The juxtaposition of his robust physique with such a gentle demeanor appeared somewhat incongruous, perhaps even unseemly. "Director, I have completed my scenes," Yichu stated. "I am aware," Su Jingshan replied with a rather lewd grin. "Can you write calligraphy?" Yichu nodded. "I know a little." "Really? How fortunate I am to have discovered a gem," Su Jingshan exclaimed. "Would you mind demonstrating a few characters? I could offer you double the pay for your stand-in work today. The stand-in's absence means we cannot film a substantial portion of the script involving written dialogues." With a silent sigh, Yichu acquiesced. "All right." Su Jingshan escorted her to the prop area, which had a designated space for stand-ins to write notes. She managed to produce several large characters and a handful of couplets. "Wasn't there supposed to be a male stand-in? Why does it feel as though I am the only one doing the work?" By the time Yichu finished writing, an hour and a half had elapsed. Su Jingshan had gone off to film, leaving a small assistant to collect the papers. Oh, the director finds the male stand-in both unnecessary and costly. Insisting he wait until the male actors are required to write during filming, Yichu scoffed. The director truly has a knack for managing resources, she thought. Subsequently, Yichu donned the spare costume of the leading lady, stepping in as her substitute to complete a piece intended for a plaque, leaving a stroke for her to continue when filming resumed. Yichu patiently instructed the female lead on how to execute the final stroke. The female lead practiced on the ground a dozen times and experimented on scrap paper before she dared to inscribe that last vertical hook. It must be said that in this regard, the protagonist of the Tang dynasty was quite dedicated. Yichu had limited screen time in this production and had no interactions with the lead, thus she remained unaware of her identity, never having glanced at her directly. While teaching her calligraphy, she found the lead to be quite beautiful, having heard she was a popular rising star. After completing this, half a day had passed. Su Jingshan presented Yichu with a wrap gift and payment for her role, while Susan delivered a bouquet to her. And several admirers of Yichu took photos with her. Susan felt a deep reluctance to part ways. History has a remarkable way of repeating itself. Susan felt this scene was strikingly familiar. It was disheartening, as she was tirelessly occupied in the crew, still dreaming of one day being Yichu's exclusive makeup artist. "Little Yi, when you return to my production, I'll ensure you have a more substantial role." Su Jingshan was pleased with Yichu's grounded demeanor and her minimal instances of NG, appreciating her lack of complaints. This was the essence of an actor. Such dedication was rare in the industry. Li Mian sat in a corner, gazing at the photographs on his phone, which captured moments from the day Yichu struck him. Recorded by a camera, Yichu could hardly fathom that disposing of a phone would not eliminate surveillance. The photos had erased the watermark of the monitoring footage, leaving only a snapshot of Yichu touching Li Mian's face. This image fortuitously captured her smile, obscuring 7 parts of her taunt, while the angle rendered his expression indecipherable. Yet, anyone who had seen him would recognize that the figure in the photograph was indeed him. Through recent interactions with Yichu, he has come to realize that she is bound to achieve great success eventually. Therefore, all that is required is to wield this photograph as a weapon to cast her into oblivion once she reaches the pinnacle of her ascent. Surely, Fangxing would be delighted. The thought of Yi Fanxing made Li Mian smile as well, yet the visage of Yichu lingered stubbornly in his mind. Xiao Chun had also packed her belongings and was trailing closely behind Yichu. After Mu Mutian had arranged Yichu's luggage, he took hold of Xiao Chun's suitcase. "Xiao Chun, your luggage must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. Have you packed stones in there?" "It's exceedingly heavy for a girl," remarked Mu Mutian, struggling slightly as he placed Xiao Chun's suitcase into the trunk. For practitioners like them, such weight was trivial, but for an ordinary person, not displaying a hint of effort would be quite perplexing. The state has regulations that prohibit those with extraordinary abilities from revealing their powers to the public. Hence, he had to feign a struggle. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiaoqun scratched her head and sheepishly replied, "It's just filled with cosmetics and some other things." All right, I understand. Your luggage must be typical for girls." Mu Mutian began, glancing nervously at Yichu, and upon seeing her unperturbed expression, he promptly fell silent. Goodness, even the formidable one is a woman. However, her suitcase was so remarkably light that it raised suspicions that she had brought nothing at all. Su Mingwei had tasked her with monitoring Yichu, but after all this time, Yichu had consumed more food than the average star, yet possessed nothing else of note. "Continue your surveillance. Has she been seen getting close to any male celebrities?" Su Mingyue's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, instilling fear that rendered Xiao Chun weak at the knees. Little Chun expressed that she was trembling with fear. She felt unable to provoke anyone or offend them. "Speak." Su Mingyue's tone intensified significantly. Upon observing Little Chen's hesitance, she sensed that something was amiss. Little Chen swallowed hard and said, "Indeed. There is a male celebrity who has persistently entangled himself with Sister Yi, and Sister Yi is quite averse to that greasy man. What? Which shameless scoundrel is it?" Su Mingyue was furious. She knew that Yi Chu's countenance was adored by all, and this was her brother. Cough. No, Yi Chu was certainly not her brother's. She would not admit it. Su Mingyue immediately searched for a photo of Li Mian. It was evident that even the retouched images could not compare to the young heartthrobs she casually mentioned. "I have found out that this person is called Li Mian, an artist under Chunshur Entertainment. Sister, you should be acquainted with him, and it is highly probable that they were once in a romantic relationship." What? Su Mingyue could no longer sit still. How could Yi Chu have such poor taste? How could she be attracted to someone like that? Goodness. Su Mingyue rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "I can't bear to look. I can't bear to look. If that man makes any further moves, no. If there is even the slightest interaction between him and Yi Chu, report it to me immediately." Su Mingyue pointed at Li Mian's photo, determined to eradicate any budding green shoots before they could even break ground. "Understood, Miss Su." Little Chen diligently noted this down in her notebook. The glass door of the balcony slid open automatically, and a blackbird lingered at the entrance, yet it dared not enter. It gazed at the pomegranate on the table inside. Its beak agape, even its tongue hanging out. Yi Chu extracted the spirit from the pomegranate and placed it on the balcony table. "You are quite perceptive." Yi Chu opened an ancient text and chuckled softly. "Oh, how delectable, how delightful." This treat had languished on the table for several days, and it had nearly pecked its beak to shreds in an attempt to suppress its cravings. At last, it could indulge. "Feast away, I shan't harm you," Yi Chu said. Nestled in a hanging basket on the balcony, without lifting her gaze from the tome, the blackbird then felt emboldened to eat, occasionally picking a few morsels to place beside its stolen egg. It had been incubating the egg for quite some time, yet there was no sign of hatching. It had resolved to remain single for life. As long as it could nurture this pilfered egg into a hatchling, it would consider its lineage secured. "Xiao Su, I must say, the couplets your production team crafted are quite impressive. Who authored them?" "They possess a certain flair," an elderly man remarked, pointing to the newly posted couplets on the wall, his eyes glinting with appreciation. Su Jingshan respectfully replied, "They were penned by a young lady from our crew, the actress who portrayed Yunwan. We have already wrapped filming." The elder expressed his regret. "Ah, indeed, Zheng Lao," Su Jingshan remarked. "This esteemed Zheng Lao is one of the veteran artists I invited. Compared to the previous actor who played a eunuch, he holds greater stature in the industry and wields considerable influence with the authorities, being the vice chairman of the Calligraphy Association. Has she composed anything else? Once the project concludes, do share. I would like to take some with me," Zheng Lao said, gesturing towards the couplets. "Indeed, most of the ink and brushwork in the production is her handiwork. It is quite precious, commanding double the usual pay for a scribe," Su Jingshan responded, half-jokingly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Zheng mockingly remarked, "You lack the appreciation for art, taking advantage while feigning innocence. Have you not noticed the inherent power within these characters, and the flowing strokes akin to a gentle stream? Amidst the firmness, there lies a hint of leisure. Such a masterful technique is something I have not witnessed in many years. You claim it was penned by a young girl? Truly, talent emerges across generations." "Oh," Su Jingshan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this young lady is remarkable, possessing a plethora of skills, from martial arts to the ancient zither and dancing. Her level appears quite formidable." Old Zheng burst into hearty laughter, patting Su Jingshan on the shoulder. "Let it be settled then. Preserve these characters well, and when the time comes, present them all to me. I shall have a word with the props department, and you can await the arrival of the items." Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chu was resting at home when the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon checking the surveillance, she saw it was Su Xuanyi from next door. What could he want? Yi Chu opened the door, revealing Su Xuanyi holding a wooden box. "Forgive my intrusion, miss." Su Xuanyi raised his gaze from the box, locking eyes with Yi Chu. "Is there something you need?" Yi Chu casually placed the ancient book on the entrance cabinet and inquired. Su Xuanyi's peripheral vision caught sight of the ancient text, and he couldn't help but marvel at how well-read and gifted Yi Chu truly was. "This is a beautiful stone I collected during my expedition to the mountainous regions of western Yunnan. I wanted to gift it to you." Su Xuanyi's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a lively joy, a glimpse of a soul that was otherwise elusive. Yi Chu stepped back slightly. "Please, come in." "Wonderful." Su Xuanyi beamed with a broad smile. As he stepped over the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by a refreshing coolness. How delightful. It smells so fragrant. Su Xuanyi immediately noticed the potted plant placed in the living room, its fragrance permeating the entire space. He had never encountered such a plant at the flower and bird market. Yichu emerged from the kitchen, effortlessly preparing a pot of tea, which she brought into the spacious and well-equipped living room. Su Xuanyi held onto a box, desiring to present it to Yichu personally. Please, sit, Yichu instructed, placing the tea on the low table. Su Xuanyi felt a twinge of timidity. He instinctively complied with her command. Yichu poured the tea with grace, releasing an invigorating aroma that filled the glass cup. Su Xuanyi inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Su Xuanyi opened the box to reveal a serene green stone resting on a sponge cushion. Although it appeared green, it seemed to contain a subtle, translucent sheen, glistening beautifully under the light. Jadeite, you are indeed fortunate to have encountered this, Yichu remarked as she carefully examined the stone. Do you recognize it? Su Xuanyi inquired. His curiosity piqued. A voice deep within him scoffed at his naivety, lamenting the squandering of such a remarkable vessel. Su Xuanyi shook his head and said, I have no use for it. I wish to give it to you. Yichu pondered for a moment before responding. I could help you carve it into a jade ring. Wearing it would greatly benefit your heart's palpitations. Absolutely not. Su Xuanyi's inner self nearly protested in frustration at her kindness. You can do that, he exclaimed, intrigued. Su Xuanyi wore a broad smile, exclaiming, what a magnificent stone. It's enough to carve several pieces. You should get one for yourself too. That way, we would share the same style. Su Xuanyi thought innocently. Yichu remained silent, and after only 2 sips of tea, the atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Su Xuanyi to seek an excuse to depart. This time felt different. Another soul within Su Xuanyi had awoken, struggling fiercely for release. Yichu reached for the jade stone, gathering the spiritual energy within into a ring. And with a mere squeeze, the entire stone shattered, leaving behind a ring brimming with ethereal energy. Lying on the bed, Su Xuanyi excitedly envisioned himself and Yichu wearing matching rings, imagining how wonderful it would be to hold her hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart, causing him to curl up in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Are you trying to emerge? Su Xuanyi moaned in distress. It's not time yet. You must not come out. You fool, you've stirred something that should remain undisturbed, came the voice from the depths of his soul. It mirrored Su Xuanyi's own voice, yet bore a distinct temperament and authority, making it unmistakably recognizable. You allowed her to treat your ailment, yet your headache persists. As long as I see her, my heart will remain untroubled, clearly indicating